Chapter 201 I want your work performance. Mr. Ziming, are you okay? Mayor Chai Li came to Ziming and asked with concern. Not far away was Yi Jianlin, who was crushed on the ground by the hotel security uniform. He rushed towards Ziming angrily, but Ziming, who was protected by the king's bodyguard, could not get close. After a few strokes, he fell down. And then the hotel security came over and rushed up. Yi Jianlin squeezed to the ground without any resistance. It's just that after Yi Jianlin was pushed on the ground by the security guard, he still kept cursing Ziming. Ziming, you scumbag, I'm just a dog, so you really want to frame me like this? I really shouldn't trust Li Qinyuan in the first place. Catch you and throw you into the trumpet. Yi Jianlin couldn't tell the rest, because the hotel manager couldn't listen to it, so the security guard didn't know where to find a cloth to plug his mouth, and took him aside to wait for the Public Security Bureau to come and pick someone up. Mayor, you have also seen that this guy Yi Jianlin doesn't want to repent at this time. He still wants to get my revenge. He is still in front of you, the mayor. How can such a heinous person be worthy of being hurt by Yi Jianlin if he is not punished severely? People who have lived, how can they be worthy of the dignity of the law? Ziming's remarks were very imposing, just like the old society called on people to resist violence. Political leaders, not to mention the security guards and hotel managers next to them, but the Mayor Chai Li were all taken aback by him, and then nodded on the spot, said that he would instruct the Public Security Bureau to handle this case. Seriously, it seems that Ziming's aura infects Chai Li, but in fact Ziming understands that there is another reason. First of all, not to mention that the original incident of Yi Jianlin and Solny's embezzlement of the baby laugh company was made public like this. It made him a little unable to get off the stage, and after Yi Jianlin came up in public and threatened to retaliate against Ziming, he even slapped the mayor in the face. Especially when Yi Jianlin rushed over at the end, Bing Wen accidentally bumped into Chai Li during his shot to subdue him, which made him even more annoyed. In fact, this encounter was an unintentional mistake, but Chai Li felt that his mayor's face was completely wiped out at this moment, and he couldn't say that Ziming or the gangster was not the case, so he could only put all his anger out. It was sent to Yi Jianlin. As the police reported by the mayor dignified, the city bureau dispatched police very quickly. The police car drove to the door of the hotel within a few minutes. It was the team led by the chief personally. When the police came, Chai Li immediately gave instructions: severe punishment. The case of Yi Jianlin must be severely punished, and all persons involved must be arrested. This is a terrible incident that undermines the overall situation of reform and opening up. We must make this case a benchmark of the times. Chai Li's instructions sounded no problem at first, but it sounded like a deliberate vent to Ziming's ears. Mayor Chai is worthy of being the parent official of our Hangzhou city. He has truly served the people wholeheartedly. Under the leadership of Mayor Chai, any criminal will be punished by the most severe law. Ziming praised Chai Li's instructions just now, but this compliment made him very upset when he heard Chai Li's ears. Chai Linan is not stupid to become the mayor of Hangzhou. He just thinks about this matter today and feels that something is wrong. He doesn't believe that all this is just a coincidence. It must be arranged by someone. The purpose is to borrow his own hand. This matter was resolved quickly, and the only one who was able to arrange this round was Ziming, who was in front of him. What is hateful is that Ziming obviously did all this, and he still behaved so innocently. His praise to Chai Li sounds no different from satire. However, even so, Chai Li still can't take Ziming's attention. This is what irritates him the most. He has no choice but to pour this evil fire on Yi Jianlin, who was dead. It is conceivable that Yi Jianlin originally was. He and Solny did not cause any factual crimes. According to legal principles, they will deal with it but will never be too harsh. But now with the mayor's angry intervention, if the mayor's anger persists, Yi Jianlin can only be detained in prison. Finished. Mr. Ziming passed the award. I think this happened, but any responsible cadre will not sit idly by when they encounter it. Chai Li gritted his teeth and said humbly, and then went on to say, Mr. Ziming, let's go up to the box. Don't get upset about this matter. Ziming understood that Chai Li was still thinking about investment, and he readily agreed with the principle that people would respect him 1 foot and he would pay 1 foot back. Then Chai Li took Ziming and Dai Tingwei to the top box prepared by the hotel manager. After everyone sat down, first Chai Li asked Li Qingyun, another party involved in this incident, and then Chai Li raised his glass to toast everyone. After the cup, Chai Li's secretary came out to toast in a lively atmosphere. After several rounds of drinking, Ziming stood up and said, Siming Investment Company will definitely invest in many enterprises including food and beverages in Hangzhou in the future, and will also negotiate joint ventures with Baby Smile Company. These words made Chai Li very happy. After all, once these investments are implemented in the future, it will be his work performance. Although he is young now, as long as he does not make a big mistake in the future, he will always take over as the secretary of the municipal party committee and become a member of the provincial party committee. Achievements will not only add a lot of color to yourself, more importantly, proper operation can help you cross the hurdle from city to province faster. Chai Li is happy, but Dai Tingwei is very depressed. You must know that he is the general manager of Siming Investment Company in China. But now Ziming is talking with Chai Li about the company's investment plan in Hangzhou. As it should be, he, the person in charge, has no right to say anything. How can this make him not depressed? Even if it might be because Ziming's wine was too high. If it is other people, Dai Tingwei is afraid that he would have dropped the cup and left. If you are too bully, you can go to an investment agreement with Chai Li. Don't come to the Lord when you are able to do so. However, Dai Tingwei had nothing to do with Ziming, because he did not agree that he could still go directly to Lin Muqing. Based on the relationship between Lin Muqing and Ziming, Dai Tingwei did not think that his temper was of any use. On the contrary, if he had trouble, his own I'm still losing my job. For these reasons, although Dai Tingwei was so depressed that he was about to go crazy, he still had to press his butt on the chair, not to mention how catering to the atmosphere of the dinner. But at least it did not destroy it. The whole dinner was full of enthusiasm. The overflowing atmosphere came to an end. Mr. Ziming has a very pleasant chat with you today. On behalf of the Hangzhou city government, I welcome you to invest at any time. I will definitely give you the most favorable policy support. Chai Li said to Ziming when the dinner was over. Ziming is also not polite. On behalf of Siming Investment Company, I am also very grateful to Mayor Chai for his support to our company. With your commitment from Mayor, I believe that the investment plan for the city of Hangzhou will be mentioned soon in the future. On the schedule, you will find Mayor Chai to honor it. After sending Chai Li away, Dai Tingwei didn't want to stay here for a moment. Mr. Ziming, since the matter has been dealt with, there are still many things in the company. I will go back first. Okay, thank you very much for Mr. Dai's cooperation this time. Ziming and Dai Tingwei shook hands and thanked each other. Mr. Zhu is polite. I am obeying the arrangement of the head office. Dai Tingwei left such a sentence unhappy. Boss Zhu, this is incredible. All this is like the most amazing magic in the world. Only when Dai Tingwei left there, Li Qingyun yelled excitedly. In fact, Li Qingyun was very excited since seeing the Mayor Chai Li before the dinner. Later, he was invited to the dinner to have a meal and drink with the mayor, and was also taken by the city. The secretary to the chief toasted several glasses of wine and discussed with the mayor about the joint venture between Waxiao and Siming Investment Company. He was already very excited at that time. It was just that there were other people in Li Qingyun who could still suppress his feelings. But now as the Mayor Chai Li and Dai Tingwei both left, he couldn't help shouting again. Boss Zhu, you are looking for the district public security chief to pick me up. Do you have acquaintances in the district bureau? Or do you have acquaintances in the city? You met Mr. Dai Tingwei and Mayor Chai Li at the Westlake Hotel today, right? It happens to expose the conspiracy of Yi Jianlin and Solny in front of so many reporters, so that no matter how hard Yi Jianlin, the Post could not escape the handling method. This is completely magical. Li Qingyun said. Regarding Li Qingyun's words, Ziming explained with a smile, in fact, it's nothing. It's just that Chen Yunfei, the secretary of Nanjing's Municipal Party Committee, happened to have an old classmate in Hangzhou. I was a Nanjing development consultant and had a good relationship with Secretary Chen, so I asked him to contact him for help. On this side, although his old classmate is not in the position of absolute power as the secretary and mayor, it's okay to ask the district public security chief to come forward to find people at the police station. As for being able to meet Dai Tingwei and Mayor Chai at the Westlake Hotel, honestly this is really lucky, because I contacted Simon Investment Company. Their China area manager Dai Tingwei also agreed to come and help with this. His arrival it is also qualified for Mayor Chai to come forward to greet him. But he didn't expect to be in the same hotel as Dai Tingwei and Mayor Chai. They must choose the best place, but Yi Jianlin's side may not be the case. Ziming stretched out his hands and said, "But I didn't expect Yi Jianlin to be so smart." He took advantage of so many reporters this time and invited them to eat at the Westlake Hotel in order to show his identity. This gave me a chance, which made me unable to refuse. If someone else is vomiting about Ziming's remarks and boasting about else words, but it was Ziming who said this, but Li Qingyun was very happy, because only Ziming can do this. Ziming waved his hand. "Well, Comrade Li Qingyun, whether you are sincere or flattering, don't say these words anymore, because after solving the problem of Yi Jianlin and Solny, the brand of Wuxiao will merge into the 8 Treasure Kanji factory in the future. Yes, and you have to come in and start from scratch. Although you don't have to start with the most basic salesman based on your qualifications in the doll laugh, even a small manager also needs work performance." Li Qingyun immediately stood up straight and said, "Boss Zhu, please rest assured that I will make the greatest results in the shortest time. I am very confident about this." "Then I will wait for your good news," Ziming said. Chapter 202 M&A Baby Smile. I announce that the signing ceremony of the 3 parties of Line Yang 8 Treasure Kanji Company, Hangzhou City Baby Smile Company, and Gangqing Siming Investment Company has now officially started. Representatives of the 3 parties are asked to read the agreement carefully, sign and seal the regulations, and exchange the agreement. With the host's angry shout, the signing ceremony in the Westlake Hotel's banquet hall was immediately pushed to the highest level. Countless reporters gathered around the conference table, and they kept taking pictures with their cameras in their hands. The flickering sound rang out. On the conference table, Ziming, Li Qingyun and Dai Tingwei represented their respective companies and signed and sealed their respective agreements in front of all the media. Today it has been a week since the last time they came to the Westlake Hotel. With Yi Jianlin being arrested, Wu Zheng is a good old man with little autonomy. As the chairman of the board, Li Qingyun has full control of the Baby Laugh Company. After Li Qingyun took control of the company, the first thing he did was to promote the merger with Line Yang 8 Treasure Kanji Company. Li Qingyun would do this in order to realize the transformation of Baby Smile Company from healthcare products to beverage and food industries. On the one hand, it is also the result of his personal admiration for Ziming. Without Yi Jianlin's obstruction, things went very smoothly. In less than 3 days, the negotiation of this tens of millions of commercial mergers and acquisitions was completed. Of course, it is worth mentioning that, as the Siming Investment Company that had promised to participate in the joint venture, it did. The investment came in. But unlike the initial joint venture between Yi Jianlin and Solny, this time Siming only bought 30% of the shares of new Wuxiao Company, which was far from the acquisition. Because the chairman of Siming Company is Lin Muqing, if the 30% of the shares are added, Ziming can control 81% of the shares through this merger, which is the absolute master of the new Baby Smile Company. Such a distribution of shares is actually very unreasonable. However, due to the emergence of Siming Company, which acts as a buffer, Ziming holds only 51% of the shares in nominal terms. This is in line with the normal laws of the market. All the babies laugh. All shareholders, no one put forward any opinions. The agreements were negotiated in advance, and basically this so-called merger was to bring the Doll Smile Company into the control of Ziming. Therefore, The on-site agreement did not need to be read too much. The signing ceremony was completed quickly. Ziming and the three of them signed the exchange agreement and all the reporters moved closer. This time they not only took photos desperately, but also took the time to raise their concerns. Mr. Ziming, we all know that you started with real estate and made stocks and ate treasure porridge. These industries are developing very well now. Now you have acquired the Baby Smile company. You are optimistic about the future development of the healthcare product industry. Do you want to enter the healthcare product industry? Then, after you acquired the company and became the largest shareholder of the company, how should the original chairman of the company, Lee Kin-yoon, arrange it? Mr. Lee Kin-yoon, I know that you wanted Baby Smile to change your business direction and go into the beverage and food industry. Then, this time joining the Line Yang 8 Treasure Kanji company, is this the beginning of your transformation? Hello Mr. Daiting. Siming Investment Co. Limited is a well-known financial company in Hong Kong City. What kind of considerations did it take to participate in the merger and acquisition of a food company and a healthcare product company this time? Mr. Ziming, regarding the question from the reporters around you, Ziming raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and then said, in fact, our Line Yang 8 Treasure Kanji company and Baby Smile company have been cooperating for a long time. And Mr. Lee Kin-yoon and I have also discussed it many times. I am very confident in the future development of the domestic beverage and food industry. This merger and acquisition is also what we have planned for a long time. Mr. Lee Kin-yoon is a very good company leader. From the initial bankruptcy of Dolcho's company to the current monthly sales of 1 million, Mr. Lee Kin-yoon contributed a lot. Therefore, in the future new dolls company, Mr. Lee Kin-yoon will hold important positions. After talking about Lee Kin-yoon and Ziming, he also talked about Siming Investment Company. Mr. Daiting is a very foresighted investor. He has led many very successful commercial investments when he was in Hong Kong. This time he will choose Xinhua our company chose to invest at this time. I believe it is also taking a fancy to the future domestic beverage and food market. And I am very confident about this, Ziming said, pointed to himself and said, as for myself, I am also very happy to cooperate with a large company from Hong Kong City, so that I can learn a lot of advanced experience from Hong Kong City, which is more beneficial to the company. Thank you for the future operation and development. Without waiting for the reporter's response, Ziming and Lee Kin-yoon and Daiting, led by the staff, pushed the reporters away and left the scene. Ziming's move stunned all the reporters. Even after leaving the venue, Lee Kin-yoon was a little worried and said, Boss Zu, isn't it good for us to leave like this and leave all the reporters over there? With Lee Kin-yoon's words, Ziming only remembered that now is not 20 years later. At this time, reporters are truly uncrowned kings. Especially reporters from provincial newspapers and television stations. They are hosted by local governments. Many people also have a very awe of the media and reporters, not the latter kind of bad cabbage. Even in later generations, if you leave the reporters in like this, you may not know what kind of news was written by these comrades in anger, let alone now. If you don't have the internet, if you offend the media, once they are targeted by the media, then there is no exposure at all. If others should panic, Ziming just waved his hands needlessly, it doesn't matter, I still believe in the professional ethics of comrade reporters, and based on the future development of our Baby Laugh company, the time we spend with friends in the media there is still a lot. Kin-yoon, you have to get used to how to deal with these reporters, let them think about what we should keep. And we don't need to stay and waste our tongue when we should go. Listening to Ziming's words made Lee Kin-yoon a moment of awe, because he is the kind of person who thinks reporters are great. He used to deal with reporters in a good manner, and he never dared to imagine that he could be like Ziming. The big bosses of this big company and capable young people are different. They can still play journalists like this between applause, without being shy at all. Lee Kin-yoon thought this in his heart, and his admiration for Ziming was even higher. At the same time, he secretly decided in his heart that he must do the same in the future as Ziming, occupying an absolute dominant position in dealings with media reporters, because this is what a man should do. Ziming did not expect at this time that he was just an unintentional sentence that would have such a big impact on Lee Kin-yoon that he changed some of his concepts and cultivated a hardline corporate man who made reporters love and hate. Mr. Ziming, I am very happy to be involved in this merger and acquisition. I sincerely hope that the new Baby Smile company can grow and develop. However, there are still many things to deal with at my company. I will go back first. Dai Ting-wai told Ziming that, like the last time he came out of Westlake Hotel, he didn't want to get closer to Ziming Duo, and he would leave after finishing the business. Ziming let him leave after he had spoken some kind words to him. It's just that Ziming paid more attention to this arrogant Hong Kong City person. Although he has a good investment perspective, this character will go wrong sooner or later, and Sister Mu King must be prepared. After sending off Dai Ting-wai, Ziming turned around and came back to drink tea with Lee Kin-yoon in the tea room of the hotel. They went to the box and sat down. After the waiter brought the tea set and tea leaves, they withdrew, and Suhan took over to give them tea. Kin-yoon, although the company has completed this acquisition, the company uses the brand of Baby Smile. But because the main shares still belong to the Line Yang 8 Treasure Kanji Company, and the organization and personnel are also used by the 8 Treasure Kanji Company, it is just like the original. As I told you, you cannot become a leader as soon as you enter the company. You must use your performance to prove that you can become a leader. Ziming said to Lee Kin-yoon. Lee Kin-yoon nodded and said, Boss Zhu has nothing to do with it. It is our original decision, and in terms of relationship, it was also Boss Zhu who helped our Baby Laugh company complete the transformation from oral liquid to food. I really need time. Come to adjust and prove yourself. But please rest assured, Boss Zhu, as long as you give me a chance, Boss Zhu, I will definitely be able to make the best performance to show you. I don't doubt this, Ziming said with a smile. Kin-yoon, I will arrange for you a position of marketing manager in the new Doll Smile company, and you will be solely responsible for the brand marketing of the future Doll Smile 8 Treasure Porridge. Faced with Ziming's arrangement, Lee Kin-yoon's expression became serious. This is not to say that he thinks there is something wrong with the position given by Ziming, but that he understands Ziming's painstaking efforts in such an arrangement. Ziming actually mentioned the concept of marketing manager before. Although this position belongs to the marketing and sales department, it is a separate and independent position because other salesmen in the sales department have their own affiliations. Region. But this marketing manager does not have the concept of this region, which means that he can be responsible for the entire Hangzhou city. One person is in charge of the entire Hangzhou city. This sounds great, but it is actually a huge pressure. The reason is very simple. He will undoubtedly grab the performance of other salesmen and will be naturally excluded from the inside. But at the same time, it is full of huge opportunities, because the entire city is responsible for itself. Then this operable space becomes very large, and it is easy to get large orders. Lee Kin-yoon knew that Ziming's arrangement was based on his particularity and gave him a great opportunity to prove himself. Thinking of this, Lee Kin-yoon said to Ziming, "Thank you very much, Boss Zhu, for taking care of me. I will definitely make the best performance and will not let you down." Ziming said, "Don't say anything about Kin-yoon anymore. Rather than your promise on your lips, I'd rather look at the transcripts you handed in, and I have to say some things first. Even though you were from a Baby Laugh company in the past, I have to be the chairman, but now Waxio company is a new company after the merger. If you are not competent for your position, I will be merciless. Of course, your share dividend will still be retained." Lee Kin-yoon immediately said, "Boss Zhu, if I can't deliver satisfactory results, I will take the initiative to resign to Boss Zhu, and I will return all share dividends to the company." Chapter 203 The Only Hope. Big Hoarder. At noon the next day after signing the contract, two Santana drove one after the other to the Westlake Hotel. Ziming Suhan and Lee Kin-yoon and Zhao Jun, general manager of Line Yang 8 Treasure Kanji Hangzhou City branch, got off and walked into the hotel. The hotel manager personally walked into the hotel. They were greeted at the door and went into the box. When he arrived in the box, The waiters served a good meal. While pouring wine, Ziming introduced Zhao Jun and Li Qinyuan. Manager Zhao, this Li Qinyuan used to be the chairman of the company. Now we have acquired the company. I am going to appoint him as the marketing manager of our new baby laugh. A treasure porridge is mainly responsible for the marketing and future development of our treasure porridge throughout Hangzhou. You are the general manager of the company. I hope you will cooperate with each other in the future. After Ziming's introduction, Li Qinyuan first toasted Zhao Jun. Hello Manager Zhao, I'm Li Qinyuan. I'm very happy to be a member of the Xinhua Xiaobao company. Although I have experience in food sales in the past, it's better than Zhao Jun. Manager, you are still a novice. Manager Zhao Guanghang City has sales of several million. This is very powerful. I hope Manager Zhao can help a lot. Manager Li is overwhelmed. My results are based on the brand advantage of the treasure porridge established by Boss Zhu. I am just doing things step by step. It is Manager Li's name that makes me feel like a shrewd business. Smile to the Baby is a company that is on the verge of bankruptcy. It has become the most successful company in Nanxing district. This ability is admired by many people, including me. Zhao Jun also said to Li Qinyuan politely. Ziming could hear that he was only polite and not really wanting to praise him. On the contrary, he was quite disgusted with Li Qinyuan. In fact, this reason is also normal. After all, Zhao Jun has been the general manager since the establishment of the Hangzhou 8 Treasure Kanji branch. Now suddenly Li Qinyuan pops up. What will the city's marketing manager be doing? How can he feel better? Even if this is Ziming's decision, even if he understands that the company has acquired the Baby Smile company, he must make arrangements for Li Qinyuan. The uncomfortable is the uncomfortable. If it is okay after developing into a large group, then Zhao Jun, the general manager of the provincial branch, will naturally not have any opinions on the addition of a city marketing manager. But now the market for a treasure porridge is mainly concentrated here in the provincial capital, so there is one more city marketing manager. If Zhao Jun would be happy, that would be a ghost. As for Comrade Li Qinyuan's original performance at Baby Smile, a person with a monthly sales of less than 1 million can compare him with a few million people who can easily sell him a month. Manager Zhao, Manager Li, Hangzhou City is now undergoing great development. It can be expected that the development of Hangzhou City and even Binjian Province will be very good in the future, and the new Baby Smile company here will definitely improve with the development of the city and region. It's one flaw, so I hope that you can work together to make the Baby Laugh company better. Ziming only offered encouragement very often, and did not say much about Zhao Jun's attitude. This is not to say that Ziming cannot mention Li Qinyuan, but that he has no results at the 8 Treasure Kanji company now, and he cannot convince the crowd to mention it forcibly. After all, in Ziming's understanding, the company is not a powerful organization where the leaders say yes. All subordinates nod their heads. That would lose the overall vitality. What Ziming needs is Li Qinyuan to give full play to his abilities in his work and use facts to prove it. Use performance to promote yourself. One is to be appointed as a general manager without doing anything, the other is to start from an ordinary manager and make a few big orders that will bring huge benefits to the company before appointing a general manager. Which method is better? This is clear at a glance. Ziming also intuitively chose the latter, because Ziming believes that as long as Li Qinyuan is still the same Li Qinyuan, he can do it, and it will only hurt him to pull out the seedlings and encourage him. Li Qinyuan also knew Ziming's consideration. After the dinner, when Ziming asked him, Li Qinyuan said, Manager Zhao would be like this, because strictly speaking, I have not done food marketing, and it's the sales performance of Wuxiao oral liquid in the past. And that's what happened to him. Now he rushes to give me a manager. As the general manager, of course he will not be convinced. When Li Qinyuan said this, he turned to the front and said, but it doesn't matter. I will use my actual actions to make everyone accept me. I believe in managerless determination and ability, but you still don't want to be overconfident. Ziming said such a sentence to Li Qinyuan, but in the end it became a truth, because in the following more than a week, although Li Qinyuan ran hard to do marketing and promotion, he also ran many units, but in the end it was very effective. Why? On the one hand, he has no access. On the other hand, he is also the salesman in so many divisions of the company. As long as it is an easy to open market, they have already opened it. Where else would it be Lee Kin-yuan's turn to do it? Lee Kin-yuan came home after dark on that day. After he got home, he sat on the sofa and didn't want to move. His wife Zhuo Huizhen came over and asked with concern, "Is Kin-yuan making no progress in going to the countryside today?" Skip the word. Lee Kin-yuan shook his head with a look of exhaustion. "I ran several supply and marketing cooperatives, but they also all have cooperation agreements with the 8 Treasure Kanji factory, and I have learned that the amount of their agreements is not large. Even if I am afraid that we can find supply and marketing cooperatives that have not been developed because of their needs. No matter how mosquitoes laugh, it's meat." Kin-yuan, if you run more supply and marketing cooperatives, you will definitely have results. As long as there are more supply and marketing cooperatives, won't your sales go up in Kin-yuan? Zhuo Huizhen said. "This method is a good way to be diligent, but I can't do it." Lee Kin-yuan sighed. Zhuo Huizhen asked curiously why. Lee Kin-yuan replied, "It's very simple. If I'm an ordinary salesperson, then I'm justified in doing this, but I'm now a marketing manager appointed by Boss Zhu, and I don't have enough time to do this. Secondly, doing this is also competing with ordinary salesmen for the market, which will cause internal conflicts in the company, so even if I have made achievements, it will not be conducive to my management." "Neither does it, nor does that work, Kin-yuan. What are you going to do about this?" Zhuo Huizhen said distressedly. "I have to make a big list in a short time. Only in this way can I prove myself in the best, fastest and most direct way, and let everyone recognize my ability." Lee Kin-yuan said, "Big orders?" Now that there are no small orders from the rural supply and marketing cooperatives, how can there be any big orders? Here, when Lee Kin-yuan and Zhuo Huizhen were chatting at home, and the other side was in the hotel room, Ziming and Su-han also talked about Lee Kin-yuan's current situation, and Su-han asked that at the time. "Ziming, I believe in your vision, and I also believe that Lee Kin-yuan is sure to make a big order, but now almost all the big orders in the company are in the hands of managers and the 2 vice presidents." Su-han analyzed, should Lee Kin-yuan grab the order from them? If he does so, it will be artificially creating contradictions within the company or high-level contradictions. This is very detrimental to the management of the company. Ziming shook his head and said, "Don't worry, Xiuan. He is Lee Kin-yuan. His pride will definitely not allow himself to do this. If he really intends to use his mind, then if he has the ability and his mind is wrong, I will be expelled." Su-han is not surprised by Ziming's answer. Ziming is Ziming, a man she loves and respects deeply, and he will not change the principles he adheres to. But at the same time, Su-han became worried again, because if Lee Kin-yuan didn't do this, how could he achieve results in a short time? At this time, Ziming suddenly asked Su-han, "Xiuan, if I remember correctly, isn't a state-owned unit of Binjiang Ocean Shipping Company bidding for ocean food recently? This list sounds like it should fit our customers' needs. Why does it seem that something went wrong?" Su-han thought for a while and nodded and said, "There is indeed such a bidding meeting. It is only a supply contract with a shipping company. If it can win a large order of at least 1 million, there may be more than 10 million. And the 8 treasure porridge, whether in terms of nutritional taste or difficulty of preservation, it is a very suitable product on board." The general manager of the company, Zhao Jun, is currently in charge of following up this tender, but he does not have much confidence to win it. "Why is this? Since we have such a big advantage, why are we not confident?" "Did he offend the boss of the shipping company?" Ziming asked curiously. Su-han shook his head and said, "No, it's just that this shipping company has always been cooperating with Hangzhou City Supply and Marketing Company. The supply provided there is also the most comprehensive, and the price is relatively fair. Compared with them, we do not too big a competitive advantage." So Jun Zhao's idea is that he will talk to the supply and marketing company to see if he can take a part of this big list and do it. Ziming smiled. So it seems that Zhao Jun is a realist. Since he can't eat meat, he can drink some soup. But I'm afraid Li Qinyun is not so generous. Su Han immediately understood what Ziming meant. Ziming, do you mean that Li Qinyun will come to fight for this project? He wants to eat all of this list. Ziming nodded and said yes. Su Han took a breath and said, this is to confront the supply and marketing company, the 8 treasure porridge company. It's impossible for shipping to only supply 8 treasure porridge. I'm afraid we can't supply the vegetable rice noodles they want. I don't think this is a problem, because our 8 treasure porridge company originally cooperated with some farms. Now we only import raw materials for the 8 treasure porridge. We may not be able to import some rice, noodles and vegetables. Open it up and send it to others, or think of other ways. But the premise is that the order must be in your own hands, Ziming said. Su Han looked at Ziming admiringly, as expected of Ziming. The decisions made are so powerful, but this is Ziming. So does Li Qinyun have the courage? Su Han expressed doubts about this, but Ziming comforted her and said, don't worry, Xiao Han, as long as Li Qinyun is the same Li Qinyun, he will have this courage. Because this is the only thing he can get to prove his worth now. Big hoarder. As if to prove Ziming's words, when Ziming's voice fell, he suddenly remembered the mobile phone he placed on the table. Ziming picked it up and connected, and Li Qinyun's voice immediately came over there. Boss Zhu, I want to be responsible for the bidding project of the shipping campaigns list. Chapter 204, go ahead. Don't be conservative. On the east bank of West Lake near Binjian Provincial Party Committee, there is a lakeside building. This lakeside building was built last year and is currently the most advanced skyscraper in Hangzhou and even in Binjian province. As the building is close to the Provincial Party Committee, the rent here is also very expensive. However, this is not a problem for Ziming's 8 treasure porridge company. When the 8 treasure porridge entered Binjian province to ask for the campaign's location, Ziming didn't even look at it. He only listened to Su Han's introduction. With this newest lakeside building, there is no other way. If you have money, you have to be willful. Of course, on the other hand, it will be more convenient to do some things close to the authority. At 10 o'clock in the morning, a black Santana car drove into the lakeside building and parked in the open-air parking lot of the building. Since the lakeside building was newly built, not many companies were stationed in it, and also because of the economy of Hangzhou in this era, it was taking off, and the parking spaces were not as tight as later generations. Only a few cars were parked sparsely in the huge parking lot. Ziming and Su Han got out of the car, walked directly into the building, and took the elevator to the 17th floor where the 8 Treasure Kanji Company was located. You can see the logo of Lin Yang 8 Treasure Kanji Company when you step out of the elevator. Although they have now acquired the Baby Smile brand, as Lin Yang 8 Treasure Kanji currently has a very high market share in the country, it is a very prudent choice to change the brand name at will. Since Li Qinyun has not made any achievements in the new 8 Treasure Kanji Company, the company is still called Lin Yang 8 Treasure Kanji Company, with an additional brand of Wallow Smile Company beside it. Walking through the long corridor, Ziming and Su Han walked into the 8 Treasure Kanji Hangzhou Company. The lady at the front desk subconsciously wanted to call hello, sir, but she just yelled her hello and froze there, staring at her. Those big black eyes looked at Ziming in a daze and asked, please, are you Ziming's boss? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Ziming nodded and said, Ziming, please inform manager Zhao Jun and ask him and manager Li Qinyun to come to the conference room for a meeting. While talking about Ziming, they walked straight to the meeting room with Su Han. The 2 front desk ladies watched Ziming leave, and then the girl who greeted Ziming exclaimed excitedly, that's Boss Zhu. So young. Good. He is so handsome and imposing. Look at what he said just now. He directly called our general manager to the meeting, and our company is only one of his branches in so many provinces across the country. This is amazing. This is a man. But the other girl said, don't be an nymphomaniac. Didn't you see the woman next to him? How beautiful she is. And I heard that it is the national general manager of our 8 Treasure Kanji Company. The girl curled her lips, What's the matter? I want a place with Boss Zu. I'm so stubborn that I have to pester him. Maybe it is me who is the general manager of the country now. Fortunately, Ziming and Suhan have already left the front desk at this time. Otherwise, if Suhan heard these comments from the two front desk girls, he would definitely be angry. As for Ziming, as a man, he would always be very happy to be commented on by the girls. He was just happy, but Ziming was still very dissatisfied with the reaction of the two girls. After all, he hadn't been to this branch before, so why bother with that expression of surprise in his heart? The leaders of the city and province came, and it was difficult for Ziming to imagine what she would do well, even though it was only a branch. When he arrived in the conference room, Ziming did not sit down in a hurry, but walked to the window, opened the sun visor, and looked out of the window with emotion. Don't say the location of this building is very good. The West Lake is beyond the lakeside avenue. When the weather is better like now, you can directly see the remnant snow on the broken bridge on the opposite side from here. But I don't know if Bai Susan and Xixian met on it 1,000 years ago. Ziming, you just said. Is it the legend of the White Snake? I have some impression, Suhan asked. If you really like this place, Ziming, we can develop a commercial building here by ourselves. I heard that the Hangzhou city government is preparing to replan this piece of land. That's not necessary, but if possible, you can take advantage of the Hangzhou city government to buy the land first, and then you will die a huge sum of money in 10 or 20 years. Take advantage of the potential of Hangzhou City. I estimate that in the future it will be the place with the highest housing prices in the country, Ziming said. While Ziming and Suhan were discussing land prices, Hangzhou branch's general manager Zhao Jun and marketing manager Li Qinyuan walked into the meeting room. Zhao Jun took the initiative to greet Ziming. Hello, Boss Zhu. Why don't you tell me when you are here? What? I'll go down and pick you up. By the way, you just mentioned the low prices in Hangzhou. Are you planning to do real estate projects in Hangzhou in the future? Nothing is wrong, no skipping. It's okay to start a leather real estate company to stock up land. I'm not that interested in selling commercial houses. Ziming said, okay, let's not talk about this. Let's sit down. Manager Zhao and Manager Li. I have something to discuss with you when I come here, Ziming said as he greeted Zhao and Li Qingfa to sit down. That we will not sit down. Explanations polite straight into the subject. Manager Zhao, recently heard that there is some question about the shipping list of. Face Zhao Jun subconsciously glanced at Li Qinyuan on Ziming's question, but soon he withdrew his gaze and replied, Boss Zhu is like this. We are not very competitive with this list. So my idea is to unite Hangqing supply and marketing cooperatives come together to get them, so we can ensure that we get the order that belongs to us. Ziming's eyes remained unchanged. How many? If you are lucky, there should be 200,000. Left and right. Zhao Jun replied. If better luck? Should only 200,000. Manager Zhao, if I understand correctly, this list is for 1 year. Ziming said. Yes, Boss Zhu. This list is indeed for 1 year, but it is for the shipping containers, ocean freighters. The things they need are very complicated and not what we can provide. Zhao Jun hasn't finished. He was interrupted mercilessly by Ziming. Okay, Manager Zhao, I understand all the reasons you said, so let's listen to the opinions of the marketing manager. Ziming said, looking at Li Qinyuan and Li Qingfa. Ziming looked over and sat down straight and said, Boss Zhu, I think we are fully capable of taking this order alone. Zhao Jun frowned at Li Qinyuan's attitude at that time. Manager Li, I think it is very. I take the liberty to ask you, do you think it is possible for the seamen on the ocean freighter to eat our treasure porridge every day? Manager Zhao, I just said that we have the ability to take this order alone. I didn't say that we will give all the 8 treasure porridge when the order is completed. This is ridiculous. Li Qinyuan said. First of all, as a food manufacturer, we have our own and farm contact means that we can provide channels for melons, fruits and vegetables. Of course, we can also not directly do it ourselves, and we can also hand some of the orders to others to do. Li Qinyuan finally concluded, but no matter how you operate, The premise is that the order must first be in our own hands. How much confidence do you have? Zhu Ming asked. 100%. Li Qinyuan replied. What if you can't get this order? Zhu Ming asked again. I will bear all the losses suffered by the company from this. Li Qinyuan said. Zhu Ming nodded silently and stood up and beckoned to Zhao Jun. Manager Zhao, let's go to the next room and talk. Zhu Ming took Zhao Jun to the next room before closing the door, and Zhao Jun said, Boss Zhu, just rely on it. It is simply unrealistic for us to take this order. We are only an 8 treasure porridge company and do not have the ability to independently supply ocean freighters. Therefore, together with Hangzhou Supply and Marketing Cooperative, we rely on them to get the middle order that belongs to us. Is the most reasonable. A few million orders for 200,000? Zhu Ming asked. Zhao Jun bowed his head and remained silent for Zhu Ming's rhetorical question, because this number really made him unable to be strict. Mr. Zhao, I know that you are very safe to do this. Of course, I am not against being safe. But in the market, all the benefits cannot be waited for. You must rely on yourself to actively fight for it, including this is an order of several million. Zhu Ming stretched out his hand and pressed a few clicks on the table as he said. Boss Zhu said that you want to trust Manager Li? Zhao Jun asked. Zhu Ming smiled and said, Manager Li is an employee of our company. Why should I believe him? Manager Zhao is the same for you. Manager Zhao? Do you know why I want to buy Wok Xiao Company? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Zhu Ming said, because our treasure porridge company is in its infancy, what we need is not conservative, but bold and enterprising. Even after the establishment of the country, it will not only defend the territory but also reopen the borders. How can we lie in the past? How about a good night's sleep on merit? So, Zhu Ming said at last, since Manager Zhao is not ready for this shipping order, let those who are ready to fight. Zhao Jun exhaled. Nodding silently, Zhu Ming stood up and patted him on the shoulder to show his comfort and said, Manager Zhao, let's go out. After saying that, Zhu Ming took the lead and left the room, and was in the meeting room outside. Li Qinyuan is waiting here nervously. He doesn't know what kind of decision Zhu Ming will make. Although he believes in Zhu Ming's vision and enterprising spirit, Zhao Jun is a veteran of the company after all. If he really objected blindly, Zhu Ming has to take care of his emotions no matter what. It is for this reason that Li Qinyuan is very nervous. He is very afraid of losing this opportunity. I am afraid that in a short time, he will not have such a good chance to prove himself. How will Boss Zhu decide? Zhu Ming also saw Li Qinyuan's nervousness. He walked over and asked him, Manager Li, I ask you, if you fail to win this order, the company needs to take back a certain amount of your shares to make up for this loss. Of course, if you succeed, the commission that should be given to you will not be less than 1 point. Are you willing? No mistakes. No skips. I am willing. Li Qinyuan replied firmly. This answer was expected by Zhu Ming. He smiled and said, so good. From now on, this list will be handed over to you, Li Qinyuan. I am waiting for your good news. Chapter 205 We the Advantage? Zhu Ming, do you think Li Qinyuan really has a way to get this order? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Su Han asked Zhu Ming that they had already left the Hubin building and returned to the car. When the car started, Zhao Jun, Li Qinyuan and the deputy general managers of the other 2 branches were waving at them not far away, although Zhu Ming didn't need it. But they still insisted on sending Zhu Ming down. Zhu Ming opened the car window and waved to those people. When he turned around, he didn't answer Su Han, but instead asked her, what do you think? Su Han thought for a while and said, I think it will be difficult. Zhao Jun is the general manager of Hangzhou City branch appointed by me. His workability has been inspected by me and several vice presidents. The Hangzhou branch has achieved monthly sales of millions in just a few months after its establishment. The resounding brand of Yang Babao porridge is certainly a very important reason. But Zhao Jun's personal ability is also a very important aspect that cannot be ignored. So now in the face of this tender, he will retreat to the second choice and Hangzhou City. The supply and marketing cooperatives unite and then take orders from the supply and marketing cooperatives. I think it must be because it is very difficult to take the orders directly, Suhan said. Of course the difficulty is very big. Ziming also said, first of all, Hangzhou Supply and Marketing Cooperative and the shipping company have an old cooperative relationship. Not to mention how good the personal relationship between them is, it is only the supply and marketing corporation to the shipping company. It's not what we can compare to. They are very clear about the needs of ocean freighters, how all the goods should be rationed, and how to make temporary plans. Secondly, Ziming continued, the same is true for Hangzhou City Supply and Marketing Cooperatives, the largest and most comprehensive supply and marketing company in Binjian province, whether it is vegetables, fruits or other daily necessities, is the most complete. They have the most comprehensive and widest commodity channels, but we all have to make temporary preparations, Ziming said, leaning on. He exhaled from the chair of the car and said, the last and most important point is that the supply and marketing agency may have been preparing for this order long ago, whether it is asking the person in charge of the shipping company to eat, drink and sauna, or promise to give rebates. Their public relations work has been rolled out a long time ago, and we were just a temporary whim, and we didn't do anything except for the bloody preparations for the brain. Suhan looked at Ziming blankly, although she was used to what Ziming said, but at this time, hearing such a large number of problems listed by Ziming still made her feel incomprehensible. Ziming smiled at this, however, despite the many problems before us, there is a big disadvantage compared to the supply and marketing cooperatives, but we still have an advantage that no one can compare. Advantage, is it? Ziming, are you looking for Du Peng's relationship, or do you want the government to intervene in this tender? Suhan asked. Ziming shook his head and said, no, if we need to use the relationship of government agencies to compulsively intervene, we will lose the meaning of business itself, and if there is no other way to do this, there is no need for this list to be handed over to Li Qingyun, because he couldn't do it at all. Suhan keenly caught Ziming's overtones. According to what Ziming said, we still have a chance to compete in a commercial way. Why not? Don't you, Xiaoan? Do you think these problems are also our opportunities at the same time? No mistakes, no skips, Ziming asked rhetorically. Suhan silently repeated Ziming's rhetorical question several times, but in the end he still didn't understand. Ziming had to give her a hint. Xiaoan, if you are the person in charge of a supply and marketing cooperative, you know that you have such an absolute advantage. Next, will you continue to prepare nervously? Nothing is wrong. No words are skipped. Of course not, Suhan said subconsciously, and following this answer, she immediately realized what Ziming was referring to. Ziming, you mean that they will relax their guard and be arrogant? It's inevitable, because this time they have no opponent at the tender, according to Zhao Jinglai. If so doing, they also need to panic. Ziming tone easy to say, but although Suhan she gave the answer, but her expression did not lighten up at all, because she knew very well that things could not be that simple. If that were the case, wouldn't anyone be able to counterattack? Obviously there are other reasons. But what Suhan didn't expect was that Ziming went on to say, Xiaoan, don't look at me like this. This is our biggest advantage, because the supply and marketing cooperatives are state-owned units and their systems are rigid and inflexible. The reaction will also be very slow. As long as we can figure out a way to catch one of their loopholes, we will be able to chase and fight until the situation is turned over. Suhan was very excited when he heard Ziming's words. Ziming wants to otherwise. Let's make this list. I will help you with no mistakes and many words. Even if we don't use too many resources, I believe we can succeed. As the boss, we shouldn't grab the jobs of the employees below, Ziming said to Suhan with a smile. Since this project is given to Li Qingyun, we must believe that he can do it. As long as the supply and marketing cooperatives do not seek government relations to force them, or use illegal means, I will not take action. But what if he can't get it down? Suhan asked again. If you can't get it, you can't get it. but it's a multi-million-dollar bill. Are we still short of such money? In contrast, Li Qinyuan's ability is more important, Ziming said. Suhan was a little bit emotional about Ziming's words. I thought that just 2 years ago, there was still a poor man who had to save a few cents, and dozens of dollars was a huge sum of money. He saw hundreds of dollars. Block that is going to be excited until the Chinese New Year. But now Ziming could say that he lost a list of millions of dollars, just to test the ability of a manager. And Suhan couldn't help but feel the magic of fate. Suhan looked at Ziming and thought in his heart, this is the real man, and only he can complete this magical transformation, and he must work hard to enrich himself, keep up with his footsteps, and be his woman forever. While Ziming and Suhan were talking about this in the car, Zhao Jun and Li Qinyuan also returned to the 8 Treasure Kanji Company in the Hubin building. Manager Li, come to my office, I have something to tell you. Zhao Jun took the initiative to invite Li Qinyuan. Li Qinyuan nodded and said yes, and followed Zhao Jun to his office. When he arrived at the office, Zhao Jun asked Li Qinyuan to sit down on the sofa in the reception area and took the initiative to make a cup of tea for him and himself. Zhao Jun took the tea and sat in front of Li Qinyuan. He handed the tea to Li Qinyuan and said to him, recently, things have been busy. M&A baby laughs. It's been a week since Manager Li came to the company. I didn't have time to do this with Manager Li. In face-to-face chat, I really want to say sorry to Manager Li. Li Qinyuan shook his head and said, Mr. Zhao Guoqian, it doesn't really matter. I can understand Mr. Zhao. After all, our 8 Treasure Kanji Company is now in a prosperous period. There must be a lot of things to be busy. It's good for Manager Li to understand. Zhao Jun nodded, took a sip from his teacup, and said, I know that Manager Li was the chairman of Doll Show Company in the past. Now Doll Show Company was acquired by our 8 Treasure Kanji Company. Manager Li was hired by Boss Zhou as the marketing manager. I am very anxious to do some results to prove myself. Li Qinyuan also took a sip of tea and said, Mr. Zhao, I really hope to achieve some results in the company. After all, I came in the company halfway, and as soon as I came in, I was assigned to the position of marketing manager. However, I am not a person who is eager for quick success. I will not take over various projects indiscriminately for a little chance to make achievements. That is not to do achievements, but to do lost results. It seems that Manager Li is also a sensible person, but it is also right. If Manager Li can be the chairman of Xiao, and bring a company like Xiao from the verge of bankruptcy to millions of monthly income, he must have his own. He has a lot of skills. Zhao Jun took out a pack of cigarettes as he spoke, took out one by himself, and handed the rest to Li Qinyuan, and said, then what does Manager Li think about the shipping companies list this time? What? This is really the problem. Regarding Zhao Jun's question, Li Qinyuan didn't answer the question at the first time. Instead, he first picked up Zhao Jun's pack of cigarettes. He also took out one and lit it on his mouth. Zhao Jun did not urge it. After thinking for a while, Li Qinyuan replied, Zhao is always like this. I have carefully analyzed the situation of the shipping company's bidding. I think our company has a chance to win it. Really? Word. Zhao Jun said that he took a deep breath and put out the cigarette he had just lighted in the ashtray while asking, is Manager Li a native of Hangzhou? Nothing was wrong and no words were skipped. My ancestral home is not from Hangzhou, but I have worked and lived in Hangzhou for more than 20 years, and I am considered a native of Hangzhou. Li Qinyuan replied, since Manager Li is from Hangzhou, why can you say such naive things? As Zhao Jun said, he patted heavily on the table. Manager Li, do you really think that the problem of supply channels has been solved, and we have the determination to snatch orders from the supply and marketing agency? Do you know about supply and marketing? How close is the relationship between the agency and the shipping company? I'm not afraid to tell you. Yesterday I saw the CEO of the supply and marketing agency and the chairman of the shipping company go golfing together. You can fight for such a relationship. Also, do you think it's okay if you fail and give up after the competition? Don't you know that the supply and marketing agency is also a major customer of our 8 Treasure Porridge Company? You are now grabbing orders with him, So what if he turns around and interrupts the cooperation with us? Zhao asked. Mr. Liu An said. The boss does not know the situation here even. How vain you are, a baby. Laughing Li, chairman, Hangzhou or old people, how can it be so naive? Zhao sentence by sentence all of his questions hit Li Qinyuan's heart like a heavy hammer, putting him under tremendous pressure, and cold sweat immediately broke out on his head. However, Li Qinyuan managed to bear the pressure. Mr. Zhao, first of all, I have to declare that I am not selfish just for my own results. I have really thought about what you said, but I think these are not real problems. How about the relationship between the CEO of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative and the chairman of the shipping company? This time the bidding activity is an open tender. As long as our performance is good enough, no one can take the order. There is also cooperation with the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. I also think it is not important, because with the emergence of business methods like large shopping malls and department stores in the future, the share of supply and marketing cooperatives will become smaller and smaller, and I also think that only with this order dispute, they will not be true. Do it like that. Li Qinyun finally said. Besides, I don't think we have no advantage at all. The objection to the bidding meeting in Chapter 206, Ziming took Suhan to the Hubin building again. At this time, almost all the senior executives of the company, including General Manager Zhao Jun and Marketing Manager Li Qinyun of the 8 Treasure Kanji Company, and the 2 vice presidents of the company, were in the meeting room. Ziming opened the door of the meeting room, and these people stood up suddenly under Zhao Jun's leadership, and bowed to Ziming and Suhan together. You don't need to be so restrained, just sit down, my company is not Li Angshan's Juai Hall. While saying this, Ziming sat down on the seat reserved for him at the conference table, and everyone chuckled at what Ziming said. When everyone sat down, Ziming said again, hello everyone, today I coming here. The purpose of convening everyone to hold this meeting here is that it is about the shipping company's order. I also came to the company yesterday for this order. I asked Manager Zhao and Manager Li to talk about it separately. After a while, the order has now been handed over to the marketing manager Li Qinyun to take full responsibility. Ziming stretched out his hand and gestured for a moment. Li Qinyun went on to say, Mr. Li, please tell me. Regarding Ziming's statement, most of the people present did not agree. I'm not surprised. Some of them already knew the news, and some didn't show it. He named it the Ziming Chong Li King Fa Nod, and then he stood up and said, first of all, I am very grateful to Zhu Boss to give me this opportunity. Allow me to be responsible for such a big order. Ranging Li King Fa. After finishing talking, Ziming waved his hand and said, stop these polite remarks, let's get to the subject. Li Qinyun nodded and said, and at the same time opened a folder. This time the bidding party is Ocean Shipping Company. It is a very large-scale shipping company in Binjian Province. There are thousands of people in Guanghai. Their bidding activity this time is mainly for the supply of ocean freighters in the coming year. Simply put, it is to provide freighters of shipping companies the supply of food and other debris. Here Mr. Li deliberately paused far only said, and according to my latest information received, shipping companies have put a price tag to raise 10 million yuan. With when this number was said, many people at the scene, including a vice president, took a breath of air conditioning subconsciously, apparently surprised by this number. After all, this is 10 million, which is nothing here for Ziming, but for the vast majority of people in this era, it is still an astronomical figure. Even in his own branch of 8 Treasure Kanji. Perhaps the branch in Hangzhou City can reach 3 million monthly sales at ordinary times, but for the entire Binjian province at that time, it was also accumulated by countless small orders. But now Li Qinyun opened his mouth to 10 million, which is just a single order. Then there is no doubt as to which one is more shocking compared to a list of 10 million and thousands of orders of 10 million in a few months. No wonder Mr. Zhu disagreed with Zhao Jun's previous arrangements and wanted to actively fight for this order. It turned out to be such a large order. Everyone is thinking this in their hearts, but with this idea, there is an even more important question. Since this order is so large, can we win it? Before everyone had time to delve into this issue, Lee Kin-yoon continued to say, in fact, this time the bidding is a bold attempt by the shipping company after replacing the chairman of the board. The main purpose is to reduce costs through bidding, at the same time provide quality. It is also for this reason that this time the bidding activity adopted a comprehensive way of calculating points, not simply determined by price or the preferences of a person in charge, which can also explain this. A bidding event will be as fair as possible. Lee Kin-yoon turned to the next page of the document. As of just now, 5 companies have been determined to participate in the bidding. In addition to us, there is Hangzhou City Supply and Marketing Cooperative, from Bunhai City's White Rabbit Food Company, Hangzhou City West Lake Food Co. Limited and New Wave Food Company. Hangzhou City Supply and Marketing Cooperatives are most likely to win the bid due to their own strength and their long-term cooperative relationship with shipping companies. One is the opponent we need the most attention. The White Rabbit Food Company is ranked behind. This White Rabbit Company is an old company that existed before the founding of the People's Republic of China. Its strength is not weak, but due to the shrinking strategy that has been adopted in the past, it has led it is not strong in other provinces, so its competitiveness is not as good as that of supply and marketing cooperatives. Lee Kin-yoon analyzed these companies one by one. As for Xa Food Company and New Wave Food Company, their strength is much weaker. They are all newly established food companies. Although each has Taiwan's funded backgrounds, their establishment time is too short, so their competitiveness is even weaker. I judge that they will come to participate this time, which is purely a result. Because of the invitation, there is no real plan to win the bid. While introducing Lee Kin-yoon, he walked to the blackboard in the meeting room, picked up a piece of chalk and wrote the Supply and Marketing Cooperative on it. According to the information we have received, the Supply and Marketing Agency is still bidding in the same way as before, and there have not been too many changes in prices and varieties. This shows that the Supply and Marketing Agency is very confident in their public relations capabilities, or it can also be said that they did not take this bidding too seriously. I think we can do something about this and catch them by surprise. Lee Kin-yoon wrote the White Rabbit's name on the blackboard again. White Rabbit, the company, is a company from Bunhai. Although it is large in scale, it still has no advantages in public relations. Therefore, they will try their best to make a fuss about price and variety. As for the 2 companies of Westlake and New Wave, they have been very early. It was clearly stated that we must do our best to obey our destiny, and the tender was handed in early. I personally think that there is no need to pay much attention. Lee Kin-yoon drew 2 circles on the blackboard. Now what we need to pay attention to is the supply and marketing cooperatives and the Rabbit Company, especially the Supply and Marketing Agency, is the opponent we have to face in this bid. After listening to Lee Kin-yoon's speech, there was no applause in the conference room, but after a quiet period, a project manager raised his hand and asked, I am very supportive of the news collected by Manager Lee and the analysis based on these news, but I still have some doubts. Lee Kin-yoon made a please gesture to him, and the project manager went on to say, Manager Lee thinks that supply and marketing she is the biggest opponent, and White Rabbit is relatively far behind, right? No mistakes. No words. I didn't say that it was much worse. I just said that the supply and marketing cooperatives pose the greatest threat and they must face it. However, due to the problem of its location, Bita has too many problems in bidding from Bunhai, and only Bita participated in the bidding. The company is a distributor in Hangzhou, so they are not bound to win this order. Lee Kin-yoon said, It turned out to be so, but Manager Lee, don't you realize that your thoughts are contradictory? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. The project manager said, Manager Lee believes that the biggest problem that White Rabbit has the most difficult to compete with is the distance. They are a Bunhai company and are not well prepared here in Hangzhou. Lee Kin-yoon nodded and said yes. The project manager immediately replied, So don't the problems that exist in White Rabbit's company also exist in our own? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. The project manager took a look at Ziming and said boldly after seeing that Ziming had no reaction, Manager Lee, you said that the White Rabbit Company is not in Hangzhou, but their distributors have been operating in Hangzhou for at least half a century, otherwise we Hangzhou people can't eat their White Rabbit toffee. They are always inextricably linked in all aspects, and our Treasure Porridge Company is a company that has only been established for a few months. In addition, others are white. The Rabbit Company is at least a large food company with mature channels in all aspects, but we are only a cooked food company operating a treasure porridge. In comparison, we are far worse than the White Rabbit Company. I don't understand how Manager Lee can say the White Rabbit Company, which has an advantage over us, is not to be afraid of, said the project manager. I didn't say that before, I just said that the Supply and Marketing Cooperative is the biggest rival, and it is not that important compared to other companies in the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Lee Kiniyun said. But now we can't even solve the White Rabbit Company. How can we still place our opponent in the Supply and Marketing Agency? I can understand Manager Lee's determination to take this order, but first of all, let's be more realistic. Not even White Rabbit. They can't be compared. So I want to go to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Their project manager's words evoked other people's echoes. Yes, this meal has to be eaten one bite at a time, and you have to sell it step by step. Let's run away. Someone analyzed from another angle. Besides, the White Rabbit Company has no contact with the Supply and Marketing Cooperatives. If they fail, they will fail without any loss. The Supply and Marketing Cooperatives are our major customers. If we fail, not only will we lose an order, but we will also offend our customers. Listening to the objections of these company executives, Su-Han wanted to say something, but she first glanced at Ziming and saw that Ziming was still sitting there and there was nothing. If she wanted to express her attitude, she could bear it patiently. In the face of almost everyone's opposition, Lee Kiniyuan's brows frowned and tightened. Mr. Yi, I didn't mean what you said, and I didn't mean to skip the White Rabbit Company and directly confront the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. I also didn't mean it. I don't think that with this order issue, the Supply and Marketing Cooperatives will completely turn their faces with us, and our sales will be stagnated because of this bidding. Lee Kiniyuan desperately tried to explain, but other people did not listen to his explanation at all. Just talking, Mr. Lee. You are too reckless to do this. We still have a long way to go to do this. We should take this list together with the Supply and Marketing Agency. That's the most correct one. Ziming listened for a while. He waved everyone to be quiet and then said, from everyone's opinion, everyone does not seem to be so confident in this bidding. Ziming then turned his head to Zhao Jun. Mr. Zhao, you are an old man in the company. What do you think? Zhao Jun thought for a while and wanted to answer. Boss Zhao, I don't have any dislike for bidding. In fact, I wanted to bid at the beginning, but based on other analysis, I think we don't need to invest too much in this bidding. It would be better to do everything like White Rabbit and to do everything to do our fate. The comprehensive development of the company and the continued in-depth exploration of the market in Binjian province are our top priorities. Chapter 207. Muster the courage to fight. Miracle? Ziming, Su-Han and Lee Kiniyun are left in the huge 8 Treasure Kanji Company conference room. Because the bidding meeting is over at this time, Zhao Jun and other Hangzhou branch executives have left the conference room to work on their own affairs. Ziming only left Lee Kiniyuan down. At this time, Lee Kiniyuan was sitting there with his head down, frowning and pursing his lips, looking very depressed, but this is also normal. After all, he was opposed by one side at the bidding discussion meeting just now. Finally, the general manager Zhao Jun even said support the bidding, but also made it clear that too much resources should not be invested. To put it bluntly, it is to let him find a way alone, and the company will not participate too much. How can this situation not make Lee Kiniyun feel depressed? Manager Lee, you can say whatever you think, Ziming said to him. Lee Kiniyun shook his head and said that he didn't know what to say. Ziming had to ask in another way, now you are going to continue your project and compete for this order. No mistakes. No skipping. Facing Ziming's question, Lee Kiniyun was taken aback for a moment. His eyes initially dimmed, but when he saw Ziming's expression waiting for his answer, he immediately said firmly, "Of course I must continue. I will do my best to take it down. Because it was Boss Zhu that you took me into the food company, and you also rejected the crowd and put this order in my hands. I will not let down your expectations." Ziming nodded, said, "Confidence is good, but confidence alone is not enough. You must have seen the campaigners' situation through the meeting just now. Everyone does not support it. I am not good to be too arbitrary on this issue." "Yes, Boss Zhu, I can understand your difficulties. Although the amount of this case is large, it is not complicated. Even if I am alone, I can also complete it." Li Qinyuan said, "Manager Li is really hard for you." Ziming sighed and said to Li Qinyuan, "But please don't worry, Manager Li. Ziming and this 8 Treasure Porridge Company are your strong backing. No matter what difficulties you encounter, come to me. I will definitely support you. As long as you can win this list, you are the biggest hero of the Hangzhou branch, and you will be recognized by everyone as a marketing manager." Ziming's words made Li Qinyuan feel excited surging. "Thank you very much for Boss Zhao's support and encouragement. I will definitely succeed." Ziming finally patted Li Qinyuan on the shoulder to show encouragement, then got up and left the meeting room. Li Qinyuan sent Ziming out until Ziming sat down, got the car. "Manager Li, please go back. At present, whether it is for you, me or the company, this case of the shipping company is the most important." After leaving this sentence for Li Qinyuan, Ziming asked the to drive away from the lakeside building. Driving up the road along the lake, not far away is the rippling West Lake, and looking into the distance, you can see the famous broken bridge in the biography of the White Snake. It's just that Su-Han didn't have the mind to appreciate the beauty of this paradise on Earth at this time. Instead she raised her eyebrows. "Ziming, I really didn't expect that Zhao Jun was so courageous. He dared to do this in the conference room. It seems that the Binjian branch has to make some adjustments." Su-Han said, "Xion, what you said was that at the meeting just now, all the campaigners' senior executives were unanimously opposed to Li Qinyuan's matter. There are no mistakes and many words." Facing Ziming's question, Su-Han nodded and said yes. Ziming went on to say, "Actually I don't think this is a big deal, because everyone has everyone's leadership habits. There is nothing wrong with Zhao Jun who likes to unify opinions, as long as he doesn't have any other thoughts. But his biggest problem is it's because you have insufficient abilities and you can't make mistakes, but it's also very difficult to find opportunities to forge ahead." Su-Han's eyes circled, and he didn't understand what Ziming was talking about. Ziming laughed at this and explained to her. Said, "I mean the Binjian branch is indeed going to be adjusted here, but at least it has to wait until Li Qinyuan completes this case." Su-Han then understood what Ziming meant, but she was also puzzled. "Ziming, what do you think? Can Li Qinyuan take this order alone? If he can do it, it would be a miracle. Let him replace Zhao Jun. I don't think anyone will say anything." Ziming smiled happily. He leaned against the backrest with his hands and said, "I have created so many miracles myself, so now the person under my hand can help me create 1 or 2 miracles. Right? There are no mistakes and many words, and Li Qinyuan is a man himself. I can see the person who can perform miracles. So I think we can go back and drink the Westlake Longjing, waiting for him to bring us the good news of victory." If someone else said this in front of Su-Han, she must have sneered, but it was Ziming who said this now, and her eyes were full of firm belief. At the same time, Li Qinyuan also returned to his office. He left the folder he held in the meeting on his desk casually. It is not known whether fate deliberately opposed him or something. The folder suddenly fell apart. The documents inside all slipped out. Li Qinyuan looked at the documents, thinking of the future that he would win this tens of millions of orders on his own, and he felt helpless. But then, Li Qinyuan took a deep breath, thinking of the encouragement Ziming had said to him, and the miracles he had learned about Ziming's journey along the way. A cannery that has gone bankrupt, Boss Zhu can turn him into a large national enterprise. So far, he has sold more than 100 million cans of a treasure porridge, and he has made more than tens of millions of dollars. Now, if I don't even have the ability to carry tens of millions of orders on my own, what qualifications do I have to stay under the hands of Boss Zhu? Why can I make Boss Zhu trust me so much? This thought filled Li Qinyuan's heart and made him full of strength. He flipped through the documents, found a few of them, and spread them out on the other side of the table. These documents are the bidding documents of the shipping company and the information of the 4 bidding companies. Li Qinyuan's eyes kept moving back and forth over these documents. And after an unknown period of time, Li Qinyuan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately turned and left the office and walked towards the office of General Manager Zhao Jun. "Excuse me, Manager Li, Mr. Zhao is in a meeting now. Please, Manager Li, what are you doing?" The secretary at the door stopped Li Qinyuan, but Li Qinyuan didn't pay any attention at all. He walked in and opened the door, bypassing the secretary. He walked into Zhao Jun's office. Zhao Jun and the 2 vice presidents of the company were sitting on the sofa at this time, and Li Qinyuan pushed the door in, and they all turned to look at him. "Mr. Zhao is very sorry, I have already told Manager Li that you are in a meeting, but he is about to break in." There. Female secretary hurriedly wanted to explain, but Zhao Jun waved her hand and told her to stop talking. Going out first, Zhao Jun looked up at Li Qinyuan and asked, "Mr. Li came to me in such a hurry. Is there anything important?" Nothing was wrong and no words were skipped. "It's about the shipping company bidding," Li Qinyuan said. "Now that the boss of this case has been handed over to me, I have also thought of a good way to compete, but I need a budget." It turns out that Manager Li came to ask for money. "That's right," Zhao Jun said with a light smile. "I know about Manager Li. You should go back first. I have another meeting here. After this meeting, I will consider your budget." Li Qinyuan stood there with a serious expression and did not leave. "Mr. Zhao, it has been less than a week since the bidding meeting, and there is not much time left for us to prepare. Therefore, every task is a race against time. So please Mr. Zhao, you can pay more attention to it." Zhao Jun immediately scowled. "Manager Li, this is the Babaukanji company, not your baby smile company, and it is not only your Li Qinyuan's business, but ours." Li Qinyuan froze for a moment and then said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao, I may be a little anxious just now, but this time the shipping company's case is a large order of tens of millions. I need a certain budget for activities. Please also Zhao, you can understand it. And I am also the marketing manager appointed by Boss Zhu. I have the power to control a certain amount of budget." Zhao Jun smiled disdainfully. "Manager Li, don't use Boss Zhu to scare me, and I don't." "What you mean is stuck. Don't always think that we have to deal with you. You don't have persecution delusions. We are not so bored. Let's talk about how much you want first. Right? There are many words that are correct." Li Qinyuan raised 3 fingers. "At least 30,000. 30,000? Manager Li, are you kidding me? We are a branch of the A Treasure Porridge, not a bank. Did you know that our budget for the entire month was only 100,000? Now you speak it costs 30,000. So you really dare to open this mouth?" Zhao Jun said. "Mr. Zhao is not the same as usual. The shipping company's list is a hard battle we have to win, so the required budget will be slightly higher." Before Li Qinyuan finished speaking, Zhao Jun shook his head and interrupted him. 30,000 is impossible. Manager Li didn't mean to embarrass you. I know that you are under a lot of pressure to carry such a big order. But you have to understand our difficulties. We are just a newly established branch. Up to now, in less than half a year, there are a lot of businesses that need to be rolled out, and all aspects of the budget are not enough. You now need 30,000 yuan. Tell me you are not joking? Zhao Jun thought about it and added, "Of course, if you don't believe Manager Li, you can go back and ask the propaganda department to see how much money he has spent on propaganda and promotion until now." "That's fine, 20,000 yuan is fine," Li Qinyuan said. Zhao Jun still shook his head. 20,000 is impossible. I can tell you the maximum is 8,000. If you want, I can approve you now. Don't ask you to leave. Of course, you can also go to Boss Zhu to complain. Li Qinyuan bite. He hesitated, and finally nodded and said, "Okay, 8,000 is 8,000. I want it now." Zhao Jun immediately approved a note to Li Qinyuan, "Manager Li, you can go to the finance and get the money. I hope this 8,000 will allow you to bring us a miracle back." Li Qinyuan took the note. "Don't worry, Mr. Zhao, I will definitely." Chapter 208 is ready. Okay? In the afternoon, Li Qinyuan took it from the finance department. The 8,000 funded activity fund returned home, and his wife Zhuo Huizhen couldn't help but ask, "Is this the Treasure Porridge Company issuing a share dividend?" "So much money?" Zhuo Huizhen stretched out his hand to go take it, but Li Qinyuan immediately collected the money. "Don't mess around, this is the activity budget I got from the company, and it's for business." "What activity budget?" "Qinyuan, don't tell me this. You used it to do the bidding project of the shipping company. Your company is too stingy, right? There are no mistakes in many words. The order is also worth tens of millions. How can you only give a budget of 8,000? So little. What can money do? Isn't your company cheating you?" "Nothing is wrong. No words," Zhuo Huizhen complained, obviously very dissatisfied with such a small amount of money. "What can be done about this?" "The company's current situation is not good. Everyone is not optimistic about winning this project, so they are unwilling to spend more budget." Li Qinyuan sighed. Zhuo Huizhen is still dissatisfied. "Qinyuan, didn't you say that Boss Ziming is a very discerning person? How come he is so stingy? A list of tens of millions is even a woman who knows that it is important, and it must be done. Why did he, the big boss of the Treasure Porridge, refuse to pay? He doesn't look so good at all." Li Qinyuan immediately covered Zhuo Huizhen's mouth. "Shut up. I'll take it." This budget was not told to Boss Zhu at all. "I discussed it with the general manager." Regarding this answer, Zhuo Huizhen was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly thought of something cautiously. "Qinyuan, are the people in the company not supporting you? They all made trouble against you, making it difficult for Boss Zhu to do it." Li Qinyuan was silent, shook his head and said, "I can't say that they are not. After all, I became a marketing manager when such a newcomer came in, and I had to go through such a big list. They, who have laid the foundation of the branch, gave me opinions. Difficulties are also normal." Li Qinyuan then firmly said, "But the more they do this, the more I have to make achievements to show them, slap their faces fiercely with facts, and tell them no matter how difficult things are, it's all possible. Only in this way, I will live up to the expectations of Boss Zhu." On the second day, Li Qinyuan had a busy day to complete the project plan, and on the third day it was handed over to Ziming. In the tea house box on the south bank of West Lake, Ziming opened the project plan that Li Qinyuan spent a day to make. Looking at the dense text list above, Ziming sighed and said, "Manager Li, can do this project plan today. It's really hard for you to come out." "It's okay, Boss Zhu. After all, money is more important. A 10 million bill can make me so excited that I can't sleep just thinking about it," Li Qinyuan said with a grin. Although his eyes were covered with bloodshot eyes and heavy dark circles, he looked very energetic. "And to be honest, making this plan is just a bit cumbersome and not difficult. Compared with the plan itself, I think how to carry out the subsequent layout is the most important." Li Qinyuan went on to say, "Boss Zhu, according to this time I think we still have a great opportunity for the bidding process and the situation of several other bidding companies. Especially this time the bidding is based on the data price given by each bidding company's plan and the company's corresponding qualifications. The two companies with the highest scores will enter the second round of bidding as long as the first place does not exceed the second place by more than 10 points. Under such a bidding process, Boss Zhu, I think we are completely you can talk to." Before Li Qinyuan's words were finished, Ziming interrupted him and said, "Don't tell me what you are doing, Manager Li. I only look at your results." "I understand." Li Qinyuan nodded silently, and Ziming said to him again, "Manager Li, I still said that you can do it whatever you want. No matter what, I and the Treasure Kanji Company will be you strong backing. If your arrangement before the bidding lacks activity funds, The company's funds are insufficient. I can privately fund you. After all, you call me the boss. I always have to behave like a boss." Lee Kin-yoon shook his head and said, "Thank you very much, Boss Zhu, but it's not useful at the moment. I don't think it will cost too much money as long as I operate it well." "Very well, since Manager Lee said that, I will choose to believe you." As Ziming was talking, he tore off 3 pages from the calendar next to him, and opened the 3-page calendar on the table, saying, "Now there are 3 days before the bidding meeting. I am looking forward to your next 3 days' performance." Looking at the 3 calendars on the table, Lee Kin-yoon said firmly, "Boss Zhu, please rest assured, I will give you the best answer in 3 days." Time is like a gust of wind. As soon as Ming's hand let go, it was blown away in 3 days. 3 days later, Lee Kin-yoon came to the Maritime Building, and the shipping company's bidding meeting will be held here today. As long as nothing unexpected happens today, I can win this project and let everyone witness this miracle. Lee Kin-yoon silently cheered himself up like this in his heart. "Manager Lee, it's very close to the time of the bidding meeting. Shall we go in first?" Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. A crisp question rang in Lee Kin-yoon's ear. It was the secretary of the company office who arranged to come together to participate in the bidding meeting this time. Along with her, there were several people from the marketing department and the finance department of the public relations department. In fact, it can be seen from this arrangement that although Zhao Jun and the others have absolutely no hope for Lee Kin-yoon's bid, these bid arrangements are still in place. In any case, Lee Kin-yoon's visit today represents the face of the 8 Treasure Kanji Company. Lee Kin-yoon nodded to the female secretary, and then walked into the Maritime Building. The tender meeting was held in the lobby on the 2nd floor. Lee Kin-yoon found the area where the 8 Treasure Kanji Company was located and sat down. "This is the 8 Treasure Kanji Company, why didn't Mr. Zhao come here?" Lee Kin-yoon just sat down and heard someone ask from the side. Lee Kin-yoon turned his head when he heard the sound, and saw that it was a middle-aged man in his 50s. Nyenran stood there and looked here in confusion. This person, Lee Kin-yoon knew him. He was his biggest competitor at this tender meeting, Liu Feng, the general manager of the Hangzhou City Supply and Marketing Cooperative. I meditated on the information of Liu Feng I learned, and smiled on his face. "Hello, Mr. Liu. I am glad to meet you. I am the marketing manager of the 8 Treasure Kanji Company. My name is Lee Kin-yoon. Mr. Zhao has other things temporarily, so today I was asked to come over to participate in this bidding meeting, and this time the shipping company's bidding is all my responsibility." "That's a shame." "I'm still going to talk to him about the 8 treasure porridge after the bidding meeting is over. As for cooperation, after all, you also know that your 8 treasure porridge still has a great advantage in storage," Liu Feng said regretfully. Although Lee Kin-yoon, Zhao Jun, and almost all the senior executives of the entire Babao Kanji Company had a disagreement on the issue of tendering, and even made trouble in front of Ziming, this was limited to within the company, and no one spread the news. Therefore, Liu Feng didn't know that he had changed his mind. He just thought it was still the same as Zhao Jun had planned. He would cooperate to get the project, and in the end he would just give him a list of 1 or 200,000. "Thank you very much for Mr. Liu's kindness. I also think that our 8 Treasure Kanji Company and Gui Supply and Marketing Cooperative also have a very broad space for cooperation in many aspects." Lee Kin-yoon's words are completely innocent, making Liu Feng a little inexplicable. "Isn't the Supply and Marketing Cooperative and the 8 Treasure Kanji Company always a cooperative relationship? So what else do you say there is a broad space for cooperation?" Liu Feng looked at Lee Kin-yoon suspiciously, and suddenly he thought of a possibility. "Manager Lee, don't you want to compete with us for the shipping company project, do you?" There are no mistakes and many words. Lee Kin-yoon still has a smile on his face. "Mr. Liu, in a sense, as long as we are in the market, there will be competition. Therefore, Mr. Zhao will insist on participating in this tender." Liu Feng laughed loudly. "Manager Lee, you are really naive. I think you should continue to follow the strategy set by your manager Zhao and go to the tender meeting for a cut scene, so that we will be partners in the future. and I can when nothing happens, according to what I said before, giving you an order of 100,000. I think this is very good for you. Thank you very much for Mr. Liu's kindness, but I still hope that I can keep things under control. I own it. Li Qinyuan said. Then you are going to fight with us to the end? Do you think you have a chance? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Liu Feng asked meaningfully. Li Qinyuan spread his hands and said, how do you know these things without trying? Liu Feng reluctantly shook his head and said, people nowadays think that if they have made a little achievement, they don't know that the sky is high and the earth is thick, thinking that they can bear everything. Now, Manager Li, in terms of the relationship between me and Mr. Zhao, I would like to give you a piece of advice. Some things should be done according to the guidelines set by the leader. Don't be too self-proclaimed. There is no benefit. Thank you very much. I will remember Mr. Liu's advice. Li Qinyuan said. Seeing Li Qinyuan's humbly accepting but unrepentant look, Liu Feng snorted and turned and left the area towards the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. The area where the Supply and Marketing Cooperative is located is in the middle of the front, and that position is the best. More than 20 people from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative have almost all sat in the good positions in front of them. This is the position between them and the shipping company caused by the relationship. The relationship is good. What's the use of being able to sit in a good position? The key is to win the bidding and win the order. Li Qinyuan said this in his heart. Subsequently, the CEOs of the White Rabbit Company, Westlake Food Company and New Wave Food Company all walked into the bidding meeting one by one. Compared with the Supply and Marketing Cooperatives and the 8 Treasure Kanji Company, the areas they arranged were relatively backward, but even if it was in this way, the bosses of these companies, like Liu Feng, took the initiative to greet Li Qinyuan. However, unlike Liu Feng, these people have a friendly attitude and do not have that kind of superior posture. As the general manager of the shipping company and others came to power, the bidding meeting was about to begin. Li Qinyuan also clenched his fists. I am ready, just wait. I will tell you what is real commercial competition. Chapter 209, Price Game? A short and chubby middle-aged man walked onto the podium. This is Wang Ping, the general manager of the shipping company, and the host of today's bidding meeting. As he takes the stage, there was also warm applause from the audience. Wang Ping raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and then he said, welcome everyone to the bidding meeting of Benjian Provincial Shipping Company. I am Wang Ping, the general manager of the shipping company. As the country's reform and opening up process continues to deepen, our shipping company we also need to constantly change ourselves and work hard to make progress. That's why we organized this bidding event to better adapt to this marketization process. After this opening remarks, there was applause from the audience again, and then Wang Ping announcing the start of the bidding process. Wang Ping first introduced the 5 companies separately, and then the staff on the scene brought 5 craft paper bags. All the bids of the 5 companies are here. For the principle of fairness, all the bids are placed in the same document bag in an anonymous form, so that the fairness of the review of the bids can be ensured to the greatest extent. Wang Ping then he said, this time the bidding is based on a comprehensive scoring form. He will score points according to the comprehensive analysis of the product list parameters submitted by each company. Finally, the price will be quoted on the spot to calculate the price points. The bidding uses scores. The final judgment is made in the form of addition, and the calculation method of the scoring has been written in the bidding announcement. In order to save time, the scene will not be repeated. At this point, Wang Ping paused, and the staff next to him was very sensible. Putting on the craft paper bag, Wang Ping took the craft paper bag. Now that each company bid and the corresponding score are in my hands, I will announce the score of each company for everyone. While talking, Wang Ping opened the first craft paper bag. This is the tender of the 8 Treasure Kanji Company. His parameters add up to 76 points. Then this is the tender of the Hangzhou City Supply and Marketing Cooperative. His parameters the scores add up to 80 points. Then the bidding documents of Westlake Food Company. and their various parameter scores add up to 72 points. This is White Rabbit Food Company. As the general manager of the shipping company, Wang Ping is just pure. I directly read out the bidding company and their corresponding scores, and did not add any embellishment like other hosts. At the audience and in, at the area of at the cooperative and marketing and supplies at the area of at the 8 treasure kanji company were the next to the each other. Listening to the after the Ping Wang's score, Liu Feng, at the general manager of marketing and supplies at the cooperative, turned around and said, Manager Li has taken over. It seems although your campaign is a treasure porridge business is doing very well, it still lacks a lot in other aspects. Li Qinyuan was surprised. Mr. Liu is a bit early to say this, right? There are many words and bidding is not just started now, right? Liu Feng smiled and said, just started? Manager Li, are you still not awake? Even the scores have already come out. You can still say that it is just the beginning. I really don't understand where your courage and confidence come from. Or say you still have some unrealistic fantasy. Li Qinyuan shrugged needlessly and said, isn't the price score still available? This time the bidding is based on the various parameters plus the price points of the on-site quotation, plus, why don't I have a chance? It seems that Manager Li has prepared a very low price, but this is of no use, Liu Feng said regretfully. I think Manager Li has not read the bidding rules, right? There are no mistakes in many words. This time the bidding is indeed based on the various parameters of the bidding document plus the price points of the on-site quotation. But do you know how this price point is calculated? It is not your low price score, it must be high. But the quotations of other companies are integrated to calculate the score. In short, even if Manager Li prepares a lower price than mine, but the prices of other companies are also very low, your price reflects if there is no advantage, then the score will not be very high, unless Manager Li is ready to sell at a loss for this project. But if that is the case, I think even if Manager Li wants to fight to the death, but your big boss of 8 treasure kanji will not agree? There are many words without mistakes, Liu Feng said. That's hard to say, maybe there will be unexpected surprises, Li Qinyuan said. These words made Liu Feng's heart jump suddenly. He looked at Li Qinyuan hesitantly and wanted to wait for Li Qinyuan's next statement, but Li Qinyuan did not intend to continue speaking. Liu Feng hated it. But he was helpless. He could not help but guess from the bottom of his heart that Li Qinyuan really prepared a very outrageous price. But this is impossible. If the 8 treasure porridge is a state-owned enterprise, it can still be understood that it is the loss of public money anyway. But the 8 treasure porridge is a private enterprise, and it will be killed. I heard that someone did it, but it is impossible to work at a loss. Someone does it? Suddenly Liu Feng thought of a possibility. Because the price scoring is performed by a comprehensive algorithm, if everyone's scores are more average, then naturally there will be no surprises. But if some companies artificially expand the price range to make 8 treasure porridge, what about the campaign's price advantage? This thought surprised Liu Feng, but then he shook his head and threw the thought out of his mind. Because how could it be possible? Li Qinyuan is not the protagonist of the story. How could he have this ability? It can be imagined that he thought so, but with the emergence of this idea, Liu Feng felt more and more worried. Next is the scoring stage of the on-site price. In order to ensure the fairness and confidentiality of the price, the representatives of the companies participating in the bidding are asked to write down your respective prices and put them in an anonymous envelope marked with a code in front of you, and hand it in the hands of our on-site staff. The evaluation team of our company will finally make on-site scoring. Wang Ping introduced the process above, and representatives of various companies, including Li Qinyuan and Liu Feng, wrote the prices according to the requirements, put it in an envelope and submit it. After some intense judgment, Wang Ping got the result. First of all, the Hangzhou City Supply and Marketing Co., Limited. His price points are 10 points. Plus 80 points for the previous parameters, and the total score is 90 points. This result gave way. There is an uproar next, because even though such a score does not have a perfect score, according to the bidding rules and the scoring habits of the scoring group, Even the most perfect solution and price are probably around 100 points. Then the supply and marketing cooperative's A score of 90 is already a very high score. There was a flashing spotlight at the scene, and all the cameras were aimed at the area where the supply and marketing agency was located, and Liu Feng himself was enjoying it all with pride. For everyone at this moment, this Hangzhou City Supply and Marketing Cooperative is worthy of being the largest and most comprehensive supply company in Binjian Province, and an old partner of the shipping company. It understands what the shipping company needs most. It seems that this order is for him. Taken it. But even when the media at the scene, Liu Feng himself, and even Wang Ping, general manager of the shipping company, thought so, the situation immediately changed. Wang Ping and then opened the second envelope. This is the Westlake Food Company. His third of the price points are the parameters of the previous points plus 72 points out of 75 points. If just supply and marketing cooperatives ratings, if he came out to cause an uproar in the audience, then the score of the Westlake Food Company at this time was so that everyone in the audience was stunned, and even Wang Ping paused when he was reading. Of course, it does not mean how good Westlake's rating is. On the contrary, it says that Westlake's rating is very poor, especially in terms of price points. The supply and marketing cooperative is 10 points, and the Westlake Company now only has 3 points. According to the scoring standard of this bidding meeting, this means that he quoted a very high price. But how is this possible? Westlake's original score on various parameters was not high. It stands to reason that he has to fight for an advantage in price points, but now he actually reported a very high price point, which was flatly lowered. Your own score, what is this going to do? While Westlake's score made everyone confused, Liu Feng, the general manager of the supply and marketing cooperative's eyes widened, because as Westlake's score came out, his worry became stronger and stronger. Wang Ping then opened 2 more envelopes, namely New Wave Food Company and White Rabbit Food Company. Their price points are the same as those of Westlake Company, which are 3 cents. Even White Rabbit's price is as low as 2 cents. This result means that they also quoted a very high price. This result stunned everyone on the scene, but they also faintly felt something. The last envelope that was opened was undoubtedly the 8 Treasure Kanji Company. Wang Ping said, the price point of the 8 Treasure Kanji Company is 15 points, plus 76 points for various parameters, and the total score is 91 points. This result immediately detonated the atmosphere of the scene, and everyone in the audience exclaimed, because the result of this result means that the 8 Treasure Porridge is welcome. Although it is only 1 point ahead of the supply and marketing agency, the lead is the lead. According to the bidding meeting the process, this order is from the 8 Treasure Kanji Company. Cheating? This is cheating. The 8 Treasure Kanji Company used very despicable means. Liu Feng stood up and pointed at Li Qinyuan in a loud protest. In fact, everyone knew what Liu Feng said about how the 8 Treasure Kanji Company won the bidding. Didn't it mean that they reached some kind of agreement with other companies and made them quote very outrageous prices, which flattened the price range, and made the Babao Kanji company's low prices very advantageous, thus obtaining the highest price points? To a certain extent, the practice of the 8 Treasure Kanji Company is indeed very disgraceful. It used means, but the market is like a battlefield. What are the tricks for victory? As long as it is not illegal. Faced with Liu Feng's accusation, Li Qinyuan looked up calmly and said, Mr. Liu, if you want to speak with evidence, how can you prove that I used some despicable means? Li Qinyuan's words stunned everyone. Indeed, I am afraid that today's matter was only finalized in private by the heads of several companies who would admit this matter. What if you admit it? It is also normal for shopping malls to give up their interests for some reasons, but this normal thing is to besiege the supply and marketing cooperatives, but there is no way. Who makes you not alert? However, no matter how Liu Feng and Li Qinyuan argue, the final decision is still with the shipping company. Wang Ping announced, I announce that the winner of this tender is the Babaukanji Company. Chapter 210 Don't think you won? Congratulations to the 8 Treasure Porridge Company for winning the bidding meeting of the shipping company and the 10 million level order. As the head of the 8 Treasure Porridge Company this time, Mr. Lee must have been under a lot of pressure. I know that supply and marketing cooperatives have always been partners of shipping companies. They not only know the needs of shipping companies best, but are also the most fully prepared for this tender. Then this time they can defeat the supply and marketing cooperatives. May I ask Manager Lee, how did you prepare, and what kind of confidence did you give yourself? As Lee Kiniyun walked down from the stage holding the tens of millions of signs representing orders, the reporters gathered below crowded around. You asked Lee Kiniyun every word and the camera kept clicking and catching. In the image of Lee Kiniyun, all the cameras were the area up and left the picture of the marketing and supply cooperative, and came to Kiniyun of Lee. Facing all the reporters' questions, Lee Kiniyun smiled. In fact, in the face of such a big competitor of the supply and marketing cooperative, there must be pressure. After all, the supply and marketing cooperative has always been a cooperative relationship with the shipping company. It must be better than us. We are at a disadvantage in comparison with them in all aspects, and we are lucky to beat them in the end. At this point, Lee Kiniyun turned to the front and said, but when there is pressure, there is motivation. What I have to do is to adjust my mentality. First of all, I would like to thank Boss Z from the Babaukanji headquarters. He has always supported me in taking this order, and I have been clenching my teeth until now. I believe there will be miracles, and now it seems that our luck is pretty good. But the 8 Treasure Kanji Company is not a comprehensive food supply and marketing company. How can the 8 Treasure Kanji Company guarantee the performance of the contract? Another reporter asked. Indeed, compared with the supply and marketing cooperatives, we have a great disadvantage in terms of food comprehensiveness, but we are not unable to provide them. Lee Kiniyun explained, because everyone knows that we make 8 treasure porridge, and we also do it. Food, then we will have a cooperative relationship with many large farms. As long as our company's business is adjusted, this cooperative relationship can be further deepened and expanded. Lee Kiniyun also said, you can also find other companies to cooperate and complete this order by way of business cooperation. In short, our company has thought about a lot of plans for this order, and there is no problem that we can't solve. This is also our bidding document. In terms of the scores of various parameters, we can firmly hold on to the important reasons for the supply and marketing cooperatives. It is speculated that the 8 Treasure Kanji Company has reached a bidding agreement with Baitu, Westlake and New Wave before the bidding. At the bidding meeting, the supply and marketing cooperatives were jointly targeted. What do you think of this issue, Manager Lee? Another reporter asked. This question is very tricky. It is difficult to answer because it involves the dark side, but Lee Kiniyun has no stage fright, and directly replied, I don't think this question exists. About me and the other 3 companies must have been in contact before bidding. Yes, after all, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy is the only way to achieve 100 battles, but I believe that any decision they make is also for their own company's considerations, and it cannot be for our 8 Treasure Kanji Company. Lee Kiniyuan's answer is reserved, because some things no one can say it's bad if you can't keep it secret. You can only say that to leave room for yourself. Well, comrades reporters, we will have to discuss the details of the contract with the shipping company next. We will leave the company first. When the contract is officially signed next time, we will definitely hold a press conference. Then I will give you one by one, answer all the questions. Lee Kiniyun said that he was about to leave, but at this moment, Liu Feng, the general manager of the supply and marketing agency, suddenly pushed aside the crowd and came to Lee Kiniyun angrily. Regarding this situation, Lee Kiniyun was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled and said first, I'm sorry, Mr. Liu, today's situation is also a coincidence and an accident. I hope Mr. Liu Heihan will not affect our cooperative relationship. We will pay for it in the future. It can be the best partner. Lee Kiniyuan's words were very humble, but Liu Feng still gritted his teeth. He glared at Li Qinyuan and nodded fiercely. He gritted his teeth and said 3 good times, "Li Qinyuan, you are doing very well, but don't think you just won like this. I tell you that I will not be afraid of you with such despicable means. You will wait for me, and I will tell you with facts that you are too young." After leaving this sentence, Liu Feng turned to leave, but his warning was detonated raging fire of gossip. These correspondents, some of them went to Liu Feng actually going to ask what the facts tell Li King far too young. Some continued to interview Li Qinyuan, asking him what he thought of Liu Feng's warning. "I have lost such a large order, and this order is still determined by the supply and marketing cooperatives. I think Mr. Liu's emotions must be very ups and downs. Under this emotional ups and downs, he will say something that is too impulsive. I can understand it, because if it's me, I don't think I will do better than him. So I think everyone shouldn't be too harsh." Li Qinyuan explained this again. No matter what the reporter asked, he left here without answering. He followed the staff to another room and discussed the contract with the general manager of the shipping company before leaving the maritime building. Li Qinyuan did not know that all reporters gave him a very high evaluation of his performance at the bidding meeting. He is neither overbearing nor overbearing, and can create such a miracle under such adversity to win the bidding meeting. In the future, he will definitely be a business wizard who shocked the country. This is what an old economic reporter said when he talked about Li Qinyuan on the spot. But the business prodigy in the reporter's mouth did not return to the Babakanji company immediately after leaving the maritime building. Instead, he came to a nearby tea house and pushed opening the door of the box. Ziming and Suhan were sitting here. Seeing Li Qinyuan coming in, Ziming first said, "Congratulations to Manager Li for winning today's bidding meeting." Li Qinyuan respectfully came to Ziming and said, "Boss Zhu, I won the bidding meeting without humiliation. This is a very happy thing. Manager Li, don't stand, sit down first." Ziming gestured to Li Qinyuan to sit down, and then said, "Manager Li has done a lot of preparations for this bidding meeting." Manager Li used the bidding scoring rules to discuss with the heads of the other 3 companies and persuade them to support themselves. This is a very smart and very hard work. Ziming said this from the heart. First of all, this is a clever approach. Needless to say, it is impossible not to be clever to win the bidding meeting in such a disadvantaged situation, but at the same time, this idea once implementation must be very hard. Convincing 3 companies that have nothing to do with them, let them give up the bidding and give their full support. This idea is impossible to think about, because they have no reason to help, even if they are sane. Knowing that I don't have any hope, but in the bottom of my heart, there will always be some illusions, and I don't want to be others' pawns. So now it only took Li Qinyuan 3 days to persuade the heads of these 3 companies. This seems very simple, but the difficulties and hardships involved are probably only known to him. If nothing else, just it can be seen from Li Qinyuan's bloodshot eyes that day. Although Zhu Ming's words were not even encouraging, he was very moved by Li Qinyuan's ears. Li Qinyuan shook his head and said, "It's okay, as long as you can win this bidding, it's more important than anything else." Ziming nodded, "Yes, winning this project is the most important thing, but I think we still don't let our guard down." These words made Li Qinyuan's heart startled. "Boss Zhu, what are the variables in this tender?" Then Li Qinyuan thought of what Liu Feng, the general manager of the supply and marketing cooperative at the bidding meeting, said before. Is there any other means by the supply and marketing cooperative? For this project, the supply and marketing cooperative is inevitable. How can they be possible? Will they give up easily? They were caught off guard by you during the bidding, and won you without any preparation, but they certainly won't just recognize it. Ziming said. Li Qinyuan nodded his approval, because even if it was him, he would not admit defeat before the results came out, let alone the supply and marketing cooperatives. They must pay more attention to this tender than themselves. Now they have lost the tender meeting. It must be irritated. Perhaps according to the procedure, the bidding results have come out, but many things are not finished like this, especially when there is a relationship. There is still a lot of room for operation. Boss Zhu, What do you think they will do? Lee Kiniyuan asked. Regarding Lee Kiniyuan's question, Ziming did not answer, but encouraged him. Okay, don't think about it. You can win this bidding meeting. Manager Lee, you have proven yourself and slapped everyone with facts. A slap in the face. Now you go back and have a good rest. We can't predict what the supply and marketing cooperative will do. Maybe they can't help it. After all, the bidding results have already come out. Seeing that Lee Kiniyuan was still a little worried, Ziming went on to say, Manager Lee, don't forget that you will become the leader of the 8 Treasure Kanji in the future. It's not okay to be so worried. No matter what the Supply and Marketing Society does, we have the ability to solve it, like it's the same as the previous tender, isn't it? This sentence made Lee Kiniyuan suddenly enlightened. Yes, if you want to become a leader, you can't just do things, and you have to be able to handle the pressure at all times. If you worry all day, you have not waited for the opponent to make a move. Your body may collapse first. But although this truth is simple, everyone knows it, but there is no one who can really do it. Lee Kiniyuan immediately admired Ziming even more. Don't look at himself having completed these tasks, but he is still far behind Ziming. Thinking about this, Lee Kiniyuan stood up and bowed deeply to Ziming. Boss Zhu, I understand. I will adjust my state until I completely take down this project. Ziming nodded. I believe you, Manager Lee, you can do it with this ability. Chapter 211, Do More Preparations? Ziming, your vision is really amazing. This Lee Kiniyuan is really capable. I didn't expect such an impossible thing to be returned. He really did it. Suhan said with emotion. At this time Lee Kiniyuan had already left the tea house, and only Ziming and Suhan were left here. Ziming could only smile meaninglessly at Suhan's feelings, because Lee Kiniyuan, who would stand at the top of the country's wealth in the future, as such a business-minded and lucky person, it is impossible to solve this problem, even if it is a problem. Others seem to be ascended to the sky. It's just that the shipping company will really change the results of the bidding. I know that General Manager Wang Ping, he is a staunch reformer, so this bidding will be held, which is the first step to change the shipping company. I think he shouldn't personally overthrow the route he has set. Suhan guessed. Wang Ping, I believe he can do it, but can you guarantee that other people in the shipping company will have the same idea? Xion, have you forgotten that when we had a meeting at the 8 Treasure Kanji to discuss whether to strive for bidding, Zhao Jun and other company executives collectively, are there any objections? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Ziming's words reminded Suhan that Shantoism is very popular everywhere. After all, everyone wants to defend their cakes, and they don't want others to come over and get involved. The 8 Treasure Kanji Company is still a private enterprise that Ziming can decide with one word. Zhao Jun and others can do this. The shipping company is currently a state-owned enterprise. Given the situation within the system, this situation will certainly only become more serious. Then, as the new general manager of the shipping company, he wants to invite tenders, probably because he wants to break the company's inherent circle and form a new circle centered on him. And the emergence of a new thing will inevitably come at the cost of the decline and death of the old thing. This is something that is included in the junior high school political textbook. The officials of the shipping company also understand that they will inevitably resist, and this time the tender, most likely the center of their confrontation. If the tender result is a supply and marketing cooperative, then there is nothing to say. The Supply and Marketing Cooperative was originally an old partner of the shipping company, and has inextricably linked up and down with the company, but now the 8 Treasure Kanji Company suddenly came out, destroying the peace. With a stable environment, then Wang Ping and others will naturally have to compete on this matter. Wang Ping wants to follow the results of the bidding, but other people are in line with the principle of giving Wang Ping a bit of prestige. At the same time, they must maintain the previous situation and help the supply and marketing cooperatives to fight for it. As for the results of the bidding, the money is in their hands, and who is the order, isn't it all up to them? So Ziming, are you going to make a move? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Suhan asked. Ziming sighed and said, if I can, I really don't plan to make a move, so I will let Lee Kiniyuan do it all. But at the same time, We have to make two-handed preparations. After all, I am also a financial fan. Go. I will feel heartache. Ziming picked up the mobile phone placed on the table and dialed a number. Master Du, there is a 10 million business in Hangzhou. I wonder if you are interested. Here Ziming and Suhan are preparing like this, and the Li Qinyun also returned to the 8 Treasure Kanji Company. Zhao Jun took other senior executives of the company to greet him at the door. When Li Qinyun came in, Zhao Jun took the lead and said, "Welcome Manager Li to come back. 8 Treasure Kanji Company, if we can agree to this tender, Manager Li is our greatest hero." After talking, Zhao Jun took the lead and applauded. Although it is inevitable that there will be hills in the 8 Treasure Kanji Company, it is a private company after all, and it has only recently been established. Most of them tend to make achievements, not so serious. Zhao Jun and the others were very happy. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement. To excitement smiles, Li Qinyun also piled up a smile, but his smile can still be distinguished from the worry hidden behind the smile as long as he looks carefully. Thank you very much. In fact, this time I can win the bidding meeting. I also want to thank you for your support behind the scenes. Just like the first 15th moon, this time the military medal is half of mine and half of everyone. Li Qinyuan's words made everyone cheer even more, and they all praised Li Qinyuan's modesty. Only Zhao Jun could see. So the welcome party ended quickly. Zhao Jun and Li Qinyuan came to his office. Zhao Jun took the initiative to pour a glass of water to Li Qinyun, and Li Qinyun thanked him. Manager Li, this time you can win the shipping company's order. If it weren't for your persistence, I'm afraid there would be no such miracle. For this reason, I want to apologize to you for my previous opposition. After some opening remarks, Zhao Jun just entered the topic. But Manager Li just saw that you seemed to have something on your mind. He seemed a little absent-minded in his praise to everyone. Is it because there have been too many things recently? The mental condition is a bit bad, or something went wrong? What? I am very worried about our order. Li Qinyun said. It turns out that you, Manager Li, were worried about the order this time. But haven't all the results of the bidding come out now? It is Manager Li that you have won. What else is there to worry about? Zhao Jun was a little surprised. The result is already out, but we haven't signed the contract yet. Everything is possible before the money is available. So Mr. Zhao, I think we need to make some other preparations. Li Qinyun said. However, Zhao Jun waved his hand needlessly. Is it true that Manager Li was worried about the shipping company going back? I think that Manager Li's worries are superfluous. How do you say that the shipping company is also one of the largest shipping companies in the province and even the entire Yangtze River Delta? Very reputable. This time the bidding will be conducted in front of such multimedia. How can he go back casually? Mr. Zhao, first of all, the relationship between supply and marketing cooperatives and shipping companies is too close. The next project is bound to win. They will definitely not give up. They will definitely find the relationship with the shipping company to operate more activities. Isn't it the shipping company who has the final say in the bidding? All the money has not been imported. Before the bag is not counted, we must do more preparation. Li Qinyun said. Zhao Jun smiled, and he leaned back on the sofa. Well, Manager Li has so many ideas. Then I don't know what kind of preparations should we make according to Manager Li. Li Qinyun looked at it. Zhao Jun didn't answer immediately, because he could see that Zhao Jun said this, but in fact he didn't take what he said seriously. He still thought that he was just worrying about it. These people are people who have no brains, foresight, and no sense of crisis. They are destined to not achieve great things. It is the boss that is more powerful. When he was not sure whether he could win the bidding meeting, he fully supported himself. Now that the bidding will win, it is still him. Come out to talk to himself as soon as possible. Let himself be aware of the variables that may happen. No matter what he wants to do in the front, just this vision, he will be destined to be a great person. He is fortunate to be able to follow such a person, really lucky. It's just that in order to become his important right-hand man, he has to find a way to finish the bidding. Li Qinyun thought so in his heart. At the same time, in the restaurant where Li Qinyun and Zhu Ming had been, a black Santana drove here. Liu Feng, general manager of the supply and marketing agency, got out of the car angrily and found a box in which there was already a person sitting in it. If Li Qinyun were here, he would definitely recognize that this person was not someone else, but was the deputy general manager of the shipping company who had seen him at the bidding meeting. What the hell is going on with you? How can you give such a high score to that treasure porridge company and let them bid successfully? Liu Feng asked when he entered the door, and the vice president was not in a hurry about this. You always lose to them strategically. Why do you still blame us in the end? This seems unreasonable, right? There are no mistakes. He saw that Liu Feng was about to attack again, and hurriedly continued, Mr. Liu, don't worry, I don't mean to shirk responsibility or anything. I'm just telling the truth. Mr. Liu, I think you should also know that this time the scoring is done by anonymous. All of us can only see the campaigner's code name. I don't know which tender is for which company, so there is no way for such a thing to happen. Niangsapas are all this. Damn, Mr. Wang. You said he was fine with bidding. The methods are really despicable. Liu Feng cursed, and then said, then what should I do now? You are not really ready to accept your fate and give the order to the treasure porridge company? If there are a lot of words, you won't get any rebates. They want to take this order. I'm sorry I didn't know them. Although they did a good job at the tender meeting, we have the final say on who the order will be given. The vice president said. What are you going to do? Liu Feng asked, proposing opinions on their plans. And their qualifications are also very problematic. The use of such methods in this bidding process makes us have to re-examine the company. Of course, if our general manager is still stubborn. If so, I can still submit it to the party committee for discussion. The vice president looked up at Liu Feng. Mr. Liu, this is the last effort I can make. Old treacherous. Liu Feng cursed secretly in his heart. He knew very well that the vice president said that he didn't want to let go of himself, and let himself be more involved in it. However, for this $10 million order, Liu Feng can only pinch his nose and admit, you can rest assured that our company has cooperated for so long, and I have many acquaintances in the party committee. As long as you can fight for the problem, submit it to the party committee for discussion and it should be finalized. But the vice president still shook his head and said, Mr. Liu, I would still be a little worried if this is the case. After all, the 8 Treasure Kanji Company is not a fuel-efficient lamp. The newly appointed manager Li Qinyun, since he can use it at the bidding meeting. With this method, I think he can definitely think of what you will do, Mr. Liu, in case he does something else. It won't be good. Liu Feng thought for a while and nodded and said, right, the guy is indeed a bit annoying. Originally, I had a good talk with Mr. Zhao from the 8 Treasure Kanji Company, but he had nothing to do with him, so he wanted to teach him a lesson. Being a good marketing manager, he has to be troublesome, then I'm not to blame. Liu Feng said, as long as he is gone, this order will be fine. Chapter 212 Planned Planting and Framing? Manager Li, the company is preparing after the contract is signed. You are the hero of the campaigner's order this time. You can't be without you. Li Qinyun was about to go out, and Zhao Jun's secretary suddenly appeared at the door. He yelled, and Li Qinyun turned around and said to her, I'm sorry, I have to go out for important things. Could you please tell Mr. Zhao, I may not be able to go to choose the venue. If possible, it is best. This celebration banquet can also be postponed for a few days. After that, Li Qinyun rushed out regardless of the secretary's reaction, drove a car to the Westlake Hotel, and followed the waiter to a box. What the hell is going on, Mr. Wang? Isn't it already set at the bidding meeting? Why are there still variables now? Li Qinyun asked when he walked in the door, and the person sitting in the box was the general manager of the shipping company, Wang Ping. He got up and said to Li Qinyun, Manager Li, the bidding meeting has indeed been set, but many people in the company are saying that the bidding meeting this time was considered to be manipulated and is illegal, so they request to cancel the bidding qualification of your treasure porridge company, or hold a new bidding. It's shameless. Li Qinyun slapped the table and yelled, but Li Qinyun also understood that there would be no result of yelling here, and he was not here today to complain before Wang Pingpian. So Li Qinyun quickly stabilized his mood, and he went on asked Wang Ping, what did Wang Ping do in the end? Everyone was in dispute at the discussion meeting, and finally it was submitted to the party committee for discussion. Wang Ping said, this is a very common practice in public institutions. It upholds the party's tradition of leading everything. Anything that has no results in a general meeting will be submitted to the party committee for discussion, and the party committee members will make the final decision. Generally speaking, those who can enter the party committee are important cadres at all levels, some employees with advanced thinking, and some retired cadres. These people either have a strong relationship or have special skills. In any case, they are all it is deeply rooted in the unit, so the decision made by them is undoubtedly the most in line with the interests of the unit's leadership. In general, the party committee is controlled by the party committee secretary, because everyone is in the same unit, and no matter who is more or less, they have to give the boss a little face. Therefore, according to normal circumstances, if a decision is submitted to the party committee for discussion, that's pretty sure for the party secretary. But now the party secretary of the shipping company is Wang Ping, so the situation may be different. Because Wang Ping was parachuted to the shipping company and he did not have enough control over the company, he thought of holding a bidding meeting with the purpose of breaking the company's internal situation. Now so many people are opposed to the results of the bidding meeting, which has caused trouble to the party committee. At the meeting, Wang Ping was not optimistic about the result. The party committee's decision is usually a show of hands, but the number of votes I have determined here is less than an third, and it is impossible to pass it. Wang Ping said. Li Qinyun let out a sigh of relief and said, it doesn't matter, as long as you can hold Mr. Wang, I will figure out a solution here. Wang Ping was a little surprised. What can you think of, Mr. Wang? You said you want to break the current situation. The internal situation of the shipping company, right? There are many words that are correct. What if you make the matter a bit bigger? Li Qinyun did not answer at the first time, but asked rhetorically. Of course it's okay to make a big noise. It's best to let everyone jump out and catch it all at once. Wang Ping said, but Manager Li, can you tell me what you plan to do first? It's very simple. It is to use the media to directly expose this matter. I will organize the company's people to go to the relevant department to protest. I believe someone will come over to take care of this matter. As long as the government department intervenes, some people will jump again. It's all useless. Li Qinyun said. Hearing this answer, Wang Ping immediately clapped his hands and said, well, this way is to this trouble. Those guys, they do not feel that they are reasonable and that we just put the whole thing to the public, afraid to see. This before Bayan Wang Ping's words fell, I heard a voice from the door, the solution is good, but it's a pity that you don't have this chance. As this voice sounded, the door of the box was suddenly opened, and then several people came in. Wang Ping started shooting the case and pointed to the last middle-aged man who came in and said, Vice President Qian, what do you want to do with so many people here? Do you want to persecute me by the means of the underworld? Skip the word. Li Qinyun also knows this person. He is the vice president of the shipping company. He is not only Wang Ping's biggest opponent in the company, but also the person who most supports the supply and marketing cooperative in winning the bid. If the 8th treasure porridge wants to pass the customs smoothly, he is a stone that must be removed. Vice President Qian shook his head and said, I said, President Wang, you have too little eyesight. Do I still need those despicable methods? It seems that you don't know that these people have their status. You might as well tell you that they are the Commission for Discipline Inspection. Yes, this time I came here to investigate your case of violating discipline and accepting bribes and suspected of manipulating the bidding meeting. What? Both Wang Ping and Li Qinyun were shocked. At this time, a person came up to them and said, Hello, we are the Nanjing District Discipline Inspection Commission. We received a report saying that you are suspected of taking bribes and committing fraud. Please come with us. We didn't. Wang Ping yelled, and he pointed to Vice President Qian and said, You have caught the wrong person. It is them who really practiced favoritism, cheated and accepted bribes to manipulate the bidding meeting. Compared to Wang Ping, Lee Kin-yoon was much calmer. Wang in general, it seems that their movements are much faster than ours. It seems that Manager Lee of the 8 Treasure Kanji Company knows better. Vice President Kian said. Wang Ping was stunned for a moment. In his stunned work, the Commission for Discipline Inspection over there had already taken action. 4 people came over to hold them up and took them out of the box. Wang Ping and Lee Kin-yoon were framed to the entrance of the hotel. Many reporters had already waited here. Seeing that Wang Ping and Lee Kin-yoon were taken out, they immediately rushed up, raising their cameras and video cameras to shoot at them. In front of these reporters, there was another person who was making an introduction. Comrade reporters, it's really unexpected. A boss of a state-owned enterprise and a manager of a private enterprise. They actually did such a disgusting thing together and manipulated the bidding for personal gain. Yes, how can they advertise themselves as the most legitimate business behavior like this? They are destroying the market economy and the worst crime. Liu Feng, don't spit on others. We did not use power for personal gain. Lee Kin-yoon shouted at him. That person was Liu Feng, the general manager of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. No? Then why were you caught from a box in a restaurant? I said, why did our Supply and Marketing Cooperative fail the bidding? It turns out that you are making trouble here, Manager Lee. How much did you give to Mr. Wang this time? Where's the money? Liu Feng asked. Deliberately. We didn't. We just ate together. This doesn't explain much. Wang Ping also said, but at this time his words were not convincing. At this time, the shipping company's Vice President Kian just walked out of the hotel. Mr. Wang, can this show that you don't seem to have the final say, but the evidence has the final say? While talking about this, Vice President Kian, while coming to the front of various reporters, he said in a heavy tone, today is really a regrettable day. I really did not expect that Mr. Wang, whom we have always respected, would be such a person. He always said that he wanted to reform. Comrades in our shipping company believe that he respects him and supports all the decisions he makes. But who knows that he is only for his own personal gain? This is so sad. Liu Feng also said over there, yes, I actually felt the problem right when the bidding result came out. But then I wanted to believe that the Babao company might indeed have the possibility of winning the bid. But now it seems that it's all my wishful thinking. The facts have proved that the result of the bidding is a cheating and it is invalid. Yes, the result of such a bidding is definitely invalid. Vice President Kian also continued, in view of Wang Ping comrades and Comrade Lee Kin-yoon's actions, based on the principles of fairness and openness, decided that the first bidding result was invalid, and cancelled the bidding qualification of the 8 Treasure Kanji Company. According to the bidding rules, we will extend the qualification to the second place, Hangzhou Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Listening to Vice President Kian's words, Lee Kin-yoon had an urge to vomit blood, because he knew all this was nonsense. What is fairness and openness? That is, they call the Commission for Discipline Inspection to arrest people, and then they desperately discredit them in front of reporters, and then forcibly change the results of the bidding. To talk about favoritism, they are the real favoritism, right? There are many words that are correct. Lee Kin-yoon was trembling with anger. He wanted to shout out, but he also knew that it was useless, because today all this was arranged by Liu Feng and Vice President Kian. Lee Kin-yoon glanced back subconsciously. Liu Feng happened to be looking at him at this time. He smiled disdainfully and moved his lips. Lee Kin-yoon could see that what he said was, I said you don't think you just won like this. Lee Kin-yoon suddenly felt a wave of helpless despair in his heart. Did he work hard for so long, spent so many days and nights, desperately trying to use the loopholes in the bidding rules to find the heads of the 3 companies, White Rabbit, Westlake and New Wave? After discussing it, I didn't kneel down for them. Even if I later found out what Liu Feng and the others might do, I found Wang Ping as soon as possible and wanted to discuss countermeasures. But even if I have done so much, is it going to fall short of success? Is it destined that this tender will not be able to be won by itself? This miracle really can only be like Cinderella, can only last until 12 o'clock, can't it last forever? So who can really do it? Li Qinyun let out a desperate cry in his heart. Liu Feng over there was very happy. He knew that Li Qinyun would definitely discuss with Wang Ping in order to confirm the order as soon as possible. When the bidding got involved in the party committee, they had to meet and discuss, so I called the Commission for Discipline Inspection and reporters to find a relationship with them. The purpose was to discredit them completely. As long as they were not there, the project could only belong to my own. Yet, Liu Feng mouthed up, revealing a proud smile. But someone came up and said, I never thought of it, quite fun thing. Heard the voice, so full of help, Li Qingfa and the rise. The boss of the chapter 213. Do you think you are the only one who can call someone? Boss Zhu is here? Li Qinyun raised his head from despair. He saw the tall figure standing not far away. That figure was so familiar. Who else could it be if it wasn't Ziming? At this moment, Li Qinyun was like a drowning man seeing the last straw, which made him so excited that he wanted to cry. At this time, Liu Feng has colluded with Vice President Qian of the shipping company. They joined forces with the Commission for Discipline Inspection and reporters. They are here today to stop them from being involved, slander them for manipulating the bidding, and then announce the abolition of the bidding results and turn the project to the Supply and Marketing Society. This idea is very simple to say, but now they are caught by the Commission for Discipline Inspection, and in the presence of so many reporters, they have become real if they are not true. In this situation, Li Qinyun felt that he had been completely defeated. He even felt desperate just now. He could not find any solution. At this time, if someone else came, Li Qinyun would not believe that there could be anything else. But for Ziming, Li Qinyun was very confident. He believed that no matter how bad the situation was, as long as Ziming was there, everything would still be there. Hope. This is a kind of belief. There is no reason to say, even Li Qinyun himself does not understand why. This is Ziming, the owner of the 8 Treasure Kanji Company, right? There are no mistakes in many words. Hello, I am Liu Feng, the general manager of Hangzhou Supply and Marketing Company. The thing is, I never expected the boss shouted you actually out such people, but I believe it is definitely not related to the boss and Zhu, who is this decision without authorization. On Liu Feng Qian said hello to Ziming, but Ziming ignored him and walked directly in front of him to Li Qinyun. It's too careless. How did you make it like this? Ziming said to Li Qinyun, a kind of blame that was not angry. I'm sorry, Boss Zhu, I was too negligent this time. I didn't expect that they would do this. Now I have to ask Boss Zhu to save me. I really failed. Li Qinyun said regretfully. Okay, I didn't blame you either. You have done a good job. Let me leave this to me. Ziming smiled and finished talking to Li Qinyun, then turned to look at Liu Feng, the supplier and seller. The general manager of the agency. Ziming's ignorance of him just now made him very upset. Now seeing Ziming come over, he said unceremoniously, if Boss Zhu wants to say anything, please talk about it next time. Now we are here. There is still something. I believe that the relevant departments will make a decision to deal with the fraud of the 8 Treasure Kanji Company at this tender. Listening to Liu Feng's words, Ziming's smile became even stronger. Mr. Liu is so arrogant. You does the family know? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Liu Feng froze for a while, and then said, I don't know what you are talking about, Boss Zhu, but this kind of thing will happen to your A Treasure Porridge Company, and it must have disappointed others. Now people are in your hands. Of course you can just say what you want, and there is nothing wrong with it, Ziming said. Liu Feng laughed loudly. I always thought, Boss Zhu, you are a person who can afford to let go. Didn't expect you to be able to say such shameful remarks. I admit that I reported to the Commission for Discipline Inspection today. It is also because your people have done too much. Not only did you falsify and manipulate the results of the bidding at the bidding meeting, but now that the bidding is over, you still have to deal with each other privately. I think this is something that no honest heart can tolerate. Bang bang bang. Ziming applauded for Liu Feng. Mr. Liu's words are really good, but they are of no use. Liu Feng felt that his IQ was deeply insulted, and he glared at Ziming and wanted to devour him. Ziming said, I won't say anything better. I just want to discuss with Mr. Liu and see if I can release the person first. It's boring. If Boss Zhu, you beg me like this, it's not impossible to let people go. Before Liu Feng finished speaking, Ziming interrupted him and said, I think Liu always misunderstood. I don't mean anything to ask you. And this time the shipping companies I also want to take the order. Boss Zhu, don't you think your request like this is a fantasy? What if I can't answer it? Liu Feng asked with a smile. I advise Mr. Liu to think about it before answering, because I think you are a bit self-confident now, thinking that you are the only one who can make someone. Ziming said. Boss Zhu, what do you mean? Liu Feng asked. Mr. Liu, you first collude with Vice President Qian so that the Commission for Discipline Inspection will come over to arrest Manager Li and Mr. Wang, and then call the reporters to slander them in front of the reporters. Do you think that you can control the situation? Make no mistakes, Ziming asked meaningfully. If someone else said this in front of Liu Feng would definitely not take it to heart. But now the person who said this is Ziming, which makes Liu Feng feel pressured. He frowned and said, Boss Zhu, what do you want? Do you want to interfere with the law enforcement of the Commission for Discipline Inspection? Or do you want to interfere with the freedom of public opinion? I'm not so powerful, but I want to report to the police. Someone here is going to be illegally detained. Ziming said. Illegal detention? Liu Feng laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Boss Zhu, I heard it right. There are a lot of words that are correct. Are you saying that the law enforcement by the Commission for Discipline Inspection is illegal detention? Here, Boss Zhu, please be careful when you speak. Don't laugh generously, Liu Feng said while pointing at reporters around him. These reporters also sensibly picked up their cameras to shoot at Ziming. Ziming was just a fuss about this. Is it illegal to detain is not up to me, but to the relevant department. Liu Feng smiled happily. Boss Zhu, don't tease me. Okay. All the relevant departments have come out. Which department can still be in charge of the Commission for Discipline Inspection? Ziming did not explain to Liu Feng. He just took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. Captain Zhang. Excuse me. How long will I be here? The crimes here are very serious. Please send the police to the scene as soon as possible. Liu Feng said. Boss Zhu is calling the police. It seems that Boss Zhu, you are in the system and you don't know what the system is. What's the matter? Here is the Commission for Discipline Inspection that is handling the case. That is, the most powerful department in the agency is handling the case. The police have no power to control, and the Commission for Discipline Inspection can even arrest the police. It depends on the level of the Commission for Discipline Inspection. With what level of police? Ziming said. It was as if he was trying to rectify Ziming's words. When his words fell, he heard the roar of cars, and then saw a convoy driving here. This is a very mixed convoy, with a car at the beginning. The vehicle with the license plate of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection, then 2 police cars, and finally a jeep and a large military truck. They all have armed police license plates. 4 cars came and stopped at the entrance of the hotel. Several people got off the cars and walked in front of Ziming. They were the director of the General Office of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection, the deputy director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, and the deputy captain of the Municipal Armed Police Detachment. After greeting these people, Ziming immediately stretched out his hand to one side. There, the marketing manager of our company is being illegally detained. They said they belonged to the Commission for Discipline Inspection. I don't know if it is. I don't know why the Commission for Discipline Inspection listened to the general manager of a company like this. I just asked them and threatened to arrest me. Following Ziming's words, the armed police force responded first. Following the order of the deputy captain, 20 full-time officers, the armed policeman jumped out of the car like a tiger out of the cage, and headed towards Li Qingyun. Seeing this posture, the people over there hurriedly let go of Li Qingyun and Wang Ping. One after another shook their heads and said, "We are not illegally detained. We are from the District Commission for Discipline Inspection. We are ordered to handle the case." This time the turn of Director of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection to come forward. and he asked out loud along with armed police in the past and said, "I am City Commission for Discipline Inspection Chief of Staff, you are what units, that you led out, there is no leadership on the whole to take home." In questioned by the director of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection, a young cadre of the Discipline Inspection Commission came out cowardly and said, "Leader, I am the person in charge of the District Discipline Inspection Office. I have received a report from the masses, saying that a serious violation of discipline has occurred here. I came here to deal with the case only when I was assigned by a higher level leader. I just handled the case here. There was absolutely no illegal detention. You see, the leader, I haven't taken them away." Under the authority of the director of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection, this small cadre said directly. A bunch of them even directly confessed their leaders. However, that was an internal matter of the Commission for Discipline Inspection. Ziming was not interested in further investigation. He pointed to Liu Feng and said to the Deputy Chief of Public Security, "Also, he is the chief agent of this illegal detention. Get him up quickly." Listen. By Ziming's words, the Deputy Chief of Public Security gave the order without saying a word. Two strong policemen stepped over in threes or twos and handcuffed them to Liu Feng's hands. Liu Feng stood there in a daze. In fact, when he saw the hybrid convoy coming over, he was so surprised that he couldn't speak. He really didn't expect Ziming's report to call officials from these three powerful departments. They are all city-level cadres. Although they are not the main ones in charge, they are all great officials in the eyes of ordinary people. All this came too quickly like a tornado, and Liu Feng couldn't react at all. He even wondered if he was in the real world instead of dreaming, because it was too dramatic, right? There are no mistakes in many words. But when the cold handcuffs came, Liu Feng was sure that he was in reality, and he struggled desperately. "Don't catch me. I didn't break the law." These words made Ziming feel ridiculous. "Did you say that there is no violation of the law? Then why did you not listen when Manager Li of my company said that he did not violate the law?" Liu Feng immediately turned his head and said to Ziming, "Boss Zhu, Brother Zhu, I am deeply knowing that I was wrong. I should never provoke you. If you want this order, I will give it to you. Please don't be familiar with me. You can just treat me as a fart." "Okay, I'm begging please." Ziming remained unmoved, and pointed his finger at Vice President Qian on the other side. "There is another person who is also a suspect in this case." Their Deputy Director of Public Security also asked someone to arrest Vice President Qian in the past. Liu Feng, Vice President Qian is quite calm, or he has already accepted his fate at all. Knowing that it is just a joke to resist at this time, it is better to wait and die. Who is letting himself provoke someone he shouldn't provoke? Chapter 214, Aftermath and New Appointments. Comrade reporters, the cause of today's affairs is Hangzhou's General Manager Liu Feng, United Shipping Company Qian's Vice President. They want to manipulate this project for personal gain. Everything that Li Qianyun, the marketing manager of our company, and Wang Ping, the general manager of the shipping company, said was slander. They were wronged, and the comrades of the District Commission for Discipline Inspection were also deceived and made wrong decisions. Westlake at the entrance of the hotel, Ziming stood in front of all the reporters and spoke loudly, and all the reporters quickly took out their notebooks and pens to record. For these reporters, what they have seen just now is simply more exciting than any movie. Not only are the various competitions among several companies around the project, but also the intrigue within the shipping company, not only shopping mall strategies, illegal conspiracies, and personal attacks on some important people, arrested some important people, and in the end even developed to all relevant departments to show up. Since it is such a wonderful process, writing it up can become a business war. These reporters will naturally not let it go. And some people even take the initiative to ask, "Hello Boss Zhu, this time the bidding strategy of the 8 Treasure Kanji Company was planned by you alone." Today, Manager Li Qianyun and Wang Ping came to the Westlake Hotel for dinner. "Did you arrange it?" It was also to finalize the bidding results. But Ziming ignored these questions at all. He just said to himself, for the final treatment of the matter. As a result, we chose to trust the relevant government agencies, and as a result of the bidding, I believe that there is still a credible existence in this world, and this is also the foundation of all companies. After saying this, Ziming ignored the reactions of these reporters and turned away. When these reporters wanted to catch up, they were stopped by the police. Boss Zhu, is it really okay for these reporters to ignore them like this? Li Qinyuan asked cautiously. Do you still need to take care of them? The Public Security Commission for Discipline Inspection and the Armed Police, with so many relevant units appearing. Are you still afraid that these media are not cautious? Ziming's rhetorical question is very emboldened, and it also made Li Qinyuan feel bright. The reason is simple. Compared with the fact that Liu Feng needed to fabricate lies in front of these reporters like that before, Ziming didn't even bother to say a word. He said that was purely a respect for public opinion, because there were so many units here. Even Ziming didn't have anything. Said that these reporters did not dare to write a random sentence. From this we can see how much better Ziming is than Liu Feng. This time thanks to Boss Zhu, you made the move in time. Otherwise I am afraid I will trouble you to go to the Commission for Discipline Inspection to fish me again. Li Qinyuan said annoyedly. The last time I asked you to go to the police station to fish for me. This time I almost asked you to go to the Commission for Discipline Inspection. I really did not succeed enough to fail. I have caused you such a big trouble every time. Not only did I fail to get things done, but in the end I have to ask you to help. This is too unacceptable. Manager Li, in fact, you also use it. Don't blame yourself, you've done very well. Ziming patted Li Qinyuan's shoulder and said to him, if you think about the number of people in this 8 treasure porridge company, you alone dare to win this order, and only you can. After completing this incredible reversal, we dignifiedly defeated the opponent at the bidding meeting and won the bid. Li Qinyuan wanted to say something. Ziming immediately said, Manager Li, you don't need to say much. One thing is very clear. If not, you won the bidding meeting before, and there will be no more stories behind. And I also said that as long as you can win the bidding meeting, I will help you take care of the latter things. After all, you have never before. After going through such a big list, some things are not as simple as you think. Hearing Ziming's words, Li Qinyuan realized that Ziming was actually paying attention to himself. He said that he was his strong backing and did not just talk about it. That's it. Such a boss is the real boss. Li Qinyuan was filled with emotion. When Ziming and Li Qinyuan were about to leave, a car drove over there. It was Zhao Jun, the general manager of the 8 Treasure Kanji Company. Zhao Jun hurried to Ziming. Boss Zhu, I heard what happened to Manager Li here. Speaking of Zhao Jun, he looked back and saw so many people from the power department in the city, which made him a bit stunned. Ziming waved his hand. It has been solved. Let's go back to the company and talk about it. With Li Qinyuan with Zhao Jun and Ziming, they returned to the 8 Treasure Kanji Company. The first thing after returning to the company was to bring all the company executives to the conference room for a meeting. A few minutes later, when Ziming walked into the conference room, all the company officials were already seated here. Ziming came over without being polite, and immediately began to speak. After I returned to the company, I saw that you were preparing for a celebration banquet. Who can tell me what's going on? If Ziming asked them this question in the morning, they would proudly tell Ziming that it was because they had taken this super order from the shipping company, although this order was almost taken by Li Qinyuan alone. Those who came down were also worthy of celebration, but now they were all silent, afraid to speak, and could only bow their heads like elementary school students who had done something wrong. Ziming didn't rush to speak, so he left the place cold. As time passed, Zhao Jun, the general manager, came forward and took the responsibility. I'm sorry, Boss Zhu. I didn't think about it. I think the result of the bidding has already come out. I think the result has been settled. Only then will the company organize a celebration banquet, in order to affirm Manager Li Qinyuan's work performance, and also use Manager Li's performance to encourage. And he wait for Zhao Jun to finish. Ziming interrupted him and said, okay, Manager Zhou, I don't need to explain it because I want to explain. The key to asking this question is not how many reasons you have to hold this celebration banquet, but your own ideas. If I'm not mistaken, when Manager Lee went out this morning, he said that he had important things and that the celebration banquet needs to be postponed, but no one seemed to take it seriously. Boss Zhu is like this. We want to ship. The company is also a large state-owned company. The results of the bidding were announced in full view. There should be no surprises. Zhao Jun was interrupted by Zhu Ming again before he could finish what he said. Zhu Ming emphasized, say, I repeat, I don't want to listen to any explanations, because these explanations are all excuses for me. The problem now is that there is a problem with your thinking and concepts. A very serious problem. This time, no one, including Zhao Jun, dared to say anything, letting Zhu Ming's momentum pressure them out of breath. Zhu Ming went on to say, before, it was Manager Li who was fighting for the project and you were all pouring cold water. Now that Manager Li has won the project, he must continue to do things to consolidate the results. But you are celebrating something. Don't you think your actions are ridiculous? In Zhu Ming's questioning, everyone buried their heads lower. Zhu Ming continued to say, Binjian Province 8 Treasure Kanji branch is also a company that grew out of nothing. This market has been bitten. You were a passionate team at that time, but look at you now. You dare not fight when you need to fight, and you can't stabilize when you need to be stable. You just settle for the status quo and lie in the past. You have a good night's sleep. Do you think you are honorable like this? Zhao Jun. Zhu Ming directly nodded his name. Zhao Jun raised his head, and Zhu Ming asked him, I remember the last time you went to Lianyang for a meeting. Ask me how to open the Hangzhou market. Have I told you anything? Of course, Boss Zhu, you said that there are no unsolvable problems in this world, only unwilling brains. Zhao Jun replied, that's the sentence. Zhu Ming said, but how did you do it? Someone placed an order of 10 million in front of you, and you would only say that it is impossible for him, and you won't think about it. Use your own brains to fight for it? Or do you think that the branch of Binjiang 8 Treasure Kanji has done a good job now and does not need this 10 million order? Of course not. Zhao Jun shouted, but what he said it stopped abruptly here, because in front of the facts and Zhu Ming, he didn't know what to say at all. Zhu Ming looked around and said, I know what your thoughts are. You are used to the environment of this a treasure porridge company. Now when a Manager Li is suddenly brought in, you will be instinctively squeezed out, but you will all agree with all his suggestions and veto it. Even if you still dare to prick in front of me, your courage is really not small. At this point Zhu Ming deliberately paused and said, it is good to have courage, but if you can use your courage in strive for orders, instead of playing sideways in front of me, I think there will be good results. I am not short of money, and the 8 Treasure Kanji company is not short of money, but there are many problems exposed through this order, so I decided to appoint Li Qingyun as the company's deputy general manager, specifically responsible for marketing. People must cooperate well with his work. Zhu Ming said after thinking about it. In addition, I think I need to give you another lesson on the difference between private enterprises and state-owned enterprises. If it is a state-owned enterprise, inside, you have climbed to their respective positions. They are very safe and reliable. They are the leaders in all aspects, but now they are in my a treasure porridge company. This company is my own company. I can decide with one word. Who do I let? Whoever gets the fuck off will have to give me the fuck right away. Even if I disbanded the company directly, that's what I said. Zhu Ming deliberately looked around and said, you are all so smart, I think he'll be able to say that. Understand? In their face of Zhu Ming's words, all the senior officials of the 8 Treasure Kanji company, including Zhao Jun, trembled unconsciously, because Zhu Ming had already said very clearly, this 8 Treasure Kanji company belongs to me. I said that whoever gets out of the way will get out. Whoever fights against me, if you make a gang, then all the people who make a gang will get out. For people like Zhao Jun, Zhu Ming's words were a very severe warning, but for Li Qingyun, it was a great encouragement. That's right, this company belongs to the boss, and whoever asks the boss to get out will have to get out. A big man should be like Boss Zhu. He is the real person. Lee Kin-yoon thought with excitement in his heart. He also set an ideal for himself. In the future, he must follow Ziming as an example and do it like Ziming. Chapter 215 Company Arrangement and Brand. Boss Zu, I'm sorry, this time I didn't do a good job of taking the lead. It was because I was too blindly confident and conservative that I almost lost the 8 Treasure Kanji Company. The project opportunity also made manager Lee Kin-yoon fight alone. My performance in this project was very poor and I need to take the lead in reviewing it, Zhao Jun said to Ziming guiltily, with a very sincere tone. Ziming and Zhao Jun were still in the meeting room where they were meeting just now, but the meeting had already ended at this time. Ziming only left Zhao Jun to hold a separate meeting here, and everyone else let them busy with their work. Actually, from a general point of view, we really do not hope for this bidding meeting. Mr. Zhao, you abandon the bidding and cooperate with the supply and marketing cooperatives. It is also the safest and most compromised way. If there is no insistence from Manager Lee, Mr. Zhao will be yours. The method is the best. So I have never said that you have a problem with the judgment of the project. In fact, your stability is also very helpful to the development of the Kanji Company. Ziming went on to say, however, just as the country needs reform and opening up, it is sometimes impossible to support the development of the company by just being persistent. It also requires a kind of hard work. Of course, this hard work does not mean recklessness. He also needs careful thinking and extraordinary insight, knowing it's time to grit your teeth and fight it. It's time to hold back the stock, instead of rushing forward with blood and brainlessness. At this point, manager Lee Kin-yoon has done quite well. Ziming pointed out the key. Yes. Zhao Jun also nodded in agreement. This was not only because Ziming didn't dare to refute it, but also because Lee Kin-yoon's approach really convinced him about the shipping company's bidding for projects. This $10 million order was almost won by Lee Kin-yoon alone. Otherwise, after the bidding meeting is over, he would not think about holding a celebration banquet. In fact, the purpose is to celebrate Lee Kin-yoon well and give him momentum to be able to integrate into the team better. It's just that he forgot to understand the situation of the shipping company during the celebration banquet, and blindly believed in the tender, and he made the comparison again. Therefore, Zhao Jun said sincerely, Boss Zu, I understand. Manager Lee is a very thoughtful, foresighted and more capable businessman. Only he can help our Kanji Company win this tender. You can understand. That's fine. So it's always reasonable for me to mention him as a deputy, but you shouldn't have too many ideas because of it. Ziming said, because as I said, for the development of the company, I need to join in a hard work. Manager Lee Kin-yoon is also just right to adapt to this kind of hard work. But this does not mean that I want to change the overall style of the company now. Can you understand what I mean? No mistakes, no skipping. Zhao Jun nodded and said, Boss Zu, I understand that the joining of Manager Lee can bring a very big improvement to the company. That's what it means. Ziming said, so what I hope is that Manager Lee Kin-yoon can be integrated into the company. In the company, you and him can understand each other, help each other and trust each other, instead of doing different things like this time. If you can't do it, you should know the result. The cold words pierced into Zhao Jun's heart. He couldn't help but shiver. He immediately said, please rest assured, Boss Zu, I promise to do it. Of course, if you can do well, you can mention the sales of a treasure porridge in Hangzhou and even Binjian province. Higher, or there are some other developments. I don't mind investing more resources here, and you people will also improve more treatment, because I am like this, who can help me make money. I will make him richer too. Ziming said, please rest assured, Boss Zu, I will work hard to cooperate with Manager Lee. Zhao Jun said excitedly. Ziming nodded in satisfaction. He patted Zhao Jun on the shoulder, let him go out and called Lee Kin-yoon in. After Lee Kin-yoon sat down, Ziming opened his mouth and asked, Manager Lee, do you think the Deputy General Manager is this? What's your position? This question made Lee Kin-yoon stunned. Obviously he didn't expect Ziming to ask him such a question, but his astonishment was just a moment's effort. He immediately recovered and said, Boss Zu, I think the position of vice president is a huge challenge for myself. I cannot guarantee that I will be competent, but I can guarantee that I will work hard to do it. But I don't want to listen to these bullshits. Ziming said, change another way. Come on, Manager Lee. Do you have any ideas about the future development of their 8 treasure kanji? If others are at a loss for Ziming's very general question, Lee Kiniyun just thought about it and replied, I think the future of the 8 treasure kanji company, the direction of development should be to continue to strengthen publicity, expand the sales market, and concentrate funds to use prefecture-level cities as the unit, one city by one city, no matter what other places. But here in Binjian province, from the city to the countryside, I want to fight for make the 8 treasure porridge a household name within 10 years. Lee Kiniyun said sonorously and confidently. If others might think that Lee Kiniyun was a bit exaggerated, Ziming knew very well that he really had this ability, because he had done it in his previous life. At that time, he's starting from a healthcare product company that has just been transformed. He has become a household name in the whole country with his own punches and kicks. Now he is too self-facing for a Binjian province. Good idea, but this time with the shipping campaign's 10 million contract, I think we can accelerate the pace of development of the 8 treasure porridge. And Manager Lee shouldn't be so unconfident, Ziming said. Ziming's encouragement refreshed Lee Kiniyuan's spirit, because he was originally worried that Ziming was telling a joke that he was talking big. But he did not expect that Ziming would actually be bigger and farther than him. This also gave Lee Kiniyun confidence. Please rest assured, Boss Zhu, I will definitely speed up and do it. It's good to work hard, but we can't expand blindly. We are doing business, not a black workshop that changes a place with a single shot. Step by step, you must move forward firmly. If you are opportunistic, it is easy to be like this time. You will have no power to fight back under the opponent's offensive. Ziming thought for a while and said, in addition, you are only the campaign's vice president, you must discuss everything with Zhao Jun. Maybe he can't compare to you in some aspects, but at least he can lift up the shelf of the 8 treasure kanji company in less than half a year. This is enough to show his ability. He is a man. The old manager is more experienced than you in handling many things. So you still have to ask for his opinions when you do things. Lee Kiniyun nodded silently. Thank you very much for the reminder, Zhu. I have already remembered it. This time the bidding will be a wake-up call for me for a lifetime. I promise that I will not make the mistakes I have made again. Very well, Manager Lee. I am very optimistic about you. I believe you will bring the 8 treasure kanji company to make people admire you in the future. The results. Ziming thought about it again. He asked Lee Kiniyun, Manager Lee, I heard that you had a plan to make beverages when you were in the company of Baby Smile. Lee Kiniyun nodded embarrassedly and said, this is the boss Zhu. Because my brother is learning sparkling water production in the United States. He has foreign sparkling water production formulas in his hands, and I think about the current domestic beverages. It seems so scarce that Lingnan can create a JLB casually, and it can quickly become popular across the country without very good marketing methods. But after all, he is still playing the banner of sports drinks. But what I want is to create one. It is our own leisure sparkling water drink in China. Manager Lee doesn't seem to be confident, Ziming asked first after listening. Ziming's question made Lee Kiniyun a little puzzled. Of course I am very confident. If you are confident, you should have a confident answer. Manager Lee, your tone just now made me feel less confident, Ziming suddenly said loudly. Ziming's words pierced into Lee Kiniyuan's heart, making him suddenly realize that they all said that the soldiers will be raging. If they put forward a development plan to the company in their own tone just now, everyone would have no confidence. So this is also the case. Is there a reason why everyone is not confident in this tender? It is because I lack the confidence that radiates from the inside out. Thinking of this, Lee Kiniyun immediately said loudly, Boss Zhu, as long as we join the production of sparkling water drinks, we will be able to become the company's pillar brand in the future. Ziming smiled and patted Lee Kiniyun on the shoulder and said, this is the right thing. Well, as the vice president of my company, What can I do if I don't have confidence? Ziming went on to say, Manager Lee, your idea is very good. Drinks will definitely have a big market in the future, but only sparkling water is not enough. These are already very mature foreign products. Once these products come in, have you ever thought about our competitive pressure? Lee Kin-yoon thought for a while and asked carefully, Boss Zhu, what do you mean we want to develop more some products? Ziming snapped his fingers, smart, that's what I mean. Since other people have an advantage in this, then we don't have to compete with their needles against the weak mang, we can completely seize the other gaps. Market. Ziming then cited an example. For example, we all know that Chinese people like to drink tea, so we can produce tea beverages, and I have also drunk northern milk tea in Yanjing. The taste is also very good, and we can also produce it. As for milk tea drinks, many people say that business is innovation, but I think business is discovery. As long as you can use your brain, there are plenty of business opportunities in front of you. Yes, that's it. Yes, Lee Kin-yoon said. His heart was very excited. He felt that the example Ziming just gave had opened the door to a new world for him. Many people find it difficult to do business because they don't know how to do business, but Ziming can know, or in his eyes, everything can be done for business. This is what people really look up to. Master. Lee Kin-yoon sighed in his heart, but he didn't know that Ziming was just taking out the products he knew were mature and familiar to the whole country. Since other companies can do it, now Lee Kin-yoon is here to occupy the market first. With his abilities, the Baby Smile beverage empire will surely be born ahead of schedule. As for whether there are other company matters, it is not his own consideration. Anyway, I didn't commit any illegal crimes, and I didn't use any improper means. Just made their money in advance. Ziming excused himself so in his heart. Okay, I have already said everything that should be said, and you have to do the rest by yourself. I can't be here all the time. I hope I can hear the news of the Baby Smile food and beverage empire soon. Ziming stood up as he said, and then left the meeting room. Ziming took out his pager, which was displaying a message from Nanjian. Consultant Zhu, please come to Nanjian quickly. Chapter 216. Our teacher? On December 12, 2014, at the entrance of the International Finance Center in Yanjing, a thanked foreigner shouted into his mobile phone, "Why haven't you arrived yet? Do you know what day it is? Today is China on the day of the National Securities Dealers Conference held in China. Today the most important representatives of securities dealers in the country will gather together. It is an important event in the domestic financial industry and news that we must not miss. Listen, I don't care what difficulties you encounter over there. No matter what the damn president's speech. Anyway, if you haven't arrived at the beginning of the meeting, we can all go to clean the toilet tomorrow." After saying that he cursed "damn it," then put on his foreign TV station's special certificate, and he turned his head. Looking towards the entrance of the building, I saw a long red carpet spreading out from the entrance. On both sides of the entrance, huge hot air balloons rose into the sky, and a pair of couplets were opened respectively. And above the main entrance of the financial center building, there was also a hanging one. The banner reads, "Warmly celebrate the successful convening of the 10th Securities Dealers Conference." As the fastest growing place in the world, the development of the securities economy here is the most amazing. If you miss the China Securities Dealers Conference, it will be the biggest regret. The foreign reporter said as he walked into the building. At this time, the meeting is already being prepared. Before the time is up, the venue has not officially opened yet, and everyone is waiting outside. Oh my God! That was Huang Ping, the youngest vice chairman of the China Securities Regulatory Commission. That was the deputy director of the Finance and Economics Committee of the National People's Congress. And there were representatives of securities companies. That was Yi Ning, the general manager of the first private equity firm, and Li, the deputy general manager of Anglo Securities. Yang, they all represent the top securities wealth in this country. After verifying his identity, the foreign reporter walked into the lounge. He was immediately shocked by the situation. He wanted to say hello in the past, but the venue had long been arranged in order to give these big figures in the financial world a quiet place. In the environment, they deliberately divided the reporter's lounge on the other side, so he didn't have this opportunity. For this reason, the foreign reporter cursed, "This damn system does not respect the freedom of public opinion at all, and it has no humanity. You know that there are so many news figures there, but we reporters here are full of questions. But I can't ask a word. Do you know what kind of torment this is for us? Especially there is Miss Yining over there, who is the goddess of finance in the world." Of course, it's not just the foreign journalist's patent that scolds him. There are other journalists who are also here to accuse the organizer of inhumanity. It's just that no matter how slender these reporters are, the rules are the rules and they can only wait here. After more than an hour, the meeting began and all reporters were allowed to enter the venue. They immediately rushed into the venue like runaway wild dogs. Even if they had already been arranged, some people still wanted to grab a better one by themselves. Other locations, these people robbed them, but they still did not cause any trouble. On the other side, the vice chairman of the China Securities Regulatory Commission Huang Ping stepped onto the rostrum to announce the official start of the conference. There was a warm applause from the audience. Huang Ping's applause diminished and he said, "I'm very happy to be here to preside over this session of the brokerage conference. Although this is the first conference that I have participated in since I took office, in fact, this is already the 10th session. And 25 years have passed since the establishment of the first stock exchange in the country. The first stock exchange was the Nanjing Stock Exchange, which is a special economic zone of the country. Therefore, the development and reform of this first stock exchange have been continuous from the day it was established, and it is still the case today." This is not what I said. A few days ago, the State Council issued a report on the capital market. The notice of several opinions on healthy development has also explained this point very well. At this point, Huang Ping paused and said, "As the most important intermediary institution in the capital market, reform and innovation are indispensable for securities institutions." Yes, and because our domestic situation is different, we can't completely copy the experience of foreign countries. We must step out of our own style every step we take, and move forward on the premise of ensuring the vitality and stability of the entire capital market. Huang Ping impassioned once again been the scene of applause after he was the NPC Financial and Economic Committee of officials to speak to the 2 in the afternoon, was scheduled to speak Yining, general manager of the first private company in the financial industry. Women like Yining are undoubtedly a beautiful scenery, and her appearance also makes everyone feel refreshed. Walking to the rostrum, Yining thanked the main committee and the leadership to the microphone first, and then said, "I am doing private equity. Remember that when I entered this industry at the beginning, many people were persuading me to let me. It's better for me to go to a securities company or a bank. But I don't want to." Now that all third-party financial management is booming, it has quickly become a force that cannot be ignored in the financial management market, which proves that I chose the correct one. What is this? It is development and innovation. No matter how popular private equity was in foreign countries, it was a new business at the time in China. Yining continued. Then it is the same now. I believe everyone knows that my first private equity joint venture was last year. Some people say that we are doing this as a parasite in the financial market and threaten to kill us with a stick. But what I want to say is that we just opened the door to a new world of internet finance. Here I can tell you that we launched this service from now, has absorbed more than 400 billion, which shows that our innovation has been very successful for our success. You can slander, can obstruct, but you must not stop the huge market of internet finance. Later, Li Kaitong launched by 20 and the financial management services launched by 20 are very good proof of this. Yining continued. What is development and innovation? This is called development and innovation. Internet finance discards the old thinking of the past, completely based on user habits, and uses cash management as a breakthrough to directly show our revenue operations and the difference from bank deposits to customers. You can deposit as you go on. Demand is market-oriented. With this kind of innovation, We don't face high-end customers. We only face the general population. There are tens of millions of internet users across the country, and one person spends tens of millions of dollars. If one person puts out 1,000 yuan, it is tens of billions. I think no one can spend 1,000 yuan now, right? There are many words that are correct. Since banks don't do this kind of financial management, other third-party institutions look down on such small money. Let us do it. Yi Ning's tone became more excited as she spoke, and in the end she waved her powder arm vigorously, and her speech caused the audience to burst into enthusiastic applause again. The foreign reporter was also applauding desperately. If it were not to observe the order at the conference, he even wanted to shout for Yi Ning. Yi Ning, you deserve to be the goddess of finance in the world. Your words are too contagious. Yes, your concept is the most advanced, and I must support you with 100,000 yuan for your internet financial wealth management product. But at the same time, he thought of another point. Miss Yi Ning's speech looked like the previous vice chairman of the Securities Regulatory Commission. After more than an hour, the first day of the National Securities Dealers Conference ended. According to international practice, the end of the meeting was the interview time of the reporter. A bunch of important figures, including Huang Ping and Yi Ning, were all affected when they appeared. The reporter's siege. Hello, Chairman Huang, what you emphasized at this meeting is development and reform, and you also emphasized the need to get out of your own style. But Miss Yi Ning said that you want to innovate and launch internet finance. Isn't this a contradiction? No, wrong, do not skip words. Faced with this reporter's question, Huang Ping replied, this is not a contradiction, because the current internet finance is a reform and development, and it has also stepped out of its own style. The reporter immediately asked, but now all banks and the big brokerage firms have begun to work together to suppress it, and even the central bank has to issue a series of documents. Doesn't this prove that the country does not support it? Nothing is wrong, no skipping. The country does not support it, but rather regulates it. Yi Ning answered, because internet finance is still in the initial stage of exploration, various systems are still incomplete. Although large fund companies like me can standardize operations are guaranteed, but other small fund companies that follow the trend are not easy to say, so they need the intervention of relevant state departments to regulate this emerging market. The rise of internet finance is aimed at third-party financial management. So will the interests of brokerages be threatened in the future? Banks have already been offended, and will there be greater obstacles in the future? First, private equity has any plans for the future? All the reporters are still asking you one sentence by one sentence, but among these reporters, the foreign reporter's question stood out. Hello, Miss Yi Ning. I just heard you and Mr. Huang Ping's speech feel a bit similar. I think, did you know each other before? Or did you discuss the speeches you were going to have before this meeting? Huang Ping smiled when facing this question. This foreign friend's question is very interesting. I think a lot of people in the industry, everyone knows that Miss Yi Ning and I were classmates 20 years ago. We both entered special finance classes, and we all studied with the same teacher. We all admire this teacher. His words and deeds and his way of thinking are still affecting us today. So it is normal for us to have similar speeches. Yi Ning took Huang Ping's words and said, as for you guys, I think it's not a problem because of the obstacles of internet finance in China, because all new things will always encounter problems like this. Maybe you still don't know what happened when our first stock exchange was born. The problem can be solved, and any of us now have the confidence to solve him. Huang Ping also said, our teacher taught us development and innovation, but did not teach us to shrink. Then who is this teacher? Seen, all the reporters asked in unison. Facing this question, Huang Ping and Yi Ning smiled at each other and said, he is a great man who has surpassed the times. Chapter 217. The teacher consultant is the most important. Time goes back to Nanjian 25 years ago. This time Nanjian is in a period of great development. and the speed of Nanjing that shocked the world to build a building in one day is also reflected at this time. At the entrance of the International Convention and Exhibition Center, many people formed a group. Many of these people were holding cameras and carrying cameras, or holding notebooks and pens while writing. These can clearly demonstrate their identity as journalists. A temporary press conference is being held here. The reason it is temporary is because this press conference has not been organized at all. It is completely a whim. It is because a certain Nanjian cadre came here to inspect the Convention and Exhibition Center. The situation of the construction of the city happened to be squatted upright by the reporters guarding here. These reporters had too many questions about Nanjian, so they were forced to accept the interview helplessly. The officer who is surrounded by stars in the center is tall and thin, wearing glasses. He is Zhang Heng, director of the Nanjian Development Leadership Committee office. Although he does not have any actual position in the city, he is now, but it is to assist all municipal party committee officials, planning and leading all aspects of the development of the entire Nanjian. The officials of the municipal party committee and the municipal government have their own work to be busy. Therefore, Zhang Hen can often decide on these development work in one word. Director Zhang, the Convention and Exhibition Center is the core project to build the Nanjian Central Area. Will it be completed before the economic conference in January? Director Zhang often visits the Convention and Exhibition Center because of what happened during the construction of the Convention and Exhibition Center. Is it a problem? Nothing is wrong without skipping. Of course, in addition to asking about the exhibition center, some reporters also asked other very news-related questions. Director Zhang, I heard that the preparations for the Nanjian Stock Exchange have stalled because of the presence of internal organs. Isn't it obstructive? Right? Nothing wrong, no skipping. Faced with these reporters bombarding questions, Zhang Hen did not rush, because since he was appointed as the director of the office, Zhang Hen has not been dealing with reporters in 1 or 2 days, so he has basically mastered the answer to reporters' questions. Methods. Comrade reporters, thank you all for being so concerned about the construction of Nanjian City. What I want to say, regardless of the preparatory work of the Convention and Exhibition Center or the Stock Exchange, there is no problem. Everything is in order. It's even more nonsense to talk about obstruction. At present, our development office has reported the case to the Public Security Bureau. We will definitely hold these rumors accountable. Please don't believe these rumors, let alone spread them. Zhang Hen replied. Zhang Hen's answer is very general and simple. How can such an answer satisfy these curious reporters? So these reporters immediately asked more questions. Director Zhang, you said that there is no problem with the preparations for the Convention and Exhibition Center and the Stock Exchange. So why has it exceeded the initial preparation time? Moreover, the project has stopped during the prescribed preparation time, and the Municipal Party Committee and the Municipal Government and the Development Office have also no clear explanation was given. You said that the rumors should be held accountable. Is it necessary to investigate internally who leaked the news? If someone is caught, what will be done? Journalists, you and I ask each sentence. Then, the problem was transferred to Zhang Heng. Director Zhang, you used to be the person in charge of a securities company, and now you are still the person in charge of the preparations of the stock exchange. You have made such a great contribution to the development of the Nanjian securities market. Now that the Nanjian Regional Securities Regulatory Commission is under preparation, will you be the first chairman of the government as a representative of the government? None of these things have happened, so it is hard to say at the moment. Everything has to wait for the leadership of the Municipal Party Committee. Arrangement, observing all actions. Zhang Hen replied. At this time, his assistants brought him a pager. Zhang Hen took a look, and his face changed immediately. The reporters around quickly caught him. With this change, one after another asked questions. Did something happen to Director Zhang? Was it about the exhibition center or the stock exchange? Or was the person who spread the rumors caught by the Public Security Bureau? Facing these reporters asked the question, Zhang Heng, who was still calmly answering the question just now, only left the sentence, I have a very important thing. I am not with you. And then he rushed away from the crowd and left. Seeing Jiang Heng's unusual behavior immediately stimulated the gossip nerves of all reporters. They desperately surrounded Jiang Heng, raised the microphone in their hands to him, and asked questions loudly, but their efforts were of no use. Jiang Heng only successfully got into the car and left the exhibition center under the escort of other staff. As Jiang Heng's car started to leave, only a question for all reporters: what happened? These reporters looked at each other. Although they didn't know what happened, it was not difficult for them to guess that something important must have happened. Maybe it was about the stock exchange, or their municipal government, What are the new policies and orders of the central government? Otherwise, with Jiang Heng's current position and his usual steady style, he would definitely not have such an attitude. He left in a hurry with just a beeper message, knowing that this was something that he hadn't done even when the stock market plummeted. Some sharp-eyed reporters saw the message that asked Jiang Heng to leave, but they were even more surprised, because the message contained a very mindless sentence: the teacher's flight took off. Jiang Heng left when the flight took off. Is it going to pick up the plane? Is there any big leader coming? But if this is the case, it should have been the leadership of the municipal party committee. He is just an office director of the Nanjing City Development Leadership Committee. He says he is big and small. If it is really a big leader, he will not be able to pick up the plane, right? There are no mistakes in many words, and there will definitely be news from Baiyun City. So if it weren't for an important leader, does he need to be so anxious? This question is like an unsolvable paradox. These reporters are going crazy, just because they don't know that the person who sent this message to Jiang Heng was Chen Xiu, the monitor of the finance team who was in turn in a securities company. When Jiang Heng left in a hurry, he was in a hurry in the securities company he was going to. Dozens of finance class students were crackling on the keyboard, very fast, just as if they were rushing to work. The conference room in the next marketing manager Lee Securities Company is also in a hurry, and several company executives to apologize. Sorry you, over there, a little something to it, but please wait a moment here, said Li Hong was about to get up. His words made the other party unhappy at the time. One person patted the table and said, "What do you mean, Manager Lee? You have been absent-minded since just now. We haven't finished our business yet. You just yelled to leave. Do you look down on us like that?" Nothing is wrong. No words are skipped. His words resonated with others, and the person next to him also said, "That is to say, Manager Lee, I am the chairman of Nanjing Glass Company. Our CSG company is the largest glass manufacturing company in the entire Lingnan region. We want to be listed locally. I just want to support the transformation of the securities company to the South China Stock Exchange. We and your leaders also know each other. Why do you look down on us here?" Li Hong immediately shook his hand and said, "It's not like that. You've misunderstood. I didn't mean to neglect you. We are currently preparing for the South China Stock Exchange, and we really need your help. But now I do have very important things to deal with it. I hope you can hear." Li Hong just ignored them, got up and left the room, but when he walked out of the room, he saw two young men approaching each other. They were internships in securities companies. Squad leader Chen Xiu and deputy squad leader Li Yang and Li Hong walked over quickly. "Manager Li, we have completed the work you entrusted to us. Now everyone in our finance class is going to pick up the plane. On behalf of my classmates, I will come and tell you, Manager Li," Chen Xiu said to Li Hong. In the face of the company's boss, Li Hong was very hard-hearted. But in the face of Chen Xiu and Li Yang, he was very good-natured. However, at the critical moment of preparations for the South Exchange, there is still a lot of data that needs to be summarized and completed. I know it's important. But you can always leave some people to continue to complete the work, right? There are no mistakes in many words. "No," Chen Xiu said, "Manager Li, our financial class is a whole. We must act together. And data aggregation is not the work that can be completed in 1 day or 2 days is not bad for this time. I know that, but if you keep some people, you can also deal with other emergencies." Li Hong wanted to try to say something. However, Chen Xiu is still categorical. Manager Li, we are here for internship only temporarily, not here forever. What if we are not here? And Manager Li, you also know that we are going to pick up the airport. This is the most important thing. Yes, let alone that there is nothing wrong now. Even if something major happens, is there still something that the teacher can't solve? Nothing wrong, no skipping words. Li Hong just gave up and lowered his head. I understand. You go quickly and say hello to consultant Zhi for me. Thank you, Manager Li. Chen Xiu and Li Yang turned around and left, taking the other students away. Securities company. When Jiang Hen's car arrived at the door of the securities company, he saw a bus parked here. Dozens of students from the finance class were waiting here. Monitor Chen Xiu and Deputy Monitor Li Yang were at the door of the car. Hang the car over, they took 3 hurried 2 steps and said, Zhang's so slow, you how to have the teacher's flight took off nearly half an hour, and we cannot keep the case in the past, how to do? The speaker was the impatient Li Yang, and facing Li Yang's questioning, Jiang Heng, who was so arrogant in front of the reporters just now, only smiled and apologized. I'm sorry, my classmates, I was surrounded by reporters when I was inspecting the convention and exhibition center just now. You have also dealt with reporters, knowing how difficult they are, so I wasted a little time. I am here to say sorry to everyone. Li Yang wanted to say something, but at this time Chen Xiu, after a while, he said first, I know that Director Jiang has a lot of work to do, and we can understand it. But we also ask Director Jiang to understand our feelings for the teacher. Of course I can understand, Jiang Hen said while watching. He glanced at the bus behind him. Are all of your students in the finance class going there? Nothing was wrong and no words were skipped. Of course. The teacher once said to us that our finance class is a whole, so it is impossible for us to let go of any of our classmates on such an important matter as picking up the teacher. Chen Xiu said proudly, and he added later. He said, of course, we haven't let go of the securities company's affairs. The important things have been dealt with and will not cause trouble to the unit. Jiang Hen gave them a thumbs up. You are worthy of it. The students have advisors who understand things and unite their classmates. They are so active and conscientious in their work, and they are very capable of working. Chen Xiu and Li Yang also raised their heads proudly. Director Jiang, compared to what you said, I am more fortunate to be a student of teacher Zhu Ming. Chapter 218 is looking forward to Zhu Ming. 2 hours later. Chen Xiu and his bus arrived at the airport. Since the Nanjing airport is still under construction, no matter it is Nanjing, if people go to other places by plane, or come to Nanjing by plane from other places, they all have to go to the Baiyun airport in the provincial capital. Although the car had arrived at the airport, Chen Xiu and Li Yang and the other finance class students were not in a hurry to get off the car. Li Hong stood at the front of the car and said to them, classmates, I just received a call from Mr. Luo in the car. Mr. Luo and his car were already on their way here, and Mr. Luo also said that Secretary Chen Yunfei of the Nanjing Municipal Party Committee had also come. A stone caused 1,000 waves of waves, and the students in the finance class in the car screamed. They are so familiar with the name Chen Yunfei. He is not only the secretary of Nanjing's Municipal Party Committee, but also the executive vice-governor of Lingnan. He enjoys the prestigious level of treatment. Even ordinary people can understand that this represents the absolute power of Nanjing, not to mention the top students in these finance classes. So now that an official of such a level as Chen Yunfei actually came to pick up Zhu Ming, how could this not make Chen Xiu and the others scream? Teacher Zhu Ming is indeed an amazing person. In the face of people of Chen Yunfei's level, everyone else can only meet him, but when he is here, Chen Yunfei can take the initiative to pick him up. A few minutes later, a few cars with Nanjing Municipal Party Committee license plates drove to the gate of the airport. Li Hong took Chen Xiu and his finance class students waiting here, and saw Chen Yunfei get off the car, even though Li Hong had told him before. All the students Chen Yunfei will be here, but now when they see Chen Yunfei with their own eyes, they still feel excited from the bottom of their hearts. the Executive Vice Governor and Municipal Party Committee Secretary is really here. Hello classmates, I know that you are all high-achieving students carefully selected from all over the country. It is an honor for us to study in our Nanjian Securities Company. Chen Yunfei first greeted the classmates and then talked to him. Luo Han, the first vice president of the securities company who got off the bus, gave instructions. These are the hopes of the future country. You must give them the space to maximize their capabilities, and help the country take care of them. No, make no mistakes. Luo Han nodded hurriedly and said, please rest assured Secretary Chen, I promise to do my best to take care of them and make sure that they can best use their abilities. Chen Xiu said, thank you very much, Secretary Chen. But we also do it for after training. We also hope to encounter real difficulties, but we are ashamed. Now the difficulties have appeared, but we can't solve them at all. This is not your problem. You have worked very hard. As for the problem you are facing now, it is beyond your ability. It is not something you can solve. Chen Yunfei smiled and waved his hand. I listened to Luo Han. Comrades have said that since you arrived at the securities company, the operation of the entire securities company has risen several steps, and he always praises you as a financial elite in front of me. Well, now I am not close to Comrade Ziming. The flight's arrival time is very close. Let's go to the airport first. Chen Yunfei waved to them again and took them into the airport together. In order to show his closeness, Chen Yunfei asked the monitor Chen Xiu to follow him along the way. Chen Xiu also talked to Chen Yunfei. Secretary Chen, I didn't expect you to come and pick up our boss Ziming personally. Thank you so much, Chen Xiu said. Chen Yunfei shook his head and said, you don't have to thank me, because if you really want to say thank you, it should be me, the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, who said thank you to your teacher. Your teacher came to Nanjian this time to solve the problem of preparations for the stock exchange. The preparation of the stock exchange is the most important thing for Nanjian. Now that Comrade Ziming is able to come, I think whether it is myself or all the people in Nanjian, they should come to meet him. This made Chen Xiuqing couldn't help it. He clenched his fists. This is Teacher Ziming. Chen Yunfei and his classmates were talking and walking, and they came to a special VIP lounge. When they pushed open the VIP lounge door, they saw that someone was already waiting here. Seeing this person, even Chen Yunfei was surprised. Dong Cao deserves to be a sergeant. He is really acting like wind. We have only arrived at you but have been waiting here. This person is no one else. It is Cao Jianing, the chairman of Nanjian Securities Company and Nanjian Development Bank. His father was one of the only marshals, relying on family relations. Although Cao Jianing seldom stayed in securities companies and banks, no one could take away his position as chairman of the board, and no one would even have this idea. Cao Jianing stood up and shook hands with Chen Yunfei, and said politely, the secretary passed the award. I just happened to be working around here, so I came here so early. The secretary is too rare for you to come to the airport in person. Just one sentence can show the difference between Cao Jianing and others. Others call Chen Yunfei as Secretary Chen. This title does not seem to be a problem, but it sounds like an ordinary secretary, not so solemn, and calling a secretary can make people feel that it is the only secretary. It's just a word difference, but it gives people a different feeling. In addition, Cao Jianing deliberately said that he was nearby, and then lifted Chen Yunfei. This kind of sophisticated courtesy can't be used without a certain skill. After another quarter of an hour, as the announcement in the waiting hall sounded, Ziming's plane slowly landed on the runway of Baiyan Airport. Hearing the broadcast, Chen Yunfei stood up and went to the airport with his classmates to greet him. They followed the instructions of the airport staff and walked into the airport. They watched the passenger elevator car erect the passenger elevator and opened the cabin door. Ziming appeared at the door. Teacher Ziming. When Ziming stepped out of the cabin door, he heard someone calling his name. Ziming looked down and saw dozens of people standing there. These people Ziming knew. They were the students in their own finance class. Standing in front of them are Nanjian Municipal Party Committee Secretary Chen Yunfei and Marshal Sun Cao Jianing. as well as Liu Han, the first vice president of the securities company, who is also in charge of preparations for the stock exchange. Seeing these people, Ziming couldn't help being a little surprised. Su Han, who accompanied him on the plane at this time, said to him in a low voice, "Just say you are scornful of yourself." Ziming smiled and shook his head. He was indeed a little scornful. Yes, because Su Han also said that Ziming was coming to Lingnan. Others wouldn't say, at least Chen Yunfei, Cao Jianing and Liu Han would definitely come to pick him up, but Ziming said that his identity was not enough. Of course, Ziming's saying that is not presumptuous, but he thinks that although he is treated well in North Russia, but there is not the same as in China. It is a troubled world in the market, and he just got in. It's easy to become market leaders, so it's normal for them to pick themselves up. Now they return to the country. Not to mention that everyone's thinking is official based, and their identity alone is far from qualified. It seems that I still underestimated myself. In his heart, Ziming laughed at himself so much, but at the same time, it also made Ziming more aware that Nanjian might have really encountered a problem. Ziming stepped off the plane. Chen Yunfei stepped forward and shook hands with Ziming. "Counselor Zhu, welcome you back to Nanjian." It was just a sentence, but it was enough for Chen Yunfei. After all, he is the executive vice governor of Lingnan Nanjian, the secretary of the municipal party committee. He always needs to have his own reservations for such a person, and it is impossible to say too many words of gratitude and welcome. It is more practical for him to come here in person than to say anything. Ziming is not a member of the system, but he can understand this. He clasped Chen Yunfei's hand and said, "Thank the secretary for coming to pick me up. I am really flattered." Then Cao Jianing also came up to shake hands with Ziming. "Hope for the stars. The moon can finally look forward to you, Ziming. Now that the Nanjian Stock Exchange is preparing for the critical moment, it really won't work without you." Compared with Chen Yunfei, Cao Jianing's words are a lot more. Even though he is the son of the marshal's family, but after all, his current identity is just an ordinary businessman, so there are naturally more things to say. In addition, Cao Jianing really cares about the development of the stock exchange. Not only is he listed on a securities company, but now he can make so much money in trial operation. Then after the establishment of the stock exchange, let alone, it will definitely be more impressive. Of course, this is even more true in politics. Cao Jianing is not the son of Cao's family. The resources of the Cao family now obtained are only his father's favorite. After his father's death, he fought against his eldest brother twice and became the helm of the Cao family for the sake of justice. So this political resource is indispensable. Cao Dong laughed. "In fact, I think that having everyone here is the key to completing the problem. I don't have the ability to build a stock exchange," Ziming said politely. Ziming has also heard about the situation of the political family. The Cao family is not only the Cao Jianing brothers, but also other uncles and uncles who are officials in various departments and other officials attached to the Cao family who wear the Cao family's signs. The recognition of this is more important. Only with the recognition of these officials can you be the helm of the Cao family. Otherwise, these people will not listen to you, and you have nothing to do. In this regard, Cao Jianing laughed and said, "Counselor Zhu is still so self-facing. Although I admit that Ziming is right, but it is often so bad. You need consultant Zhu to have this ability." After Cao Jianing, Liu Han also said, "Hello Advisor Zhu, as long as you come, I believe that our Nanjian Stock Exchange will be established soon." After Liu Han, Chen Xiu, Li Yang and Jining represented all the students in the finance class. Welcome Ziming. The welcome time this time is not short. If you add a reporter to take pictures next to you, it will be a small welcome ceremony alive and well. Facing this welcoming ceremony, Ziming felt heartfelt pressure. The reason was simple. So many important people in Nanjian came to pick him up in person, which shows what kind of trouble Nanjian has encountered. However, Ziming himself was not sure whether he could succeed in the end. After all, some things might not be what he thought. Chapter 219 Ziming is here? Comrade Ziming, I heard about you in North Russia before. You can represent the domestic and Western financial warfare experts and still have the upper hand. You are very remarkable, and you can prove you. The understanding of the financial market is not lost to anyone. Now Nanjian Stock Exchange is in preparation. It was Nanjian that was the first to establish a joint stock company, and it was the first to come up with the statement that a securities company was listed. It is also us now. To turn the securities company into a stock exchange is not just a name change, but also to turn the guerrillas of the past into a regular army. Behind all this, all need to have a backbone that can truly lead all of this. I think only Comrade Zuming can do it. So I now delegate this task to you, the establishment of the stock exchange. Whether it is for us, Nanjian, or the whole country. In other words, they all have an epoch-making significance. Such a thing, if it is not for extraordinary wisdom, courage and vision, it is impossible to complete. And to complete this entrustment, you will be the financial hero of Nanjian, and even this era, I believe, Comrade Zuming, you will definitely become this hero. On the bus, Chen Yunfei held Zuming's hand tightly, and said to Zuming in a very earnest and thoughtful tone that they were taking the bus out of the airport together. The current priority for Nanjian is the construction of the securities market, and Chen Yunfei as Nanjian, the secretary of the municipal party committee, naturally has a lot of pressure on this, and I can't help but have been talking about this issue with Zuming since I got on the bus. It is worth mentioning here that Chen Yunfei has already referred to Zuming as Comrade Zuming. Compared to Advisor Zhu, this is a more formal name, which shows that Chen Yunfei is really caring. Not only Chen Yunfei, but Cao Jianing also said, in the past, I was always worried that the preparations of the stock exchange were a little insomnia. Now Zuming, you can come to my chairman and sleep at ease. Zuming said, stop doing it, Dong Cao, this is too interesting. How can you leave all your jobs to me? Chen Yunfei laughed and said, Comrade Zuming, this is what makes the capable people work harder. We don't understand a lot of problems in finance, and we have to rely on you to solve them. For example, what kind of stock exchange index you want to do. Comrade Jiang Hen discussed this formula with several bank leaders. Time means no one can really come up with a plan. Zuming shook his head helplessly. In fact, this index is not complicated to speak of. The free float shares of the company are the weights, which are calculated by the weighted average algorithm. Although it sounds awkward, if you list the formula and give it to the bank's auditors who specialize in dealing with numbers, you can quickly figure it out. Can't come up with a plan now, it's nothing more than that this thing is a new thing. Everyone is afraid of making mistakes and taking responsibility, and they dare not take it. More than 2 hours later, the car returned to Nanjian Securities Company. Chen Yunfei took Zuming and Cao Jianing Liuan into the securities company together, followed by students from the finance class. When they arrived at the securities company, it was still in a market opening stage. There were still many people watching the market. When Chen Yunfei and the others walked through the lobby under the escort of the staff, they were shocked to everyone. Everyone was shocked. Seeing this scene blankly, a little speechless, the scene suddenly fell silent. However, as the saying, if you don't erupt in silence, you perish in silence. The lobby of the securities company was silent for a while, and when all these people came back to their senses, the scene was in an uproar. Hey, am not mistaken, the one who is walking in the front seems to be our secretary Chen Yunfei from Nanjian, followed by Mr. Luo and Manager Li. Now they are all alarmed. Isn't it because the securities company has made any adjustments? Someone asked, and the person next to him immediately said, do you still have to ask? Have you forgotten that our securities company has to adjust to become a stock exchange? This is the formal establishment of our stock market. Is there anything more important than this? It's just that what I don't understand is who is the young man who is walking side by side with Secretary Chen, and why Mr. Luo is so behind. Is this someone from the top? It was also here Yai Mei Lao. One look at the new stocks. The stock market did not experience the wildest South River that time. If you have experienced, you cannot not know him. He was Zuming, It is the pinnacle of an Angian stock market. Whether it was the stock market crash or the subsequent stockholders, it was he who came out to solve it. And even all the rules of our stock market were made by him. Some people are speculating, but this Ziming, my husband, hasn't heard from him for a long time, but I heard that because he contributed too much and was targeted by foreign spies, he had to be taken by the central government to protect the capital. He was remotely controlling the situation of the Nanjian stock market, and now he is sent out again. Nanjian is here, and it must be the fastest to get the stock exchange up. Regardless of whether these people are speculating or showing off, one thing is certain: Ziming and the others have attracted a lot of attention. But this is just the beginning. After all, Ziming is very low. There are not many people who know Ziming's situation. But when Ziming walked into a securities company, the situation was different. How many people learned from their own secretly got up on the desk to see Ziming? Look, that is Ziming, our special development consultant in Anjiang City. I always tell you, don't look at our chairman Cao Dong and the first vice president Luo. I think they are the securities company's leader, but really put our securities company on the right track and solve all the problems encountered by our securities company. It is this consultant Zhu. You see, now that we have reached the critical moment of preparing the stock exchange, we invited him again, out of the mountain. If our securities company is a legend in Nanjian, then this consultant Zhu is a legend in the legend. I don't need to tell you that he's great. Just look at the finance class students who practiced here. They are all great, right? But they all want to call Consultant Zhu to call their teacher. You can imagine how capable Consultant Zhu is. This week Consultant is indeed the consultant. You think it is our municipal party committee secretary Chen picking him up in person. It seems that Secretary Chen is really anxious. The stock exchange has been preparing for such a long time, but it is still anxious to handle it. There is really no way without consulting Zhao's consultant. Privately whispering, everyone's whispered discussions behind the back can't do without Ziming, the central figure, guessing why Ziming came here today. Of course, this reason is not difficult to guess. There have been heated discussions about the change of a securities company to a stock exchange for a long time. Even the cleaners at the door of the securities company know about it. As employees of the securities company, they have no reason. Do not know. From the lobby to the inside of the securities company, Ziming, like a superstar, walked into the securities company as everyone watched. Comrade Liuan. Now that Comrade Ziming has arrived, the securities company will be closed earlier today, and ask comrades to come over and we will all meet and have a meeting. Chen Yunfei and Ziming came to the securities company's large conference room together. Chen Yunfei gave instructions to Luo Han, but Ziming said to Chen Yunfei, "Secretary, I actually don't think this matter is in a hurry. I have just arrived here and the environment is not yet familiar, so I rushed to a meeting, which was not very good. And in the afternoon, the 4 o'clock closing is also a rule that has been set long ago. The time is coming. Now is the time when the rule is taking shape. It is not good to change it hastily." Chen Yunfei pointed at Ziming helplessly, and then said to Luo Han, "Well, Comrade Luo Han, you go down and let me know first, so that the comrades will be prepared first, and everyone will have a meeting after the market closes at 4 o'clock. Luo Han nodded and said yes, and went out to inform. As he walked, he thought that Ziming was so courageous, he even dared to refute Chen Yunfei's decision. It seems that the wings of people who are not going to be mixed in the country in the future are hard. But this is because Luo Han didn't know what Ziming did when he was in North Russia. If he knew that when Ziming was there, he had faced the president of North Russia and the richest man in North Russia, and he would still dare to denounce them face to face. Finally, let the most powerful financial warfare expert in the United States help him operate a $100 billion financial warfare. That would definitely make his tongue knotted. Compared to that, it is very polite to say so much to Chen Yunfei now. Soon half an hour passed, and when the market closed at 4 o'clock, Liu Han asked the office to inform everyone of the fastest time to put down his work and come to the large conference room. Chen Yunfei and Zhu Ming were in the lounge next door. After the securities company's people were all there, they came out and sat in their seats. Chen Yunfei first said, "Hello, comrades. I am Chen Yunfei. The man next to him is Comrade Zhu Ming, our development consultant in Nanjing. He went out for a while for some reasons, and now he is back in Nanjing." Everyone applauds. After Chen Yunfei took the lead and applauded, there was a warm voice from the audience. With applause, Chen Yunfei went on to say, "Everyone knows that the securities company is now preparing to change to the stock exchange, and consultant Zhu will be responsible for this work in the future to bring Nanjing's securities development to a new level." Then, next I would like to ask consultant Zhu to say something to everyone. The microphone was handed over to Zhu Ming. Zhu Ming fiddled with the microphone and said, "First of all, I am very grateful to Secretary Chen and thank him for giving me such an opportunity. Everyone knows that Nanjing, the establishment of the stock exchange, is of epoch-making significance for our country. It also opened a new chapter for reform and opening up. I am very honored to receive such an honorable task at such a critical moment." Speaking of this, Zhu Ming paused for a while and finally said, "I also know that the stock exchange is not something that can be made by anyone, but I want to tell everyone here today that since Zhu Ming is here, the preparations for the stock exchange are not, no matter how difficult it is, I will definitely get it out in the shortest time." Chapter 220, You Let Go? At 8:50 in the morning, an Audi sedan drove through the long Nangang Avenue and finally arrived at the securities company, just when the Nanjing stock market was about securities to open. The entrance of the company was already crowded with people. They were staring at the display screen at the entrance of the securities company, as if they were afraid of missing the price of each stock after the hotel opened. This Audi was left by Zhu Ming in Nanjing. This time it was Zhu Ming and Su Han who came by car. Zhu Ming got off the car and entered the securities company through the side entrance, avoiding the crowd at the front entrance. At this time, the securities company is in the early stage of the market opening. The staff in the company are busy with their work, collecting yesterday's transaction data, and some orders that cannot be processed in the future due to the market closure, and comprehensively calculate the opening of each stock today. Price. In fact, all these tasks should have been completed yesterday. However, due to the fact that City Party Secretary Chen Yunfei brought Zhu Ming to the meeting, these tasks have dragged on to this day. While they were busy seeing Zhu Ming coming, they all got up and talked to Zhu Ming. Said hello. He was very positive and excited. After all, Zhu Ming's own legend and his declaration of confidence at the meeting yesterday are still vivid. Zhu Ming didn't show much about this. He just waved his hand and called the office director, "Go and inform Deputy President Liu, Manager Li, and Chen Xiu and Yining from the finance class to come to the conference room for a meeting right away." After explaining Zhu Ming, he walked directly to the conference room. In fact, his explanation was very contrary to the fact that according to the staffing of the securities company, due to the fact that the chairman and general manager Cao Jianing is not often in the company, Liu Han, the first vice president, and Li Hong, the marketing manager, were the actual general manager and vice president, but now Zhu Ming just ordered them to come to the meeting. To change to someone else, the director of the office would definitely think he took himself too seriously, but it was Zhu Ming who was facing him, but he felt that it was so natural. Zhu Ming came to the meeting room and sat down. A few minutes later, Liu Han, Li Hong and Chen Yining walked in separately. Zhu Ming beckoned them to sit down and said, "Today we have a brief meeting. What are the difficulties when changing to a stock exchange? Unlike yesterday, there are Secretary Chen and so many employees here, just a few of us," everyone said straightforwardly. Although Zhu Ming said so, it is deeply rooted. The concept of identity still made everyone focus on Liu Han. Liu Han sorted out his thoughts and said, "Advisor Zhu, our stock exchange currently lacks enough member companies because the name of the stock exchange is not very good. So many companies are worried about political influence and dare not enter rashly. It is the issue of the conversion of the functions of the stock exchange. Because the current securities companies open accounts, review and operate, all shareholders are already used to this kind of contract operation in the securities company. I am worried that once the operation method is changed, ordinary shareholders will not be able to accept it. There is no way to make a smooth transition. After Liu Han started, Li Hong immediately followed up and said, "Yes, Consultant Zhu, whether it is stockholders or provincial leaders, they are worried that this will breed some bad phenomena. There will be many scalper companies opening accounts in the name of securities companies and earning commissions." Consultant Zhu, I think you must know how difficult it was for me to sell the shares of South Development Bank. Now people have finally accepted this stocks. I think we have to be cautious. Li Hong continued, in addition, the stock index you mentioned by advisors also has a big problem, because according to the formula you gave, our Nanjian stock market, the stock index of China is quite low, only more than 100. Which makes the market very unconfident. This is not a problem. Ziming waved his hand and dropped the words that surprised Liu Han and Li Hong, and then turned around. I asked Chen Xiu, you have been doing internships here for some time. What do you think is the biggest problem now? Chen Xiu thought for a while and said, Teacher, I think there is no technical problem in the change of a securities company to a stock exchange. As long as the data left by the securities company can be sorted out, it's enough. Ziming looked at Yining again, and Yining said, Teacher, I have the same thoughts as Chen Xiu, but I have one more worry than him. I am that the market will react after the securities company changes to the stock exchange. Some people will take the opportunity to speculate to drive up the stock price or artificially create market panic to sell the stock. Hearing Yining's words, Ziming nodded silently and asked, are there any other questions besides these? Ziming looked around quietly after asking. Circle. After seeing that everyone didn't mean to speak, he said, since there are no other questions, let's start. First, prepare an application report for the stock exchange and submit it to the Nanjian Municipal Party Committee and government for approval. No matter what, we have to get the qualifications first. This application report is simple and plain. Don't be too fancy. Try to get it out for me within 3 days. Is there any problem? Facing Ziming's question, Liu Han, Li Hong, Chen Yining's 4 people were stunned, and they all looked at Ziming in surprise. If they weren't so surprised to see other people, they would think they had lost their memory. Didn't they just talk about the difficulty of changing the stock exchange? Why should I prepare an application report? Haven't those difficulties been solved yet? In the end, Liu Han asked for everyone, Counselor Zhu, what do you mean by this is to put these questions aside for the time being? I didn't mean that. Ziming replied, you guys. These questions are very good, and they will definitely be encountered during the implementation process. Ziming's answer made Liu Han and the others feel more incomprehensible, because if Ziming said to put these questions aside, wait for them, when it comes to solving it, it can still be understood. After all, the development of the entire securities market is crossing the river by feeling the stones. It is impossible to make perfect preparations. We can only do it first. This is also the consistent thinking of Nanjian development, and Ziming should do the same. You can understand it, but now he doesn't think so, which makes people very confused. Ziming could see their incomprehension. Ziming sighed and said, before answering your question, I want to ask you a question first. I want to know who is the person in charge of the securities company, after the opening of the stock exchange. Who works here? Of course it's me. It's us. I'm the first vice president of the securities company, and he is the marketing manager. Liu Han replied, but his answer was very unconfident. Yes. One of you is the first vice president and the other is the manager of the marketing department. You are the actual person in charge of the current securities company, and your current responsibility is to throw all your affairs to me. Ziming stretched out his hand. Liu Han went on to say, Mr. Liu, look at the questions you have raised. There is a lack of member companies, And you are worried that investors cannot accept the change's response? I want to say that if you lack member companies, won't you look for it? Worried about investors if I can't accept it? Won't I do more publicity, or apply to the relevant departments of the municipal party committee to help with ideological work? What does it mean to throw it all at me now? Let me pull member companies and let me do ideological work for shareholders? I want to said I was just Nanjiang's development consultant, not the life teacher of your kindergarten class. Under Ziming's questioning, Liu Han and Li Hong both bowed their heads, but Ziming's words did not end here. He continued, "You left the problems for me before I came. I want to say that the work of your two leaders is too easy. Then I want to know, if you don't have me, who are you going to leave these problems for? The central leadership or God?" Here, I just want to tell you that my development consultant is just here to give you the courage to make decisions, unless you really encounter some key problems that can't be solved. Ziming said at last. Ziming's words came to an end. And Yining said, "First over there, I'm sorry, but we are too dependent on you. You asked us to come to Nanjiang for an internship first to exercise our ability to face problems independently. But in the end we still have to leave the question to you, the teacher. Even if it is just the simplest data sorting and market reaction, we have failed your expectations of us. I am very sorry." Yining's words reminded Liu Han. Although Ziming is Nanjiang Development Advisor, he is also in Nanjiang now, but he will not stay in Nanjiang forever, and may even leave soon. Then once he takes the students from the finance class and leaves, as he said, is it? Can you really leave these problems to the central leadership and God? So what's the use of being the first vice president in this way? This kind of thinking makes Liu An feel very ashamed, because once, he was determined to break through all difficulties and create a securities market of his own country. But now, it was just such a difficult problem that made myself retreat, thinking about waiting for Ziming to solve it. I really shouldn't. Indeed, as Ziming said, he is such a character who has transcended the times. He is not a kindergarten teacher who is here to tutor himself. He should learn to walk by himself, instead of having the teacher himself lead his talents every step of the way. With such thoughts, Liu Han said to Ziming, "I understand, Advisor Zhu. I also want to apologize to you, and please rest assured that we can solve these small problems and we will put the stock exchange on the stock exchange as soon as possible. The application report of the company will be submitted to you for review. You remember that now confidence and persistence are what you lack most. As long as you believe that when you encounter any problem that cannot be solved, I will be behind you, you can just let go and do the others." Ziming said. Liu Han, Li Hong and Chen Yining stood up together and bowed deeply to Ziming. "Thank you very much, Consultant Zhu, we remember it. Okay, you all go and work on your work first, and change the securities company to a certificate. The stock exchange requires a lot of preparatory work," Ziming said. Liu Han and the four left the meeting room. After they left, Su Han cast a suspicious look at Ziming. Ziming smiled and shook his head. Said, "It's not that I don't want to help them, but their problems are not critical. I am waiting for the critical one." "Of course I understand, Ziming, you are the most powerful person, and these things are not worthy of you. Shooting is just like when you were in Hangzhou," Su Han said with a smile. Chapter 221 Black Household Stock Exchange On December 15, 2014, the National Securities Dealers Conference was still held in Yanjing's International Financial Center. After the morning meeting, a team of CCTV reporters came to the lounge. "Hello everyone, my reporter from CCTV Finance. I am now at the National Securities Dealers Conference." Everyone knows that as the conference progresses halfway, more and more people attending the conference are becoming more and more important. Many of them are very important in the financial industry. Seniors also attended the meeting. Now we are going to interview this old man. His name is Liu Han. I know that everyone must have heard of this name. Securities, yes. He set up the first exchange in the country. So, The Nanjian Stock Exchange was founded by him alone. It can be said that the big drama of our national stock market was opened by him. There. Reporter faced the camera and talked freely, and then the camera followed her into a room. There was a grey-haired old man lying on the sofa, and the reporter stepped forward. "Hello Mr. Yuan, we are a CCTV reporter here to interview you. Today, the Shanghai Stock Index broke through the 7,000 point mark and hit a new record high. As the founder of Nanjian Stock Market, don't you know what you want to say about this?" Since the reporter was told that Liu Han was not in good health when she walked in, she didn't have too much politeness and asked straightforwardly. Listening to the reporter's question, Liu Han, who is nearly 80 years old, nodded with satisfaction. "It's good if the Shanghai stock market can go up all the way. We didn't do this work in vain. I just want to say that our country's stock market has gone from scratch. It is not easy to this day. I hope everyone can cherish such a good environment and hope that our own stock market will get better and better." Mr. Yuan, as the first person to eat crabs, I miss you. It must be under a lot of pressure, right? There are many words without mistakes. Is there anything that you remember the most? No mistakes, no skipping words. The reporter asked again. How could this not be possible? Liu Han said. Back then, it was an extraordinary era. At that time, unlike now, the conditions in all aspects are mature. As long as it is not illegal, as long as it is from the perspective of the people's interests, what should be done? You can do what you can, and you won't encounter too much resistance. At that time, there was no such condition. Don't look at the development of the Nanjian Stock Exchange. It has a turnover of tens of billions of dollars every month, but you don't know that the Nanjian Stock Exchange was actually a dark household who didn't even have a birth permit. There. Reporter picked up his eyelids and hurriedly asked, Old Mr. Yuan, what do you mean by not having a birth permit? Is the establishment of the stock exchange not approved by higher authorities? No mistakes, no skipping. Liu Han first nodded and then shook his head. No, it was a very tangled era. Everyone knew that the stock exchange was good, and the higher authorities wanted to do it, but everyone was afraid to do it, because no one has done this before. Everyone is afraid that there will be political burdens and problems. Therefore, higher-level agencies have been afraid to give a clear answer. It was not until 1991 that the document was officially released. Before that, the stock exchanges are all in the form of illegal accounts and are not publicly recognized by the higher authorities. It turns out that it is. But Mr. Liu Han, if I remember correctly, the Nanjian Stock Exchange was opened in 1990. That's right, so it's Mr. Liu Han that you opened the stock exchange first and then asked for government documents, right? Then you are very bold in saying this. If it weren't for what you did in the first place, I'm afraid our domestic stock market will drag on for many more years. You are really a hero of the domestic stock market. There. Reporter said and gave Liu a thumbs up. But Liu smiled bitterly and shook his head. Big hero? Me? It's not worthy of this title. There. Reporter thought that Liu was just being humble, but he didn't expect him to continue to say, if it is a hero, there was only one person worthy of this title, because if it weren't for him, it is impossible for the Nanjian Stock Exchange to be established so early, and even we would not dare to rush into the stock exchange because of some trivial things, let alone black households. That is because we don't have the courage. There. CCTV reporter was stunned. After that, she looked at Liu's emotional memory. She knew that Liu said that was not a performance. In fact, a person with the identity and status of Liu didn't need to do this at all, so that means back then, there really is such a big hero who helped Liu Han set up the stock exchange. If it weren't for him, the appearance of the stock exchange might have been delayed for a long time. This thought made her feel strange, because she suddenly remembered that she had heard of similar things in many places. It seemed that there was such a person in that era. He used his own power to almost run through the country. Important things can always see the existence of such a person. Is there really such a person who promotes the development of all major events behind the history? It's just that he doesn't want to show up in public. CCTV reporters have infinite doubts and excitement in their hearts. Time back to the end of 1989, Ziming arrived at the Nanjing Municipal Party Committee in his Audi car. Along with Ziming was Liu Han, the first vice president of the securities company. Peng Shengyu, the first secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, greeted Ziming at the door. Seeing Ziming and the others got out of the car, Peng Shengyu took the initiative to shake hands with Ziming and greet him, and took them into the municipal party building and went directly to Chen Yunfei's office. Even though Ziming and the others were notified by Chen Yunfei, they still had to observe the rules. Peng Shengyu first notified him, and only after getting his approval did he bring Ziming and the others in. Ziming and Liu Han went into the office. Chen Yunfei sat on the sofa in the reception area and waved to them. Ziming Liu Han went to sit in front of him. Chen Yunfei looked at Ziming and Liu Han, and suddenly sighed. "I'm calling you over this time. I have a very important thing to tell you," Chen Yunfei said as he took out a document and put it on the table. "This is the report you handed in. I have read it. The report is very well done. From the analysis of the current development of the domestic securities market, it clearly stated the necessity of the stock exchange. And I also support the establishment of the stock exchange very much. I have already built the municipal committee on it." The seal. Chen Yunfei opened the document as he said, and saw the seal of the Nanjing Municipal Party Committee at the beginning and the end of the document. If it were in normal times, I would be very happy to hear Chen Yunfei say this, but at this time Ziming heard Chen Yunfei say this, but instead felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, Chen Yunfei went on to say, "However, due to some political considerations, the document will not be given to you for the time being, nor will it be sent out." Secretary Chen, what do you mean by that? Do you have to wait for a while before making a decision? Nothing is wrong without skipping words. Liu Han asked with some doubts. You can say that, but that's not the case. Chen Yunfei said, but what I can tell you is that I will not submit this document to the central government for the time being, and you should not directly report the document to the central government. There will be no one approved. Liu Han understood this. Secretary Chen, you mean that there will be no official documents to certify the stock exchange? How can this be? Our stock exchange is a formal department and the center of the securities market. It is still at a critical stage of development. Wouldn't this dampen the original enthusiasm of the booming securities market? Chen Yunfei did not speak, but turned to look at Ziming's side. It was not that Chen Yunfei looked down on Liu Han. In fact, Chen Yunfei knew Liu Han's skills very well. Chen Yunfei only came to Nanjing when he was the executive vice mayor. Liu Han's position as the first vice president of the South Development Bank was appointed by Chen Yunfei himself. But now that Ziming is here, Chen Yunfei is more willing to listen to Ziming's ideas. Ziming thought for a while and asked, Secretary, we are here in a special zone and have certain privileges in politics, right? There are no mistakes in many words. Chen Yunfei nodded and said, of course, but this privilege is also within a certain range. So I don't think there is a problem with the registration and establishment of a new securities settlement company in Nanjing. There are no mistakes in many words, Ziming asked. Ziming, what do you mean by that? Do you want to say that the stock exchange is turned into a company? Chen Yunfei frowned and asked. Ziming nodded and said yes. Chen Yunfei thought for a while and said, I feel it is necessary to remind you that the current problem lies not in the form of the stock exchange, but in the 5 words of the stock exchange. As long as it is the stock exchange, it is impossible to have a clear reply. Ziming nodded and said, I know, I did not say that I want to use the form of the stock exchange company in order to get the approval documents around a bend. I just simply think that at this stage, the company system will be more suitable for the development of the stock exchange. After all, the domestic securities market has just started, and it is indeed difficult to find enough member companies. Chen Yunfei and Luo Han were both stunned. It's not that they didn't understand Zhu Ming's words, but Zhu Ming's answer was a little bit beyond the question. Taste. Where's the reply? Does the stock exchange don't need a birth permit? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Luo Han asked in a daze. Of course, the stock exchange is a very important and critical place. It won't work without the approval of government departments. However, it is for this reason that it can be worked around at certain times. Of course, here, I want to the secretary just asks for a guarantee. Zhu Ming said. Chen Yunfei made a please gesture. What guarantee, you say? It just won't seal the stock exchange's guarantee. Zhu Ming said. Now we need to get the stock exchange company up first. In the case of formal approval, the secretary should not use our company to illegally seize the stock exchange. Chen Yunfei smiled. It turns out that it is this guarantee. My answer is I'm sorry. I can't give you any guarantee because there is no approval from the relevant government department. This company is illegal. If something goes wrong, it must be sealed up. However, due to the particularity of the industry and the lack of understanding of the industry by the relevant departments, the investigation and evidence collection work will take a little longer. Zhu Ming also he laughed. He knew that this was the best guarantee Chen Yunfei could do. After all, he was the executive vice governor and secretary of the municipal party committee. Turning one eye to the other is not without precedent during the reform and opening up, let alone a special economic zone. Thank you, secretary. I think I understand. I will definitely consider it carefully. Zhu Ming said. Chapter 222 is just a pure excess. After talking with Chen Yunfei about the stock exchange's approval, Zhu Ming and Luo Han left the municipal party building. Perhaps Chen Yunfei felt guilty that he could not support the stock exchange, or perhaps it was to appease Zhu Ming and Luo Han's emotions and express their attitude. When Zhu Ming and Luo Han left, Chen Yunfei asked his secretary Peng Shengyu to send it out. People who saw this scene along the way were all surprised, because Peng Shengyu, the first secretary of the municipal party committee, has already settled the right treatment. At the age of 30, he is in a place like the special economic zone and gave it to the executive vice province. As the secretary of the Chengxi municipal party committee, everyone knows that he is going to be on the same footing in the future. Therefore, in Nanjian, even the municipal standing committee must give him some face. But now he actually wants to send someone out of the city committee personally. This is already a very high salary, and it also shows that Chen Yunfei attaches great importance to Zhu Ming. Some people who don't know Zhu Ming will marvel at and guess who this is, but those who know Zhu Ming will feel it for granted. After all, Nanjiang's stock market was brought up by him. It is said that he was still with him at the beginning. The Dan family in the capital had fought and disarmed the Dan family directly. For such a person, it would be no big deal for Chen Yunfei to ask the secretary to send him off. Councillor Zhu, in fact, he is also under very great pressure now. Although Nanjiang is still a special zone, it is the country's highest priority for development and a domestic window, but it is always blindly supported by policies and resources to support the development of Nanjiang. It also aroused a lot of opinions from the central government. The stock exchange is a very sensitive place. The leader will hesitate. I hope that you can understand from advisor Zhu. Peng Shengyu sent Zhu Ming to walk in the municipal party committee building. While talking to him, Zhu Ming said. Zhu Ming was not surprised by Peng Shengyu's remarks. After all, as the secretary of Nanjiang Municipal Party Committee, Chen Yunfei asked his secretary to give him a special gift. It was definitely not just a simple relationship, but there were some things that Chen Yunfei was inconvenient to say. I have to use Peng Shengyu to tell myself. On the other hand, the problems mentioned by Peng Shengyu are also in Zhu Ming's prediction. Zhu Ming still remembers that he had read some gossips in his previous life. The above mentioned the dispute between the river and the sea in this era. The competition for the country's first financial center. This competition is not limited to the financial aspect, but also includes many other aspects that everyone can think of and can't think of. Then since everyone was able to fight so fiercely in the previous life, there is no reason why it is just their own rebirth that can change everything. After all, saying that oneself can only change the economic situation, but cannot change people's aggressiveness and selfish thinking. Ziming thought of this and said to Peng Shengyu, "Don't worry, Director Peng. I just came out of Yanjing. I can understand some things without telling me, so the secretary said that I can't support it publicly. I have not been much on this issue. What I say is that I understand the current situation. The leader is right. Consultant Zhu is indeed a man of deep sense." Peng Shengyu gave Ziming a thumbs up. So it is very reassuring to leave the establishment of the stock exchange to Consultant Zhu. The establishment of their stock exchange is the strongest stroke in the history of domestic financial development. You are a hero when you become a Consultant Zhu. Ziming glanced at Peng Shengyu and said, "Director Peng praised. In fact, I am not as good as you said, and I am just a pure businessman. And I only want to be a pure businessman." The establishment of a stock exchange is just to hope that there will be a standardized financial environment in China, which can allow my company to go public and also allow my company to trade in stocks. I really didn't think about any other ideas about speculating on futures. Peng Shengyu looked at Ziming in surprise and reminded him, "But Consultant Zhu, you are our development consultant in Nanjing City." Ziming sighed. "But I'm just an economic and construction development consultant, Director Peng. Let me tell you something from my heart. If I can, I really don't want to have too much contact with politics. I just want to do it purely my business." Hearing Ziming's words, Peng Shengyu nodded silently. "Well, Consultant Zhu, I think I understand what you mean." Walking out of the municipal party building, Ziming said to Peng Shengyu, "Director Peng, thank you very much for seeing me off. Now that we are out of the municipal party committee building, we can go to the parking lot by ourselves. Now is the critical time for the development of Nanjing University. The secretary can't be separated from others. If I delay business matters, I will be guilty." As the first secretary of the Nanjing Municipal Party Committee, Peng Shengyu is also very wise. How could he not understand what Ziming meant? So he took the initiative to stretch out his hand and shake hands with Ziming and said, "Okay, then I will send Consultant Zhu to you here, and I have to go back to the leader to report on my work." After Peng Shengyu finished speaking, he thought about it and said, "But the certificate, the establishment of the institute is still the primary work goal of the Nanjing Municipal Party Committee. If you encounter any difficulties or problems in your work, you can come to me at any time. If it is not a particularly important matter, I can come forward to help you solve the problem. If it is beyond the scope of my ability, I can also help you report to the leader." Ziming thanked him, and then walked out of the city committee building with him separately, and returned to the car. Ziming looked at Luo Han strangely and asked, "Do you have anything to worry about, Mr. Luo, or are you worried about the lack of public support? Our stock exchange is not developing well." "If this is the case, I don't think you have to worry about it, because the stock exchange is the inevitable result of economic development, and it will not be a problem to follow the trend of the times." Ziming's question is not a temporary one, it was a whim. But Luo Han didn't say a word just now. Of course, speaking of people with identities like Ziming and Peng Shengyu speaking, he is really not good at interrupting, but it does not mean that he will not behave like a wooden person, especially when he and Secretary Peng just said that. If there is an extra pun, Chen Yunfei used Peng Shengyu to win over him, but he did not accept it. It is impossible for Yuan to hear it, let alone remain indifferent. You must know that an executive vice governor and the secretary of the municipal party committee is already very powerful. For officials in this position, unless they are certain political groups, they have always been the only ones to cheat him. Where does he need this? How about wooing a businessman in a low voice? This has to be replaced by other people who are expected to laugh out of their dreams. But now Ziming has directly rejected it. How can this not be shocking? Perhaps Luan has become accustomed to his own strength and his own way, but it is absolutely impossible to not react at all. He thinks this is normal. Now Luan does not respond like this until he didn't say a word in the car. This is possible. There is only one. He has serious concerns. Ziming thought of these things before asking this question. Facing Ziming's question, Luohan lowered his head, which made Ziming more sure what was on his mind. But before Ziming could ask again, Luohan said, "Counselors, thank you very much." This silly gratitude made Ziming stunned. "What do you suddenly thank me for, Mr. Luo?" "Thank you very much, Consultant Zhu, for making the stock exchange a company system, and thank you very much for making it so that the stock exchange the decision to open directly," Luohan said. Only then did Ziming understand what Luohan was up to. But this understanding also made Ziming feel a little bit dumbfounded. I am afraid that in his previous work, Luan has always followed the example of Western countries to make the stock exchange a membership system. Even if it is a corporate stock exchange, a certain amount of brokerage must be maintained here. But Luan lobbied a circle. However, no members have joined at all, so there is no foundation to engage in the stock exchange. However, in front of Chen Yunfei just now, he skipped the membership step and said that he could engage in the stock exchange, and on the premise that Chen Yunfei did not dare to express his position clearly. He first gotten out of the stock exchange by getting on the bus and then buying the tickets. This is considered fulfilled Luan's long-cherished wish. Of course, Luan's gratitude is not only that, he will thank himself so much, and I am afraid it is related to his previous encounters with various companies. It is impossible to say that there is no blow to him, especially after he had just expressed his determination in front of him. The blow made him very anxious and even desperate for a while. But now I came to the municipal party committee building with him. Facing Chen Yunfei's question, I nodded directly and gave him unlimited hope. How could he not be excited by such a change of emotions? Mr. Luo, in fact, you don't have to take this matter too seriously. Ziming originally wanted to persuade Luohan, but he immediately said, "It's all because I didn't do my job well. Consultants have said good week, just consultants, our own concrete work to be done, but now they still want you to back me. Wipe weak consultant, first vice president of my campaign's stock is really too failed." Then Loan and looked up and said, "You can really advise a weak Queen Anjian stock market if it is not your savior. I am afraid that these problems will just want to haunt us for a long time." Loan's sentence had to Ziming what I had to say was back in my stomach. Ziming thought for a while and said, "If I were you, President Luo, don't say anything about the past, because we will have a lot of work to do in the future. Unless I thought it would be easy to get on the train first and then make up for the ticket." Facing Ziming's joking, Luo Hanzheng said, "Of course it won't be easy. I will definitely do what you say, Consultant Zhu." At this time, Ziming could only shook his head helplessly, because he was not as great as he said. Maybe he did help him a lot, but strictly speaking, he borrowed from Luohan's previous life. It's just that, and I also hope that Nanjiang's stock market can be up as soon as possible, so there is no saying that there is any help. But now Luohan insists on thanking himself so much, as if he has no way to refuse. And for Ziming, it doesn't matter how to set up the stock exchange now. This is just a pure excess, and important things are probably still to come. Chapter 223 Let's have fun by ourselves? After leaving the municipal party committee building, Ziming and Luohan went directly to the securities company. At this time, there were still many people at the entrance of the securities company. They still parked their cars in the parking lot. From the side entrance, "Go in, Mr. Luo, no matter what kind of support the secretary can give us this time, since we have decided to open the stock exchange, we must show our determination. We will hold a meeting later and consider what we are going to face now. Let's discuss the situation first. Go and call manager Li Hong, Chen Xiu, Li Yang and Yin Ying. I'll wait for you in the conference room." Ziming confessed to Luohan and walked towards the conference room. "Go." and Luo Han was ashamed of Zuming's actions to help him solve the problem when he was in the car. Now Zuming asked him to do things. Of course he was very active. Before Zuming came to the conference room and sat down for a while, Luo Han took it with him. People came in. Zuming first asked everyone to sit down and then said, "It is still a commonplace to ask everyone to come to this meeting today. That is, to change the current securities company into a stock exchange. You all came earlier than me, and you have done a lot for this. In the early stage of work, I believe you are more aware of many difficulties than I am, so I won't say more here, because we haven't solved any of these problems." Zuming paused deliberately when he said that. He looked around. The circle went on to say, "But this is not important, because we will solve them one by one. Now we are going to solve the first one." Zuming gave a thumbs up. Now our securities company is still fulfilling the role of the brokerage firm. However, when we change to become a stock exchange, the brokerage firm must go out independently. So we need to have a brokerage firm that we recognize. Zuming finally asked, "Then I want to know if you have the corresponding resources." "We can go to a bank or an insurance company as long as it has certain financial qualifications." Facing Zuming's question, the audience was silent. All Luo Han replied to Zuming and said, "Counselor Zhu, we understand what you said. When we were looking for members of the stock exchange, we had communicated with various parties, but the effect was not obvious." From Luo Han's pair, it's not difficult to judge if his face is difficult. It's not obvious. I'm afraid that he is very reserved. You must know that he was in the municipal party committee building before, and he just set the stock exchange as a company system. You can get on the bus first and then buy the ticket. He was moved just like that when he opened the business. One can imagine how much resistance he encountered when he was helping the stock exchange to find members. It's okay if it's obviously not obvious. If we should work hard, we still have to work hard. Luan, can you help me meet the heads of a few banks and insurance companies? I will talk to them, Zuming said. Luo Han nodded and said yes, and got Luo Han's answer. Zuming confessed some more things and ended the meeting. In the evening, Zuming and Luo Han came to the Nanu Hotel. They had already booked a box. They sat here from 5:30 to 7:30. The attendant of the box came up again and asked, "Hello sir, may I ask, are you serving food now, or some snacks first?" This is the third time the waiter came to ask in 2 hours. Zuming said to her, "Let's serve 2 plates of tea first, and then give me 2 cups of tea." There. Waiter nodded and left. Luo Han said at this moment, "Counselor Zhu, President's son of ICBC just sent me a page saying that he has other things and can't come." Zuming nodded, although Zuming didn't say anything. What? There is no change in his face. But Luo Han is already ashamed, and he wants to find a way to drill down on the spot. "Counselor Zhu, shall we eat first and go?" Luo Han suggested to Zuming very embarrassedly. However, Zuming said, "Just now President Sun said that he could not come. Didn't we also have Bank of China's Bank of China President Tan and Bank of Communications Bank President Wu? They haven't heard from them yet. Maybe they just temporarily delayed something." In the end, it really didn't work. Isn't Mr. Luo Han, the first vice president of the South Development Bank, here too? Luo Han could only smile bitterly at Zuming's ridicule, but he looked at Zuming's composure. But he felt there is a kind of inexplicable confidence. It's just that Luan's confidence quickly took a hit, because his pager rang again. It was the news from Bank of China's Governor Tan. He also said that he couldn't do anything temporarily. This made Luo Han's little confidence that he borrowed through Zuming finally fell back to the bottom in an instant. Zuming also saw this message and smiled and said to him, "It seems we can only wait for Bank of Communications President Wu. I think we still have to have a little confidence. What about Mr. Luo? Or let's make a bet. There are no mistakes and a lot of words on this meal. Whoever loses." Please, Luan really can't do it. Zuming can still talk and laugh in this situation. It doesn't matter to bet on this meal. The key is that the person who was lost in front of Zuming can never be found again. But at this time, the door of the box was knocked suddenly. Originally, Liu Han thought it was a waiter serving tea, but he didn't expect that the person who came in was a middle-aged person. Liu Han's eyes suddenly brightened because this person Liu Han knew him. It is President Wu of Bank of Communications. Liu Han immediately jumped up from his position like a spring. Hello Governor Wu, you are finally here. I'm sorry, there was something temporarily in the unit, so it was delayed. So you have to wait a long time. Governor Wu said. It doesn't matter, President Wu can come, Ziming said. Compared with Ziming's simplicity, Liu Han said more, it's okay. I know that Bank of Communications is currently expanding its business, so there are many things in the unit that are too busy to get busy. But President Wu can still take the time to come over today. I'm already very happy. Then Ziming and Liu Han asked President Wu to sit down. But President Wu waved his hands and said, I don't need to sit down. I have something to do. I will leave after a few words. What is President Wu in such a hurry? But I don't have to worry about a glass of water. Liu Han wanted to say a few more words, but Ziming interrupted him and gave President Wu a please gesture. President Wu, please tell me. Ziming's performance made President Wu take a high look. He first asked Ziming hello and then said, Zhao's consultant Mr. Liu, since I'm here today, I won't say those boring things like everyone else. I know that you are having such a dinner here today. I invited the heads of several other big banks in Nanjing to have dinner here, just to discuss the establishment of a new securities company and go to your stock exchange for certification. Brokerage, right? There are a lot of words, right? Ziming nodded and said, that's just such a thing. I don't know Mr. Wu's answer. My answer is very sorry, Mr. Wu said. In fact, I really want to be such a brokerage firm, but for some reasons, I need to be safer. President Wu thought about it for a while and then said, just be straightforward. But someone has already greeted us. Liu Han blurted out and asked. He said who it was, but he immediately responded and covered his mouth. Ziming and President Wu just glanced at him and didn't say much about this issue. After all, it's inconvenient for President Wu to talk about it, and Ziming. It is also inconvenient and no need to listen. In fact, everyone has difficulties, but the future stock exchange will always be developed. Finance will also be the future direction of development. A country can't rely on finance alone, but it can't do without finance. I believe President Wu is very discerning. The financial people in China should really want to test the waters in the securities sector, right? There are many words that are correct, especially now that this market is completely blank, waiting for someone to start first. Ziming asked. Consultant Zhu, I understand the principle that the first opportunity to seize the market is to seize the opportunity. But there are some difficulties that can't be overcome. Governor Wu sighed. Ziming thought for a while and put forward a suggestion. If President Wu has difficulties, President Wu may establish a new government company under another name. Some things can be flexible. President Wu still shook his head. Counselor Zhu, I think it would be better for me not to disturb those crooked brains. I'm sorry this time. I have something to do on my side, so I will leave first. After speaking, President Wu left the box. Liu Han sat back down in his seat again. Ziming sighed and said, sure enough, these guys won't give us a chance. Liu Han didn't hear Ziming's still ridiculous tone, he just felt incomparable. He was frustrated, because he originally saw President Wu coming over, thinking it would be a bit expressive for others to come, but didn't think that he just came over and told them that he was quitting, which made Liu feel that he was too shocked and he might as well ask others. It would be better for people to come just like that. Seeing Liu Han look like this, Ziming stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder and said, Mr. Liu, I said you are also the person in charge of the securities company in the South Development Bank. Can you not be so aggrieved? Liu Han looked up and saw Ziming's smile. At that time, he was taken aback. Ziming went on to say, don't look at me like this. You should call Li Hong and the others over. I think we can have dinner. I don't know. Are you hungry? But I know I must be hungry. Hearing Ziming's words, Liu Han suddenly remembered that their meal today not only had an appointment with the bank presidents, but also asked Li Hong and Chen Xiu, Li Yang and Yin Ying. They all came here, but they weren't in this box, and they didn't have a chance to play. Counselor Zhu, do you really want to do that? There is nothing wrong with no words. Luo Han asked. Of course, unless Mr. Luo, you have a better way, Ziming said. Luo Han lowered his head. Where could he have a better way? So he could only take out his mobile phone and dial a number, and at the same time let the waiter in the box serve the food. After a while, Li Hong and Chen Xiu entered the box, and Zhu Ming asked them to sit down and eat. While eating, Zhu Ming, he said, we don't say the result just now, I believe you all guessed it, so now in order for the stock exchange to open, we need a real broker to come out. So I decided to register one in the name of Jinping. The new securities company acts as a brokerage firm, and you, Li Hong, and Li Yang, both of you need to leave your job and go to work there. Since we are going to establish a stock exchange and no one has established a securities firm to support us, then we will sell melons and boast that we will play once. Don't be unhappy, because I can foresee that the securities market will definitely develop in the future. Ziming said very positively. Chapter 224 Ziming is a liar? On December 25th, there was a lively scene at the entrance of a skyscraper on the east section of Nangang Avenue. Not only were flower baskets placed on both sides of the entrance, with red carpets in the middle, there were also 2 hot air balloons flying into the sky, pulling 2 blessings. Couplet, in the open space in front of the door, there is a lion dance performance accompanied by crackling firecrackers. A banner is hung in the middle of the door, warmly celebrate the opening of Ango Securities. Congratulations to advisor Zhu, Ango Securities Go Limited opened. This is the first specialized brokerage firm in the true sense of New China. It is really gratifying that advisor Zhu has walked ahead of the country again. A blessing came and Zhu Ming turned his head. In the past, that was a young man in his early 30s. This man Zhu Ming knew. He was Chen Yunfei's secretary Peng Shengyu. Today he came to express his joy. In fact, after talking with Chen Yunfei that day, Zhu Ming actually had the idea to engage in a brokerage firm, but at first he considered that he was a stock exchange and a brokerage firm. Once it spreads out, the impact will not be good, but later on the bank's side the dinner failed. Everyone can only make up this determination. After a few days of preparation, it finally opened today. Originally, the brokerage was going to be called Jinping Securities Company because it was only owned by Zhu Ming's Jinping Company. However, due to impact issues, it was renamed Ango Securities. At least it does not sound reminiscent of a listed company. There will be no improper transactions. It's just that the nation's first real brokerage firm was established. This should have been an epoch-making event, but the current scene is a bit unsatisfactory. Although the scene looks very lively, all the people who attended the opening ceremony, but they are basically some people who have business contacts or are in charge of listed companies, and there is no important person. All banks and insurance companies just sent a representative who doesn't know anything to participate. Now it's Peng Shengyu's turn. Presumably his situation is the same. Hello, Director Peng, thank you very much for coming to the opening ceremony of Ango Securities. Zhu Ming also greeted Peng Shengyu, but Director Peng has something wrong to say. This Ango Securities is not my company. Li Hong Li Yang is the person in charge of this company. Peng Shengyu is such a smart person. After Zhu Ming reminded him, he immediately changed his words. Consultant Zhu, look at me. You have forgotten all this time. Then Peng Shengyu turned. I was very happy to Li Hong. Li Hong also said a few words. They were really just being polite, because they all knew what was going on with Ango Securities. After a few words with Li Hong, Peng Shengyu said to Zhu Ming again, Counselor Zhu, he can't come today to lead him. I want me to say sorry to you on his behalf, because he is facing a lot of pressure in his recent affairs. It's really busy. When he said this, Peng Shengyu felt very awkward. Although his words sounded like a kind words, as Chen Yunfei's secretary, when did he say such things on the land of Nanjing? Especially when he didn't say it to himself, but to Chen Yunfei, it was even more awkward. Zhu Ming shook his head and said, it doesn't matter, The secretary is the secretary of Nanjing City. There are too many things to be busy with. It is impossible to favor me only. Moreover, the Ango Securities established today is indeed our own idea. Now that Director Peng can come to join us is what makes us flourish here. After chatting with Peng Shengyu for a while, when the company was unveiled, Ziming invited Peng Shengyu to come on stage with him. Dear guests and friends, everyone, thank you very much for participating in the opening ceremony of our Ango Securities Company in your busy schedule. I am the General Manager of Ango Securities Company and my name is Li Hong. Li Hong walked to the stage and said loudly, that the person who originally planned to speak today was Ziming, but considering some impact issues, Ziming finally decided not to participate in this speech, and let the company's General Manager Li Hong speak this. Anyway, it is expected that there will be no hot topics today. The scene was just an ordinary company opening ceremony, and Li Hong was able to cope with it. Since the Nanjing Securities Company opened and the shares of the South Development Bank were listed for sale in the Securities Company, Nanjing's securities industry has gone through 2 years. Although it has achieved great results, there are also big problems. A real securities firm, Li Hong said, currently, securities companies do everything from certifying listed companies, listing stocks for sale, and organizing stockholders to open accounts. This situation is very wrong and does not conform to the laws of the market. It is also the easiest to breed the problem of. Perhaps it is impossible to do so in the current experimental stage, but it will definitely not work in the long run. So now there is Ango Securities. Li Hong said proudly, Ango Securities is the pioneer in the securities market, has created the first brokerage firm in the true sense. This is of great historical significance. We are using our actions to support reform and opening up and support the development of the Nanjing securities market. With Li Hong with his impassioned words, there was a round of applause from the audience, and amidst the applause, Peng Shengyu also congratulated Ziming. Congratulations to advisor Zhu. It seems that this Ango Securities Company is very successful and popular. Ziming returned to him, said, thanks to Director Peng, but I think I just did the most compliant thing. Then the applause from the audience weakened, and only one person was still clapping abruptly, and his applause was still very disdainful. The applause immediately attracted everyone's attention. It was a young man. Ziming recognized his identity the first time he saw him. Isn't that Hua Xiao? How could he be here? This young man was the one who was in the nightclub with Ziming. The troubled Nanjian tyrant Hua Xiao, whose real name is Jiang Chunhua, is also the highest person in charge of Tan Shou's arrangement in Nanjing. However, since Tan Shou fell, he has not heard from him, but I didn't expect to be here today. When he arrived, he didn't think he really had to come to thank him for reforming. I am afraid that he has grievances and grievances. Peng Shengyu also recognized the identity of the other party, counselors who originally had some feasts with him. I am afraid it is not a good thing for him to appear here today. Ziming nodded, but this time it was at the opening ceremony. It was not easy to blast people directly. The omen was not good, especially when the brokerage opened the business. The omen was even worse. So Ziming could only endure and watch the changes. Congratulations to Ango Securities Company for opening today. Jiang Chunhua applauded as he walked up the stage. Li Hong stepped up and said to him, hello, comrade, thank you very much for coming to our Ango Securities Company today. Send your blessings, but please wait here for now. Okay. Jiang Chunhua's expression on his face cooled with dissatisfaction over there. This comrade, Mr. Li, I think you should go to the ophthalmology department. You don't even know me. Why are you messing around in Nanjing? Li Hong glanced at Ziming blankly, but at this time Jiang Chunhua suddenly had an attack. He stretched out his finger and pointed at Li Hong and cursed loudly. I tell you that I am Hua Xiao. Have you heard of Hua Xiao? What securities company are you planning to open here? Have you greeted me? After questioning Li Hong, he turned his head to Ziming's side. Consultant Zhu, hello, I am very glad to see you here. It seems that you are really the founder of the securities market in Nanjing, and you are known as the person who knows the securities market best. You really need to do anything related to the securities market. There will be you, Consultant Zhu. Why are you so capable? Seeing that Hua Xiao mentioned himself, Ziming also smiled and said, "Hello, Hua Xiao, I am also very happy to see you here. It seems Hua Xiao, you are always at the forefront of the trend. When you started a nightclub, Hua Xiao was the first. Now that the securities company opens, Hua Xiao has also come. I don't want to come, but I found that I just can't come. My conscience will be very sorry, because there is a huge liar here." Jiang Chunhua said, raising his hand and pointed at Ziming. "Ziming is you." Jiang Chunhua's words caused an uproar at the scene, even though he did it at the beginning. When the applause came out, everyone had guessed that he would definitely not just come to congratulate him, and he would definitely cause something to happen, but now when he really said these words, everyone was still surprised. Jiang Chunhua himself really enjoyed everyone's surprise. He went on to say, "Ziming, you can lie to everyone but you can't lie to me. Don't you think I don't know what kind of shit Ango Securities is actually invested by your Jinping company? You are the Behindtheson's boss of Ango Securities Company, and you admit that the purpose of the securities company is to control the securities market in your own hands and treat everyone as a fool." Listening to Jiang Chunhua's words, someone immediately shouted, Why do you say that?" "Why do I? I rely on my knowledge of the securities market," Jiang Chunhua said. "First of all, it is the legal person behind Ango Securities. In fact, it is the same person as Jinping. You only need to check this point. You can find it in the industrial and commercial system. And this general manager, Li Hong. Do you know who he is? He was the original marketing manager of the Dongmen branch of the South Development Bank, and was later favored by Zhu Ming to become the marketing manager of the securities company." Jiang Chunhua pointed to the young man next to Li Hong again and said, "This little brother, his name is Li Yang, he is the deputy monitor of the finance class of the People's Congress, and the head teacher of this finance class is Ziming." Jiang Chunhua said. There was a deliberate pause here before finally saying, "I think he'll already understand it by now. One is the person promoted by Ziming, the other is his student, plus the corporate legal person exactly the same as Jinping. How can you say that these two companies are not the same? What sounds good is for the normal development of the securities market, but in fact, I just want to take the money for opening an account in our own hands. How can we be such a disgusting person? Believe it, such a securities company must boycott and let him go bankrupt." Jiang Chunhua shouted finally. Chapter 225. Xiaohua, don't make trouble. Jiang Chunhua's words shocked the audience, because just what he said is not as simple as just coming over to make trouble. He is going to slap directly. Killed Ziming. Maybe it's the same thing for suspected market manipulation in foreign countries. Not only is it difficult to investigate and collect evidence, but even if the conviction can be topped in the end, it will be fined and jailed for several years, regardless of the harm caused by market manipulation. But in China, 10 years ago, if anyone was convicted of manipulating the market, he would probably be shot. Even if the reform and opening up are now implemented and commercial practices are liberalized, manipulating the market is still a taboo forbidden zone. Jiang Chunhua raised his head high, looking at Ziming and others on the stage provocatively in a victorious posture. Time seems to be stagnating at this moment. All the people present, look at Jiang Chunhua and Ziming. No one dared to speak, because everyone who came to attend this opening ceremony today is not a fool. Everyone knows what might be involved. What is it? In fact, whether Ango Securities Go Limited invested in the establishment of Jinping Company, and whether general managers Li Hong and Li Yang are at the mercy of Ziming, these are not important, because in the current situation of Nanjing securities market, no one knows what is going on. Who doesn't want to make a fortune? Here Ziming knows the securities market best by himself, and he is also the founder of the securities market. Everyone knows how he wants to use his brain. In addition, The people here today are all those who are ahead of the Nanjian trend, and they have all traded in stocks. And Li Hong is the marketing manager of a securities company. It can be said that at least 7 or 8 of the 10 people who came to the scene today know each other. Li Hong, even Li Yang, who is an intern at a securities company, had some impressions, but the impressions belonged to the impressions, and they did not expose them. The reason is simple. As the Nanjian development consultant and the true founder of the stock market, he is now invited back to Nanjian at the critical moment of the establishment of the stock exchange. Everyone knows that behind him is the Municipal Party Committee Secretary Chen Yunfei. Ming didn't say hello to Chen Yunfei, because he didn't believe it. Now that we have said hello, it is very likely that the establishment of Ango Securities Co. Limited was instigated by Chen Yunfei and acted as an outpost for the stock exchange. If anyone objected to such a thing, wouldn't it mean not flying with Chen Yun? And Chen Yunfei, as the executive vice governor of Lingnan, the mayor of Nanjian Municipal Party Committee, said that it was the emperor of Nanjian, that it was not an exaggeration, and he even held the central line up. Then it's not that the emperor of Nanjian can't get along with the land of Nanjian. Your head squeezed the door. Don't you want to go down in Nanjian? Now Jiang Chunhua has stepped up and sang the opposite. Of course, his head didn't let the door squeeze, just because the other side was standing behind him, and the other side had conflicts of interest with Chen Yunfei's faction because of the stock market. For this reason, it is not as simple as Jiang Chunhua coming out to provoke Ziming, but the confrontation between the two huge forces here. On one side of the two sides is the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee who absolutely controls Nanjian, and the other side is the big faction that is in charge of the central government and even in the future. Their confrontation, whoever wants to come in at this time, is a typical meal. I don't think him too busy. Jiang Chunhua stood in the middle of the crowd. He really enjoyed the feeling of being watched this way. Even if he is only doing things for others, at least there is a force behind which others can only look up. According to what he knows, that force will come in the future, can still govern the central government. So how can a small SAR development consultant even be the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee? Under such thoughts, Jiang Chunhua deliberately straightened his waist. He looked at Ziming and said, Ziming, you are a market manipulator. You think you really only understand the stock market and you can change it at will. Rules, play with other people between applause. I tell you, as long as Jiang Chunhua is here, this is impossible. I also tell you, the first to establish the stock exchange, only Bnhai. Jiang Chunhua, he also said, originally, Nanjian had another chance. But now Nanjian is manipulated by a villain like you. Only Bnhai is a place that is truly free and is really for the development of the securities market. Jiang Chunhua's remarks caused an uproar at the scene, because he has openly stated the power behind him in these words. There are many things that can't be said in politics. Now that Jiang Chunhua speaks so directly, no one can figure out what medicine he sells in the gourd. What nonsense are you talking about here? Advisor Zhu is the leader of an Anjian securities market. If he wants to manipulate the market, wouldn't it be better to set the rules in favor of him when he created the market? Why bother? What an extra effort. Only a disgusting person like you would be jealous of a gentleman's belly, thinking, I think the man who manipulates the market is you. Right? Li Yang pointed at Jiang Chunhua and cursed loudly. Compared to other people, he is only a student. He doesn't know the political height and the forces behind him. He only knows that Jiang Chunhua is insulting his most respected teacher. This is something he absolutely cannot tolerate. Yes. So he opened his mouth and fought back. Jiang Chunhua looked at Li Yang disdainfully and said, Children, I think you should study more on campus. Many things between adults are not understandable by your stupidity. You said that Ziming's manipulation of the market is unnecessary. Then how do you know that he was not just for today? Li Yang wanted to say something, but was stopped by Li Hong. He said to Jiang Chunhua, Hello, this young man, Li Hong. I know you used to talk to advisors as a little holiday. But this is not the reason why you are here today to spread rumors and do nothing here. Li Hong went on to say, yes, I was indeed the marketing manager of a securities company, and now am I the general manager of Ango Securities. I think there is no conflict. On the contrary, I think that I worked in a securities company before is a great help to me. After I understand what securities are, I will devote myself to this business. Now and in the future, I will work hard to do it. How Ango Securities Company use my own actions to cooperate and support the development of the Nanjian securities market. After Li Hong finished speaking, someone immediately applauded him, but Jiang Chunhua only gave that person a cold look. It's okay, I don't know what to call. What is it? Jiang Chunhua turned around and said, "Hello, Manager Li, I don't understand. You said that you are a good person. So why should you be a Ziming? What about his dog? What benefit did he give you? Want you to speak for him like this? You also learned about securities, and you still devote yourself to this business?" Yuck. Jiang Chunhua sighed fiercely and continued, "I don't understand. How come now that speculators can advertise themselves so noble? You said that you have already admitted that you are the marketing manager of a securities company, and you also admitted that Ziming established a new securities company and asked you to come over as the general manager. So what else do you have to quibble? Isn't it that Ziming has taken a fancy to the money in the stock market and wants to manipulate the stock market through you?" Hearing this, Li Hong was also anxious. "I don't, you ass-wearing. I just said that I used to be the marketing manager of a securities company. I did not admit that I wanted to manipulate the market. This is all framed by you." Jiang Chunhua laughed loudly. "You confessed yourself just now, but now you tell me number. I said that Manager Li, you are also someone who wants to help Ziming manipulate the market. Can you have a bit of IQ?" Luo Han stood up and said at this time, "Hua Xiao, what Comrade Li Hong said is true, because the change of stock exchanges by securities companies is also an securities inevitable development trend of the market. However, for some reasons, Nanjian lacks corresponding securities companies. In order to take care of the market, the establishment of securities companies, it is also inevitable. As a comrade who knows the securities market and the financial industry very well, he has no problem as the general manager of Ango Securities. Vice President Luo, you and them are all in the same group, and you want to follow along manipulating the market. Of course, you will say that there is no problem. Jiang Chunhua spread his hands and said in a silly manner, "Vice President Luo, I understand that you want to change the stock exchange. I understand that the establishment of a securities firm is inevitable. But you said that it is lacking for some reasons. I don't understand the brokerage firm. Are you the only one who knows the importance of the brokerage firm? I think this is an excuse you fabricated. If it's not that you have the ability, you can give a reason." In the face of Jiang Chunhua's forced question, Luo Han can't answer, but how complicated the reason is. On the contrary, this reason is still very simple. But it is such a simple reason that it is even more difficult to tell. Because this reason involves all the large and small companies on the scene. It's just that these banks or insurance companies don't want to be a brokerage firm, and for this reason they also put Ziming pigeons. Are they forced to do it themselves? But this reason can't be said in front of them. That would not mean slap everyone in the face, so that they will only be more targeted at the stock exchange in the future, which will increase the conflicts between families. Because of this, Liuan can only stand there in a hurry, and he can't talk about simple things. Seeing Luo Han anxious on stage, Jiang Chunhua was even more happy. "How? I can't tell. I'll say you must be deliberate. If you didn't want to manipulate the market, why would you not answer one after another? What's wrong? I think you have a ghost in your heart." Luan was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood when Jiang Chunhua was so nasty and provocative, so the other party held the key, so that he couldn't say anything anyway. So damn, this Jiang Chunhua really has his own arrogant capital. Obviously very simple things, there is no way to take him, but he is really unwilling. Is today's opening ceremony really going to be a farce for him? Luo Han, Li Hong and Li Yang were both unwilling to think about it, but suddenly, they both thought of one person, and only he could save it all. I said, Xiaohua, have you had enough trouble? If you have enough trouble, just go to the side and wait. I have no time to talk to you now. After the opening ceremony, I will send you some sweets. Ziming stood up and said to Jiang Chunhua. Chapter 226. One word of heaven, one word of hell. One word of heaven, one word of hell. The people at the gate of Ango Securities on December 25, 1989 understood this sentence on the spot. After Ziming said this sentence, everyone immediately burst into laughter, because the tone of Ziming's sentence was exactly like reprimanding an ignorant kid. So the fact seems to be the case. Originally, Ango Securities Company was doing it step by step. Here isn't Jiang Chunhua's uninvited trouble scene for his own opening ceremony just like a primary school student coming over to make a fuss? This thought made everyone laugh happier, and the only unhappy person is probably Jiang Chunhua himself. Jiang Chunhua stood there, staring at Ziming on the stage fiercely, feeling like he was about to eat Ziming. He gritted his teeth and trembled, and the laughter from around seemed to him like a slap. He felt the humiliation from the bottom of his heart. Why? I have clearly grasped their weakness just now, knowing that some things they would never dare to say publicly. I can ridicule them in such a high-profile manner, and be able to abuse them so freely, whether it is the top student in the finance class, Li Yang, it was either Li Hong, the marketing manager of a securities company, or Luo Han, the de facto head of Nanjian Securities, and they had nothing to do with it. Thinking back to their angry, anxious but helpless expressions, Jiang Chunhua felt very refreshed. But now that Ziming, the bastard, has changed with just one sentence, did not understand why Chunhua Jiang. He raised his head and glared at Ziming and shouted, Ziming, I tell you that your conspiracy is impossible to succeed. All the I buy will definitely expose your thoughts. At the idea of manipulating at the market and letting everything you have, the plan is all bankrupt. I tell you, I am here today not to represent me alone. There are still many people who will support me. Jiang Chunhua's shouting suddenly weakened the laughter of the onlookers, because they were all I remembered what Jiang Chunhua represented. However, Ziming still nodded his head calmly on stage and said, I know Xiaohua, you can do it as you say you want to, but please wait a moment. Now I am here for the opening ceremony to go on. It's not you. When you make a fool of yourself, no matter how careful you are, a big bad wolf will come and take you away. Ziming's words caused the people who had been slowly and seriously worried to burst into laughter again. Jiang Chunhua couldn't help saying, Ziming, don't call me Xiaohua. This is not something you can call me, and you can be serious. I'm here to make trouble for you today, just to make you this opening ceremony. Can't go on. Ziming became serious this time. Xiaohua, I am telling you in a good voice, your current behavior has seriously interfered with the normal business of Ango Securities. The company has the right to call the police and arrest you. Yes, I reminded you that we have friendship. If you are still here to entangle you, then there will be a police uncle who will come and arrest you later, so don't cry. Where will Jiang Chunhua listen to Ziming's words? On the contrary, Ziming's words made him even more scolding. Ziming, I cry for your uncle, and I will arrest your whole family. I tell you, I am here to make trouble today. If you have the ability, you can arrest me. Why come and catch me? Xiaohua, you seem to have made a mistake. It was not that I arrested you. I didn't have the power. Instead, the police station came to arrest you because you disrupted the normal business order. Ziming corrected him. Yes, I disturbed your normal business order. What happened to me doing this deliberately? If you have the ability, you call the police to arrest me? Jiang Chunhua said arrogantly. Ziming shook his head helplessly. It's really self-inflicted and you can't live. I've never heard your request for such a shameful nature. As Ziming finished saying these words, suddenly a few harsh police sirens sounded, and people realized that a few police cars were parked at the door of the company. Amid the sound of the sirens, a few policemen got off the car and everyone was stunned. In front of Jiang Chunhua, the leading police officer saluted Jiang Chunhua very politely. Hello Comrade Jiang Chunhua, because you are suspected of obstructing the normal business order of Ango Securities. According to the regulations, we are going to impose a new week administrative detention on you. Please follow us. Take a trip. After saying that, a policeman behind him took out bright handcuffs and handcuffed Jiang Chunhui, and it was only then that Jiang Chunhui reacted. He struggled desperately. "What are you doing? Why are you arresting me? You know who am I? Do you know that you are abusing your power and you are also helping you to abuse? I advise you to quickly pick this thing off for me, or I will be able to take your skin off in a few minutes when I go back." Ziming's eye watching Jiang Chunhui's struggle below the stage shook his head and sighed. "If I were him, I should admit it at this time. I don't say much. I'll deal with it as I should. When it's great, the police station will think of a solution. Now this is just asking for trouble. Do you still know who he is? He doesn't look at who caught him." Ziming's words came to an end. Below, the police officer leading the team gave Jiang Chunhui a slap in an angry face. He cursed, "What's your name? It will make you feel better when you entered the bureau." The police officer really beat Jiang Chunhui. He beat Jiang Chunhui and was honestly framed by two policemen. "Thank the police comrades for helping us maintain order at the scene and arresting the troublemakers who disrupted order," Ziming said to the policeman below. The police officer who hit Jiang Chunhui below also smiled and said, "Councillor Zhu is polite. As the people's police, we should serve the people wholeheartedly, and we must protect the reform and opening up of society and economic development. Securities development is a matter of reform and opening up, and the development of Nanjing is inevitable. Now that there are lawbreakers trying to disrupt this normal development order, our Nangang police station will resolutely defend the interests of the people." After speaking, the police officer waved his hand, and then a police car drove over, and two policemen drove Jiang Chunhui into the car. At this time, I don't know if Jiang Chunhui has been beaten up and hasn't come to his senses, or if he's already fully awake, knowing that no matter how hard he struggles, it will be useless. In short, he is so honest that he was put on the car by the police. The people around them all watched this scene dumbfounded. Looking down, Liu Han asked Ziming, "So, Consultant Zhu, you asked the police station to send the police to maintain order because you expected someone to come and make trouble?" "Consultant Zhu, you are really amazing." Ziming smiled and shook his hand and said, "I don't have the ability to predict him just in case. After all, Ango Securities is the first real brokerage firm in the country. It is related to the future development of the stock exchange. It is always good to be careful of." "But the consultant, so he was taken away?" "Just the South Police Station, to deal with this thing?" Loan asked. This time Ziming did not answer directly, but instead asked him, "So do you think that if you let the District Public Security Bureau come, or if you let the Municipal Public Security Bureau come, you can handle this matter?" Facing Ziming's rhetorical question, Liu Han was taken aback for a moment, but he immediately reflected Ziming's meaning. Ziming's meaning is very simple. He is talking about Jiang Chunhui's identity, or the identity behind him. The reason Jiang Chunhui dares to be so arrogant here is simply because everyone who knows here understands his purpose and knows it. What kind of power does he represent? So even these state-owned enterprises or company representatives can understand things officials in the system don't understand. Since officials in the system understand, where can they dare to deal with it? No one who can sit in the position of the director of the public security is a fool. This kind of standing for others may slap his official hat off. Whoever does what is stupid can only be done by the police station. This is because the level of the police station is too low, and the people at the police station can't think of so many things. On the other hand, it doesn't matter if he can think of it. After all, his level is not enough. And such fighting gods will not surrender themselves to deal with him. On the contrary, small officials, if they can do things beautifully and make their superiors happy, then the future will be bright. Such a low risk and high return thing will not be done. Liu Han suddenly realized this, and immediately gave Ziming an admiring thumbs up. "Counselor Zhu, your arrangement is so delicate. It is perfect. Nothing perfect or imperfect is useful. We are now the most important thing is to finish the opening ceremony, Ziming said. Luo Han nodded his head hurriedly after hearing this. Ziming then came out and said, "Please come here, everyone, now the troublemaker has been arrested and taken to the police station." This also proves that Tango Securities is a legally protected securities firm. Whoever wants to make trouble will be punished by law. A year ago, Nanjian wanted to establish a Nanjian Securities Company. At that time, some people said that the securities company was not good, but the subsequent development situation. Ziming paused here, and then continued, "I think everyone knows that the development of securities companies this year has proved that it is very necessary to establish a securities company. So now, when our Rango Securities Company is to be established, some people also jumped out to oppose it." "I'm not surprised at all, really," Ziming said. "Because I already understood when I was in middle school history and politics, anytime society wants to make progress, there will always be some conservative people who jump out to stop it. But historical development is bound to be unstoppable, and the pace of historical development will not stop because of this. In the future, the trajectory of historical development will come back to laugh at the ignorance of these people. So I want to say that our Rango Securities Company we are the trend makers who stand at the forefront of the wave of the times, and the future will be led by us." Ziming finally said, "Everyone here today, you will all be witnesses of history today. If you have the heart, you can support it in your own way. With the development of Ango Securities, then you will also be the heroes who made history. Today's decision will also mean that you will have more wealth in the future." As Ziming's last word fell, thunder suddenly sounded from the audience. Some people even indulged in the applause of Ziming. Chapter 227 Disgusting Stupid? Ziming, the bastard, dare to treat me like this, so why don't I want the 18th generation of his ancestors? There was such a roar from the villa in the new district of Nanjiang City. The roar was a bit heartbreaking, and the auntie cleaning who passed by the door was shocked. The auntie cleaning up looked up at the luxury villa in front of him. "Go to the phone booth on the side of the road and call the police." Fortunately, at this time an Audi car drove over, and a middle-aged man inside rolled down the window and smiled to stop her, and also gave the frightened cleaning aunt 100 yuan. Auntie Cleaning is a rural person who came to Nanjian to work. Only then did she issue 100 denominations of large banknotes in a few years. She has only heard people say that she has never seen it with her own eyes, but neither does she want to come to a boss who can drive such a good car. Will lie to her, confirming that the boss really wanted to pay her. She happily rode away. After sending away Auntie Cleaning, the middle-aged man looked up at the villa, sighed faintly, waved his hand to let the driver drive, and then rolled down the window. The Audi car drove into the villa. The garage was connected to the lobby. The middle-aged man walked through a corridor to the lobby on the first floor of the villa. In the lobby was a young man. If Ziming and Luo Han were here, they would definitely recognize that this person was Jiang Chunhua, who was making trouble at the opening ceremony of Ango Securities Company. Obviously, the roar just now came from his mouth. Seeing the middle-aged person coming in, Jiang Chunhua was like a bullied child seeing his own adult, and immediately cried out to the middle-aged person, "Uncle Yong, you have to call me the shots. Ziming's son-in-law is really too good. Too much. He actually caught me in the police station, and the beasts of the police station, they dare to treat me like that. Aren't they just a bunch of powerless little policemen? Follow me, Uncle Yong. You help I smashed them all." Jiang Chunhua's words were very manic, but the middle-aged man obviously didn't accompany him with his manic interest. "Okay, you can finally get out of there and stop a little bit. Do you know, our villa is not soundproof. You heard everything you yelled just now, and you are not ashamed of it." Uncle Yong. Jiang Chunhua quit. He was just picked up from the police station. He is now full of anger. "You don't know how those craps dealt with me. They actually slapped me and pulled my hair, pushed me on the table." Uncle Yong. "Do you know that I am so long and alien and my dad has never beaten me like this? I swear at the police station, as long as I can come out, I must make them look good. Uncle Yong, I know you are here. There is a foundation here in Nanjing, which can't deal with Ziming, but it's okay to get rid of a few small policemen. Uncle Yong. Enough. There. Middle-aged man yelled intolerably, cutting off Jiang Chunhua's words behind him. There, Jiang Chunhua was stunned, looking at the middle-aged man in a jealousy, as if he still couldn't figure out how Uncle Yong would scold him like this. The middle-aged man pointed his finger at Jiang Chunhua and said, Xiao Jiang, Xiao Jiang, do you think I should say you have no brains? Or should you say that your brain is lacking? Anyway, your family conditions are also very good. You have been in contact since childhood. People and things are also very advanced. Why can't you even make this turn now? Tell me, with Ziming's current ability, is it difficult for him to call the municipal bureau to carry out security work? Jiang Chunhua was stunned. He was awakened by the violent shout of Uncle Yong. As a child born in a political family, his political IQ is of course okay. It was only when he was stunned before that he was so yelling. Revenge, now suddenly awakened, he also thought of the problem. Although Ziming is not a member of the system, his influence in Nanjing and his ability to subdue even the leaders of the central government, especially now that Nanjing's securities market still needs his help in the construction, some requests that are not excessive are required. It can be agreed, not to mention that the opening ceremony of the brokerage firm now needs the escort of the Public Security Bureau. I am afraid that even if Ziming does not request it, Chen Yunfei will instruct the public security system to maintain order. After all, this is the first brokerage firm in the true sense of the country, and its political significance is very high. Even people of Chen Yunfei's status can't ignore it. Well, in this way, it is not too much whether the district or city public security bureau dispatched police to help maintain order, but now it is only Nangang police station that maintains order. If Ziming called the police temporarily, Jiang Chunhua would not believe it if he was killed. Then Ziming had arranged it a long time ago, but what was the purpose of Ziming's arrangement? In fact, there is no need to think much about this problem, just waiting here to catch the troublemaker. Why not call it the city bureau or district bureau? Because the people above are afraid to cause trouble. Only the most basic police station below is not afraid. First of all, they have nothing to do. Secondly, the great gods and immortals may not trouble them. In the end, it is also possible that these people do not have this political consciousness at all. Some people only know that the leader asks him to do it, and he will do it happily. Looking at Jiang Chunhua's expression, the middle-aged man knew that his mind had turned a corner, and then said, Xiao Jiang, I know you have suffered a lot of grievances at the police station, but there are some things we can do, and some things you can't do it. Do you understand? A small street police station, a small policeman who has not reached the level of the director, and a few policemen. It is very difficult to get them out of the police station, or even let the Commission for Discipline Inspection investigate them. It can be done easily. But do you think we need to waste our energy on them now? Especially now Chen Yunfei and the others don't know how far we are in Nanjing. If we do it, wouldn't it be exposed? Is it right? There. Middle-aged man stared into Jiang Chunhua's eyes and asked, Comrade Xiao Jiang, do you think we have to expose our foundation because of such a small matter? Is this appropriate? Of course it's not appropriate. Jiang Chunhua snapped, grinding his teeth and saying, but I really can't swallow this breath. If you can't swallow it, you have to swallow it. The middle-aged man said harshly, Jiang Chunhua, you have to remember that our goal is Ziming, Chen Yunfei, and Nanjing. The stock exchange is not a small policeman from a few police stations. Jiang Chunhua lowered his head. Uncle Yong, I understand. I will bear this tone. That's right, the middle-aged man said, satisfied. And then he sat down. Now that Tango Securities is established, it doesn't matter. What we have to do next is to cause trouble to the stock exchange and let him. It can't be established. Although Jiang Chunhua was still very upset, he sat down patiently and asked, Uncle Yong, but now that there are brokers, The Nanjian securities market has developed to a certain level. The establishment of the stock exchange is a matter of certainty, even if they don't have any approval documents. But this Rimbol always has to wait and see for a while, even if it is stabbed to the center, even if the uncle is already firmly seated. It's not easy to revoke it directly. There. Middle-aged man nodded and said, it's true. It is not easy to withdraw directly. After all, the development of the securities market is in line with the law of development. But what if a major event occurs? This made Jiang Chunhua's eyes bright. Does our plan start now? Middle-aged man, but he shook his head and said, it's not the time yet. It needs to be brewed for a while. After all, a lot of coordination work is not that simple. What we have to do now is just to make an outpost and give them a little trouble, and we will target them. Ango Securities Company. There. Middle-aged man said very confidently, but Jiang Chunhua was a little at a loss, seeming to understand and a little uncomprehending. At the same time at the securities company, Ziming and Suhan only drove here, and the first vice president Luo Han immediately greeted them. Luo Han first greeted Ziming, and then reported to Ziming Yui, Councillor Zhu, the Nangang police station called just now to say that Jiang Chunhua was escorted out. It was an order from their director himself. Ziming was very meaningful. He looked at Luo Han and said, Mr. Luo has nothing to say about this matter, right? After all, he is arrogant and arrogant. The power standing behind him is still extraordinary. It's weird that someone came to protect him. Luo Han was also a little embarrassed when he faced Ziming's words, but he still insisted on saying, I didn't mean this as consultant Zhu. Will you come to make trouble again? Ziming waved his hand. This issue does not need to be considered. It will definitely be, and it will be small troubles and big troubles. Speaking of this, Ziming stopped for a while and asked Luo Han, are you trying to say that some of our new regulations are postponed because you are afraid of him coming to make trouble? Luo Han's expression looked a little embarrassed, because that's what he thought. Ziming then asked him, well, Mr. Luo, let me ask you a question. If you are very hungry now, so hungry that you want to eat your belt, give you a bowl of rice. Do you want to eat? Of course, Luo answered without hesitation. So what if a stupid person runs to you and deliberately vomits, or deliberately shit and fart in front of you? Will you continue to eat? Ziming asked again. After thinking about it, he emphasized, remember you are really hungry now and want to eat. Luo Han's expression on his face was very tangled. It was obviously disgusting by Zhu Ming's words, but after a wave of forbearance, he still replied, I will first drive him away. What if he doesn't leave? Ziming asked rhetorically. Then I will go. Luo Han said. But you can go, or is he just following you? Ziming asked. Luo Han's expression on his face has returned to the original at this time. He thought about it seriously and said, then I can only turn my back and pretend not to see him continue to eat my food. Ziming revealed, with a smile. He patted Luo Han's shoulder and said, that's it, Mr. Luo. Don't dislike my metaphor, because this is the truth. We are now the ones who are very hungry and need to get the stock exchange and complete people in the stock market. And Jiang Chunhua and the forces behind him are the silly people who shit and vomit in front of us. We can't stop eating because of the silly people who are sick. All we have to do is to overcome the group of silly people. Give us troubles. Continue to do what we need to do. Luo Han nodded heavily and said, I understand Zhu advisor, I will do it. Chapter 228 Securities Company News. Zhang Hong is the editor-in-chief of Nanjian News. In the morning, he opened his eyes and got up from the bed, tore off the calendar on the headboard of the bed, looked at the date on it, and said, today is the first day of the 90th year. A new year and a new look. I will definitely have more good news. I don't know if it was such a coincidence or something. When Zhang Hongkai said that, the door of his house was knocked. Zhang Hong put on his clothes and opened the door. He was the little king of the group. At this moment, Xiao Wang was sweating profusely and looked very anxious, which made Zhang Hong very surprised and puzzled. But before Zhang Hong could ask, Xiao Wang shouted at him, Editor-in-Chief, there is big news from the securities company. Securities company, big news? This remark made Jiang Hong a little surprised. This is not because his news sensitivity is low, and he doesn't think there will be any big news in securities companies. On the contrary, he still understands that the current development center of Nanjing is in the securities market, and it is necessary to make big news. The news is also the most likely. His surprise is that he hadn't received any notice before, and it was the Xiao Wang in the group who knocked on the door to call himself. It's incredible that Jiang Hong's idea is placed abroad. Because is there any big news that you have to find yourself or the other party to come and ask them to interview? Is the thing interviewed like that still called news? Shouldn't it be better to call a publicity announcement? This idea sounds a bit fanciful, but it's actually the way it is. The newspapers and media of this era are the uncles. When they go down to ordinary counties and towns, they have to be used as ancestors, lest they go back and write them indiscriminately in one pass. Many companies also need to give them a lot of benefits so that they can report on themselves more positively. Therefore, in general, these reporters and media will be notified in advance if there is any big news. However, Jiang Hong did not receive any notice, which surprised him. Even his superiors did not know. Xiao Wang, did you say that there is big news? Did the stock market plummet again? This is enough for us to report and analyze after the fact. At most, you can take some live photos and show them to me. Jiang Hong said. His tone did not take the small the big news in Wang's mouth is serious. It is not that the stock market crash is not news, but that the news does not deserve too much attention. After all, this is a comprehensive newspaper, not the Financial Times. Xiao Wang desperately shook his head and said, the editor-in-chief is not about a stock market crash, but the securities company's announcement of new regulations. New regulations? Jiang Hong was surprised. Yes, the new regulations. I just saw it when I was passing by a securities company to see the latest stock price. The securities company announced today that it will reorganize the stock securities exchange on a trial basis. The company will separate certain businesses and will no longer be responsible for securities in the future. Account opening and guiding the business of stockholders. All of these businesses are completed by the broker's agency certified by the securities company. Xiao Wang finished these words in one breath. At the end of the talk, he was panting. Jiang Hong was flabbergasted there. He cared about Xiao Wang's words that he was almost deprived of oxygen in the end. In contrast, he was even more shocked by the content of Xiao Wang's words. As the editor-in-chief of the newspaper, Jiang Hong understands some policy development directions. He even went to Hong Kong City to study for a period of time in order to figure out the most popular securities finance. The emergence of stock exchanges and securities firms is inevitable, so isn't this new regulation of securities companies the first step towards formalization? This is indeed big news. But why is there no notice? Jiang Hong didn't have time to think about this problem, or he had a hunch that was different now. So he just checked with Xiao Wang and immediately changed his clothes and went out. Xiao Wang, immediately notify the other people in the group, so that they must rush to the securities company immediately. Jiang Hong threw this sentence to Xiao Wang, then jumped on his motorcycle and rushed to the securities company. Jiang Hong's home is not far from the securities company, so only 10 minutes later, Jiang Hong rushed to the securities company. There are still as many people at the door of the securities company as before. After all, there are as many as tens of thousands of people trading every minute. Some people are making money and others are losing money, but today's situation is very different, because Jiang Hong has seen people from securities companies handing out flyers over there. Comrade stockholders, everyone has paid attention. According to the needs of the development of the stock market, and in order to provide better services to all stockholders, and to prevent, the securities company has decided to carry out a part of the business separation. Starting today, the securities company is no longer responsible for the account opening and transaction application of the stockholders, as well as the guidance work, all of which must be operated by a securities company certified by a securities company. Someone stood on the steps in front of the securities company, shouting with a loudspeaker to all the investors below, "Although today is the first day of the new year, the securities company seems to be temporarily closed," and the person who spoke, Jiang Hong, knew him. It is Li Hong, the marketing manager of a securities company. Jiang Hong knows that in a securities company, the chairman and general manager are the shopkeepers and basically only have a name. The first vice president, Liu Han, is the person in charge, and this Li Hong is the second person in charge. Now that the second person in charge of the securities company has come out to shout, then there must be no doubt about the news of the securities company. Jiang Hong thought with certainty in his heart. He also looked around and found no other media comrades. Only then can Jiang Hong be sure that he was the first to come. It seems that Xiao Wang's stock trading is still very helpful to his work. But for such a big matter, why don't the securities companies notify the media for public opinion propaganda? They have to distribute flyers like this, and Manager Li has to come out and shout with the loudspeaker, just like those selling Dali pills on the street. Jiang Hong didn't understand this, but he didn't have time to think about it, because he rushed to write down this news in front of other media, and then rushed to send it out in the second draft. He would definitely be praised by the leader. But the thoughts belonged to the thoughts. Jiang Hong looked back and Xiao Wang went to inform the other team members. They have not arrived yet, and only themselves are here. This made Jiang Hong anxious and jumped a little. Damn it. What are those guys doing? Why can't they come? Jiang Hong was cursing in his heart, so he had to move to Li Hong on his own, thinking that he would give it a shot and ask for some valuable content, and the photos could be added. But the idea was good, but Jiang Hong found that he couldn't do it at all, because there were too many people in front, and everyone was desperately squeezing forward. Of course, these people were not reporters, and they did not deliberately want to stand in the way in front of Jiang Hong. They just want to be the first to know the new rules of securities companies so that they can make more money in the stock market. This idea is normal. Although Nanjing's stock market has been on the rise, every time there is a policy adjustment, the stock market can always give the greatest positive response. So now the stock exchange is testing such a big event. How could the stock market be a little bit better? Is there any movement? I know that Gui knows, but Jiang Hong still can't help but curse in his heart. After all, news is the most important thing to him. However, at this moment, he heard an exclamation from the crowd. Look, that's Mr. Liu from the securities company. Does he also come to promote this new regulation to us? No mistakes, no skipping words. Hearing this exclamation, Jiang Hong couldn't help but stopped and looked up to the top of the steps, and he saw Liu Han, the first vice president of a well-known securities company in Nanjing. In fact, it was confirmed that Li Hong had promoted here, but now that Liu Han is added, the news has not gone. Jiang Hong thought so, but the exclaims from the crowd made him too late to act. Look over there, that's Jiang Heng, the deputy director of the office of our Nanjing Securities Market Construction Leading Group. That's an amazing person in the city. Yeah, you can report to Secretary Chen Yunfei directly. Even Director Jiang Heng is here. Our stock exchange seems to be set up. Someone immediately retorted, what is Director Jiang Heng? You open your mind. See the young man in front of him clearly. Do you know who it is? That is Secretary Chen Yunfei's secretary. He can represent Secretary Chen Yunfei outside. He is the biggest Ding Haishans in here. Listen to the people around you. With my comment, Jiang Hong also raised his head and looked up the steps, and he took a breath of air conditioning, but it was not because of Jiang Heng or Peng Shengyu, but because he saw what seemed to be behind Jiang Heng. Humble young man. This young man seems to be in his 20s and must be less than 30, and his position is very backward and not prominent. Compared with Jiang Heng and Peng Shengyu in front, no one commented on him, but Jiang Hong he straightened his eyes, because he knew this person. What is Jiang Heng? What is the secretary of the executive vice governor and the secretary of the municipal party committee? They are at best an embellishment to Nanjing's securities market. They can't solve practical problems. They can only quietly play around. Only he is the real one. Ding Hai Shenzhen. Without him, there would be no securities company in Nanjing. There would not be such a prosperous stock market now. Securities, it is even less likely that companies would have the opportunity to change the stock exchange so soon. This person does not show the mountains and dew water, usually very low, and even disappeared in Nanjing for a long time. But if you look at the history of the development of the Nanjing securities market, this person is absolutely inevitable. He is a college graduate with a major in economics. At the beginning, he took Nanjing's expedition team to Hong Kong City. He also heard his speech in Hong Kong City. His words directly incited hundreds of students in Hong Kong City, and finally returned to Nanjing to establish in the securities market, when no one cares about the securities market. He brought about the skyrocketing of the securities market. When the securities market plummeted or even went out of the market, he also stood up and stabilized the whole situation. Speaking of legend, he is undoubtedly the legend of the entire Nanjing. Even I have benefited from him. Had it not happened by chance that he had an exclusive interview with him, it would have been impossible for me to be promoted to editor-in-chief so quickly. Zhang Hong clenched his fists in excitement and stared at the stage unblinkingly. He certainly doesn't remember himself as an ordinary person, but he can definitely remember his name Ming. Chapter 229 Securities Trouble? Finance is the bloodline of modern economy and the engine that promotes the development of a country and economy. It can provide the source of power for the development of central cities through the exchange of value across time and space. The stock exchange is the most important part of the financial and capital market system. Through the stock exchange, capital accumulation can be achieved as much as possible, promote social demand, promote technological innovation and optimize industrial layout. Nanjing to achieve leapfrog development. The establishment of the stock exchange is inevitable. It can not only better promote the economic development of Nanjing City, accelerate the pace of reform and opening up in Nanjing City, but also better integrate Nanjing into the market in the general environment of international capital. Today, Nanjing Securities Co. Limited and the newly established Tango Securities Company jointly conducted a trial operation as required by the stock exchange. Nanjing Securities Co. Limited announced that it will no longer directly accept stockholders' account opening and related businesses, and all of them will be transferred to Tango Securities Company for management. Therefore, it became the first certified brokerage firm in the international arena. The stock exchange must be separated from the functions of account opening and trading, and the special securities firm is responsible. The purpose of this is to better optimize the allocation of resources, provide securities services specifically, and at the same time, to ensure the fairness of the stock exchange, to reduce the occurrence of as much as possible. This is the first step for Nanjing Securities to be formalized and in line with international standards. These are the news from the Nanjing Daily on the front page. Although they are not the headlines, they are only placed second. They are only under the New Year meeting of the Municipal Party Committee Secretary Chen Yunfei. In the domestic political environment, this is already the highest given. Respect it. However, Ming, who directed the news, only shook his head helplessly after seeing the news. I didn't expect that. I was only planning to handle the matter in a low secret. But I still caught the media. Isn't it said that the domestic media are all going to carry the big sedan chair? Why are they uninvited to me? And it is the newspaper of the day. This Nanjing newspaper is too positive. Listen, Ming said that Liu Han next to him does not know what to say, because this situation has to be changed to someone else, and the media follow up and interviews like this. It is estimated that they will all be happy. After all, as Ming said, now the domestic media are all happy. It's the uncle. In order to get the news, so many companies have spent their minds. The reporters and the media are also cautiously waiting for them, for fear that they will be unhappy. Perhaps in Nanjing, the bridgehead of reform and opening up, the situation would be a little better, but public institutions such as Nanjing Daily can still rise to the top. But now Ziming will blame these media for troublesome events. But only Ziming have this qualification and ability. But it is precisely with people like Ziming that Nanjiang's securities market can be so successful. Luo Han thought this way, and at the same time said to Ziming, "Consultant Zhu is like this. I heard that someone from Nanjiang News Agency is trading stocks in a securities company. I came across this matter when I came to see the market this morning." Ziming waved his hand and said, "I don't have to care about this, although this system is only in the trial operation stage and I don't want to be so widely publicized. It doesn't matter if it is exposed now. Anyway, it's impossible to conceal such a big thing. It's just that we don't interfere with these things. Let's do the next work." Luo Han nodded and said. Ziming turned to Li Hong on the other side. He is now the first domestic brokerage firm, the general manager, but in front of Ziming, he was still in a trembling posture of being taught. "Manager Li, your side is the first domestic brokerage and the first person to eat crabs, so your burden will be very heavy, especially now that we are still being stared at maliciously by others, and Secretary Chen Yunfei is not able to do so for some reasons. To support us publicly, you must be careful and careful. No matter what you do, you must strictly follow the rules and regulations. Remember not to make any mistakes. Do you understand?" Ziming told Li Hong. "Please don't worry, Consultant Zhu, I promise to complete the task," Li Hong said. Facing Li Hong's promise, Ziming still had reservations. It wasn't that Ziming couldn't believe him, but that some things could not be guaranteed at all. Nanjiang Daily is the mouthpiece unit of the Nanjiang Municipal Party Committee and Municipal Government, and it is also the most influential newspaper in Nanjiang. So when Ziming got the second edition of the newspaper here, Jiang Chunhua on the other side naturally had a copy. It was still in that villa. It was Jiang Chunhua and the middle-aged man. They sat on the sofa face to face. Jiang Chunhua looked at the newspaper in his hand, and smiled disdainfully at the corner of his mouth. "Uncle Yong, I didn't expect Ziming and the others to dare do it. Actually announced some new regulations to operate the stock exchange this morning. They are going to be an outpost for the stock exchange." Compared with Jiang Chunhua, the middle-aged people are much calmer. Ziming and the others have no way. After all, in the current situation of Nanjiang, the stock exchange will be engaged regardless of any difficulties encountered. Even if he does not want to engage in it, someone will force him to engage in it, or he may simply change it to another person. Then it's better not to do it. Now, if the person involved in the stock exchange is not Ziming, it will be meaningless, and I have to trouble him," Jiang Chunhua said. The middle-aged man leaned forward, and solemnly told him, "Xiao Jiang, I can understand your resentment towards Ziming and recognize your abilities. So you have to do these things personally and I have no objection. It's just that people must be able to learn the lesson. You have suffered so many losses before, so this time I hope you can pay more attention and don't make any mistakes." "Uncle Yong, don't worry, I've stepped on some shit once, I will definitely not step on it a second time," Jiang Chunhua said vividly. And then the middle-aged man named Uncle Yong asked him a few more words. Jiang Chunhua left the villa and drove to the Ango Securities Company on Nangang Avenue. "Hello, sir, can I help you?" Jiang Chunhua walked into Ango Securities Company, and a girl approached and asked. Jiang Chunhua turned around and saw that the girl was wearing a uniform. He glanced up and down greedily. The greedy eyes scared the girl. However, Jiang Chunhua also understood what he was doing when he came over today, so he quickly closed his eyes and said, "I came from the securities company. I heard that you are responsible for opening an account now, right? Can you help us to make money in stock trading here?" "Yes, sir, we are now responsible for opening an account in the stock market, and we, Ango Securities, are currently the only securities company certified by a securities company in Nanjiang. Whether you open an account or we are responsible for all third parties, but I need to remind you that we are only responsible for opening an account and not helping you to make money in stocks." Although the girl hates Jiang Chunhua's eyes, Her professionalism is very good and she is still patient. Give Jiang Chanhua an explanation. Only open an account and not stocks. Then why should I open an account with you? What are the benefits of opening an account with you? Isn't you a scammer here? I heard that you charge an account opening fee and every transaction is also you have to take money. I might as well go back to the securities company. You are a scam company here. Jiang Chanhua shouted. This gentleman is not like this. The girl hurriedly explained, we do charge account opening fees and withdraw commissions for each transaction. These are all regulations and are universal in the world, but we really can't. It is an illegal operation to trade stocks for customers. However, our account managers can provide you with corresponding stock market information and guide you in trading, but this guide is only for you to provide a reference. Reference? Why should I refer to a fart? I come to you to open an account to make money. Are you not a special broker? If you can't even do this, you should close the door early and go home and play in the mud. Jiang Chanhua said. What Jiang Chanhua said was very arrogant and unreasonable. The girl was so aggrieved by what he said, she started to cry. However, this is a securities company that is not a vegetable market. And today is the first day to accept account opening and related party transactions. Many people don't know that the securities company has temporarily retained these businesses for the convenience of publicity. So people who come here not many. The lobby of the company is very quiet. Jiang Chanhua's unreasonable trouble here soon attracted the attention of others. Li Yang, the deputy squad leader of the finance class, was here as the lobby manager. He rushed over when he heard the situation. And when he saw Jiang Chanhua, his face was immediately pulled down. Mr. Jiang Chanhua, is you again? Li Yang said, very upset. When the reception girl saw Li Yang coming over, she wanted to explain to him subconsciously, but Li Yang waved her hand. I know this person, old bastard. Jiang Chanhua deliberately slanted his eyes and looked up and down Li Yang with disdain and said, who is it? Turned out to be the financial class children. Yeah. It really had a father to recognize the effect is not the same. Can come to the securities company as a leader. I put your mother ass, you just chop suey. Will you just spray Manu with your mouth full? Li Yang said angrily, and finally raised his hand to beat him. Yo, do you still want to hit me? Come on, hit me on the head, hit hard, so that people in Quaynamjiang and the whole country can see what kind of violent unit our Ango Securities Company is. You don't hit me today. You are my son. Jiang Chanhua pointed to his head arrogantly and said to Li Yang loudly. Of course, Li Yang didn't fight in the end, because he saw the reporter who came with Jiang Chanhua. In order not to leave him a handle, Li Yang had to withdraw his hand angrily. Seeing Li Yang confessed, Jiang Chanhua was happier for a while, and he provoked, why don't you dare to fight? But I'm not interested in recognizing you as a son anymore, because I don't want to have a rubbish son like you, ha ha. This made Li Yang couldn't help it at the time, but at this time Li Hong heard the news and ran out. He came over to Jiang Chanhua and said, hello, Mr. Jiang Chanhua, I'm Li Hong, the general manager of Ango Securities. Please don't make trouble here unreasonably, I will call the police. I don't think you want to go to the police station again. These words reminded Jiang Chanhua of his previous arrest at the police station. His face instantly became savage, but soon he suppressed his anger, but he still gritted his teeth and said to Li Hong, hello Manager Li, but there is no unreasonable trouble. I just came to open an account. Your people are here unreasonably making trouble. I'm just arguing with them. Or are you not opening an account for me? Li Hong nodded. Okay, I know. If Comrade Jiang Chanhua, if you really want to open an account, please follow the process and our staff will do it for you. Thank you so much, Jiang Chanhua said. Li Hong gave Li Yang a wink. Find someone who is more careful and clever to keep an eye on him. Some reporters should never give him a chance to use questions. Li Yang nodded and expressed his understanding, but Li Hong explained this to Li Yang. At the time, Jiang Chanhua raised the corner of his mouth with a smile like a conspiracy. Chapter 230 Jiang Chanhua's Ming Plank Road secretly Chenkang? Bao, Thank SJK accounted for the monthly ticket support. Comrade Jiang Chunhua, walk slowly. Your account will be linked to you before tomorrow, which means you will be at the latest tomorrow afternoon. The securities company can conduct normal stock trading before the market opens. If you have any questions about your stock trading, that is to say, if you are not sure about the current stock market trend, you can directly contact your account manager. I will answer you from my professional point of view. Li Hong sent Jiang Chunhua to the door and gave him a final warning. Jiang Chunhua waved his hand impatiently. I know you are annoying. Don't always use your IQ to insult my IQ. I said that I was here to stock stocks. Although Jiang Chunhua said so, Li Hong still nagged him a few more words until he met him. He was really going to get angry before letting him go. After sending Jiang Chunhua away, Li Hong said to Li Yang, "It seems that Consultant Zhu is right. Jiang Chunhua will surely come to make trouble." But he didn't expect that he would come and make trouble by himself. It seems that he will be able to do so. Fortunately, we were prepared. It would not be fun to let him make trouble in the company, especially when he brought so many reporters over. Yes, I finally didn't let him really cause anything, Li Yang said with no confidence, and he frowned because he always felt that things were wrong today, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Come. Okay, Comrade Li. Our first job now is to find a way to increase the popularity of Ango Securities, and we can't always wait for advisors to deliver us food, Li Hong said as he took Li Yang with him. After returning to the Ango Securities company, Li Yang immediately called Ziming. Teacher, as you expected, Jiang Chunhua really came today, but he came alone. And today is only he came over and opened an account. He wanted to quarrel and brought reporters and media over, but we didn't find any reason for him. Ziming on the phone thought for a while and said, "That's it. You must remember, everything goes according to the rules and regulations. As long as we don't make mistakes, they won't have a chance." Teacher, rest assured, I will, Li Yang said. Jiang Chunhua had already walked out of the securities company. He turned to the side of the road and got into an Audi. Uncle Yong, a middle-aged man, sat in the car. Seeing Jiang Chunhua getting in the car, he asked, "How is the situation today? See how happy you are. It seems that everything is going well." "It went well," Jiang Chunhua replied. This answer surprised the middle-aged person. "Are you going to Ango Securities Go Limited so grandiosely? No one of them knows. It's a bit illogical. After all, you came here on the first day it opened." Jiang Chunhua chuckled. He said, "Uncle Yong, of course I am not talking about smoothness. In fact, the two managers arranged by Zuming just came in and found me. Of course, I also had a fight in the hall." "You, what are you doing? Don't you know that there is no effect of making trouble like this?" the middle-aged man said. Jiang Chunhua nodded and said, "Of course I know, but if I didn't do this, how could they send me the most careful and smartest account manager?" This answer surprised the middle-aged man. Jiang Chunhua pointed at the door of Ango Securities Company. The middle-aged man looked in his direction and saw a young man being sent out by an account manager. Then Jiang Chunhua shook it down. After the customer manager went back from the car window, he beckoned over there, and the young man walked over as soon as he saw Jiang Chunhua beckoning. The young man came to the car and Jiang Chunhua introduced to the middle-aged man, "This is my friend Xiao. He has just successfully opened an account with Ango Securities." Then Jiang Chunhua asked the young man again, "How about I opened an account for you? Is that account manager smart and careful enough?" "Smart and careful. But he is a bit greedy because I have a lot of money in my linked bank account. When it comes out, he hopes that I can trade more." The young man replied, "Greedy is a good quality. How can some things be done without being greedy?" Jiang Chunhua said. The middle-aged man heard the smell, and he asked Jiang Chunhua, "You actually intend to let him do that thing, right?" "Uncle Yong, I didn't plan to do it myself at the beginning. After all, my goal is too obvious. They are sure it will guard me, but now it seems that I have obvious benefits too," Jiang Chunhua said with a smile. Afterwards, Jiang Chunhua told the young man, according to my instructions." He waved his hand to let the young man go. The middle-aged man asked if he was reliable. Jiang Chunhui nodded and replied, "Uncle Yong, don't worry, this is the person I brought out from Yanjing. It is my own. This thing is very beautiful, and the darkness of the plank road is very surprising to me." Middle-aged people say. Jiang Chunhui smiled. "That's no way. Who made my goal so obvious? What if I don't make good use of this advantage? I know that Ango Securities, as the first brokerage firm, will definitely be very cautious in the selection of customer managers, but greed is not greedy. There is no way to control this, so in order to ensure the success rate, I first go to attract the best account managers. Xiao is convenient. Anyway, no one knows him, and no one knows his relationship with me." There. Middle-aged man nodded. "This is a very good beginning, but you still have to pay more attention to it, and remember not to be arrogant and complacent." "Uncle Yong, don't worry, just wait for my good news," Jiang Chunhui said. Then the car started, and the middle-aged man and Jiang Chunhui went back to the villa. In the evening, Xiao came to the Dongmen Hotel. There was also an account manager from Ango Securities Company who came with him. They found a place to sit down and eat together. "Manager-san, you see that I opened an account with your company and deposited so much money into it. I really want to make money in stocks, otherwise I wouldn't come to open an account specifically, but I don't understand stocks at all. There are so many listings in securities companies. Stocks. I don't know which stock to buy, so please help." Xiao poured a glass of wine for Manager-san as he said. Manager-san and Xiao clinked glasses and said, "Xiao, is not that I don't help you. It is because there is a system in our unit. Our account managers can't trade stocks on behalf of customers." "What breaks the regulations?" "You are obviously professionals. Just I know more about stocks than ordinary people like us. If you help you speculate, you will definitely get better returns. You see, I don't understand stocks. You open an account for me and I don't know which stock to buy. Isn't all that much money in the account wasted? I might as well deposit it in the bank to earn interest. There are also treasury bills. I heard that the interest on treasury bills is also quite high." Xiao said. "Don't make this decision first. Treasury bills have been cutting interest rates. Even if they don't cut interest rates, they will only earn a few cents a year, but they will certainly not be able to compare with a stock market a few cents a day." Manager-san said. "But Manager-san, you don't help me to trade stocks. How do I know which stock to buy and which stock to buy?" Xiao said helplessly. "The stock market is very good now. Unless it is some special stocks, it is profitable to buy any stock at random." Before Manager-san finished his words, Xiao interrupted him and said, "But to want to make more. How do I know which stocks can rise? What if I don't feel lucky and buy a stock and fall tomorrow?" "No, I am a timid person. If you don't help, Mr. Sun, I think I don't want to buy it." "Xiao, don't think about it. You see that you have so much money in your account. It's not enough to just put it there. It's best to find a way to invest to make him move. Way to make money." Xiao stayed unmoved. Sun Jing had an ideal feeling and had to gritted his teeth and said, "You think this is good? Our company does stipulate that our account managers can't trade stocks on behalf of customers, but we can provide you with stock market information. I can tell you which stocks I predict are good and which are bad. With this information, you can make a better decision." Hearing what Manager Sun said, Xiao gave it serious consideration. First he nodded and then shook his head. He shook his head and said, "It still doesn't work." "It sounds like a good idea, Manager Sun, but it still doesn't work, because I don't have so much time, and the stock price is heard to change every minute, so in case I listen to you. After buying this stock, I turned around and fell. If you notify me, I can't change it right away. So if you don't help me with the stock market, Manager Sun, I think he'll give up the stock," Xiao said at last. Seeing Manager Sun frowning and seemingly hesitant, Xiao continued, "Manager Sun, of course I won't ask you to help me in stocks in vain. What do you think of us when we make money? Hand transaction you can draw out of commission, together with this money, you can have almost 50-50 friends. better than this when you account manager to make more money? Is Mr. Sun you do not want to make money? Of course, I want to make more money, but some things are not that simple, Manager Sun said. Seeing that Manager Sun's tone seemed a little loose, Xia continued and said, Manager Sun, I know what you are worried about. If you lose it all, I promise you will not trouble you. Xia pointed at himself as he said, Mr. Sun, you also know how much money is in my account. I am not a person who lacks money. I just want my investment to become more meaningful. Let it go. And I think you are an honest person, Manager Sun, and I am willing to believe you. Otherwise I won't ask you to help me open an account. Mr. Sun listens to the accent. You are a native of Nanjing. I think you must go after passing through Hong Kong City. I know that there are foreign securities brokers in Hong Kong City. Aren't they all helping clients to trade in stocks? Why can't we do it? There is no such rule, Xia said. This sentence finally became the last straw that crushed the camel. After listening to Xia's words, Manager Sun made up his mind and said, well, I can help you stocks, and the achievements are as you say, but if you lose money don't come to me if you want. Of course, I'll be here to thank Manager Sun first. Xia smiled and thanked him, but Manager Sun did not see the fleeting conspiracy in Xia's eyes. Chapter 231 Trouble? In the morning, Ziming drove to Ango Securities Company. He walked into the conference room. When he came, all the middle and high-level cadres of the company, including General Manager Li Hong and Lobby Manager Li Yang, were already there. Sitting here, they immediately stood up and greeted Ziming in unison when they saw Ziming enter the door. Since his rebirth, Ziming has walked step by step from a poor and white silk to the present, holding huge assets in his hand. Such a scene is not strange, so it calmly walked into the meeting room under everyone's attention. After sitting in his seat, he signaled everyone to sit down. Sit down, everyone. Manager Li, tell me about the current situation. Ziming named him, and Li Hong immediately said, okay. Advisor Zhu, our Ango Securities Company has been in business for a week today. Although all aspects of publicity have been carried out, our account opening results are not satisfactory. I think this aspect is the habit of securities companies. It has been deeply rooted in the minds of every investor, and on the other hand, our proactive attack is not enough. We are just waiting in the securities company for investors to open an account. This is too passive, after all. Now the securities company still retains the account opening responsibilities, which conflicts with us. If we can no longer take the initiative to find every investor who wants to trade in stocks, then no matter how good our service is, and no matter how good the market is, we won't. There is a chance to give full play to our advanced nature. Li Hong said stubbornly, and Ziming nodded after listening. Manager Li is right. According to the current situation, investors will not be sent to the door automatically. If we want to develop, you have to be more proactive, as it should be. Speaking of this, Ziming turned the front and said, but for now, I think the most important thing for us is to build up our reputation, because we are not a government agency, and we have not yet been officially recognized. We are still at the stage of scoring. Only reputation can support our development and growth. If we lose our reputation, then our unsuccessful development will become more difficult. Li Yang said at this time, teacher, don't worry, he's done very carefully now. Only Jiang Chunhui came to ask for trouble before, and we have let him go. We also sent him the most attentive, smartest and most sophisticated account manager to him. There have not been any problems. There should be no problems. Of course I believe what you said. I am worried about some other troubles. After all, there is a person like Jiang Chunhui who specializes in finding faults. There are thousands of days to be a thief, not 1,000 days. Anti-thief, Ziming said. Li and Li Yang as a phase. They were about to say anything. The door suddenly opened. Officers academics, a stockbroker ran in panic, said, Li is not good, and the door was trouble. The people's words were a bit out of breath, but this sentence itself was like a blockbuster, shocking everyone in the conference room, especially Li Hong and Li Yang. What's the meeting just now? When it comes to guaranteeing reputation, Some people come to make trouble. Isn't this just slapping them in the face? Li Hong immediately asked, is Jiang Chunhua here again? What did he do this time? It is not surprising that Li Hong will ask. After all, only Jiang Chunhua is coming to trouble them. Who else can he be if he doesn't think about it? But the answer was beyond his expectation. The agent shook his head and said, it's not Jiang Chunhua last time, but an ordinary investor. An ordinary investor? This answer stunned everyone, because it doesn't surprise them that someone came to make trouble for them. In fact, they have been waiting for Jiang Chunhua to come and make trouble, but now the troublemaker is not Jiang Chunhua, but an ordinary person. Investors. This surprised them. Is there really something wrong with the securities company? This was the first question that came to everyone's mind. In the end, Zhu Ming made a decisive decision. He stood up and said, go out and see what's going on. After saying that, Zhu Ming interrupted the meeting and went out. This allowed everyone. It suddenly dawned on them that no matter how surprised and unexpected they were in the conference room, there was no result. Only when they went out to figure out the situation could they make a better decision. So then Li Hong, Li Yang, and other securities company officials followed Zhu Ming. Ango Securities Co. Limited is a deceptive unit. You lose all the hard-earned money of the investors, and you pay back my hard-earned money. When Zhu Ming and the others came to the first floor, they heard such a sentence before they went out of the lobby. Li Hong and Li Yang both froze for a while. Li Hong immediately explained to Zhu Ming, I really don't know what's going on. Consultant. Zhu Ming waved his hand and said that it's okay, then took them out to the lobby on the first floor and saw a few. An individual stood in the middle of the hall holding a banner. A young man stood in front holding a loudspeaker and repeatedly yelling Zhu Ming what they heard when they first came out. Several reporters were holding cameras to record all this, except the reporter also had a large group of onlookers who didn't know the truth, and all the employees of Ango Securities were at a loss. Counselor Zhu, this person is called Xiao. He said that he opened an account with our Ango Securities company, and then asked our account manager to lose money on stocks. A staff member came over and reported the situation to Zhu Ming. Losing stocks. Zhu Ming immediately heard the point of the words. Is any account manager in the securities company helping him to trade stocks in violation of the regulations? Zhu Ming's stern tone frightened the employee until Zhu Ming became impatient again. After asking him again, he reacted, and hurriedly answered Zhu Ming, it's Manager Sun from the marketing department. He is in charge of this little tiger. What about Manager Sun? Zhu Ming didn't ask this question again, because Zhu Ming saw that there was a young man in a shirt and trousers in front of Xiao, saying something to Xiao anxiously, even imploring. Now all the cadres in the company are in meetings, and generally no one is so eager to take care of other people's nostalgia, so this person can only be the manager Sunday. Xiao's affairs today wait until I get off work, and then I will talk about them. Let's not make trouble here. There is always a solution to the problem. There is no result for you. I will ask you for it. Manager Sun said. Xiao was completely unmoved. When you get off work, the ghost will know what the result is. I want to see your leaders today. Let your leaders come out and give me an explanation. I can't say that my money is gone. You know what it is. How many years of my family's savings? Do you think I'm here to play with you? Manager Sun said again. Xiao, why are you so unreasonable? I've already told you that it's not me about your stocks. It's wrong. And your money won't say that. It's gone. I can definitely help you earn it back through operations. It doesn't make any sense for you to make trouble like this. Xiao ignored it, but he didn't continue to raise it. The loudspeaker shouted again, because he saw Zhu Ming and Li Hong and they walked to the lobby. Xiao immediately went over 2 steps and asked, are you the leaders of this securities company? Zhu Ming glanced at Li Hong, and Li Hong stepped forward, said, hello, comrades, I am the general manager of our Ango Securities company, and my name is Li Hong. Xiao looked at Li Hong up and down, waved him disdainfully and said, I won't talk to you, and then he found Zhu Ming and asked, are you the leader of this unit? Either the leader or the higher level supervisor. In short, It has a lot to do. Don't want to lie to me. Just now, the general manager came out to speak with just one look. I have seen it, and I will look for you. Facing the tigers, this, Ziming is a bit dumbfounding. Had to agree, admitted. I do, and Yasukuni Securities firm has a lot. Do not know what the comrades have it. He is our family's blood and sweat. The money is gone, Xiao said while pointing his finger at Manager Sun next to him. When Xiao pointed at him, Manager Sun's soul was scared off. He hurried to Ziming and cried out, "Counselor Zhu, this is nothing. I opened an account for him at the time, and he wanted to let so much. When money comes in to speculate in stocks, I also told him that there is risk investment in the stock market that needs to be cautious, but he just doesn't listen." Xiao was not happy to listen to Manager Sun's words. "Mr. Sun, I didn't expect you to be such a villain. Who dared not to be such a villain? If it weren't for the stocks you said you could make money, it's better than me in the bank or even doing business. Or earn more money. I will put the money to the family. You want to tell me there is a risk of losing money in the stock market? I would put money in. I am not stupid. Be special. What do?" So Manager Sun and Xiao quarreled. Ziming couldn't hear the shout. "Shut up." Manager Sun and Xiao immediately stopped arguing. Ziming said to Xiao, "This comrade, you go on." Xiao he showed a triumphant look at Manager Sun and then said, "This is what the leader is. I came over to open an account a week ago. It was your Manager Sun who received me. He told me that opening an account and trading stocks can make a lot of money. Yuan who, but I don't know that he can help me to trade stocks, and he can easily make me 1,000,000 yuan. I believe that he will give him my money to trade stocks, but who knows that he will lose money this week. I came to him now and I still don't admit it. Do you still have any credibility here? It's a scam company." Ziming turned to Manager Sun again, and he immediately denied. "Consultant Zhu is not like this." He told him that the stock market is risky, and that he insisted on buying that stock, and that he was losing money. "It has nothing to do with me." Li Hong and Li Yang looked at each other, and they both agreed with each other. I saw a headache in my eyes, because the arguments between Manager Sun and Xiao are a typical saying that the public is justified, and the most important thing is that there are only two parties involved in this matter. There is no other supporting evidence at all. There is no way to judge. I am afraid that even Master Bao or Master D will only have a headache when they come. However, their headaches are just beginning, because at this time, Jiang Chunhui also came to join in the fun. Chapter 232. Is it illegal to trade stocks on behalf of customers? Ouch. Why is it so lively today? So many people are here, and you are also with advisors. Let me guess what happened here. It's not that you deceived the customers and caused huge losses to the customers. Some customers come to ask for trouble, right? With a strange tone of yin and yang, Jiang Chunhui walked out of the crowd and came to Ziming, looking at Ziming with a sense of ambition. Ziming ignored Jiang Chunhui's tone and just looked at him calmly and asked, "What's the matter with you, Xiaohui?" Seeing Ziming's indifferent tone, Jiang Chunhui's anger stopped. He pointed. Ziming said loudly, "Ziming, don't call me Xiaohui. I'll tell you, it's not that I have something to do, but you have something to do." After speaking, Jiang Chunhui calmed down again, and turned to ask Xiao, "This comrade, don't you am afraid? There are so many people here, as well as comrades from newspapers and TV stations. We can all be the masters for you, and you can tell us what you have been wronged or deceived." Jiang Chunhui finished speaking. Xiao immediately he pointed to Ziming and said, "It's their company. Their people lied to me to open an account here. They lied to me saying that they would open an account here and buy stocks to make money. They lied to me and invested all of our family's money. Within a week, they lost all the hard-earned money of our family. They still don't admit it. They will hit me when so many people come out." "You fart." Li Yang couldn't help but walked out and pointed at Xiao. "You are bloody. When will I lie to you to make money in stocks? And when did I lie to you to invest all of your family's money? What we have always promoted is that the stock market is risky and need to be cautious. So many of us are just coming out. It depends on the situation. How could he come out to beat you? Li Yang got more and more excited when he talked. In the end he couldn't help shaking his hands. I think you are in a gang with this Jiang Chunhua at all. You just came here on purpose. It's a mess. A stone caused 1,000 waves of waves. Li Yang's last remarks caused an uproar at the scene. Everyone looked at Jiang Chunhua and Xiao in surprise, and even the reporters from the TV station and the newspaper aimed their cameras at them. But facing the eyes of almost everyone, Jiang Chunhua didn't panic at all. Instead, Li Hong hurriedly pulled Li Yang back. Li Yang, what are you talking about? Do you know you can't say that? Especially cannot be said here at this time? Why? This was Li Yang's first reaction at the time, but before Li Yang could react, Jiang Chunhua burst into laughter. He turned to the media and other onlookers and said, have you seen it? This is the card of Ango Securities. Quality. Now that customers have lost money and have to come to the door to ask for explanations, instead of admitting mistakes at all, they also accuse the customers of partnering with others to make trouble. Did you say this? As Jiang Chunhua said, other onlookers followed, pointing to Li Yang and Li Hong. The people from Mango Securities are too shameless. How can they bully customers like this? Your customers are losing money with you, and you are accusing you. It's so shameless. If you do this business, it's not that the shop is bullying the customers. It's too overbearing. In the future, it's better not to open an account here. It's better for a securities company. It's at least formal there. Such a mess of things. Li Yang was completely blinded in the face of the pointing of the people around him. It is not like this. It is obviously that the two guys Jiang Chunhua and Xiao are lying. It's not us. Li Yang cried out desperately in his heart. General Manager Li Hong saw his thoughts and sighed and said to him, indeed, I also understand that this matter is very strange. This little tiger might be instructed by Jiang Chunhua to make trouble like this, but with so many people in front of them, they would not understand our holiday with Jiang Chunhua. They would simply stand on the side of the disadvantaged group, giving Jiang Chunhua room to play. Li Hong felt the stiffness of Li Yang's body and said, I know you are very aggrieved and unconvinced, but there is no way. Who made that Jiang Chunhua so powerful that he got the initiative now? As long as Xiao is making trouble here, as long as there are media and other onlookers, he will do it anyway. Being able to stand still, we can only passively follow his footsteps to explain. Isn't this going to be pissed by him on the neck? Li Yang stared. Li Hong nodded heavily. That's it, we can't help it. At this time, Jiang Chunhua over there said again, it's such a reversal of right and wrong, and the unit that scams our hard-earned money under the guise of a securities company. We absolutely can't believe it here. We should just work together to unite and tell us, friends and relatives, we just want to let such a company go bankrupt, and don't let him have any chance to deceive us hard-earned money. Under Jiang Chunhua's instigation, first of all, a few people followed together and shouted, such a company went bankrupt, and then other people joined in and followed them and shouted that it would go bankrupt. The shouts of so many people were very imposing, and they almost destroyed the roof of the hall. All the reporters here aimed their cameras at these angry people and wanted to record this precious moment. When we saw a camera coming, they shouted harder. This momentum made Li Hong take a step back subconsciously, and Li Yang was also desperate. He wanted to explain but didn't know what to do. Not only Li Hong and Li Yang, but also the cadres of other securities companies were blinded on the spot, completely out of ideas, especially Xiao's account manager. He almost collapsed on the ground. He knew he must be finished, although he knows very well that he has not violated any regulations other than speculation in stocks on behalf of the ghosts and minds. Everything is caused by him. But at this time, we'll listen to his explanation. But just as all the onlookers called Zheng He, a calm voice suddenly came out. Everyone, please be quiet. This voice seemed to be magical, and the original vigorous voice gradually weakened. After coming down, everyone focused on one person, and this person slowly walked out. He was Ziming. Yo, I don't know what advisors he has. Insights? Jiang Chunhua asked provocatively, but he was actually very nervous in his heart. because the rhythm was arranged by his own brainstorming just now, and he found a few people for it. The rhythm in the crowd, but he didn't expect Ziming to press it down with a single sentence, and the fear of losing to Ziming and being arrested in the police station made him have to play drums in his heart. Ziming looked up and down Jiang Chunhui a few times and said, "This matter seems to have nothing to do with you, right?" Jiang Chunhui was outraged by Ziming's ignorance and questioning. He angrily said, "Why is it okay? I'm here on behalf of the people to expose you and expose you, exposing all your dirty and ugly sides." Jiang Chunhui yelled very fierce, but Ziming ignored him at all. Instead, he turned around and asked Xiao, "Hello, this comrade, it was you who came to complain today, right? You said that your account manager's stock trading on behalf of the customer caused you to lose money, right? Is it?" "That's it. So I'm going to ask for a statement today," Xiao said, but his tone was not as strong as before, because for some reason, he would feel a kind of feeling when facing Ziming. Inexplicable guilty conscience. Ziming also felt his guilty conscience, but Ziming still didn't say anything. He just turned around and asked Xiao's account manager, "Mr. Sun, are you trading stocks on behalf of customers?" Manager Sun hurriedly said, "Consultant Zhu, I've been trading stocks on behalf of the customer, but it's not my business that he loses money. It's all his own random manipulations, not me." Before Manager Sun finished speaking, Xiao rushed to say, "This isn't it as a consultant. You heard your people say that it's stock trading on behalf of customers. I remember that your Ango Securities Company's regulations do not allow stock trading on behalf of customers. Now he did it and gave me the money I lost. You have to let me say it." Xiao didn't have any confidence when he began to say it, but the more he said it, the more confident he got. In the end, he stared at Ziming. Ziming made a gesture of peace and security. He said, "I know all about your business. Stock trading on behalf of clients is actually an illegal act that disrupts the order of the securities market. So we can do business and call the police, okay?" Here's with Ming's suggestion. Manager Sun's and Xiao's reactions were completely opposite. Manager Sun was so weak that he almost didn't collapse because he never thought that he was only greedy for a while but was about to be arrested. Xiao over there was very happy to give Ziming a thumbs up and said, "That's how it should be, but is it not okay for advisors to arrest people? I still lost so much money, which is all the hard-earned money of our family." "Ah, not greedy enough." This was Li Yang's first reaction after hearing Xiao's words, but Ziming only glanced at Xiao, and said calmly, "I said everything is official. When the police arrive, what should we do?" "Listen to the police." Xiao could not raise any objections to this, and then Ziming called the police in front of everyone. Since Ango Securities was not far from the municipal party committee, the police car quickly drove to the door. A policeman walked in and saluted me and asked, "Hello, what happened here?" Hearing the police question, Xiao said first, "Hello, comrade police, it is their securities company who lied to me for money. Catch them all." There. Policeman looked at Ziming suspiciously, and Ziming stepped forward and said, "Comrades are like this. We have a case of trading stocks on behalf of customers here. I hope you can handle it impartially." Afterwards, Ziming briefly described the matter to the police, and the police immediately waved his hand after hearing this. It turns out that this is the case. According to the latest policy issued by the Nanjian Municipal Party Committee and government, stock trading on behalf of clients is a serious disorder that disrupts the order of the securities market. The illegal behavior of the crime is an economic crime. I need to bring the suspect Manager Sun back to the police station for investigation. Xiao applauded happily beside him. Great. People like this should be arrested. Xiao was pleased. It became a tragedy at the beginning, because the police also handcuffed his hands to his hands. It is also an illegal act to disrupt the economic order of the securities market, so you also need to come with us. Chapter 233 Penalties and Private Gifts? Comrades, are you mistaken? It's their Ango Securities Company, the Manager Sun who was arrested by you, and he is trading stocks on behalf of clients. not me. Tiger's Leng Leng looked at the handcuffs on his wrist on the police explained that this time he was completely have kept his head went blank. He does not understand that this is what, this alarm is not court valet stocks to. Why are these handcuffs handcuffed to oneself now? You haven't read the latest regulations of the Municipal Party Committee and the Municipal Government on the securities market? There are no mistakes. Many words trading stocks on behalf of clients is an act that seriously disrupts the securities market. Both parties who trade on behalf of clients will be subject to administrative penalties. You are requesting stock trading on behalf of clients that side, so please come with us too. After listening to the police, manager son over there immediately shouted happily, "That's right, police comrades, he should be arrested together. That's this guy. He deliberately asked me to trade stocks on behalf of the client, and then deliberately came over to find fault. Such a bastard must never let him go. Don't worry, our police station will not wrong a good person, nor will we let go of any illegal suspect," the police said. When Xiao heard what the police said, he immediately blurted out in a hurry and said, "Comrade, police is not like this. I have not violated the law. Jiang Chanhua asked me to do this for this valet stock market." Xiao shut up immediately after saying this, but it was too late at this time. Everyone focused on him, and the police immediately turned around and asked him, "You just said that someone instructed you to trade stocks on behalf of your clients. As long as you can prove who it is, you can reduce it as appropriate. Your punishment." Faced with so many shots, Xiao also knew that he couldn't escape, and when he heard the police say so, he also gritted his teeth and said, "Comrade police, it was Jiang Chanhua over there who instigated him. I traded stocks on behalf of my clients." Following Xiao's words, everyone's eyes turned to Jiang Chanhua. Jiang Chanhua immediately said, "You spit someone, I don't even know you. Why do you call me? Why don't you? You gave me 10,000 yuan and asked me to come over and deliberately find the account manager here to trade stocks on behalf of the client," said Xiao. He has his mind set now, so he dare to say anything. My family's the economic situation. Comrades, the police, you can find out immediately. If it weren't for him to give me the money, I would definitely not be able to make up 10,000 yuan if I had sold the house. You fart. I don't have one at all, Jiang Chanhua said, still quibbling. Comrade police, please don't listen to him nonsense. These are nothing. But the police ignored him at all and still asked Xiao, "Comrade, did he tell you why he did this?" He said that he was trying to discredit the Ango Securities Company, and that he wanted to trouble the Ango Securities Company. Xiao said, "No, it's not like this. I don't know anything. It's not what I instructed at all. It's all he is slandering me. He was caught biting people indiscriminately and trying to reduce his guilt. This has nothing to do with me." Comrades, you have to believe me. Jiang Chanhua desperately tried to explain, but at this time no one listened to him anymore. The police handcuffed him up and handcuffed him. Even those who had just followed him in applause. The masses are all pointing to him at this moment, and the cameras on the scene of the reporters are also aimed at Jiang Chanhua one by one. They want to record this very dramatic moment. Comrade police, thank you very much for being able to leave the police in time and help me take away the people who disturbed the order, Ziming said to the police. The police left Ango Securities Company with Jiang Chanhua, Xiao and manager Sun, leaving a sentence of "serve the people" to Ziming salute. After they were gone, Ziming stood up and said to the media and all the onlookers, "Everyone has seen it today. This is a farce they directed and acted, so please don't take it to heart. We, Ango Securities, it is currently the only certified brokerage firm. Everyone who wants to open an account can come to us, and we will also have the most professional account manager to guide you in stock trading." At this point, Ziming paused and said, "But please ask everyone, attention, stock trading on behalf of customers is illegal and must be caught. Our account managers can only provide suggestions, but the final decision still needs to be made by everyone." Faced with Ziming's speech, everyone raised their hands. Applaud. Ziming told Li Hong at this time that he should settle all the reporters. Li Hong understands that Ziming did not want to report today's affairs, even if today's affairs are their final victory. After all, some things, whether right or wrong, will affect their reputation as long as they are spread, let alone their grandchildren. The manager was indeed taken away from the stock trading on behalf of the client. So Li Hong immediately took a few secretaries and greeted the reporters to sit aside, and Ziming said a few words to everyone. Let everyone think about it before opening an account. The stock market has risks and needs to be cautious when entering the market. Li Yang and others went back to the meeting room. Back in the conference room, Li Yang took the lead in applauding Ziming. While applauding, he happily said, "Teacher, you are too good." A few words turned the situation around and sent them all to the police station. Li Yang was really excited. I remember that at the very beginning, Jiang Chunhua and Xie constantly relied on accusations and slanders to master the situation. Even all the onlookers were on their side, opposing Ango Securities and Black and White. He was so angry that he could explain it, but Jiang Chunhua over there got even worse. Slandering himself was an upside-down fact. At that moment, Li Yang really felt aggrieved and desperate. He felt that Jiang Chunhua worked hard to design all this, just waiting for him to jump in, and no matter how hard he struggles, it is all because of his design within the scope. Until Ziming stepped forward, with such simple words, he sent Jiang Chunhua and Xie, the two guys whom he hated so much that he gritted his teeth, into the police station. Originally, Li Yang admired Ziming very much, thinking that his teacher was very amazing and could always bring miracles. But only now has he discovered that his knowledge of the teacher is far from enough. Ziming motioned everyone to calm down and said, "If I were you, I wouldn't have any happiness at this time, because I don't think today's things are worthy of happiness. Instead, we should get our reflection." "Why?" Ziming asked and replied, "Perhaps what you see is Jiang Chunhua deliberately came to find the fault for us, and still used his brain, deliberately came out to attract our attention, and then asked Xiu to engage in valet stocks. It was him." The Ming Xiu plank road darkened Chen Kang's tricks, but what I saw was our own problems. Ziming said that he looked around and asked them deliberately, "Isn't it? Think about it. If it's not our internal, there is a problem with management. If it were not that we did not have strict requirements for customer managers, and if each of our customer managers could strictly abide by the company's rules and regulations, how could there be stock trading on behalf of clients?" In Ziming's words, everyone bowed their heads, because Ziming's words came to the point, which made them feel very ashamed. At this time, Ziming said, "The account manager belongs to the lobby. Li Yang, you are the lobby manager. You have to take leadership responsibility for this matter." When Ziming named him, Li Yang immediately stood up and said, "Teacher, I'm sorry. I didn't do this job because I didn't find out in time. There is such an account manager in my team that led to the situation today. I am willing to be punished." Ziming was very satisfied with Li Yang's attitude. He nodded and said, "Manager Li, your attitude of admitting mistakes is very good. Then according to the company's punishment regulations, your punishment can be reduced or exempted as appropriate. So, from today until the end of your internship, all your wages for working here will be deducted, and your bonus will be deducted by half." Hearing this punishment method, I took a deep breath. The reason was Li Yang's punishment measures. Whether it was not because his salary was deducted. In fact, Li Yang was only doing an internship here. His salary was not high, but the deduction of the bonus would make people want to deduct the bonus. It hurts very much, but that's tens of thousands of dollars. In some poor places, it was their income for most of their lives, and now Ziming said it was deducted. However, Li Yang himself had no objection. He just bowed deeply to Ziming and said nothing. "I'm afraid this is Li Yang, a student who doesn't know how much the bonus is. I'm afraid he has no idea about so much money, right?" There are many words that are correct. Many people think this in their minds, but no one really says anything, because although Li Yang is young, he is really capable. otherwise he would not be selected for finance. Class is over. During this time in Ango Securities, he also convinced everyone. After the meeting, Ziming asked everyone to go out first, leaving Li Yang still in the conference room. Ziming asked him, "Today I deducted your salary and half of your bonus. You must have big opinions in your heart, right?" Lots of words. Li Yang shook his head and said, "Teacher, I have no opinion. I originally came here for an internship and didn't want to get much salary. What's more, something like this has happened now. Not only did I fail to help the teacher, but because I didn't do my job well, I caused such a big trouble for the teacher, and the teacher gave me half of the bonus. I am very grateful." Ziming smiled and gave Suhan sitting next to him a wink. Suhan knowingly took out 50,000 yuan from her bag to Ziming. Ziming took the money and placed it in front of Li Yang. Li Yang wanted to refuse, but he heard Ziming say, "This is for you." In front of everyone, "I want to deduct your salary and bonus for the sake of the system. I am giving you this money for your fairness and it was given to you personally. As long as you can continue to work hard in the future, you must prevent such incidents from happening again." Li Yang was moved by Ziming in a mess. Only then took the money. He stood up and bowed deeply to Ziming. "Thank you, teacher. I use my life to assure teacher that this will never happen again." Chapter 234 is a blessing. Disaster? Bow. Thank you Lucky Miracle for your support and monthly ticket support. Thank you for the monthly support of Funny Ones I and the Humble Senior. Ziming, the bastard, I want to chop him into meat sauce. What? Shit, municipal party secretary and mayor. What kind of securities company? They are all! Gangsters still new in at the villa in at the area of Nanjian. Jiang Chunhua walked in the back and forth at the living room, yelling in the anger, and at the middle-aged man right across from was him, looked up at him. "Xiao Jiang, you better sit down and calm down. You stand here so noisy, you will make me think that saving you is a very wrong decision. In that case, I would not if you mind sending you in again. You believe I have this ability." There. Middle-aged man's tone was flat, but his whole body trembled unconsciously when he heard Jiang Chunhua's ears, and then he held back his anger and sat down. Just sitting down and returning to sit down, Jiang Chunhua still felt very aggrieved. He said to the middle-aged man, "Uncle Yong, you watched me grow up. You know that I have never been in a police station when I grow up. When I came to Nanjian, I went in twice in just a few days. And this time it was obvious that Ziming was retaliating against me. He was not only retaliating against me, but also hitting you in the face of Uncle Yong!" There. Middle-aged man looked at Jiang Chunhua and said with a smile, "Okay, don't use these words to tell me. I have experienced more things than you have seen before, and you are useless in front of me." Jiang Chunhua was embarrassed for a while, but still scratched his head and said, "Uncle Yong, I am not angry, and Ziming and the others are really too treacherous. Actually, an executive vice governor and municipal party secretary cooperated with Ziming to target me like this, otherwise there won't be such a regulation." There. Middle-aged man nodded and said, "It's true that this regulation is too strange. How can ordinary victims be punished?" Jiang Chunhua was about to agree with Ziming's words, but I heard the middle-aged man say something back to him. "But I also heard about the situation at the time. Who was that person you were looking for?" Jiang Chunhua's face flushed. "Little tiger, I was blind too." "Why did you find him such a waste of less than success and more than failure?" "Mumbai's actually confessed to me. I really want to knock his head open to see if it's all shit inside. But let him stay in the detention center now. If he has the ability, he will come out by himself. I won't take care of him." Speaking of Xiao, Jiang Chunhua was indeed very angry, because then Xiao would be arrested. What's the matter? Just find someone to protect him from coming out. But he actually confessed himself. Isn't this a problem in your mind? The middle-aged man shook his head helplessly, and said to Jiang Chunhua with a sigh, "Don't blame others, Xiao Jiang. We really didn't handle this matter ourselves." "Uncle Yong, This time they worked together to calculate. Mine. Next time I will definitely be more careful. There. Middle-aged man interrupted Jiang Chunhua and said, "Forget it. We don't have time to play games here. Let's start our real plan next." Uncle Yong, has the above situation changed? Are we finally going to be true to Ziming? And did those old gentlemen also come to Nanjian? Jiang Chunhua asked. Originally he was hearing the middle-aged say forget it. It was very frustrating when he was, but when he heard the words behind the middle-aged man, his eyes lit up again. You don't need to know these things. Now you only need to do the things you should do well. This time, no more mistakes are allowed. The middle-aged man emphasized at last. Jiang Chunhua immediately gave the middle-aged man an affirmative answer. Uncle Yong, rest assured, I promise to do my best. The middle-aged man nodded silently, then got up and left. He was relieved of Jiang Chunhua's ability. Although he had entered the police station 2 times before, his thoughts and practices were still satisfactory. It was only from Ziming's side. It's just more preparation, and what's going to be handed over to him this time is not critical. Even if he fails, it won't affect the overall situation, so let him go. In this thought, the middle-aged man took out his mobile phone and dialed out a number. Hello. Connect me to line 3. When Jiang Chunhua and Uncle Yong made a decision here, Ziming once again when he arrived at the Nanjian Municipal Party Committee, his treatment was still the same as before. Peng Shengyu, the secretary of the executive vice governor and the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, greeted him at the door and brought him up when Ziming arrived. When he arrived at Chen Yunfei's office, Chen Yunfei was reviewing the documents. When Ziming came in, he immediately put down the documents and stood up and asked Ziming to sit on the sofa in the reception area and asked Peng Shengyu to come and make tea. Sitting on the sofa, Ziming asked Chen Yunfei, "Secretary, let me come here in such a hurry. Isn't there any problem for me?" "Ziming, you little comrade, you can't give some respect to the old comrade." Chen Yunfei was helpless. Blaming Ziming, he went on to say, "I'm calling you this time. In fact, there is a very important news to tell you, that is, the central government has approved the Nanjian Stock Exchange's trial operation policy. This is really an issue. The problem is so sudden that it makes people unprepared at all." Ziming let out a long breath. "Consultant Zhu, but I seem to know that you have always supported the change of a securities company to a stock exchange. The central government did not make a statement before. Now that the central government has made a statement, are you unhappy?" Chen Yunfei asked. Deliberately, Ziming smiled bitterly and said, "Clark, don't be jokes. If the central government agrees to this matter from the beginning, then I will be very happy. But such a sudden decision now makes people worry about it." Ziming is not joking. After all, something abnormal must be a demon. Nanjian Stock Exchange was originally targeted in that way, and even people like Chen Yunfei dared not publicly support it. He could only ask Ziming to find a way to do it first. Obviously, this even if the central government has a strong opposition force, there will be no 1 or 2 people, but I am afraid there is a group. But now suddenly the direction of the central government has changed. If it was said that this group was killed, or that the group on Chen Yunfei's side came to power, Ziming didn't believe it. You must know that everyone who can interfere with Chen Yunfei is someone who stands at the peak of power, and is generally of this level. It is impossible that there will be no news about the political changes. So now the only possibility is that this was deliberate, that the political group deliberately changed the direction of the wind. As for the purpose, except for a conspiracy, Ziming couldn't think of other possibilities. Chen Yunfei also put away his smile at this time. He said to Ziming, "That's why I came to you. Do you think the time for Nanjian to engage in the stock exchange is ripe?" "The timing is definitely ripe. But now the central government, it's hard to tell in such a situation." Ziming threw the question back to Chen Yunfei after speaking. "I think the secretary must have made a decision." Ziming's question is not because he can't get his idea, but the matter itself is not something he can decide. First of all, the stock exchange is related to the financial lifeline of a country, and secondly, Chen Yunfei belongs to a political group. There are so many big figures on the top that they have no reason to be uncertain. The decision of the central government is to establish the Nanjian Stock Exchange. Chen Yunfei replied. Chen Yunfei's words seemed to be repeating the news he had brought, but Ziming could hear the overtones. That is, their faction had already made up their minds. Even if they knew that this might be a conspiracy, the stock exchange still wanted to do it. Stand up. Ziming spread both hands. Now that it has been decided, let's do it. Anyway, the stock exchange regulations have been in trial operation for a period of time, and the market has begun to gradually accept them. What we have to do next is to put the securities. Just change the brand of the company. Chen Yunfei nodded and said, I will leave this to the leading group of securities market construction, but Ziming, the pressure on your side is the heaviest. Do you have any requirements? Of course, Ziming understands that his pressure is the heaviest. Regardless of the preparation work being done by Zhang Hen and Luo Han, they will only do it step by step. Once something accident happens, they can only come out by themselves. Save the scene, otherwise the news. Luo Han, the first vice president of the securities company, doesn't know yet. How can his development consultant know it? Ziming let out a long breath and said, the request is nothing, as long as the secretary can attend the opening ceremony of the stock exchange. This is no problem. Since it is the decision of the central government, I, the secretary of the Nanjian Municipal Party Committee, of course cannot remain indifferent. Now, I will attend this opening ceremony. Chen Yunfei said. But when do you plan to do this opening ceremony? It doesn't matter, the sooner the better. Ziming said. In this way, in the discussion between Ziming and Chen Yunfei, the opening of the Nanjian Stock Exchange was finalized, and after only 1 week of preparations, the listing ceremony of the Nanjian Stock Exchange began in front of the original securities company. On this day, there was a lively and festive atmosphere in front of the stock exchange. Firecrackers were noisy with gongs and drums, and even lion dancers were invited. Due to the presence of the Municipal Party Committee Secretary Chen Yunfei, Nanjian City went from party and government agencies to various institutions, private entrepreneurs and even the province sent representatives to attend the ceremony. Facing this spectacular scene, Luo Han's eyes moistened. The stock exchange is finally up, and we finally have our own stock market. Luo Han was very excited at this moment. After all, from the very beginning, from the reform of the stock system to the establishment of the stock exchange, he has paid too much. To him, the stock exchange is like a child he watched growing up. Before this child was a shady household, now that he is registered, how can his parent not be happy from the bottom of his heart? Of course, not everyone who came to attend this event in front of the stock exchange today came to congratulate him sincerely. Among the crowd, there was a young man who was very disdainful. He was Jiang Chunhua. What is it so grand? I don't know who opened the door for you to do it, Jiang Chunhua said. A middle-aged man next to him said, it's good to be grand. After all, it's the first stock exchange in New China. It's just that it's a blessing or a curse. It's hard to say. That must be a curse, Uncle Yong. I really can't wait to see how the stock exchange is closed down and depressed. Jiang Chunhua said with a grin. The 235th chapter tells you a gossip. Lao Yang is a farmer in Anu district, and the opposite of Nanu Lake is Hong Kong City. Because of the very close distance, Lao Yang has relatives in Hong Kong City. He also learned about it through relatives. Some of the content about the stock market and securities has also become the first batch of old stock investors to enter the stock market in Nanjian. The first stock Lao Yang bought was the Nanjian Development Bank stock. Of course, when he bought it, it was called Nanjian Cooperative Credit Cooperative. There were no securities companies at that time. The reason why he bought this stock was because his family supported the demolition of the municipal government, received a large amount of compensation. This simple farmer wanted to use the money to do something for the country and contribute his own strength. When he bought stocks, many people were laughing at him stupidly, saying that domestic stocks were deceptive, including the only college student in the village. As a result, a securities company was established and Lao Yang relied on his holdings for 2 years. He became a famous millionaire in the village, and everyone was dumbfounded. Now Lao Yang has moved out of the village, bought a house next to the securities company, and became a professional shareholder. As a professional stockholder, Lao Yang came to a securities company very early. Of course, it has now been renamed the Stock Exchange Company. Lao Yang did not understand the difference between a securities company and a stock exchange company, nor did he understand why the original securities company wanted split into stock exchanges and brokerage firms, but he knows that stocks can still be traded now, and the stocks he bought can still be exchanged for money here. Hello boss. I want a copy of today's first and yesterday's last securities times. Lao Yang arrived at the stock exchange, but he did not go in the first time, but first asked for 2 at the newsstand at the door. A newspaper. This is also Lao Yang's habit, so that he can grasp the most detailed information. Lao Yang never believes that he has any talent for stocks, nor does he believe in any stock gods. This honest farmer believes that everything depends on everything. Accumulated bit by myself down tooth. I've prepared it for you long ago. There. Newsstand owner handed the newspaper to Lao Yang. Since Lao Yang came to buy newspapers almost every day, the newsstand owner also knew him after a long time. He knew that he would come every day, prepared early. Yang said the sound of the newsstand boxy turned to get into the stock exchange, but the kiosk owner has stopped him. Hey Yang, I hear a little gossip here yesterday, you do not want to listen to? Yang received staying in the footsteps of leaving. He turned round and asked, what news? Is it about the stock market? The newsstand boss laughed. Of course it's about the stock market. If it's not about the stock market, he'll tell you what he is doing. Lao Yang scratched his head embarrassedly and said, that's right, you can see that I don't have all the questions. It's nonsense, the boss, please tell me, thank you. There. Newsstand boss beckoned to let Lao Yang come over. After looking around, he mysteriously said to him, Lao Yang, you know that I can be here. There are relatives who are in the municipal government to open newsstands. There are also acquaintances in newspapers and stock exchanges. They all told me yesterday that the current situation in the stock market is very dangerous and may collapse at any time. This news made Lao Yang. I was very surprised. Crash? It won't happen. Isn't the situation in the stock market still very good? Lao Yang, keep your voice down too. Do you want everyone to hear it? This is very secret information, and it has not been announced to the outside world, just for fear of causing panic among investors, said the newsstand boss. Boss, I'm sorry, I'm a little excited, but I think the stock market is going very well now. All the stocks are going up, and the rate of increase is not small. How could there be a crash? Lao Yang expressed puzzlement. How else do you say that Lao Yang doesn't understand stocks? This stock market is always changing. It is impossible for him to notify you before the crash. Lao Yang, I don't know if you remember the stock market crash the year before. Who was that time? Did you know that the stock market would crash in advance? Didn't it just happen suddenly without warning? The newsstand boss said again, and you know, Lao Yang, that the stock market has risen a lot before. Aren't ordinary stocks rising before they plummeted? No mistakes, no skipping. For what? The newsstand owner seemed to make sense. Old Yang nodded in a daze, and then the newsstand owner said to him, Lao Yang, this is the news that my relatives are in the city government. And I know in advance. You don't admire us and Anjian very much. Is that some kind of development consultant Ziming? This is the news from him. Really? If consultant Z predicted so, there will definitely be news in the securities newspaper. Lao Yang said, he was going to turn over. The newspaper in his hand was pressed by the newsstand owner. The newsstand owner said to him, Lao Yang, you are stupid. How could this kind of news appear in the newspaper so grandiosely? Then Ziming heard that he was also a businessman. He also traded in stocks. He must have taken care of his own withdrawal first. This kind of thing will only be secretly told to you when I think we have such a good relationship. It turns out that it is. "Thank you, boss. I will invite you to drink some other day." Lao Yang thanked the owner of the newsstand and left, so Yang did not see that when he left. The owner of the newsstand said to the next old investor, "I'm telling you a gossip. Let's go here." The current situation of the stock market is very dangerous, and it is about to collapse. Lao Yang couldn't hear this, because at this time he had already walked into the stock exchange hall. As an old stockholder, although Lao Yang was not a stock tycoon, he often comes here, and there are still many acquaintances, so when he walked in, many people greeted him. "Lao Yang is here." "Lao Yang came early today. Didn't you go for a walk in the park today?" "I bought 2 more securities newspapers today." "You are really securities a loyal reader of the newspapers." It is estimated that the owners of the securities newspapers will laugh behind their backs. Die with the left sentence and the right sentence. Lao Yang just nodded his head in greeting, and occasionally replied to them. Suddenly Lao Yang felt that he was slapped on the shoulder. "Lao Yang, don't rush to watch the market. I here is a gossip to tell you." Their voice is very familiar, and Lao Yang doesn't have to look back to know that it is Kong Yaji. It is the educated youth who stayed in the village for some reason. He was the most educated person in the village before he had a college student, because he often educates the villagers to learn culture, and has a high self-esteem. He always likes to educate people by saying some great principles that no one understands, so over time, the villagers gave him a nickname of Kong Yaji. When Lao Yang bought stocks and stocks, Kong Yaji was very opposed to it, saying that it was a malignant tumor of the old society and a tool used by capitalists to harm the people. He also scared Lao Yang that if he bought it, he would be poisoned and ruined his family. At that time, the villagers were all frightened. Only Lao Yang bought it. Later, when Lao Yang made money, everyone scolded Kong Yaji behind his back, saying that he broke the village's money. Just like that, Kong Yaji stayed in the village all day long. After being pointed and pointed, he couldn't raise his head, and when he saw that Lao Yang had made money, he had red eyes, so he went to the city to live together and become a professional stock investor. However, what is different from Lao Yang is that Kong Yaji is not pragmatic in trading stocks. He always wants to be clever. He never reads securities newspapers and does not record stock market trends. He just investigates some gossips. Kong Yaji believes that Lao Yang is nothing more than a good luck. He believes that he is more educated and smarter than Lao Yang. Before that, he just didn't understand the stuff of capitalist stocks. As long as he comes in, making money is not a point. Minutes. Kong Yaji has indeed made a lot of money after more than a year, but this is not his gossip especially useful. But the stock market itself has been rising strongly, as long as the stocks are hardly unprofitable. In addition, Kong Yaji wants to inquire about these gossips. According to the news, a lot of money was spent on catering and drinking. Almost all of the money he earned was spent like this, and not much was left. If there is a good one, the house he rented has changed from a small bungalow to a tube house. What gossip? Lao Yang asked curiously. He was really curious, because Lao Yang came to the stock exchange every day and occasionally greeted Kong Yaji when he met him, but Kong Yaji was a stingy person. He almost never shares his gossip with others. No matter what the gossip is like, it is still rare for Kong Yaji to come up to say hello mysteriously like today. Kong Yaji took Lao Yang to the side and said to Kong Yaji in a mysterious voice, "I tell you, the current situation of our Nanjian stock market is very dangerous, and it may collapse at any time." Crash? How did you know about it? Lao Yang asked in surprise. Lao Yang, please keep your voice down. It's a gossip. Don't let others know. Kong Yaji said, "Of course I can know. You don't look at who I am. I always agree with you." The people who led the stock exchange to eat, this is what they quietly told me yesterday. Do you know why the securities company did a good job in the past? Why they suddenly changed to a stock exchange? This is not a shit-planned reform at all. This is how powerful officials saw that the stock market is no longer good, and only wanted to renew the life of the stock market through this method, but now it seems to have no effect. Kong Yaji continued, I also think you are a fellow in the same village. I just told you, I want to tell him if I change to someone else. Kong Yaji saw old Yang stunned, and he was very proud. I didn't expect it. There are a lot of words, so you have to hurry up and prepare to dump the stock. No, otherwise, you will have nowhere to cry when the stock market crashes. Lao Yang really didn't expect it, but what he didn't expect was a possible stock market crash. But what Kong Yaji told him and the previous newsstand boss told him, it's actually the same news. What's the situation? But before Lao Yang understood the situation, he heard someone next to him say, I'm telling you a gossip. Our Nanjian stock market is about to collapse. At this time, Lao Yang was really dumbfounded, and he stared blankly. When he glanced at Kong Yaji, he was also embarrassed to see Kong Yaji. This gossip may happen to be known to him. Of course, Lao Yang would not believe Kong Yaji's nonsense, but there is no wind and no waves. So many people are sure to spread the same news. There is a problem. Lao Yang looked up at the market, thought for a moment, and then apologized to Kong Yaji. He left the lobby and walked to a telephone booth at the door. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. How are you, Manager Lee? Me? It was your transfer account. I heard a gossip from the stock exchange this morning. I would like to consult with you. Chapter 236 is a loss regardless of whether it rises or falls. Council Zoo is not good. Now the stock exchange is spreading a gossip, saying that the stock market is about to collapse and plummet. Li Hong, the general manager of Ango Securities, hurried into the campaigners' conference room, yelling as he ran, while Zhu Ming was sitting here looking at the campaigners' recent performance. Although Zhu Ming is not any leader of Ango Securities Company, or even an official of the competent government department, at this moment he wants to check the campaigners' performance, but no one thinks it is wrong. Hearing Li Hong's voice, Zhu Ming raised his head. Manager Li, please make it clear, what gossip is circulating on the stock exchange? Li Hong was anxious, but he explained to Zhu Ming carefully, that's it. Just now a stockholder who transferred to our securities company called and said that on the stock exchange, many people were spreading the news that the stock market was about to crash. So he called and asked us to verify the situation. Advisors I know this person. He is an honest farmer in Nanu district. His words are completely credible. Zhu Ming nodded silently and asked, then how did you answer him? I told him this is a fiction. There must be someone spreading the rumors, but it is not ruled out that some speculators or foreign hostile forces are spreading rumors to deliberately create market panic in order to be prepared to lead the stock market to fall in order to profit from it. Li Hong replied. Zhu Ming nodded and said that this was a good answer. Li Hong went on to say, Counselor Zhu, what is the matter? I said, Mr. Li, didn't you tell the investor? Why are you still asking me now? Zhu Ming said with a smile. This surprised Li Hong. Consultant Zhu, what you mean is that this news was deliberately thrown out to prepare Finanjian, but now our stock market still has many imperfections and has not really opened up to the outside world. Foreign capital it is difficult to enter, and this kind of immature and closed market may not be willing to enter. Wouldn't it be Jiang Chunhua's ghost? Zhu Ming shook his head. Jiang Chunhua alone may not be able to reach it. With such an effect, it's okay to find a few people to spread the rumors, but what happens after the rumors? Our Nanjian stock market now has tens of millions of transactions going on every day, and the market value is over 100 million. To leverage such a stock market, he must at least take a few tens of millions is enough, but such a huge sum of money is not something that can be done by family conditions. Then who can do it? Li Hong blurted out. Zhu Ming pointed his finger at it. Of course only those above Jiang Chunhua. In order to prevent the development of the Nanjian Stock Exchange, those guys must mobilize funds to give the Nanjian Stock Exchange a blow. Li Hong took a breath. He can understand who those people are, so his tone is a little frustrated. If it is those people, it will be troublesome. They will control the central political group in the future. They have at least 10 to 20% of the country's wealth now. More importantly, they have the right to speak politically. Once they find flaws, then our Nanjiang stock market will be very sad. Compared to Li Hong's panic, Ziming's performance was very calm. It looks like this, but there is nothing to worry about. Now Mr. Yang is still even if he retreats in the future, he will still have a very strong influence. And they have not really entered the central government now, so it is impossible to be too blatant. As for the funds they can mobilize, I also have a way to deal with it. As you said, Consultant Zhaozu, once Nanjiang's stock market goes wrong, the city government will come out to rescue the market, right? Li Hong asked. Although Nanjiang is a special zone city that enjoys national support, it is impossible for the city to spend tens of millions to rescue the city. Ziming's answer made the heart of finally letting go, but he didn't. He explained too much to him, just said to him, "Okay, Mr. Li, come with me tomorrow to meet some customers from Hong Kong City. As for the stock exchange, let Li Yang go and see the situation." Li Yang arrived at the stock exchange in a few minutes. Lao Yang was still waiting at the phone booth. Li Yang saw him at a glance. He immediately trotted over to say hello to Lao Yang. "Hello, comrade, may you be the old man, Yang, right? Just now you reported to the company that someone was spreading rumors of a stock market crash on the stock exchange. The company sent me over to see. I am the lobby manager of Ango Securities and my name is Li Yang." "Hello, Manager Li." Lao Yang greeted Li Yang, but he had some doubts about Li Yang's youth. Li Yang saw Lao Yang's concerns and immediately explained to him, "I'm from Yanjing People's University, majoring in securities economics." It turned out to be the capital of a top student. "Hello, I'm really sorry there." Lao Yang apologized and said that he was sincere, because for an honest peasant like him, the capital is the most sacred place. And Li Yang is a college student in the capital, so he was always the champion in the past. He still doubts his youth. How can he not feel ashamed? "It's okay, but let's take a look at the rumors here first. I think we, President Li, have also told you that this is likely to be a vain attempt by foreign hostile forces to hit my country's new stock market." Li Yang told Lao Yang. Hearing what Li Yang said, Lao Yang immediately took it seriously. He immediately brought Li Yang to the front of the securities company. Lao Yang pointed out to Li Yang, "Look, Manager Li, over there is the newsstand owner," and at that age, the older Kong Yaji and the young bastards were spreading rumors that the stock market was about to crash. "As soon as I arrived in the morning, I saw them spreading rumors here." Following the direction of Lao Yang's finger, Li Yang looked over and saw that the people he said were still spreading rumors there. Li Yang and Lao Yang watched all this quietly. They waited until almost noon when these people left the stock exchange one by one and all came. When they arrived in a small alley next to them, Li Yang and Lao Yang followed, only to see a Santana car parked there. These people all came to collect the money. "This damn Kong Yaji, he actually colluded with foreign hostile forces. It's a bastard," Old Yang said angrily. He said that he was going to teach Kong Yaji, but he was held back by Li Yang. "Lao Yang, what are you doing? I know you are angry with your fellow villager, but when you go out, don't we just show off your stuff and startle the snake?" Lao Yang was taken aback before he sighed unwillingly and said, "This Kong Yaji is really a crazy thread. I used to think he was bragging and just like to take some crooked ideas. When things happen, he always thinks about taking advantage, but his mind is not bad. I didn't expect that he was still colluding with these hostile forces. He was decentralized anyway. The one who came to know was a scholar. Could he not even tell the difference between good and bad? Really a beast." Li Yang patted Lao Yang on the shoulder and comforted him. "It's just spreading rumors and messing up. In our stock market, there is not much difference between him and him. However, it seems that there must have been a loss. And now that they are spreading rumors, it is very likely that their action has already begun. We are not prepared at all. I am afraid that the stock market will have a round of decline in the next few days. Coupled with the influence of rumors, I am afraid that the decline will be not small. Lao Yang, you better sell the stocks in your hand these few days to avoid losses." Li Yang said to him, "Thank you, Manager Li, but if they do this, the country doesn't care." Old Yang asked in surprise. "Of course. They can't afford to turn over any waves. Don't think they're happy now. That's because we didn't prepare. When we're ready, the stock market will not only stabilize, but there will also be a new bull market. They will pay for their actions. Li Yang said confidently. Lao Yang also became confident. Then I believe in the country. Since the stock market will continue to rise, then I will keep the money in it. Lao Yang, you should throw away the money first, because the stock market, regardless of whether it is rising first and then falling or first falling and then rising, you will lose money, not to mention that you may still plummet in the future. Li Yang said, so you still take it out before he doesn't fall. Buy it when it rises, so that you can make sure you can make the most money. But this bailout money is invested in by the state, right? How can I make money from the state? No, I still follow. The country advances and retreats together, Lao Yang said. Li Yang felt that Lao Yang was too honest, so honest that people couldn't bear to cheat him to make him suffer, and even his honesty would make people feel that they were justified. So Li Yang had to say to him, Comrade Yang, in fact, you don't need this. You don't earn money from the country, because you forgot what I just said. No matter whether the stock market rises first and then falls or falls first, as a result, stockholders are losing money. This principle also applies to those hostile elements who try to mess up the market. Therefore, they are the ones who lose money. They lose all the money you make. Really? But why? Regardless of whether the stock market rose first and then fell or first fell and then rose, the result was a loss. Lao Yang didn't understand. It's very simple. The stock market rose first and then fell on the basis of the price rise, and the first fall and then rose is the basis after the fall. So it is impossible to return to the original price. Li Yang, seeing that Lao Yang still doesn't understand, let's give an example. Let's say that today's stock market rose from 100 points to 105 points. Which means it rose by 5%. Then if it drops by 5%, there will only be 99.7 points. The reverse is the same. If the stock market drops by 5% first, it will be 95 points, and if it rises by 5%, it will still only be 99.7 points, or a loss of 3. This is still an example of 100. If it is 11 million, well, it's a lot of losses, isn't it? Lao Yang suddenly realized, it turns out that there is such a way in this, or you scholars are smart. I can't think of this. Why don't you think it's the same regardless of the rise or fall? Will you lose money if you increase or decrease? This is all just cleverness. Only Lao Yang, your quality is the real rare wisdom. Li Yang praised him. So Lao Yang, you should let me take the money first. We will notify you when we can buy it. Okay, I believe in the country. Lao Yang said. Chapter 237, Destroy the Nanjian Stock Market? Vertical bar. Chapter 237 Defeats the Nanjian Stock Market. Let's raise our glasses together to celebrate the success of this cooperation. In the living room of the East Villa, a huge cocktail party is underway. Young people gathered around the table. Uncle Yong stood toasting and speaking loudly, and as he stood up, Jiang Chunhua, who was sitting next to him, immediately followed him up. But it's worth mentioning that of course Uncle Yong is taking the lead cup, but he is not sitting in the upper seat, because there is also a middle-aged man sitting there. After everyone drank this glass of wine, Uncle Yong introduced the middle-aged man in the room in a timely manner. Our cooperation this time is very fortunate to get the guidance of Secretary General Huang. Below we have Secretary General Huang. Please give us a few words. In fact, this reform and opening up is also a kind of cooperation. Only when we do our own thing together can we succeed. Our Banhai has always been the economic center of our country. Now the country wants to develop Lingnan for the sake of the overall situation and set up a special zone for Nanjian to adapt. I can understand the containment of foreign hostile forces, but support also requires a degree. You can't blindly help. That will only help you in the end. Secretary General Huang continued, so we are here this time. The purpose here is to encourage everyone to actively participate in Lingnan's economic activities. On the other hand, it is also to test whether the stock market here meets the standards of the stock exchange and whether it is just a superficial article. Of course, this job is not done by anyone alone. To complete the method, we must work together. After such a period of preparation, I believe that all tasks are ready. Tomorrow is Monday, which is the day when the Nanjian stock market will reopen after 2 days of closure. Please everyone work hard. I am here to toast everyone a glass. Secretary General Huang took the lead in raising the glass after speaking, and everyone else also raised the glass. Everyone drank the wine in the glass one after another. After drinking the wine, Secretary General Huang apologized and went out to the bathroom, but the words in the box did not stop because of this. Because at this time the middle-aged Uncle Yong began to talk again. Everyone is the most successful entrepreneur in the Jianghai area. We have always relied on Banhai as the center of development. Banhai has always been the only economic center in the country. Not only the past and the present, but also the future. Nanjian is the center. The planned special zone must also be under our coastal area, so that the economic center cannot be transferred. Uncle Yong continued. Just last year, Secretary Zikang of our coastal area was transferred to the central government and was regarded as the successor of the next leadership team. This should have been very good news for Banhai. Banhai will also get a big development because of this news. But at this time Nanjian will change the securities company into a stock exchange. So, this is not enough. Why? Because the first stock exchange in the country must be in our coastal area. Uncle Yong said this in a firm tone, and then he became courageous again. We also have the stock market in Banhai, and everyone here has followed the pace of reform and opening up to let the company go public. You will enjoy the benefits of listing, but I think said that this is only the trial operation stage. After the establishment of the stock exchange, the stock market really took shape. At this point, Uncle Yong suddenly changed his conversation and said, "But now Nanjian wants to get the stock exchange out first. Isn't this stealing the limelight of our Banhai? Where can we put the face of all our people in Banhai? Where can we put the face of our Secretary Zikang? I don't know what everyone thinks. Anyway, if it's me, too would definitely be more willing to be listed in Banhai instead of traveling all the way to Nanjian to list." Uncle Yong looked around after speaking. Those who can come here today are all my own, and they are all human beings. Naturally, the one who understood the worldly manners immediately took the conversation. Brother Yong is right. What kind of thing is this in Nanjian? It's better to call it the Special Economic Zone. To be honest, isn't it just a kid who is supported by the policy? Without the policy, it would be the same as being weaned. Let's look at Banhai again. That's a city with a rich history, especially now that Secretary Zikang has entered the central government. In the future, if he wants to dominate Zongnanhai, our Banhai will have to hold down Nanjian. Yes, outside the city. Don't people always say that we Banhai people are shrewd? That's because we know how to judge the situation, and we will only take action when it is time to take action. We can release the first securities company to Nanjian. That is the generosity of our Banhai people. After all, it is also the trial operation stage. It's good to let them try the water first. But if we want to go up to the stock exchange now, I'm sorry, we have to fight for the first place in Banhai, and we must not let it go. Listening to the waves of remarks by these people, Uncle Yong nodded with satisfaction. That's why I will gather everyone here today. This is to teach the deficiencies in Nanjian a lesson, and tell them who is the leader of the domestic economy. And the stock market is not a thing. You can do it if you want, and on the other hand, it provides a good opportunity for everyone to make a lot of money. If ordinary people can only understand what Uncle Yong said, but for these people here, they can fully understand, so their eyes lit up all at once. These people are all domestic economic pioneers and have been in the stock market for more than a year. Although they dare not say how deep they know the stock market, they can at least understand what the stock market is all about. In fact, the stock market is a very honest trading platform. Someone who loses money will make some money. When the stock market crashes and countless people go bankrupt, There will always be people who make a lot of money. Then they are coming to Nanjian to make the Nanjian stock market crash. Making money is naturally a matter of course. Although they are all merchants in Banhai, they all know that the stock market on Nanjian is very active. The average daily trading volume can reach tens of millions of yuan, and the total assets are more than 100 million, so huge. If the amount of assets can move the stock market here, then the benefits will definitely be great, and huge profits will follow. And more importantly, this action also involves the political aspect. Everyone, if we can make the Nanjian stock market crash through our actual actions, we can prove that Nanjian currently does not have the conditions to operate a stock exchange, and we can allow the first stock exchange to open in Banhai, so that our Secretary Zakang can give the greatest support from the central government. Otherwise, even if Secretary Zakang is elected as the #1 head in the future, he will still have 2 bowls of water to be leveled. It is difficult to give us much help. Uncle Yong paused intentionally when he said that. Then he continued, from the success of Nanjian, we can clearly see the importance of state support to economic development. Now that Secretary Zakang enters the central government, our Banhai political group centered on Secretary Zakang has taken shape. We have to think in the future, we will enjoy the same or even higher treatment as Nanjian. In order to enable Secretary Zakang to take care of the old Banhai base areas in the future, we must first stand up for ourselves. And the current action to attack the Nanjian stock market is that we must victory to fight. Although Uncle Yong is the convener, his status has not yet reached the level of surrender, so someone soon asked him, Brother Yong, but I know that Nanjian is here. The reason why the stock market is so prosperous is because he has a man named Zhu Ming here. He is a financial genius. He even has the support of Mr. Yang and Chairman Du. I'm afraid don't do it. Someone took the lead. Other people also echoed, yes, Brother Yong, I heard that he defeated the American financial warfare group by himself in North Russia. If he is in Nanjian, I am worried that we can't please. Faced with these menacing questions, before Uncle Yong could speak, Jiang Chunhua spoke first. He first stood up and bowed to everyone. Hello, uncles and uncles, my name is Jiang Chunhua Tanshao and I have played against this Ziming. I understand some of his situation and I can report it to your uncles. First of all, the information of your uncles is true. I don't deny Ziming's financial talents, but there are prerequisites. Whether it is Nanjian's stock market or in North Russia, Ziming can only achieve those achievements with the support of the state. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him alone. Jiang Chunhua said flatly. Secondly, I think we can ignore these at all. Why? This is Nanjian. The total value of Nanjian's stock market is only 100 million yuan, and the plate is so big. Ziming can't change it anyway. Next, all of your uncles are big entrepreneurs in Jiangnan. A large amount of wealth. This wealth has surpassed the total value of Nanjiang's stock market. Jiang Chunhua said in the end, it is said that clever women can hardly cook without rice. Now we are directly taking the money to kill the Nanjian stock market. Ziming just has the ability. It's impossible to change money out of thin air to save the market. Right? Unless he wants to sell his treasure porridge company or the South Development Bank. If your brain is a little normal, you won't do it. Uncle Yong patted Jiang Chunhua's head with satisfaction, and he said, Xiao Jiang said very well, we are going to do this now. Uncle Yong pointed out his finger. Outside, Secretary General Huang used to be Secretary Zakang's most trusted secretary. Now he has been to Nanjian in person. He has undoubtedly expressed the attitude of Secretary Zakang very clearly. He is waiting for our results. Everyone looked at each other. Finally, everyone said, as Banhai people, we should strive for honor for our hometown. We will all support Secretary Zakang. Break the Nanjian stock market. Everyone finally raised their hands and said in unison. Chapter 238 Technical Limit Vertical bar Chapter 238 Technical Limits Bow Thanks to Falling Things for your support and monthly ticket support. Thank you Fengshen Yu Shao and Book Friends 10,182,008 inches for your monthly ticket support. Zhu, advisor me, I found out that a large amount of unidentified funds have entered the stock market recently, and they are very active in acquiring the stocks of all parties. The recent bull market is largely the result of the active funds. In their morning, Zhu Ming walked into the stock exchange company. In the building, the company's first vice president, Liu Han, walked up quickly and reported the situation to Zhu Ming. Although it was Sunday and the day when the stock market was closed, at Liu Han's request, he still let all the accounting auditors have come to work, and their job is to conduct a thorough investigation of the stock market capital situation in the previous period. To say that the only result of this is to prove the guess with facts, nothing more. But because he worked so hard, Zhu Ming didn't like to pour cold water on him, so he had to say to him, Mr. Liu has worked hard, and the results have been found in such a short time. Zhu Ming's words are typical perfunctory. But listen, Liu Han's ears still made him very happy. Advisor Zhu, I'm not working hard, but it's a pity that this money is invested in diversified accounts, so it's difficult to find out the money in a short period of time. The way, Zhu Ming waved his hand and said, it's okay, because now that the opponent is clear, then it's not difficult to guess where the funds come from, and how to stabilize the market and bring all criminals who try to make troubles to be brought to justice. Law is the most important thing for us right now. Liu Han nodded and said, this is easy to say. As long as we can find out the source of this fund and conduct a follow-up investigation on this unknown fund, we will definitely catch them manipulating the market. The evidence. As for stabilizing the market, at this point, Liu Han is somewhat unconfident. Advisor Zhu, this is more difficult. The rumors have been spread out. As long as the funds are really launched next week, and at the same time sell hands, the stocks listed on the stock market will definitely cause turbulence in the stock market. Those stockholders are born to follow suit, and they will certainly sell the stocks in their hands. It is too difficult to stabilize the stock market here and inside. Zhu Ming expressed his understanding of this. Although the banker's large capital is the leader in the stock market, if the stock market is full of market makers, then this stock game cannot be played. In fact, the large capital of these dealers is used to pry the market, move the market, use the market situation to trigger optimism or pessimism in the market, and let all investors follow suit to buy or sell. At this time, the dealer will look for opportunities through the funds in hand. Therefore, to a certain extent, ordinary retail investors are the final decision makers in the market. Now that rumors have been spread over there, the preliminary work has been done, and it is just waiting for large sums of funds to start to sell, triggering the entire market of pessimism. Under this circumstance, it is not impossible to restabilize the market. It is just that this is almost a single-handed fight against the entire market. This difficulty is not small. However, Zhu Ming patted Liu Han on the shoulder and said to him, difficulty does not mean impossible. I believe that as long as we do it, it must be possible. I think Liu should always know who I have met these days. A trace of excitement flashed on Liu Han's face, and then he said with some worry, Consultant Zhu, I know that your preparations are very sufficient, but the total value of an Anjian stock market is now over 100 million. If we want to stabilize such a market, I'm afraid the funds needed will be very large. Zhu Ming laughed. Mr. Liu, in fact, the amount of funds is not important. The key is to have benefits. As long as there are enough benefits, someone will be willing to pay this amount. Money, of course. On the other hand, I am also very confident in an Anjian stock market. At least it shouldn't collapse so soon, right? Liu Han was stunned. If someone else said this to him, he would definitely. He sneered and said that the man was talking about dreams, but Zhu Ming said this now, giving people great confidence, as if he was the general commanding Liu on the battlefield, strategizing and deciding 1,000 miles away. Any enemy coming over, he can win a complete victory and give the enemy the heaviest blow. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Lao Yang came to the gate of the stock exchange. He parked his bicycle and heard a bitter cry. When Lao Yang turned around, he saw the family sitting on the ground and crying loudly. Lao Yang was a little surprised, but then he seemed to have thought of something, and he sighed and went to the door of the stock exchange. He saw more people crying along the way. Lao Yang has prepared today's newspaper for you. It is still the old rules. A copy of today's and yesterday's. Come and get it. The newsstand owner saw Lao Yang coming over and shouted at him. Lao Yang came over to get the newspaper. Before Lao Yang could speak, the newsstand owner gave him a wink and said to him, "Did you see Lao Yang? There are so many people sitting here crying here." Lao Yang nodded, said, "I see, what's going on with them?" "What else is going on? It's not just the stock market." The newsstand boss said. "The stock market? The stock market seems to have just opened now, right? What can happen? Could it be that the market opened plummeting?" Lao Yang was a little puzzled. "That's not the case. This morning, the stock market opened plummeting. All the stocks were plummeting, and the stock limit fell in less than 5 minutes. This is as fast as the rockets, and many people have no time to react." The boss of the newsstand said as he remembered something, "Lao Yang, where's your stock? I sold it all last weekend." Lao Yang said. The newsstand boss laughed and said, "Lao Yang, you must have invited me to dinner. If it weren't for me to give you this gossip, you must be miserable. Look at those people over there. The stock market has fallen so badly now. Even if they are willing to cut the meat, I'm afraid it will be difficult to throw away." I consulted the account manager of Ango Securities Company. He suggested that I throw away, and I am going to buy all these stocks back today. Lao Yang said. "Lao Yang, I said that you are too stingy. I'll give you a gossip to avoid such a big loss. Can't you ask me to eat?" There. Newsstand owner began to talk about Lao Yang with contempt, but he said finally he reacted. "Lao Yang, what did you say? You said you have to buy all the stocks back today. Are you crazy?" "Because the account manager of the securities company told me that this time the limit is only a technical decline, and it is a self-correction of the market, and the stock market will rise in the future," Lao Yang said. The newsstand boss was helpless. I said, "Lao Yang, do you want to be so honest? You believe in what others say to you. So what kind of shitango securities company people are fooling you? You may not know, their commissions are all based on according to your transaction volume. They will definitely cheat you to make transactions, because then their income will increase. Whatever technical decline will increase in the future, they are all cheating you." See Lao Yang and don't believe in the newsstand. The boss is anxious. Lao Yang, I'm telling you that the news here is that this decline may not last very long, but it will fall sharply this week. I told you only after we are so familiar. Other talents won't tell you. "Thank you, boss. I will consider it carefully." Lao Yang left such a sentence to the boss and walked into the stock exchange. The situation inside is more depressing than the situation outside. Of course, it's not about how hard these people crying on the trading floor of the stock exchange, but their emotions are very sad. The appearance of everyone staring blankly at the market and weeping is more of a kind of crying than the crying outside. Emotional depression. Lao Yang looked up at the green lines on the market. He thought that fortunately, the stock market had a lower limit setting, otherwise today's loss would be even more disastrous. Suddenly, Lao Yang was slapped on the shoulder. Lao Yang looked back and saw Kong Yiji. Kong Yiji winked at him and said, "Lao Yang sees it. I said that the stock market is going to plummet. Let me make a profit." "That brother, I showed you such a clear road. You want to invite me to dinner. Look at it. I think the stock market will go up," Lao Yang said. In this way, Lao Yang stayed on the stock exchange for one day. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, all the stocks in the Nanjian stock market had fallen to the limit, and the stock exchange was full of mourning. Everyone was here like a soulless walking dead. The police sirens were whistling outside. It was at noon. Some stockholders could not restrain their emotions from hitting the stock exchange because they had suffered too much. Others all followed suit, or they wanted to seek an explanation from the stock exchange. The police report to the stock exchange when the situation cannot be controlled. At this time, Lao Yang squeezed to the counter of the stock exchange and said to the staff inside, "Hello, comrade, please help me buy stock." stocks. This is my account. All stocks are bought. Lao Yang's words were very plain, but at this time it was like a blockbuster, which shocked everyone at once. Kong Yaji was the first to run out. Lao Yang, what are you doing? Now all the stocks have dropped their limit. Are you crazy if you want to buy? I'm not crazy, but I bought when the stock went down, and sold it when it went up. Isn't this the way you taught me to stock market? Why don't I buy the stocks now that they have dropped? Lao Yang said. Kong Yaji felt that Lao Yang was totally unreasonable. The way I teach you to stock market is to assume that the stocks will continue to rise. But now that all stocks are at their limit, can he still rise? Of course it will rise, I believe. At least that's what the account manager of Ango Securities told me. Lao Yang said. Kung laughed. Yang, I say you are being brainwashed, right? How what he said, what do you believe it? How you cannot do your own ideas a little too stupid it. Alongside other people are also persuading Lao Yang. Comrades, don't buy it. We can't sell it if we want to sell it now. Why are you still buying? Now all the stocks have dropped their limit, and there is news that this round of plunge will be, at least it lasts for more than a week. If you buy now, you just send money to it. Don't buy it. I regret the stocks I bought today. And what shit technically fell? It's already a limit, but what technicality is it? This is basically what the people of Ango Securities fooled you. Someone explained to Lao Yang. But Lao Yang insisted, I want to buy, and you'd better buy it back quickly, because this round of decline is only a technical correction. Our stock market is very strong. Please have confidence and witness my miracle tomorrow! Exclamation mark. Chapter 239. This stock will really rise? Question mark. Thank you very much for your support and cooperation. This time I was able to hit the Nanjian stock market hard and hit the original shape of the Nanjian stock market. I would like to offer you a drink. In the living room of the Ace Villa, the middle-aged Uncle Yong lifted it up, happily drinking glasses. The other bosses who were sitting around toasted with each other. Everyone had smiles on their faces and was extremely happy. They all echoed Uncle Yong's words because of the collapse of the Nanjian stock market today. Brother Yong, to talk about today's results, it is not so much that Brother Yong is grateful for our cooperation. It is better to say that we are grateful to Brother Yong for his good command. It is Brother Yong that you took us on this path. If it weren't for Brother Yong, why are you sitting here in Nanjian today? So it should be our Brother Yong who would have a drink together. I don't know what other friends think. Someone took the lead to say this, and others immediately followed up and said, Boss Wu is right. We can leverage the Nanjian stock market today. It's good for Brother Yong to take the lead. We are just doing our own duties. Some people said, this is also the nouveau riche here in Nanjian. They have nothing to learn from what we want to do in the stock market. I thought they were designated as a special zone. With the policy support of the central government, they could turn the sky upside down. Nothing can be done. This stock market can't be done by anyone who wants to do it. Someone pointed the finger at Ziming. That's to say, before I came, I heard about what Ziming did in the stock market here. This Ziming can compare with the financial warfare experts in the United States. Find him something and the stock market crashed. This bragging ability is much better than his ability to engage in the stock market. No. The domestic financial center can only be Banhai, and the best financial experts are also in Banhai. After all, we have a financial tradition before the founding of the People's Republic of China. At that time, Nanjian was just a poor county. With policy support in the past 2 years, we wanted to steal the limelight from our coastal area, and we didn't look at how many catties we were. Find something wrong for them, and the prototype will appear immediately. Listening to everyone at the dinner table chatting with each other, Uncle Yong said, we have a good start now, but we are attacking the Nanjian stock market. It's just the beginning. Everyone should carry forward the spirit of Taizu to chase the poor and continue to short the Nanjian stock market, but there can be no slack. This requires everyone to continue to cooperate. Brother Yong, don't worry. That's it. You don't say that we will continue to do this. It's just a pity that the Nanjian stock market has a limit lowering system. otherwise we can completely destroy the Nanjian stock market in 2 or 3 days. A chubby boss said aloud, and everyone else laughed. He said, however, the Nanjian stock market is also an option for immediate execution and probation of the death sentence. Like this, the daily limit is lower than 1 week. We can drain the development of the Nanjian stock market in the past 2 years, right? Who said no? Who made us PNHI the only certification for domestic finance? Let me say, now Nanjian is a sheep. The previous development is just the result of our stocking. Now we feel that the time is right and we can do it anytime. Fuck the scissors and cut the wool. Jiang Chunhui couldn't help but said in the face of the joy at the dinner table, uncles, I think we can let us cut the wool. This is the last use value of Nanjian. After all, we are in PNHI. It's the domestic financial center. No matter how Nanjian develops, it's all about supporting us. Regardless of Ziming's ability, no matter how hard he works, he is still making money for us. Cheers to make money. Let us squeeze all the value of Nanjian as much as possible. Everyone toasted and shouted. At the same time, in the stock exchange building, although it is now 8 o'clock in the night and the stock market is closed in the afternoon, it is still brightly lit at this time, and countless financial accountants are working overtime here. On the corridor of the building, Liu Han, the first deputy chief of the stock exchange, walked hurriedly, holding a document in his hand. Liu Han walked all the way to the meeting room. Like other places in the building, the lights were on in the meeting room. 3 young people were waiting here. Liu Han knocked on the door and said, Advisor Zhu, today's stock market situation has been calculated that all the stocks have a limit down, and the stock market has lost a total of more than 20 million. Here is the specific loss. Please go through it. Ziming, Suhan and the bodyguard are waiting here, Liu Han said and handed the documents in his hand. Ziming took the file and opened it while flipping through it. He asked, is the stockholders' emotions still under control because of the loss today? It's difficult. Liu Han said, starting from this morning, there will be the stockholders began to attack the counter, but fortunately, we were well prepared and the police from the police station arrived in time to control the situation. This situation is also normal. After all, the loss is such a big one that no one expected. Regardless of us, how to publicize the stock market is very risky. People always enter the stock market with a heart to make money. No matter how much they have made before, they will not be able to accept it as long as they lose money. Ziming said, it's really unpopular. Everyone wants to make money from the stock market, but they don't want the money to come from. Liu Han mumbled such a sentence, and then he asked worriedly, Counselor Zhu, it seems that this time, there is a fierce fall, and it fell so badly on the first day of today. There will be no problems with you, right? Ziming smiled. He picked up his eyelids and asked, why doesn't Liu believe me anymore? Liu Han shook his head hurriedly and said, I don't mean this to Advisor Zhu. Of course I believe that Advisor Zhu is yours, but this time the shock is too great. It's too violent. I'm worried that the helper you invited will shrink. Before Liu Han could finish, Ziming interrupted him. Don't worry, Mr. Liu, let's not say that it's just today's limit. Even if the market opens today, even if all the limit falls, I can also save it. As for shrinking, let alone they will not leave. Even if they leave, I will have no problem with it. Consultant Zhu, if you have anything to do with me, please speak up. Liu Han volunteered. However, Ziming smiled and said to him, you don't need your cooperation. I said that this time it's a financial confrontation. Mr. Liu, you are now the first vice president of the stock exchange. You only need to do your job well. The work inside is fine, and other things will naturally be done by other people. Those guys, if you don't teach them a lesson, they will really think that the stock market is that simple. Ziming continued, moreover, taking this opportunity, we can also advertise for our Rango Securities company. Liu Han took a sigh of relief. Ziming's words gave him a lot of peace of mind. I am afraid that only Ziming can remain calm at this time. Confident. The time came the next morning. Lao Yang arrived at the stock exchange early. Although it is only 8 o'clock now, There have been a lot of people gathered in front of the stock exchange. They are all eye-catching, staring at the stock exchange above their heads. They are reluctant to relax for a moment, as if they can look at those green numbers and lines read. Lao Yang is an old stockholder in the Nanjian stock market. Of course, he understands the psychology of these people. It is nothing more than a longing for a miracle in the stock market, or thinking that he is rushing to throw away the stocks he has already bought today. In fact, these ideas are ridiculous, but they are the purest ideas in the eyes of these people. If I didn't call Ango Securities Company because of the call, I am afraid I am in the same mood as these people at this moment. Lao Yang thought so and walked to the newsstand habitually at the same time. The boss saw him greet him kindly. Lao Yang, your newspaper is for you. After Lao Yang walked over, the boss asked him again, how to Yang, you did not buy the stock yesterday, right? I did not have time to buy yesterday, but today I have to buy, because my client manager told me he has made it clear that today's stock market will certainly rise. I did not wait for old. After Yang finished speaking, the newsstand boss interrupted him and said, I said, Lao Yang, how can you be so honest? I told you yesterday that the Shitango Securities Company is not reliable. Their account manager is just fooling you. He earns a commission on trading. How can he help you? Consider what? Look at these people, they are all waiting to sell stocks. Although experts continue to build momentum in the newspapers, but I think they are saying that, I estimate that this time the stock market crash will last from 1 week to 2 weeks. No. I believe in my account manager. I also believe in Ango Securities. They are the only brokers certified by the stock exchange, and they will definitely not cheat. Mine, Lao Yang said confidently. The newsstand owner spread his hands helplessly. Yes, it seems that I can't convince you, but I believe those people over there will thank you because they are worried that their stocks can't be sold out. Poor if they continue to hold the stock. They can make money back. Unfortunately, they just throw it away. If they want to buy it back, it will be more troublesome. Lao Yang said, if Lao Yang hadn't known each other for more than 10 years, I would really think you were a 3-year-old child. A voice came from the side, and Kong Yaji came to Lao Yang and said to him, Lao Yang, I said you are good or bad. At this age, there should be a limit to being naive, right? It shouldn't be too much. As their saying goes, Lao Yang ignored the newsstand boss and Kong Yaji. Time passed in a hurry, and soon the stock market opened. During the city's time, as the security opened the door of the stock exchange, stockholders who had been waiting at the door rushed into the hall frantically. Seeing this situation, Kong Yaji said to Lao Yang, is it true? This is the situation. According to my opinion, the stock market will have another round of plunge today. When Kong Yaji finished speaking, a shout came from there. It's not good. There will be a stock limit at the opening of the stock market. Hearing this shout, Kong Yaji and Lao Yang immediately turned their heads, only to witness that the lines on the stock exchange's large screen did continue to decline. For this, Kong Yaji gave Lao Yang a triumphant look, but Lao Yang remained unmoved, and insisted on entering the stock exchange to buy. Kong Yaji said, Lao Yang, I think you are a fellow villager, and I persuade you. Don't be so stubborn! Exclamation mark. Lao Yang also said, I only persuade you to see you in the same village. This stock will really rise. This time, before Kong Yaji could speak, someone next to him answered. This time Lao Yang said nothing. Wrong, this stock will really go up. Chapter 240. The stock market is up. Question mark. A very abrupt sound immediately attracted everyone's attention. Old Yang, the newsstand owner, and Kong Yaji all turned their heads and saw a young man approaching with a confident smile on his face. Both the newsstand owner and Kong Yaji felt very uncomfortable. Kong Yaji stepped forward and said to him, who are you, young man? Is this stock market turbulent that you say you can rise? It's ridiculous. Kong Yaji's words fell, and Lao Yang said to him, Kong Ethlexel you say? He is Li Yasukuni, is a lobby manager of a securities company. He was coming from the capital's financial college students, is the real champion, have a deep understanding of the stock market, You should respect him a little. Over this young man in Ango Securities is the lobby manager of Ango Securities Company and the deputy head of the finance class, Li Yang. He waved his hand and said, "Comrade Yang, it's okay. After all, I'm still young, and this Comrade Kong doesn't know me either. He would suspect that I was normal too." Before Li Yang had finished speaking, he was interrupted by Kong Yaji very roughly. "You are so special to shut me up. Lao Tzu is not Mr. Kong. Lao Tzu's surname is Meng!" Kong Yaji is really popular, because even many people who haven't gone to school know this name, but it's actually a derogatory term that is very mocking. In the village, it's fine for everyone to yell behind their backs. Now when they in Nanjing City, the young boy who doesn't know where he comes from is also calling like this, so he can't bear it. Especially this young boy is still a college student. Even more, let him evoke some sad things in his past. Li Yang and Lao Yang didn't know about it, so they both felt a bit inexplicable about Kong Yaji's anger, but Kong Yaji's anger didn't end. He went on to say, "Li Xiozi, I don't care what shit college student you are, like I have seen people like you a lot, but this stock market will never go up." Kong Yaji said decisively, "Don't be afraid to tell you. I have gotten the gossip. This time Nanjing's stock market plummeted. They are all manipulated by people. They are many big bosses. They have a lot of money in their hands. Even if they buy the entire Nanjing stock market, it's okay. Of course, small people like you don't know such big bosses, only me. Only then will you know the big bosses, and they will be willing to tell me the news. You can only become the dolls of these big bosses." 1.5 hours passed quickly in the morning, and the Nanjing stock market was still as green as yesterday. Kong Yaji and Li Yang and Lao Yang stood in the trading floor of the stock exchange. Looking up at the string of green numbers on the large LED screen, Kong Yaji said in a mocking tone, "Seeing that there are no two little turtles, this is the stock market. Buy it. Don't you believe that the stock market will rise?" In the face of Kong Yaji's ridicule, Lao Yang was very angry, but he didn't know what to say. After all, the stock market situation was clearly displayed on the display above. Lao Yang glanced at Li Yang with some worry, and stopped talking, because the situation in the stock market today seems to be worse than yesterday. And Kong Yaji's words ... Maybe Kong Yaji usually looks unreliable. The stock market is so unreliable. Under normal circumstances, it is clear that someone is doing tricks. In this case, the tricks are certainly not small, but Manager Li said that it is only a technical correction. After all, Li Yang saw the wavering in old Yang's heart and said to him, "Comrade Yang, don't worry, you can buy stocks now. When the stock market opens this afternoon, all stocks will rise sharply." Before Yang had time to react, then Bian Kong Yaji's mocking mode started first. "I said, this college student manager, why are you so stubborn? Or are you really blind? Don't you see the green on the display above? This is the sign of the plunge. Do you want to say what spells you know? You can turn green into red just by blowing a breath, so that the bosses who manipulate the stock market can correct evil." Lao Yang frowned and seemed a little embarrassed. "I don't know if I should believe Li Yang is now." "Do you really believe Li Yang just by saying something?" "I am honest and not stupid," Li Yang said at this time. "I did not make the judgment that the stock market will rise, but my teacher Ziming." The name Ziming shocked Lao Yang, but Kong Yaji over the said, "What shit Ziming? You are a college student who is not level. I think it is because of your teacher's scum." "Oh, old Yang, how dare you hit me?" Lao Yang punched Kong Yaji's words at the stomach into inside the back. Lao Yang to Kong Yaji have said, "Can insult by you me and you can insult at the stock market, but never insult you the Must Ziming's consultant." Our Nanjing stock market was brought out by Zhao's consultant. Every time the stock market went wrong or even went away, when in desperation, he would always come out to solve everything. And he also promoted the stock market system and set up a securities newspaper. I also made money because of the judgment of Advisor Zhu. Advisor Zhu is a belief in my heart. You must dare to insult him. I am going to beat you. Lao Yang shouted at Punch Yiji. Lao Yang's seriousness stopped Kong Yiji for a while, so that Kong Yiji didn't know what to say. He just stared at him blankly. At this time, Lao Yang said, I am going to buy stocks today. I believe Advisor Zhu. He said that it will go up, and the Nanjian stock market will definitely go up. Kong Yiji stared at Lao Yang blankly and couldn't say a word. He didn't react until Lao Yang went to the counter and placed an order. Damn, this old Yang is really crazy. I don't even believe in the liar who went to Xanano Securities Company. Buy it, you bastard. You didn't see so many people crowded in the trading floor to sell. If you don't want to go out of stocks, if you want to throw the stocks in your hands, you will have nowhere to cry. Kong Yiji cursed Lao Yang bitterly behind his back, gritted his teeth. Comrade Kong, I think you were wrong this time, because I didn't fool this old Yang. The stock market will definitely rise today, and I came with a mission today, Li Yang said to Kong Yiji. Hearing what Li Yang said, Kong Yiji was taken aback for a moment, and then pointed at Li Yang viciously and said, College student, I will say it again. I don't have a surname, but Meng. If you want to call me Comrade Kong again, don't blame Lao Tzu for being rude to you. Kong Yiji was threatening Li Yang, but Li Yang ignored him. He directly moved a chair from the side to the center of the trading floor, and put the chair on the ground heavily. Jump on it. Li Yang's movement attracted the attention of many people. This is what Li Yang wanted. He stood on a chair and said, Hello everyone, I'm the lobby manager of Ango Securities. My name is Li Yang. Maybe someone who knows me doesn't know, but it's not important, because I'm going to bring you good news today. That is, the stock market is going to rise. One stone stirred up waves, and Li Yang said this and left the scene. There was an uproar at once. Everyone looked at Li Yang on the chair in surprise, with an unbelievable face. What's going to increase? This college student just likes to amplify empty talk. It's really unreliable. Do you think that if you say it, everyone will believe it? Do you think everyone is as stupid as Lao Yang? Listening to Li Yang's words, Kong Yiji pursed his lips and muttered underneath, with a meaningful expression, expecting Li Yang to be embarrassed in the future. Of course, Li Yang would not be so naive to believe that everyone would believe it just by his own words. So he went on to say, Dear stockholders, I believe everyone should know that Ango Securities is a brokerage firm that specializes in the stock market. According to as a result of our research, the stock market will fall yesterday and today. But this is only a technical correction, and it will rise again in the future. Not only that, I want to tell you a piece of news. Li Yang continued, maybe you don't know. Just this morning, just before I came to the stock exchange, we, Ango Securities and Gangqing Joint Investment Fund, an investment agreement has been reached. The Hong Kong City United Investment will invest at least 100 million yuan in Nanjiang's stock market, and the first phase of 20 million yuan will be in place this morning. Li Yang paused on purpose before saying, with these two news, I believe that our stock market will rebound and rise this afternoon. As Li Yang's voice fell, there was silence in the originally noisy trading floor, and everyone looked up at Li in a daze. Yang, it seemed that he couldn't accept such information at once. But at this time, Kong Yiji suddenly came out and said, I said this, Manager Li, don't you want to be funny here? Okay, I know you want to advertise for Ango Securities, but don't use this method, don't you? Don't you know how much money these investors lost in this stock market crash? Still lying here, do you think anyone will believe you when you say this? Kong Yiji's words evoked everyone's reaction. The stock investors also began to agree with Kong Yiji, and they all pointed to Li Yang on the chair, saying that he was really a lie without a bottom line. But then suddenly a firm voice sounded, I believe in Manager Li. Their trading floor was amazed, the crowd stepped aside, and Lao Yang walked out holding a document. He came to Li Yang and said, I hold it in my hand. This is the stock I just bought. I invested all my funds because I believe in Ango Securities and I believe in Manager Lee. Their trading floor was quiet again, and they all looked at Lao Yang in a daze. Everyone is an old stock investor. Of course, you know what it is. That is the stock certificate for buying stocks. That is to say, Lao Yang really believed the words of Manager Lee of Ango Securities Company and bought the stocks. Could it be said that today's stock market will it really rise, or are they just a group acting in partnership? No one knows the answer, but fortunately, the stock market was closed at noon. Everyone waited for 2 hours with questions. By 12:59 noon, all the investors were sitting in the trading floor, looking up blankly, looking at the big screen, waiting for the answer to be revealed. As time passed bit by bit, all investors held their breaths over time. When the market reopened at a certain point, everyone was so nervous that they almost stopped beating. But 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes passed. Why is it not red? It seems that the shit Manager Lee is really lying to us. Only the honest man Lao Yang was fooled. Some of the investors said this. Now, because the stock market was still falling after the market opened in the afternoon, and there was no meaning of rebounding, Kong Yaji was also relieved. He did not forget to give Lao Yang a triumphant look. Old Yang was a little dazed. He raised his head and glanced at Li Yang, only to see that Li Yang was still confident. But when everyone thought they were themselves, someone suddenly shouted at the door. Just now in the news of the Securities News, our Ango Securities Company in Nanjing and the United Investment Fund Company in Gangqing have reached an investment agreement. They want to invest in the Nanjing stock market. This sentence is like magic. As this sentence fell, another shout was heard in the trading floor. The stock market is going up. Chapter 241 Spiritual Idol? Bao thanks book friend 11,372,309's support. The two shouts at the door and in the trading floor exploded like two blockbuster bombs, shocking everyone present. Everyone looked up at the big screen on the trading floor like a demon. I saw a red line suddenly appeared on the originally green display screen. The green line represents the decline and the red line represents the rise. This is the most basic common sense that all Nanjing stockholders know. It is precisely because this is the most basic common sense that everyone is stunned. Everyone can't believe this fact. The stock market is going down at the beginning of the morning. By noon, all the stocks are about to fall. There is a gossip saying that this is someone is manipulating the Nanjing stock market, which is going to plummet for a while, so everyone scrambled to throw away their own stocks. The lobby manager of Ango Securities came to explain that it was only a technical correction. He also said that a fund company in Hong Kong City would come to invest. Everyone only regarded it as a joke. Even Lao Yang believed that many people still laughed at him as being honest and stupid. But who knows that the stock market has undergone such a change before everyone's laughter has dissipated. For them, this change is undoubtedly a slap in the face for everyone. How could the stock go up? It's impossible. Kong Yaji murmured. If this fact is a slap in the face, everyone else was just slapped, and Kong Yaji's face was about to be swollen. It's a pig, because he is taking the lead in taunting Li Yang and Lao Yang. It is also the gossip he gave out that someone manipulated the stock market will only fall but not rise. No, this is the real technical correction. Now that the stock market has plummeted, it is impossible to rise. This is just an exception, and it will fall again soon. Kong Yaji shouted, and his words were also given to others. A psychological comfort, indeed. How can stocks rise now, when the entire market is falling? Occasionally a stock that is moving upstream does not explain much, and it has only risen a little bit. What if it fails to withstand the pressure of the market and falls along with it? At this time, Lao Yang raised his arm and shouted, the rise in stocks is not accidental but inevitable, because the current stock market plunge is man-made. As long as there is any bit of good news, the stock market will return to where he was. The rise is only the beginning. You fart. Kong Yaji shouted angrily, the stock market is going to fall. How can it rise? Li Yang calmly said, Comrade Kong, If you don't believe me, let's watch. Thou Lao Tzu say it one last time. Lao Tzu is not named Confucius and Meng, so if you dare to say Lao Tzu's surname is Confucius, Lao Tzu will tear your mouth apart. Kong Yaji was crazy. Roared towards Li Yang. I also want to tell you that the current stock market is going to plummet. You can only fool Lao Yang's simple-minded idiot, but you can't fool anyone with a bit of IQ. Then let's just wait and see, Comrade Kong. Li Yang said. Kong Yaji jumped on the spot and was going to run away, but in the end he still didn't have the guts to really go up and beat Li Yang. Everyone is just waiting on the trading floor, anxiously waiting for the next development of the stock market, whether it will rise or fall. But after 1 minute or 2 minutes, the numbers on the big screen in the lobby have not changed. This is anxious, but there is no way. Although it has been renamed the stock exchange, due to some technical reasons, the stock exchange, the information cannot be communicated in real time, so the publicity of many information is delayed, especially when the transaction volume surges. The publicity of information will be slower. Usually, the numbers will change within 2 minutes at most. Why is it so long today? Who knows? Haven't you heard that someone is manipulating the stock market? Maybe it is the person that Kong Yaji said and the Hong Kong businessman. In the seesaw, the transaction volume is very large, so the information delay time is too long. People in the trading floor are discussing, staring at the big screen, anxiously waiting for the next change and development. Lao Yang looked up at Li Yang, and Li Yang said to him, "Don't worry, Comrade Lao Yang, this is the judgment made by my teacher, and there is nothing wrong." Lao Yang nodded firmly and said, "Counselor Zhu, I believe 100% of the judgment." Buddha Lord, today's stock market will continue to plummet, and there will never be a rise. Kong Yaji murmured with his hands together in his mouth. No matter if the Buddha is true, hearing what he said, would he come from Xishan to beat him up? But Mr. Kong Yaji's mannerism obviously caused his confidence to start to waver. As time goes by, everyone understands that no matter how large the trading volume is today, the stock market information should be publicized. Therefore, everyone looks up and stares at the big screen, unwilling to relax for a moment, as if to relax it will lose millions of dollars. But at this moment, the passage of time seems to have suddenly slowed down countless times, just like a naughty child. 1 minute that had passed so quickly, now deliberately stretched to a year. It feels much torment. However, no matter how long the time is, there will be a passing time. When the time on the big screen reaches 1313, the numbers above finally begin to change. It is the red line. South Development Bank, Joint Stock Company, Jink Joint Stock Company, Wanshan Joint Stock Company and Yuanda Joint Stock Company are all red lines. They are all up, and the Nanjian stock market is up. People stared at the big screen and read the changes one by one. Such changes are exciting, because these 5 stocks are the earliest listed stocks in Nanjian, and they are also the most traded stocks every day. Shareholders think it is a barometer of the Nanjian stock market. Now that these 5 stocks are rising collectively, they don't need to look at other stocks at all, which is enough to prove Li Yang's judgment. Everyone also turned their attention to Lao Yang, because he just listened to Li Yang's suggestion and bought the stock again. In other words, there are so many people on the trading floor now, only he has guessed the right direction and made money. This Lao Yang is not honestly wise and foolish. He seems to have a brain, but in fact he is the person who can follow the footsteps of the stock market best. All investors were very jealous and envy of Lao Yang. At this time, the broadcast in the trading floor also sounded, "Hello everyone, I am Zhu Ming, the development consultant of Nanjian. Please don't worry, Nanjian's securities market has always been in a very healthy state of development. The previous plunge was only a technical correction to the securities economy. There was no stock market crash. Please trust the judgment of your securities account managers and don't blindly believe in rumors. The stock market is risky. You need to be cautious when entering the market. In the future, the stock market will also rise and fall. Please, comrades, investors, should establish correct values, and don't let everyone agree." As Ziming finished speaking, Lao Yang suddenly bowed in the direction of the broadcast, said, "Thank you very much for the creation of Nanjian stock market for us by advisors. We will surely stock market rationally. We will not listen to any rumors and will not spread rumors. We will be a qualified stock investor to ensure the healthy and normal development of the stock market." At this moment, Mr. Yang is the focus of everyone in the trading floor, and he did so that everyone was stunned. These investors have heard of Ziming's name, and even some old investors have experienced past stock market crashes and know Ziming's contribution to the Nanjian stock market, but now Lao Yang bows to the broadcast and promises, like the devout believers are generally very surprised, because they don't seem to need to do this. Suddenly someone yelled, "Consultant Zhu, rest assured, I will ensure the healthy and normal development of the Nanjian stock market." When everyone turned their heads in response to this shout, they saw someone rushing to the counter. These investors suddenly realized that they shouted one by one, "I assure Consultant Zhu that I will ensure the healthy and normal development of the Nanjian stock market. The health of the stock market starts from me." Get started, and then flocked to the counter. Li Yang stared at all this in a daze. The teacher has become the spiritual idol of all investors. At the same time, in the office upstairs, Ziming looked at the monitor in front of him and smiled helplessly, but his body lower next to him doesn't think so. According to preliminary investigations, this time there are tens of millions of funds flowing into the stock market. Coupled with the influence of rumors, the stock market plummet is reasonable. But just as the stock market is about to collapse, the stock exchange that has finally been established will also. Therefore, when you were affected, it was advisors who stood up and saved the Nanjian stock market. It is very normal for all investors to regard you as a spiritual idol, Luo Han said to Ziming. Ziming was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that even Luo Han would be like this. The stock investors below still had a herd mentality in it. But now even Luo Han said the same, which made Ziming a little embarrassed. Ziming thought for a while and said, "Okay, Vice President Luo, now these investors have re-entered the stock market. As long as there is no accident, I believe the stock market will rise soon, and we don't need to be here all the time. A healthy stock market needs its own ability to operate." On the other hand, it is mainly due to the Hong Kong businessmen that can stop the stock market from falling this time. If you want to thank Vice President Luo, or thank them for going. Luo Han however still shook his head. "You can't say that, because these Hong Kong businessmen are also invited by you, Consultant Zhu, otherwise, how can they come in with tens of millions to help us rescue the market?" I think Secretary Chen Yunfei has no such face. Chen Yunfei the biggest is only the executive vice governor of Lingnan, and now Port City is still a foreign colony, and the exchanges with Port City are foreign-related incidents. It is really difficult to say that Chen Yunfei, the secretary of the Nanjian Municipal Party Committee, can't do it directly. There is also a sense of superiority in the country. If you don't give Chen Yunfei face, Chen Yunfei really has nothing to do with them. Ziming waved his hand and said, "Well, let's not talk about this, Vice President Luo, since the stock market has stabilized, it is not early now. Let's go to the Nanu Hotel early." Luo Han stood up and nodded and said, "Good Consultant Zhu, I would also like to thank these Port City compatriots face to face." Chapter 242 The female port businessman Lin Muking. Nanu Hotel has been built with the highest standards since the beginning of its construction. Therefore, after completion, it will naturally become the largest and best hotel in Nanjing. At the entrance of the hotel, luxury cars lined up and parked there. Two security guards walked back and forth in the parking lot. They came to one in front of the Cadillac. A security guard stopped and exclaimed, as expected of the big boss from Hong Kong City. Another security guard next to him was surprised. "I said, Brother Lee, isn't he the boss of Hong Kong City? Our Nanu Hotel faces the Nanu port, and there are many Hong Kong businessmen coming and going here every day. What's so surprising?" There. Security guard called Leeds was disdainful. Let's just say that just a part-time worker in your life. He'll tell you that this time our store can live in a terrific Hong Kong businessman. Yesterday you were absent. I hearing them all said, they are here to invest in an Anjian stock market. They have to invest more than 100 million yuan. And they say that 100 million yuan is the same as we said 1 yuan. This is the real big boss of Hong Kong City. He pointed out again. He pointed to the car in front of him. Look at this car again. What is it called? Cadillac. This car is not sold in China. It was approved by the city. And do you remember our manager? No mistakes. Many words usually. What a serious person. He was very attentive in front of the Hong Kong businessman yesterday. The Hong Kong businessmen were still accompanied by city leaders. I heard that they were the secretary of our municipal party committee secretary. Really? I know Nanjian stock market. It's been a terrible fall recently. So it seems that the boss of Hong Kong City is here to rescue the market. It's really amazing, said the little security guard. The security guard called Liege looked around and said mysteriously, and I tell you, these are not important. The most important thing is the big Hong Kong business owner. She is a very beautiful woman. I said, Lee brother, isn't it just a female boss from Hong Kong City? You are surprised. Or you can take a leave of absence and go back to see your sister-in-law, lest you see that the woman is a very beautiful woman. The little security guard said. Brother Lee's eyes widened. Do you think Brother Lee is lying to you? I tell you that you were not there yesterday. If you see it, a youngster like you is long gone. The female boss is better than TV. The actresses in it are even more beautiful, or they can't be described as beautiful. They are just like the fairy in the book. Anyway, I can't describe the kind of beautiful brother. Liege was talking, but found this little security guard frozen there. When he was about to get angry, he listened to the little security guard pointing there and saying, Brother Lee, are you talking about the female boss over there? With these words, Brother Lee turned his head. His eyes were at that time. He straightened up, nodded hurriedly and said, that's right, it's her. The female boss of Hong Kong City I was talking about. You see, I'm right, isn't he as beautiful as a goddess? There. Little security guard also said, it's so pretty. Liege, you didn't lie to me, but is she really the female boss of Hong Kong City, or the big boss who can invest more than 1 billion in the Nanjian stock market at once? I really don't know such a woman. What kind of man would you like? Liege punched him and said, what do you think? Bastard. Such a rich and beautiful top-quality woman must be conquered only by people like emperors and generals in the past. Don't you want to eat swan meat? There. Little security guard blushed as he was told, and hurriedly argued, I don't have one. I still know how many catties I have. If you don't have it, I might as well tell you. Yesterday, I heard her name. It seems to be Lin Muking. The female boss of Gangqing who walked out of the South Lake Hotel was Lin Muking, the chairman of Gangqing United Investment Fund Company. She stood there wearing a tailored suit, with a high temperament. It's cold, and the people around him huddled around him like stars arching over the moon, looking from a distance like a queen going out to visit the palace. But this queen, she looked into the distance at this moment, as if she was carrying her. The subjects are here waiting for someone who is very important to her. After a while, 2 Santana cars drove over. Seeing these 2 cars, Lin Muking's tight face finally showed a smile. This kind of smile from the heart gave Lin Muking, who was originally arrogant, more attractive. The people next to her were dumbfounded at the time. But these people are all sane, so she quickly put some restless thoughts were suppressed. And she waited with Lin Muking. The 2 cars drove in front of Lin Muking. Before the secretary got off the car, Lin Muking stepped forward and opened the door. The young man sitting inside was taken aback first, and then got out of the car. Lin Muking's move caused an uproar at the scene, and everyone including Peng Shengyu, the first secretary of the municipal party committee, was shocked and dumbfounded. The reason is simple. Lin Muking's action is a bit too unexpected, because generally this kind of thing is done by someone. As a person like Lin Muking, she shouldn't do this at all, but she still did it. Although it may be possible it's polite, but it's really too polite. If the object of courtesy is Nanjing City Party Secretary Chen Yunfei or the leaders of Lingnan Province, forget it. Just a young man, it makes them very confused, even if the young man's name is Ziming. Only Dai Dingwei, the domestic general manager of Siming Investment Company, has a face that is not strange, because he knows that every time Lin Dong encounters something related to Ziming, he will always make a different decision. It is just a phone call contact. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, it's not surprising that he would do this. But what he didn't understand was what magic Ziming had to make Lin Dong so obedient to him, whether it was the industrial park that supported Lianyang or Hangzhou. There is also a 100 million yuan investment in the Nanjing stock market. You must know that Lin Muking is the dream lover of almost all Hong Kong people in Hong Kong. The young Junyan who wants to chase him does not know where he is, but Lin Muking is always alone. Only this Ziming is different. In fact, these people were surprised. Ziming himself did not expect that. After all, Lin Muking's current status has long been different from what it used to be. She is the strong woman who holds a huge amount of money, and even the secretary of the Nanjing Municipal Party Committee must give her face. Sister Muking, who was forced to leave the TV station of the 760 factory and tidy up her clothes and legs in the hotel, had some things that were not suitable for her to do, but who knew that just now when we met, Lin Muking took the initiative to open the door for herself. She did this to prove that no matter how much money she has, how is her current status and status, is she still the same Muking sister back then? Ziming couldn't guess at this point, but he still accepted Muking's heart for herself. Sister Muking didn't expect you to come so early. She asked you to open the door for us. You are so kind to us. You love you to death. The speaker was Su Han, and she followed Ziming behind, jumped off the car and said to Lin Muking happily. Su Han's words made Ziming breathe a sigh of relief, because Ziming's own identity was a bit embarrassing at this time, and only Su Han could say this. After all, she was a girl. Listening to Su Han's words, Lin Muking also smiled. She raised Su Han's little hand and said a little angrily, You are still so naughty. You haven't been trained as the general manager for 2 years. Su Han spit out a little fragrant tongue playfully, and the two women had just a few words of conversation, but it diminished the surprised atmosphere that Lin Muking took the initiative to open the door for Ziming just now. Hello Lin Dong, I am Ziming, the development consultant of Nanjing City, and I am glad to meet you. Ziming took the initiative to shook hands with Lin Muking and greeted Lin Muking. Everything was done step by step. Lin Muking also replied very often, but only with meticulous thoughts. Su Han saw a different feeling in Lin Muking's eyes. After Ziming, Luo Han also got out of the car and came over to say hello to Lin Muking. After some greetings, they came to the already scheduled box together. Here, Ziming first toast. Today had the opportunity to see Lam Dong is my honor. I also on behalf of all shareholders of South River, thanks to the generosity Lam Dong and fellow Hong Kong City Rescue, finished first for the King Ziming, that Bayan Lin Muking also immediately got up and toasted and said, Councillors are passed the award. First of all, we are both Chinese and we have the obligation to help each other. In addition, the company has long had fund of idea investing in Nanjing the stock market, the market of the in China. The I can get if the upper hand come here wallpaper the icon as possible soon, so the praise of Zim made me blush consultant. The meal was very business. Ziming and Lin Muking discussed the future direction of the stock market while eating. Lin Muking also assured Ziming that the funds would be available soon. After the dinner, Beng Shengyu and the others left separately, but Ziming, Lin Muking and Su Han went to a small tea house next to them. This is water mixed with pureria labatu and green tea. It can effectively hangover. Ziming, you can drink some. Su Han personally made a cup of hangover tea for Ziming, and Lin Muking took out a paper bag and handed it to him. Ziming, this is the performance of Jinming Fund Company in the past few months. You can take a look at Ziming. Ziming took the file bag but did not open it in a hurry. Instead, he smiled and said to Lin Muking, Sister Mew King, here is for the three of us. I don't think I need to read this again. I totally trust Sister Mew King. Ziming pushed the file bag back in front of Lin Mew King after speaking. Lin Mew King didn't insist on this either. She thought about it and put it. I took the file bag back, but left a sentence for Ziming. You can watch Ziming whenever you want. After all, this is your fund company. You have the right to know. And I don't think that every step of my judgment is critical. It's correct. Ziming nodded, but suddenly he didn't know what to say. He and Lin Mew King hadn't seen each other for so long, and Suhan was here. Ziming suddenly felt that his tongue could not speak up. Compared to Ziming, Lin Mew King is much more generous over there. Ziming, haven't the stock market conditions in Nanjiang always been pretty good? Why is it now like this? Before Ziming could speak, Suhan said first, Sister Mew King, don't you know, those Jiang Chunhua guys are too hateful. They are deliberately trying to trouble Ziming and Nanjiang stock market. This time, if Sister Mew King didn't do anything, things would be really difficult. Let's do it. Lin Mew King smiled again, and Ziming looked at Suhan from the left to Lin Mew King, and suddenly there was a sense of horror. Can you choose more than one chapter for the 243rd chapter? Nanu Hotel has been in accordance with the highest standards since its construction, so after completion, it will naturally become the largest and best hotel in Nanjiang. At the entrance of the hotel, a line of luxury cars are usually parked there, and 2 security guards are there. Walking around in the parking lot, they came to a Cadillac, and a security guard stopped and exclaimed, worthy of the big boss from Hong Kong City. Another security guard next to him was surprised. I said, Brother Lee, isn't he the boss of Hong Kong City? Our Nanu Hotel faces the Nanu port. Every day, there are many Hong Kong businessmen coming and going here. What's so good? Surprised. The security guard called Leeds was disdainful. Just say that you are only working as a part-time worker in your life. Let me tell you that this time we can live in a Hong Kong businessman in our store. You were not here yesterday. I heard them all say that they are here to invest in our Nanjiang stock market. They have to invest more than 100 million yuan. And they say that 100 million yuan is the same as we say 1 yuan. This is the real big boss of Hong Kong City. He again pointing to the car in front of him. Look at this car again. What is it called? Cadillac. This car is not sold in China. It was approved by the city. And do you remember our manager? How serious is the usual one? Man, he was very attentive in front of the Hong Kong businessman yesterday. The Hong Kong businessmen were still accompanied by city leaders. I heard that it was the secretary of our municipal party committee secretary. Really? I know that the Nanjiang stock market has fallen very recently. It's miserable. So it seems that the boss of Hong Kong City is here to rescue the market. It's really amazing. That the security guard called Leach looked around and said mysteriously, and I tell you, these are not important. The most important thing is the big Hong Kong business owner. She is a very beautiful woman. I said, Lee brother, isn't it just a female boss from Hong Kong City? You are surprised. Or you can take a leave of absence and go back to see your sister-in-law, lest you see that the woman is a very beautiful woman. Brother Lee's eyes widened. Do you think Brother Lee is lying to you? I tell you that you were not there yesterday. If you see it, a young soul like you is long gone. The female boss is better than TV. The actresses in it are even more beautiful, or they cannot be described as beautiful. They are just like the fairies in the book. Anyway, I can't describe that kind of beautiful brother. Brother Lee was talking, but found this. Brother Lee, are you talking about the female boss over there? With these words, Brother Lee turned his head. His eyes were straight at the time, and he nodded hurriedly and said, that's right, it's her. That's the female boss of Hong Kong City I was talking about. You see that him right? Is he as beautiful as a goddess? It's really too beautiful. Brother Lee, you really didn't cheat me. It's just that she will really be the female boss of Hong Kong City, or the big boss who can invest more than 1 billion in the Nanjiang stock market at once. I really don't know what kind of man such a woman would like. Lee brother beat him punch, said, what you bastard Xiang do so rich and beautiful, the best women, certainly past temperor's only kind of person to conquer. You do not. Toad wants to eat it, is what Zib blushed and hurriedly argued. I don't have one. I still know how many catties I have. I don't have any. I might as well tell you. I heard her name yesterday. It seems to be Lin Muking. The female boss of Gangqing who walked out of the South Lake Hotel was Lin Muking, the chairman of Gangqing United Investment Fund Company. She was standing there in a tailored suit. Her temperament was high and cold, and the people around her surrounded him like stars and moon. It looks like a queen who is out of the palace to patrol, but this queen, she is looking into the distance at this moment, and seems to be taking her subjects here and waiting for someone who is very important to her. After a while, 2 Santana cars drove over. Seeing these 2 cars, Lin Muking's tight face finally showed a smile. This kind of smile from the heart gave Lin Muking, who was originally arrogant, more attractive. The people next to her were dumbfounded at the time. But these people are all sane, so she quickly put some restless thoughts were suppressed, and she waited with Lin Muking. The 2 cars drove in front of Lin Muking. Before the secretary got off the car, Lin Muking stepped forward and opened the door. The young man sitting inside was taken aback first, and then got out of the car. Lin Muking's move caused an uproar at the scene, and everyone including Peng Shengyu, the first secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, was shocked and dumbfounded. The reason is simple. Lin Muking's action is a bit too unexpected, because generally this kind of thing is done by someone. As a person like Lin Muking, she shouldn't do this at all, but she still did it, although it may be possible it's polite, but it's really too polite. If the object of courtesy is Nanjiang City Party Secretary Chen Yunfei or the leaders of Lingnan Province, forget it. Just a young man. It makes them very confused, even if the young man's name is Ziming. Only Dai Dingwei, the domestic general manager of Siming Investment Company, has a face that is not strange, because he knows that every time Lin Dong encounters something related to Ziming, he will always make a different decision. It is just a phone call contact. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, it's not surprising that he would do this. But what he didn't understand was what magic Ziming had to make Lin Dong so obedient to him, whether it was the industrial park that supported Lianyang or Hangzhou. There is also a 100 million yuan investment in the Nanjiang stock market. You must know that Lin Muking is the dream lover of almost all Hong Kong people in Hong Kong. The young Junyan who wants to chase him does not know where he is, but Lin Muking is always alone. Only this Ziming is different. In fact, these people were surprised. Ziming himself did not expect that. After all, Lin Muking's current status has long been different from what it used to be. She is the strong woman who holds a huge amount of money, and even the secretary of the Nanjiang Municipal Party Committee must give her face. Sister Muking, who was forced to leave the TV station of the 760 factory and tidy up her clothes and legs in the hotel, had some things that were not suitable for her to do, but who knew that just now when we met, Lin Muking took the initiative to open the door for herself. She did this to prove that no matter how much money she has, how is her current status and status, is she still the same Muking sister back then? Ziming couldn't guess at this point, but he still accepted Muking's heart for herself. Sister Muking didn't expect you to come so early. She asked you to open the door for us. You are so kind to us. You love you to death. The speaker was Su Han, and she followed Ziming behind, jumped off the car and said to Lin Muking happily. Su Han's words made Ziming breathe a sigh of relief, because Ziming's own identity was a bit embarrassing at this time, and only Su Han could say this. After all, she was a girl. Listening to Su Han's words, Lin Muking also smiled. She pulled Su Han up. You are still so naughty. You haven't been trained as the general manager for 2 years. Su Han vomited playfully. Xiang Tong, the 2 women had just a few words of conversation, but it suddenly diminished the surprised atmosphere that Lin Muking took the initiative to open the door for Ziming just now. Hello Lin Dong, I am Ziming, the development consultant of Nanjiang City, and I am glad to meet you. Ziming took the initiative to shook hands with Lin Muking and greeted Lin Muking. Everything was done step by step. Lin Muking also replied very often, but only with meticulous thoughts. Su-Han saw a different feeling in Lin Muking's eyes. After Ziming, Luo Han also got out of the car and came over to say hello to Lin Muking. After some greetings, they came to the already scheduled box together. Here, Ziming first toast. Today had the opportunity to see Lam Dong is my honor. I also on behalf of all shareholders of South River, thanks to the generosity Lam Dong and fellow Hong Kong City Rescue, finished first for the King Ziming. That Bayan Lin Muking also immediately got up and toasted and said, "Councillors are passed the award. First of all, we are both Chinese and we have the obligation to help each other. In addition, the company has long had fund of idea investing in Nanjing the stock market. I can get opportunity to come here wallpaper the as possible soon, so praise the advisors who made from blush me." The meal was very business. Ziming and Lin Muking discussed the next direction of the stock market while eating. Lin Muking also assured Ziming that the next funds would be in place soon. After the dinner, Beng Shengyu and the others left separately, but Ziming, Lin Muking and Su-Han went to a small tea house next to them. This is the Pureria grass and green tea mixed brew of water, can be effective hangover. Ziming you drink. Su-Han personally weeks Ming a cup of tea hangover. Then Lin Muking then come up with a paper bag and handed Ziming. This is the performance of Jinming Fund Company in the past few months. You can take a look at Ziming. Ziming took the file bag but did not open it in a hurry. Instead, he smiled and said to Lin Muking, "Sister Muking, here is for the three of us. I don't think we need to read this again. I totally trust Sister Muking." After talking about Ziming, she pushed the file bag back in front of Lin Muking. Lin Muking did not insist on this. After thinking about it, she took the file bag back, but left a sentence for Ziming. "Ziming, you can read it any time you want. Look, after all, this is your fund company. You have the right to know, and I don't think that every step of my judgment is correct." Ziming nodded, but suddenly he didn't know what to say. Having not seen Lin Muking for so long, and Su-Han was here, Ziming suddenly felt that his tongue could not speak. Compared to Ziming, Lin Muking is much more generous over there. "Ziming, haven't the stock market conditions in Nanjing always been pretty good? Why is it now like this?" Before Ziming could speak, Su-Han said first, "Sister Muking, don't you know, those Jiang Chunhua guys are too hateful. They are deliberately trying to trouble Ziming and Nanjing stock market. This time, if Sister Muking didn't do anything, things would be really difficult. Let's do it." Lin Muking smiled again, and Ziming now looked at Su-Han from the left to Lin Muking. The 244th chapter. Dreaming. "Ziming, you are the best man I have ever seen. A man like you is destined to be surrounded by women in this life. I don't mind how many women you have, as long as you love me, I will be with you. I like her the same, and accept her as a sister, who made me fall in love with you." Lin Muking on the left is affectionate. "Ziming, I love you, you are the man I recognize, and I can't live without you in my life. Now, if you want Sister Muking, I will try to accept her without embarrassing you." Su-Han on the right is very moving. Ziming sitting in the middle is very moved. "Sister Muking, Xion, I am Ziming. How can't get the love of women like you? Don't worry, I will definitely not let you down." Two slender hands covered Ziming's mouth together. Lin Muking said first, "Ziming, don't say that. It is our greatest luck to fall in love with a man like you." Su-Han said, "The good night is too short, let's rest first, Lord Ziming. We have had fun before, but you have never been pampered with Sister Muking. I also know that you have always wanted Muking. Sister Muking also wants to give it to you, so let Sister Muking first." Lin Muking's face flushed with shame, and she reached out and hit Su-Han. "Sister Xion, what are you talking about? I'm not ready yet." "Sister Xion, let's go first." Ziming laughed and hugged the two girls with his arms open. At this time, "What are you still humble? If you want me to say, let's have a big sleep together." Ziming the phrase voice was off. Lin Muking Suhan's face suddenly changed at the same time, with the shameless, rogue, the curse Johnson twice, about to slap in mind also pumped up. So Ziming opened his eyes. Lie looking at the ceiling, Ziming's expression was disturbed by Chunming's irritation. He took the hand on his face, and in the palm of his hand was a mosquito that had just been killed. Obviously this was the culprit that caused the slap just now, but it was precisely because of this that Ziming remembered that he was sleeping on the sand in the living room. Alas, Ziming sighed. After all, he is not the little white male protagonist of later generations. Even the woman who loves him again will not be brainless to that extent. Not to mention that whether Suhan or Lin Muking, they are both very smart, excellent and independent. It's even more unlikely that a woman who's indulged in such a brainless indulgence, she would never have a chance to sit and enjoy the blessing of the people. I knew I wouldn't say that. If I choose one, I can still sleep in bed. Ziming muttered. He still remembered that it was the last time that he wanted to choose both, so that the two women were angry. One slapped himself and then went back to the room to sleep. If he chooses one, whether it is Suhan or Lin Muking, it should be both. You can go back to the room with her to sleep, but then the other one should be sad. So if Ziming is asked to choose again, he will still let them all blow their anger on his head. In any case, it is the woman he likes. They are always better to be angry with themselves than they are at each other. Thinking of this, Ziming suddenly sneezed, and then Ziming laughed. Ziming thought in his heart what Lin Muking and Suhan might behave in the room, but he didn't know that what he was thinking was the opposite of the facts. At this moment, Lin Muking was lying on her side on the bed with a pillow in her arms and beating hard, while he said, "Ziming, you guy is such a bastard. Looking at you, this guy is so bold in the mall. How come you are so daring about women? Do you have to take the initiative? But I'm a woman. How can I be so shameless to take the initiative? I really hate it. If you don't have their guts, I will ignore you." Lin Muking paused after speaking, and then murmured, "But it's me, I still love you so much." On the other side of Suhan's room, Suhan opened a notebook and drew a little figure on it, and Ziming's name was written on it. She poked the little figure on the paper fiercely, her mouth I kept muttering, "Ziming, you are the worst villain. Why do you want to mess with Sister Muking? Is it because I'm not pretty enough for her to be attractive? I hate you, and I will do it in the future. I don't want to care about you anymore." Suhan was also desperately writing ignore on the paper, but suddenly she stopped and murmured like Lin Muking, "But I still love you so much." That's it. Ziming and Lin Muking, Suhan, men and two women, spent the night in their entanglements. When they got up the next morning, Lin Muking and Suhan still put on their own stinky faces to Ziming. Obviously they were still angry. Look, Ziming wanted to get close to Suhan secretly, but Suhan stared at him and warned him, "Don't look like a hippie, smile. Don't ignore you until you realize your mistake." Ziming wanted to say where he was wrong. However, when a woman is angry, it is completely unreasonable. This is the experience that Ziming has summed up through countless failed relationships in his previous life, so at this time, he can only helplessly respond with a bitter smile. Although the stock market has started yesterday, it has risen, and the funds on the Port City side are already in place at 6th, but Ziming, you have to go to the stock exchange to watch this morning, so as not to have any unpredictable conditions. Ziming, you are now the backbone of the Nanjian stock market. Only when you show up can investors have the greatest confidence. Lin Muking said to Ziming. It must be said that although Lin Muking and Suhan both said to ignore Ziming, they still support and cannot do without Ziming in their actions. Ziming can actually understand their entangled feelings, who made them have the reserved and arrogant characteristics of outstanding women. But Ziming still had bursts of joy in his heart. In their morning, they went to the stock exchange in their own cars, to give investors confidence. Ziming and the others deliberately did not go through the side entrance, but from the car under the front door. Seeing a Cadillac and an Audi in Santana followed by the team, the investors at the door suddenly boiled. When they got up, they cheered, "Look at that, It's Advisor Zhu and the big boss from Hong Kong City. Have you seen their car? They are all high-end luxury goods that are not sold in China. The car represents their identity, and the status is that they are saving our Nanjian stock market, and they made our stock rise again. But suddenly there was a burst of exclamation during the cheers, because a person suddenly rushed out of the crowd with a handful in his hand. A bright dagger pierced Ziming's chest. Ziming, be careful. Lin Muqing and Su Han all saw the person who suddenly rushed out for the first time. They screamed, and subconsciously rushed forward 2 steps to block in front of Ziming. Ziming also saw this person, but he didn't panic, and he said, "I want to live." Ziming's words may sound very clueless, but they are speaking to the yes, because Lin Muqing and Su Han have women's instincts. Their reactions are also subconscious, but the soldiers who have been following Ziming in a low manner are obviously faster than them. In fact, it was this person who rushed out of the crowd. At that moment, the SIs locked on him, and when he was about to rush to Ziming's side, swiftly shot, he slid forward, reaching out and grabbing the man's wrist while also holding him. If it weren't for Ziming to say in time, he can flip the dagger and stab him in the chest at the first time. Clean and neat, use the simplest and rude way to subdue the enemy, without any fancy. This is the king of soldiers' way of fighting. Ziming has always been very relieved of sex, so he pulled up Lin Muqing and Su Han's small hands to relieve them, and then Ziming walked out. Even though the person lowered his head, and his long head hung down to cover his face, but Ziming still recognized his identity at first sight. Kong Yaji was originally you, Ziming said. Why does your boss let you spread the rumors and want to hire you to attack me again? Ziming's words fell, and someone in the crowd stood up. It was the old Yang. He pointed to Kong Yaji and said, Kong Yaji, you bastard. In the past, I only thought that you liked bragging but not bad at heart, but now it seems that you are really a scumbag. You still said that you are a educated youth, and the only cultural person in the village in the past. I think you are a heartless beast at all. Lao Yang finished. Kong Ethelexil could not help but look up. He said, you know what I told you, this is what we explanations South River stock market cancer. He would not normally have them in our South River stock market. Snapped. Lao Yang slapped Kong Yaji's face fiercely, pointing to his nose and cursing, you are a black and white gangster. Lao Yang wanted to hit him after cursing, but was stopped by Ziming. He patted Lao Yang on the shoulder and told him that this matter should be handled by him. Ziming turned around and stood in his car and said, comrades, I think everyone has seen what happened just now. Kong Yaji wants to kill me. Why is this? Isn't it because I have stabilized the stock market and let their plan of deliberately creating panic in the stock market go bankrupt? What I want to tell you is that our Nanjian stock market is now in a very healthy state, as long as you don't listen to rumors, don't spread rumors, and don't blindly follow the trend. I believe that your respective account managers, we can follow in the footsteps of the stock market to make everyone better and better. As Ziming's voice fell, Lao Yang immediately agreed. I fully support Advisor Zhu, comrades. In order for our stock market to get better and better in the future, we must support Advisor Zhu, and we must support the exhibition of the stock exchange and Anglo Securities Company. In Lao Yang's persuasion hearing the cry from the heart of all the investors, Ziming was relieved and thought to himself that Kong Yaji had come at the right time. Originally, it would take some time to convince the investors that he would be completely convinced. Now that this matter, he can directly skip a lot and go straight to the result. Although I don't know what Jiang Chunhua is thinking, I am really grateful to him. Ziming, hurry up and call the police. Although you are okay, we must not let Jiang Chunhua go. It's too dangerous. He actually did such a frenzied thing. After getting off the car, Lin Muqing immediately came up and said to him worriedly. Su Han also nodded desperately, while Ziming gave them a relieved look. The alarm is yes, needed, but Jiang Chunhua, I don't think we need to do it anymore. Someone will naturally pick him up. Chapter 245 is looking for someone to pick up the plate. A Mercedes-Benz car parked at the door of the East Villa, middle-aged. Uncle Yong hurriedly got out of the car and went in. He stopped at the door of the living room and saw Jiang Chunhua sitting down on the sand in the living room. He walked over and sat opposite Jiang Chunhua and said in a very casual tone, "Xiao Jiang, right there. This morning, I heard that someone tried to attack Nanjian exhibition consultant Ziming at the gate of the stock exchange. Do you know this?" Faced with Uncle Yong's question, Jiang Chunhua shuddered subconsciously, and he remained calm on the surface. "So anyone wants to kill Ziming? This is really pleasant news." It seems that Ziming's fooling around in the Nanjian stock market has already made many people hate him. Jiang Chunhua hasn't finished saying, Uncle Yong. He stood up quickly and said, "Jiang Chunhua, haven't you recognized your mistakes?" After being yelled at by Uncle Yong, Jiang Chunhua lowered his head, but he still said, "Uncle Yong, I don't understand. What are you talking about?" Although Jiang Chunhua said very casually, his eyes didn't dare to look at Uncle Yong when he was speaking. This is obviously a guilty conscience. "Don't understand what I'm talking about?" Uncle Yong sneered and sat back on the sand and said, "The assailant was named Meng and was nicknamed Kong Yiji. This morning he tried to attack Ziming at the gate of the stock exchange, but he was stopped by Ziming's bodyguards. Now this person has been sent to the police station." Uncle Yong kept looking at Jiang Chunhua when he was speaking. He could see that the muscles on Jiang Chunhua's face were very tight. Uncle Yong continued, "Xiao Jiang, you are also a good boy who abides by the law. I think you should know the law and understand the law. You must be held legally responsible for murder, and you are also liable for instigating or hiring a murderer." Now Kong Yiji has entered the police station. With the police station's interrogation methods and his resilience, I am afraid that it will take less than a few minutes. Hide everything. At this point, Uncle Yong paused before saying, "Xiao Jiang, are you sure you really don't know what I'm talking about?" Jiang Chunhua shook his head gently. "I'm sorry Uncle Yong, this I did it, but I didn't expect it to be like this." Originally, Uncle Yong was holding back his anger, but now he heard Jiang Chunhua say that he was even more angry. "I didn't expect this to happen." "What would happen to you?" "Originally, we could not do anything about the Nanjian stock market, but when you come out like this now, the originally good situation will be immediately broken by you." Today Ziming used this matter to make an article at the gate of the stock exchange. Those investors I believe him unconditionally, and now we want to move the stock market again. It's basically impossible. Uncle Yong said, exhaling. "Just before I came, Secretary General Huang called and said that he was going to return to Banhai. There is also Chairman Li of Heavy Industry. He also called me and said that he was going to withdraw from the stock market. Some other people also called out and said that they were going to withdraw. As for the rest, they are just embarrassed to speak now, but there are some more time. Their choice is probably the same." Jiang Chunhua was blinded at the time, and he subconsciously asked, "Withdrawal? To leave Nanjian? Why did they do this?" "Why?" Uncle Yong looked at Jiang Chunhua like a joke. "Comrade Jiang Chunhua, do you want to tell me that you don't know?" Whether it is from Uncle Yong's name or his serious tone, Jiang Chunhua shuddered, but Uncle Yong said this not to scare him. "You feel that Secretary General Huang? What is the purpose of other entrepreneurs coming to Nanjian? Do you help you find Ziming's revenge? Then you are too valued of yourself. They have only one purpose, which is to mess up the Nanjian stock market. It's just to make money in the mess, but now you look at it again, because your stupidity has completely defeated their purpose. Can you give them a reason not to go?" Uncle Yong asked. "Uncle Yong, I really know that I was wrong. I really didn't expect this to happen. I just think Ziming is the most important person in the Nanjian stock market. If you want to break and mess up the Nanjian stock market, the fastest and most effective way is not. Did you start with Ziming? That's why Before Jiang Chunhua could finish, Uncle Yong sneered and said, "Are you really stupid or pretend to be stupid here? Any boss of a big company in Nanjian is around someone protects him. Ziming, a man who went to North Russia and the United States alone to fight a financial war, do you think there will be no one around him to protect him? And look at who you chose. A breakup who stayed in the country. Knowing that, Any farmer knows that he is just a trash running a train. Uncle Yong continued to say, I can tell you that the special force captain of the Do garrison guarding him next to Ziming is the most important thing. The elite soldiers in the elite troops have his protection, that is, a well-trained killer may not be able to succeed without careful deployment. If you look for such a waste, even if there is no protection from there, I think he may not be able to send. What's the use of this? Jiang Chunhua lowered his head and looked very lonely. Uncle Yong, because of these things, do they have to give up? I think we still have a chance. Seeing him like this, Uncle Yong also I didn't really want to kill him, and in the end I couldn't help but shook his head and said, what's the chance? Do you think they just gave up as simple as that? Jiang Chunhua didn't react for a while. It's not as simple as giving up, so what else would they do? Uncle Yong did not answer directly, but instead asked him, remember what I told you? What is their purpose in coming to Nanjian? Purpose? Jiang Chunhua suddenly opened his eyes. Uncle Yong, are you worried? It is possible that they will choose to cooperate with Ziming. How is this possible? Shouldn't they come to Nanjian here because of a hostile relationship with Ziming? And they were also going to mess up the Nanjian stock market before. How can they cooperate? This is not you I need to worry about it. You should take care of yourself now. Uncle Yong! Exclamation mark said, the same sentence, you are also an adult, and you need to bear legal responsibility for doing things. Taking advantage of the fact that things are only born now, you can take the initiative to go to the Public Security Bureau. I have someone in it. Strive to give you lenient treatment. Regarding Uncle Yong's suggestion, Jiang Chunhua immediately expressed his opinion. I will not go to the Public Security Bureau. I have already entered the police station twice. I promise not to go in again. Uncle Yong begs you to help me find a way. You asso. Great. You must have a way of doing it, right? Uncle Yong felt sick in his heart because of Jiang Chunhua's cry of mucus and tears. He stood up and left Jiang Chunhua with a sentence to do it himself, and then left the villa with Yong. After the uncle's departure, Jiang Chunhua sat on the ground as if he had been taken away from the strength of his body, and muttered, why is this? Ziming is just an ordinary person with a little talent in finance. I have the support of Uncle Yong, Secretary General Huang and the Bnai faction. Why did it turn out to be like this? After a long time, Jiang Chunhua suddenly remembered something. No, I can't enter the police station anymore. I am Lingnan. Xiaohua. Lingnan is my back garden. How can I be caught? While muttering Jiang Chunhua, he stumbled up from the ground and walked to his room to pack his luggage, but he didn't know that when Uncle Yong was in his car. Before leaving the villa, there were a few police cars on the back foot quietly without honking. They surrounded the villa. At the same time, on the stock exchange, Ziming was checking the trading situation of today's stock market through the computer, and the investment of Hong Kong City. The representatives Lin Muqing and Su Han are here. Lin Muqing and Su Han and Ziming are very close. After all, something like that happened in the morning. Even if Kong Yaji has been arrested now, it will take at least 5 years for the intentional attempted murder to be serious. When they came out, Lin Muqing and Su Han were still very worried. The door of the office was knocked open, and Zhang Heng, Deputy Office Director of the leading group of securities market construction, walked in and said to Ziming, Councillor Zhu, the news just came from the Public Security Bureau. After receiving the report, the Public Security Bureau immediately arrested the suspect and caught Jiang Chunhua before he was about to flee. Hearing this news, Lin Muqing and Su Han immediately shouted happily, great. It's all this. The guy is going to be against Ziming. As long as he catches him, Ziming is safe. Ziming also smiled and said to the two women, let me say, Xiaohua, this guy has violated the law, someone will punish him. Ziming's words drew the two women's eyes, but Ziming said that he was also relieved, because he did not expect that Jiang Chunhua would actually find someone to kill him. After all, the severe fight has only been in the past few years. Even if it is, The children of some senior officials will not be tolerated as long as they break the law. Such memories are deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. Jiang Chunhui has no reason to forget. Then the reason why he did this is obviously that his emotions are out of control. Otherwise, if he really wants to commit crimes, what? At least I should find someone who has the courage and ability to kill. Not to mention a professional assassin. But it can't be Kong Yiji. As for why he loses his emotional control to this point, it is not my need to worry about it. To say that the only thing to worry about is that there is such a madman who wants to fight with himself at any time. He is not afraid of thieves. Not afraid of thieves. Not to mention that there are still people who are thinking about their own lives. But now that they are caught, they will be fine. Their heart. So I thought. Ziming random waved his hand, said, since the people to seize the like, it is not our things behind the tube. I believe the public security organs will be severely dealt with. The question before us is still in the stock market. This time the collapse of the Nanjian stock market seems to be caused by Jiang Chunhui and others behind the scenes. But in fact, there are also problems within the stock market, and it is not a small problem. Jiang Hen nodded and said, Councillor Zhu, you are right. According to my understanding of the stock market, it is impossible for a stock market to continue to rise without falling. Our Nanjian stock market has been rising continuously for a year, especially after a month is a continuous daily limit. Jiang Hen said I didn't dare to go on here. Ziming knew he couldn't say anything, so he took the conversation and said, now Nanjiang's stock market has risen to a bottleneck. After all, Nanjiang is a place that has only been developed for 10 years. No matter how good the policy is, it is not unlimited. So this time, even if Jiang Chunhui and the others do not make trouble, the Nanjiang stock market will fall into a sustained recession for a period of time. Advisor Zhu, this is not good. This time Jiang Hen still only said one thing at the beginning, so it's not easy to continue. Ziming had to help him say, this is really not good. After all, the stock exchange has just changed, and if it falls into a stock market recession, investors will not care. The market situation will certainly only point the finger at the reform of the stock exchange, and in order to avoid such a situation, I think it is best to find a receiver to take this plate. Take it, including Lin Muking. Everyone including Suhan and Jiang Hen was surprised. Chapter 246. The Great Receiving Man Part 1. This day of the on December 25, 2009, at the plaza insecurities at the central area of Nanjian was very lively. The set was a big up at the stage, and a dance with Lingnan characteristics performed was on it. At the stage the surroundings were full of people. Not only were there many flower baskets not far away, but there were also many hot air balloons flying into the sky. These hot air balloons brought them up. A series of banners, without exception, are written to celebrate the 30th anniversary of the restructuring of the stock exchange. With the 10 ringing of the bell on the stage, a group of people in suits walked onto the stage, and the dancers who were originally here bowed and stepped down all morning. With the presence of these people, the following suddenly exclaimed, isn't that the secretary of our Lingnan Provincial Party Committee? There are also the governor and our Nanjiang Municipal Party Committee secretary. It seems that the influence of our Nanjiang stock market is really true. It's huge. But why didn't the Provincial Party Committee secretary and governor lead the way? How come there is a middle-aged person before them? Who is he? People in China still have a very important hierarchy, so see the secretary of the Provincial Party Committee has to get second, which can't help but surprise people. Someone in the crowd recognized him and pointed to him and said, look, I know that person. He is the newly appointed Vice Premier Jiang Hen of the State Council. I saw the news on TV last week. I didn't expect it. He actually came to Ananjian, and he also came to participate in the 30th anniversary of Ananjian Stock Exchange. Of course, there are also elderly people in Lingnan doing science popularization on the sidelines. What do you know? Prime Minister Jiang used to serve as Ananjian Municipal Party Secretary and Lingnan Provincial Party Secretary. He is the leader of our country who went out from Nanjian. I want to say our Nanjian stock market can do so well because we have a leader like Prime Minister Jiang Heng. We are so lucky to be able to meet Prime Minister Jiang Heng with our own eyes. In the exclamation of the audience, Jiang Heng slowly walked to the center of the stage to announce the official start of the 30th anniversary ceremony of the stock exchange. The audience suddenly burst into thunderous applause. After all, he was a national leader and it was worth making everyone excited. After the ceremony, Jiang Heng left the stage and went to the studio of an Anjian TV station. He was interviewed by a CCTV reporter. The CCTV reporter asked him, "Hello, Prime Minister. I think many audience friends who follow you should know that Prime Minister, your past I also work here in Lingnan. I think today at the 30th anniversary of the stock exchange, you are probably the most touching, right? There are no mistakes in many words." Jiang Heng nodded and said, "It is true, I can say it is." With the development of the Nanjian stock market bit by bit, from the original 5 stocks of only a few million to the current stock value of nearly 10 trillion, the Nanjian stock market is like the footsteps of our country's reform and opening up, full of miracles. Premier, in fact, there is a problem not only with me, but also with other audience friends who are very curious about the time when the stock exchange was established. A CCTV reporter said, "The Nanjian stock market developed for 2 years at the beginning. The Nanjian stock market has continued to rise during the 2 years of development, and the momentum is very good. That's why the central government decided to approve the restructuring of Nanjian Securities Company into Nanjian Stock Exchange." The CCTV reporter paused and then asked, "But according to people's understanding of the stock market, the general stock market will experience a downward trend after a sustained and substantial rise. In fact, it seems that this momentum did indeed appear at the time, but Nanjian did not experience any fluctuations. It seems to have passed very smoothly." "What's the matter?" Jiang Heng smiled, who said that it was a smooth pass. "In fact, it was very dangerous at that time, and a little carelessness will lead to it. It was a catastrophe. At that time, everyone in the leading group for the construction of the securities market, including Comrade Chen Yunfei, the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, was actually very nervous." As for the final surprise, Jiang Heng suddenly turned his eyes to the CCTV reporter and asked her, "Have you ever heard of Panxia?" Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Jiang Heng's sudden questioning made the CCTV reporter stunned. She didn't understand why Jiang Heng, as the vice premier of the State Council, would suddenly say such vulgar words, and she didn't understand the relationship between this and the question of the interview. Jiang Heng didn't seem to see the shock of the CCTV reporter in front of him. He went on to say, "Banxia is actually a very great profession. They are sincere and brave. They are willing to bear no unforeseen accidents. The pain I am willing to endure is also like the Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva who I will not go to hell and whoever goes to hell." CCTV reporters listened to what Jiang Heng said. "The same is true for Zimbabwe's indigenous languages." Jiang Heng smiled at her and said, "Isn't it a bit incomprehensible? Because what I want to tell you is that someone took this plate that year, so the stock market fell that year did not cause much social volatility. As for what I just said, it is actually what the person said back then." "That person?" the CCTV reporter asked with a pair of beautiful big eyes, her eyes flashing with question marks. Jiang Heng nodded and said, "It is that person. Because of him, we can get the greatest and best development in the Nanjian stock market, and can also survive the stock market recession 30 years ago." To comment on the hero of the Nanjian stock market, he ranks first. Second, no one would dare to rank first. The CCTV reporter in front of Jiang Heng was completely shocked. She no longer knew what vocabulary to use to express her feelings at this time, because she saw it from Jiang Heng's face. Longing and admiring, but Jiang Heng is the vice premier of the State Council. Who is qualified to let him be like this? Time back 30 years ago, Ziming, Lin Muking and Jiang Hengluoan were all sitting here in the meeting room of the stock exchange building. Lin Muking announced the decision to divest Hong Kong City as soon as possible. Luo Han was stunned by Lin Muking's decision, and Jiang Heng, even though he had heard Ziming's words just now, would still feel at a loss when he heard this. Donglin, is there something we have encountered in Nanjian, or is there a problem that needs to be solved in our stock exchange? You can bring it up at any time, Donglin, and I hope that Donglin can make the decision to divest capital cautiously. Luo Han he hurriedly persuaded Lin Muking. Seeing that Lin Muking was still very determined, he had no choice but to turn his eyes for help to Ziming on the other side. Councillor Zhu, you helped persuade Lin Dong. Now our stock market has finally returned to the rising stage. It is very much in need of Lin Dong and their Hong Kong City investment. Ziming said to Luo Han, don't worry about Mr. Luo. Actually, Lin Dong and her Hong Kong businessmen have already negotiated with her to withdraw their capital today. This time Hong Kong businessmen to invest in just a hedge investment, not a long-term investment. Because according to their joint investment fund for our South River stock assessment, is showing us the future of the stock market will continue to decline. Investment in this time came not in their investment habits. How will it continue to fall? Isn't the situation in the stock market going well now? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Yuan also tried to explain. But Lin Muking just shook her head and said, Vice President Luo, Nanjian stock market has experienced a toy bull market, and it has now reached a peak, reaching the peak of Nanjian's economy, and it will only go downhill further down. You said that this time your so-called being targeted, in my opinion, is just a concentrated outbreak of stock market issues. Even if there is no power there, it will still fall. Luo Han wanted to say something, but Lin Muking directly blocked it. He said, Vice President Luo, don't say anything anymore. This is the decision of me and the company's board of directors. Luo Han had no choice but to give up Lin Muking. He then turned to Ziming and said, Councillor Zhu, you can be 1,000 people. Please help persuade Lin Dong. They can't withdraw their capital. Mr. Luo, don't get excited. Lin Dong said she wants to withdraw capital, but not immediately. They are professional fund investment companies and they know how to withdraw capital. It will not affect the stock market, Ziming continued. In addition, I actually proposed this time Hong Kong businessman's divestment. Luo Han was stunned at the time. Why is this consultant Zhu? You let Lin Dong and the others we have all divested, so what can we do in the Nanjian stock market? Suddenly, with so much money, the stock market will definitely fall. If there is another social incident, our stock exchange will be over. Ziming smiled and waved his hand and said, it is not as serious as Mr. Luo you said. Through this stock market decline, I believe that all of our stockholders will also learn from each other, and will not cause any social incidents. As for the stock market, it will be sudden. I have lost a lot of money, and I don't think so. Why don't the stock market suddenly lose a lot of money? Didn't Lin Dong just say that she wants to divest? Before Luo Han finished speaking, Ziming interrupted him. That's because there is another great profession called banksia in this world. They heard the call from people's hearts. When the capital of Hong Kong City is withdrawn, there will indeed be a huge hole in the stock market. At this time, these receivers will come out to fill the hole and have been wiped their buttocks. Ziming's words are very mysterious, but Luo Han still understands. Ziming inside and out means one thing: Lin Muking's funds will leave, someone will help her fill it in. But it is precisely because of understanding that Luo Han is more entangled. After all, the money to be filled in is not a small amount, and the person or organization that can take out this money can be ranked in the world. So how can such a person fail to see the actual situation of the Nanjian stock market, and would take the initiative to send money to fill the hole? Isn't this a model of stupid people and a lot of money? Luo Han's doubts were written on his face. Ziming saw it as he should. He thought about it and asked Luo Han and said, I think Mr. Luo, you should remember that someone asked us for dinner tonight, right? There are no mistakes. Faced with these words, Luo Han was shocked at the time. Councillor Zhu, Did you say them? This is even more impossible. If it was half a month ago, Mr. Luo, you would still have high credibility degree, but now and then, now I think they will beg us to come in to take the order. Ziming said. Why? Luan asked unclearly. Because they are the greatest picks chosen by God to be the most suitable. Ziming said. Chapter 247 The Great Taker Part 2. Ziming and Jiang Henliuan went to the best Nanu hotel in Anjiang by car. Originally, Su Han wanted to come with him, but now it's not the time when she and Ziming were the only two of them before, and Lin Muking was also here. Before the relationship between the three of them was fully understood, they were so tired of being with Su Han, leaving Lin Muking aside, and Ziming couldn't do such an unkind thing. It was for this reason that Ziming had no choice but to bring neither of them, and only came here with Jiang Heng and Luo Han. Fortunately, Lin Muking and Su Han were both sensible and didn't say anything. They just got out and immediately see someone greeted over. Welcome week. Consultant Jiang and Luo total of arrival. I was chairman of the campaign. His gold eye surnamed Wang is here to meet all of you. They're Wang Tung and partners. He was not tall, short, thin and black, and looked more like an uncle farmer, but according to what Ziming had learned, he knew that he was a big entrepreneur with hundreds of millions of dollars in his hands. And judging from the situation in which he was sent to welcome him, I am afraid that he is not yet a pivotal figure. After all, people with status always have to be proud and reserved anytime. This is the case for any person who is sent. What about those above? This thought caused Jiang Heng and Luo Han to take a breath and involuntarily straightened their backs. At the same time, their faces became severe. Although they had sufficient confidence in Ziming, they couldn't help but worry. Compared with Jiang Heng and Luo Han, Ziming's expression is still relaxed. He smiled and said, it turned out to be Dong Wang. I am lucky enough to meet. I have long heard that there is a legendary private entrepreneur in Banhai, but it's just a short time. I have gone from nothing to become a textile giant in Banhai in a few years. I will definitely invite Dong Wang to dinner next day. I will ask you about your business secrets. By the way, I will see if there is any possibility of cooperation between us. I will also invite Dong Wang at that time. Enjoy your face. Wang Dong was very happy after a greeting, and his eyes narrowed with laughter. Jiang Heng and Luo Han couldn't help but admire Ziming when they watched this scene. His style is completely old-fashioned, but no matter how he looks at him now, he is only in his 20s and less than 30 years old. Why doesn't he have the feeling of being young and defiant? After all, people are begging for him now. Shouldn't all young people cock their tails? If it's someone else, maybe it's not a big deal, but Jiang Heng and Luo Han know how rare it is. No matter who it is, low emotions are always the most difficult to control. It's terrible to be so young and so mature. No wonder it makes sense that he can achieve what he is today at such a young age. Jiang Heng and Luo Han thought this in their hearts, especially Jiang Heng in the mixed system. He was even more deeply pensive. He was still older than him. Shouldn't he also sink his heart? Ziming didn't know what impact his usual behavior had brought to them, let alone the future vice premier of the State Council, who had already regarded himself as a role model for learning. He was just chatting with Wang Dong for a while, and then followed Wang Dong into the hotel. Councillor Zhu, any one of them who came out to greet Dong Wang is so powerful. Then what should we do if we go in? These people are not fools. Will there be any accidents coming out? After entering the hotel, Luo Han found time. I immediately asked Ziming. Obviously, it is one thing for him to admire Ziming, but what is happening right now is another. Not finished in this chapter, please turn the page. However, Ziming didn't mind. He just turned his head and gave him a relieved smile. Today they are here to beg us to do something. As long as we can hold this belief, then the next thing will be done. The three of them followed Wang Dong to a luxurious box on the 4th floor. There were 2 big tables in the box. When Ziming and the others got here, the 2 tables were already full of people, just like Jiang Heng. As Luo Han had worried before, these people did not say hello as actively as Wang Dong, who greeted him at the door, but rather lazily turned around and greeted Ziming. A middle-aged person sitting in the seat looked like a representative of these people. Wang Dong also went to report to him first. He picked up his eyelids and glanced at Ziming and said with a little disdain, "Nanjian Development Consultant Ziming, you are not as good as in the legend. At least we invite you to dinner and you will be late. If so many of us are waiting for you, it seems that this is the case for you. No wonder the Nanjian stock market has become like this." At the end, he started to introduce himself. "Get to know. I am the chairman of Manhai Heavy Industry and my surname is Li." Although the heavy industry Dong Li was teasing Ziming, Jiang Hen and Liu Han's expressions became a little more solemn. First, they knew the identity of Li Dong, the chairman of Manhai's largest heavy industry company, and held hands. With billions in assets, even the secretary of the Manhai Municipal Party Committee would give him 3 points of face. On the other hand, from the performance of Li Dong and others, they also guessed, today's meal is not so easy to complete. But the next development of the situation was unexpected by Jiang Hen and Liu Han, and they were stunned. The words of the heavy industry Li Dong only fell. Ziming stopped immediately, and said unceremoniously, "Since Li Dong thinks I am impolite, let everyone wait for me here, then I will leave. The dinner is just as if you didn't invite me. Or you can treat me as if you drove me out, as long as you are happy." Finally, Ziming put up another sentence with Beijing accent, "Bye-bye you," and turned to leave the box. Fortunately, Wang Dong's eyes quickly grabbed Ziming and said, "Counselor Zhu, what are you doing?" Ziming shook his head innocently, "I didn't do anything. It was your Li Dong who disliked me, and I wanted to not be here. It's in your eyes. So I had to leave first." "Nothing like this," Dong Wang said, "we all sincerely invited advisor Zhu to come over, so how can we dislike you?" "Since it is not dislike, then Li Dong can explain what you said just now?" Ziming asked rhetorically. Facing Ziming's rhetorical question, Li Dong stood angrily unable to speak. He clenched his fists and trembled all over. The expression on his face wished to take Ziming alive. The other people in the box were stunned on the spot. They didn't expect this result at all. Li Dong's previous remarks wanted to give Ziming a stunner, but who knew that Ziming didn't pick him up at all. Picking up a child to leave. "Ziming, you dare to go and try? You should know that the funds we have on hand are enough to defeat your Nanjian stock market." Li Dong gritted his teeth and said to Ziming. Faced with Li Dong's threat, Ziming just smiled meaninglessly. "If Li Dong has this ability, just come." Li Dong stared his eyes and pointed at Ziming, so angry that he could say a word. "This chapter is not over, please turn the page, I can't tell." At this time, Wang Dong, who brought Ziming in, stood up and said, "Chow's consultant Li Dong, please calm down. We businessmen pay attention to harmony and make money. Why do you all have a red face?" Ziming looked down at a Wang Tung and Partners said, "Wang Tung and Partners, today I'll give you a face." Having Ziming sat in the chair, a slovenly appearance, and asked, "Well, today you'll have to find what's the matter." Seeing Ziming like this, the angry Dong Li almost ran away again, but Dong Wang tried to persuade him in the past, and Dong Li managed to hold back his anger. Li Dong took 2 deep breaths and said, "Ziming, we invite you to come over for dinner today for 2 purposes. One is to turn our fight into a jade silk. We were instigated by Jiang Chunhui before we were short on the Nanjian stock market. Now he is controlled by the Public Security Bureau. We are up, so I don't think we should be hostile to each other." Ziming smiled, but was instigated by Jiang Chunhui. These big entrepreneurs in the coastal area would unite to Nanjian to short the stock market. This is a lie. What about a 3-year-old child? But now is not the time to care about this. Ziming just nodded and said, "Indeed, this is not a conflict of interest between us, and I hope that Sao earns stock market smoothly. As long as you do not look for a job, I would not look for a job." That Dong Bian Li also nodded and then said, "In addition, Zhu advisor, Director Jiang and Mr. Liu, you are the highest person in charge of the Nanjian stock market. I have a gratuitous request, that is, I hope to invest in the Nanjian stock market. How about giving some preferential policies? Zhang Hen and Liu Han were about to say something subconsciously when facing Li Dong's words, but they heard Zhu Ming's words first. Sorry, not welcome. Listening to Zhu Ming's answer, Zhang Hen and Liu Han were about to jump up in a hurry. They didn't understand what Zhu Ming thought. Didn't they come to let Dong Li and the others take over? Why now Li Dong offered to enter the stock market, but Zhu Ming still pushed it out. If it weren't for Zhu Ming, they would rush to speak. Counselor Zhu, do you think you can fly? Dong Li asked with a sneer. He felt that what Zhu Ming said was like a slap in the face. He slapped him on his face. There was a burst of fiery pain. Why does Dong Li say that? Zhu Ming asked innocently. Looking at Zhu Ming's innocent expression, Li Dong hated that he could take off his shoes and smack him on his face, but at this moment he could only say, well, you Zhu Ming, I just ask you to give you face. I look up to you and I hope we can cooperate better. Why do you even cock your tail? Do you really think that if you disagree, we can't enter the Nanjian stock market? Really? Zhu Ming dismissed said, but I advised Dong Li to not do this. After all, the stock market is risky and you must be cautious when entering the market. If Dong Li comes in, I can't afford it. Dong Li laughed and said, compensation advisor Zhu, your joke is too interesting, but I am afraid that you don't know, advisor Zhu. There is no such word in my dictionary. It seems that Dong Li is determined, so I have nothing to say. Good luck, great catcher. Zhu Ming poured himself a glass of wine as he said, raised his glass and gestured to Li Dong, then looked up and drank it. Put down the wine glass. Zhu Ming stood up and dropped a sentence, everyone sorry, I have to leave beforehand, and left the box. End of this chapter. Chapter 248. The Great Receiving Man Part 2. Bow, thank SJK for the monthly ticket support. This Zhu Ming is so arrogant and defiant. Who does he think he is? Is it a small development consultant? A person who wants money but no money, power or power, depends on others for everything. What is the difference from someone who asks for food? You dare to be rampant in front of us, it's really the opposite. That's it. Say, what a bullshit development consultant. I think he is riding a dog of Chen Yunfei. If it is not in Nanjian, if he dares to come to Hangzhou, see if I will find someone to play with him. The bosses of these various companies in the box, you talked to me, pointing your finger at Zhu Ming, who had just left, and Dong Li, who took the lead, listened quietly, and actually sneered at what these people said in his heart, because Zhu Ming was still here just now. At that time, they just shut up like the dead one by one, and now Zhu Ming left. They all jumped out. What is this? Also wrote a letter. Don't you know that Zhu Ming just came from Hangzhou? He also completed a commercial acquisition in Hangzhou City. It doesn't depend on the situation to brag if you are able to say it in front of Zhu Ming. But not everyone is bragging. Dong Wang of Kotai Company went over to ask Dong Li, should we still invest in the Nanjian stock market? Wang Dong's voice was actually not loud, but it quieted the box in an instant. Those who were still denouncing and mocking Zhu Ming just now turned around and looked at Li Dong, waiting for his decision. After all, they came to Nanjian for the purpose of making money. Whatever Zhu Ming or Nanjian development consultant, even if they scold them behind their backs, no one will really compete with him. Of course I want to invest in the Nanjian stock market. Haven't I already made the decision to speak with Zhu Ming? Li Dong said. One sentence caused an uproar in the box. Everyone looked at Li Dong in surprise, with some complicated emotions. Li Dong smiled at this and asked, you are not really afraid of that Zhu Ming? After suffering a loss in Nanjian, you have to surrender to him, and get out of the Nanjian stock market in a desperate way. Right? There are no mistakes in many words. Of course not, Li Dongkai asked, and someone immediately replied, but we won't be angry with Zhu Ming, then you will be caught in Zhu Ming's trap. Others echoed, yes, Zhu Ming said that just now was deliberate, he was arousing us. Li Dong gestured to quiet everyone, and he continued, I understand what everyone means. I am not stupid. Of course, I also know that the Nanjian stock market has reached a peak, and the next thing is to go down. In fact, when we chose to short the stock market in Nanjing, this was not the case. The reason? After all, we are only businessmen. Making money is the first purpose. We must get involved in politics, but we can't get caught in it. At the end, Li Dong suddenly asked, "But have you ever thought about it?" Maybe Ziming said it. It's really true. Dongli's explanation made everyone confused. They didn't understand that since Dongli also knew that making money is the most important purpose, and also understood that the Nanjian stock market was going to fall in the future, why did he choose to continue? Enter it. As for what is in his heart, is it possible that Ziming is really doing well for people like himself? This is not just repaying grievances with virtue. Ziming's thought quality is also too high. Li Dong looked around the box and saw that everyone was very puzzled. He straightened his back and said, "Do you think I am sending money to the Nanjian stock market and helping Ziming save the market?" Everyone nodded subconsciously, and Dongli immediately asked, "But do you think this is possible?" Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Of course not. This is the subconscious answer in everyone's mind. Not to mention that Li Dong and Ziming are opponents. Even if they have been friends, they seem to have no such obligation. Right? There are a lot of words without mistakes because to stabilize the Nanjian stock market, the capital needed is not just 1 or 2 points. So what is the purpose of Li Dong's doing this? As if hearing everyone's voice, Li Dong replied, "My purpose is very simple. It is to make money, and it's not that I make money alone, but I also want to take everyone to make money together. I think what is in front of us, it's the best opportunity." Li Dong said, "When is it now?" The stock exchange has just been established, and it is the time when an Anjian stock market must not fall. So when we shorted the stock market, Ziming found the Hong Kong City Consortium and us. The purpose of hedging is to stabilize the stock market. In fact, I admire Ziming. It is not easy for him to do this. Li Dong first praised Ziming, and then went on to say, "Since the stock market cannot fall, then let's help the Hong Kong City Consortium to continue to push the stock market higher." You have all played with stocks. You must also understand that a stock's rise can definitely make money more directly than a fall. Everyone looked at each other and seemed to want to say something. But Dongli still said first, "I know you are worried that we will be trapped in it, but what I want to say is that we are just speculating and making money, and we don't want to hold their shares in Nanjing, as long as we are pushing up, withdrawing their stock market before the crash is about to make money. As for the remaining mess, how can Guan Ziming solve it?" Dongli's method immediately made everyone's eyes shine. Indeed, Ziming wanted what they want is to maintain the stability of the stock market. What they want is to make money, so as long as they can withdraw in time after making money, isn't it the best of both worlds? Of course, after their funds are withdrawn, what the Nanjian stock market will fall into and what Ziming will worry about is not what they worry about. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces became happy, Dongli finally said, "Well, in order to use this opportunity to make more money, we will enter the stock market as soon as the market opens tomorrow, and we will operate together this time. Well coordinated, we have to go in. We out and the leave the when and the make money," responded the everyone loudly, and a smile appeared on Li Dong's face. Ziming, do you are of think smart and the take Panxia great. The I buy will the teach you how to behave and do things this time. At the same time, in the corridor outside the hotel, Ziming and Zhang Hengliuan had already left the box where Li Dong and the others were in. Luo Han recalled the situation in the box just now and couldn't help asking Ziming, "Counselor Zhu, you are so why did you do it?" Hearing Luo Han's question, Zhang Hen also looked over at the other side. Obviously, he also had the same doubts as Luo Han. "It's very simple, the same as our original decision, is to let them enter the stock market," Ziming replied. Zhang Hen and Luo Han were very surprised, because Ziming's answer was expected and unexpected at the same time. Luo Han thought for a while and said, "Counselor Zhu, you really intend to use this method to stimulate?" "They do. Weak though you approach a good consultant, you also mobilize their emotions, they can After all, many people, but they are also a lot of doubt, not necessarily weekly consultants. Do what you think. Luo Vice President, don't you just want to say that I am too self-righteous to underestimate them? Ziming said. Luo Han was very embarrassed to get to the point by Ziming's one sentence. He then said to Ziming, I definitely didn't mean this to Consultant Zhu. I just think we should discuss with them more instead of leaving so directly. Ziming waved his hand and said, everyone is an adult with his own ideas. Do you really think I can change his mind by sitting there for an hour? If this is the case, it would be a bit too cheap. I don't think it's worthwhile for someone to be changed like this. Luo Han wanted to say something, but Ziming immediately asked him, if you Dong Li, what do you think is your purpose in coming to Nanjian? What is it? Luo asked subconsciously. Of course it is making money. Is it possible that what happened to the Nanjian stock market? Imho, don't talk about them. Even if the people above them come, they don't have the courage. Ziming said, then get back to the subject. Do you think did they make money in Nanjian? There is nothing wrong with no words. Loan shook his head. Ziming went on to say, since there is no, they will certainly want to continue to make money. As long as they want to make money, they will continue to invest in our stock market. I am excited, not excited. Results are the same. Although two don't want to say that, but don't they know that our stock market will go down in the future? Luo Han asked. Of course they know it, and they know it. That's why I am 100% sure that they will enter the stock market. In fact, this is what I deliberately aroused them today. I just want to use my arrogance and ridicule to make them express your anger to me as much as you want. Ziming said. Luo Han still looked blank, but Jiang Heng understood a little bit. He asked Ziming, Counsel Zhu, what do you mean is that they will retaliately push up the stock market and leave the mess to us? That's right. In this way, Ziming played a snap of his fingers. I believe that even though I'm not excited that they will do so, but the effect may be not so good. They are doing this fight a brisk walking, or to deliberately confuse us for the stock market. Advisor Zhu, we have to prepare early. Luo Han said. Aren't we making preparations? There is nothing wrong with no words. Ziming's rhetorical question made Luo Han look inexplicable, but Ziming immediately answered him. Ziming said, Vice President Luo, have you forgotten the decision to divest Dong Lin who came to Hong Kong City in the morning? Loan suddenly realized. So is the case. Hong Kong City funds away, but they came to fill. Weak consultant, you are really a genius. Plan they are going to let us combat brisk walking or Hong Kong last pack. It's the situation, but they don't know that they can't get out since they came in. Ziming patted Luo Han's shoulder. Well, the only thing that needs to be solved now is the stockholders. After all, the stock market may go up or down. This is not important. The important thing is not to allow investors to make trouble. Luo Han nodded cautiously and said, Consultant Zhu, I will do a good job of propaganda work so that investors can realize the essence of the stock market. Ziming interrupted Luo Han and said, Vice President, we will start to promote the stock market from now on. If the situation is not good, I will also contact the newspapers and ask them to make more unfavorable comments. Finally, Ziming turned his attention to Jiang Heng again. Director Jiang, I hope the government can also help the investors. Ideological work, early preparation and early prevention. Consultant Zhu, rest assured, wrap it on me. Jiang Heng said. Chapter 249 Lao Yang, your mission? At about 9 o'clock in the morning, Lao Yang rode his 20 bars to the stock exchange. As usual, he first parked his car in the carport, then came to the newsstand to buy newspapers. Look at that. Lao Yang is here. Hello Lao Yang. Lao Yang is so energetic every day. Lao Yang reads the securities newspaper every day, and he can also be a stock reviewer in the securities newspaper in the future. Lao Yang came along and listened a lot. People are greeting him, and of course there are people asking him about the stock market. Does Lao Yang have any opinion on today's stock market? I think the recent stock market situation is very good. There may be a big bull market for some time, But today's stock review experts said that the situation in the stock market will be very unstable in the future. What do you think of Lao Yang? Hearing these people's greetings and inquiries to him, Lao Yang couldn't help it. Technical corrections. I bucked the market, bought stocks when everyone was selling, and turned out to be the biggest winner. When I come to the stock exchange myself, there will always be a lot of people who take the initiative to say hello to myself, and some come to myself, asking about the situation in the stock market is as if he is already a celebrity player. Having been in the stock market for more than 2 years, how could Lao Yang not know the mentality of these people? Most of them, like the Kongyaji in their village, don't want to be down to earth. They always think about where to get a little bit of gossip, and take advantage of the loopholes that no one else knows to make money. It is for this reason that every time I explain to them that only by listening to the account manager of Ango Securities, they can grasp the basic stock market trends. They just don't listen, and they think that they are deliberately hiding and not telling them, but they just disclose it casually. They would be ecstatic with something, and today is no exception. When they came here, they all asked questions by saying hello. Since it is a situation that is encountered every day, Lao Yang is already familiar with the road, and while walking, he said, the current stock market is not bad or not. It may rise or fall, and the situation is not so stable. In fact, Lao Yang said this. It's just a bullshit. But when other people heard it, they suddenly realized that one by one, they looked back at the big screen on the stock exchange or ran to the side to study something. Of course, some people claimed to praise Lao Yang, saying that he is the stock market genius. Faced with such praise, Lao Yang was not so happy. He just shook his head helplessly, and then walked into the stock exchange under everyone's gaze. Only when he entered the trading floor, a staff member waiting at the door approached him and said, "Please come with me to the office on the 2nd floor. Our leader has something to say to you." Lao Yang didn't show up. After hearing this, he nodded and left with the staff. But Lao Yang's behavior was just a very ordinary behavior, but it was so different in the eyes of others. Facing Lao Yang's back, everyone discussed one after another. See, no, Lao Yang was asked to leave by the staff of the stock exchange. There must be some gossip on the stock market and we have to tell him internally. Someone analyzed Lao Yang's character. Don't look at Lao Yang. He is usually stupid, but in fact he is shrewd. Do you think he has any information about the stock market that he would take the initiative to say? No, never. Including the last stock market correction. He didn't even fart beforehand. Yes. He just ran to the counter to buy it. He called pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. These people did not deliberately avoid Lao Yang when they talked, so Lao Yang could only shake his head and smile helplessly when he heard these words. Lao Yang decided not to take care of these people. He asked the staff, "Which leader is looking for me?" "It's Mr. Luo." He said that he has something very important to tell you today. The staff suddenly remembered something. Then he said, "And I heard that advisor Zhu is also here." Originally I heard that Luo Han was looking for him. But Lao Yang didn't respond much, but when he heard that Zhu Ming was looking for him, he immediately opened his eyes and said excitedly, "So it was Consultant Zhu who was looking for me." Did he say anything specifically? "I was looking for something. What is important is scheduled to be handed over to me." "Oh no, just the staff. You may not know. I'm sorry. I still go weak met with advisors to know." For old Yang's words are incoherent, and the staff smiled bitterly, but it is no wonder that advisor Zhu does have such a charm. In fact, if you know advisor Zhu's other deeds, you will admire him even more. A few minutes later, Lao Yang followed the staff to the office on the 2nd floor. Zhu Ming and Luo Han were sitting on the sofa in the office. When they saw Lao Yang coming over, they smiled and waved to him. "Comrade Lao Yang is here. Come and sit down." "Here, I have something to ask you." Lao Yang heard Zhu Ming say this and immediately said with excitement, "Counselor Zhu, you can directly order any task you have, and I will try my best to do it the best." Zhu Ming Yang smiled and patted on the shoulder, but still Zhu Ming did not directly say something, but first asked Yang sentence, "Comrade Yang, you each trading day in the stock market, Do you think investors are now friends? What do you think about the trend of the stock market? After the last stock market correction and the high-profile investment of Hong Kong City funds, everyone is very optimistic about the prospects of the stock market and thinks this will be the beginning of the next big bull market. Lao Yang was straightforward. Said, although Lao Yang is honest and straightforward, he still feels something. He then asked, Councillor Zhu, is there any change in the future of the stock market? Ziming also nodded without shy. Yes, to tell you the truth, the stock market is likely to fall into a long-term recession in the future. Ziming's words surprised Lao Yang, but then he seemed to understand something and asked Ziming, Councillor Zhu, then is it necessary for me to lead investors to continue to invest and support the development of the stock market, or do I need to keep a secret for the time being to cause unnecessary turbulence? It seems that after the last time, this old Yang has also grown and is no longer the original one. If you have a rib, you also know how to proceed from the overall situation. However, Ziming shook his head and said, no, Comrade Lao Yang. This time I hope you can take this news out so that stock investors can get out of the stock market as much as possible. Lao Yang subconsciously opened his mouth and thought, asked why, but in the end he didn't say anything, just nodded silently. Seeing Lao Yang in this way, Ziming said, in fact, there is nothing that can't be said. It's very simple. I want you to do this to minimize losses as much as possible for investors. And the stock exchange cannot directly say this. Yes, that will cause turbulence in the stock market. You also know that the stock exchange has just been established and cannot bear such turmoil, so this news can only be told from Lao Yang as a gossip. It turns out that it is, Zhu, advisor, you are so great. In order not to let the stock investors suffer, you actually want to risk the world's unrest. Don't worry, advisor Zhu. I will work hard to complete the task you have given you. Lao Yang assured Ziming firmly, his tone was full of respect for Ziming. Lao Yang's words made Ziming feel dumb for a while, because he said that he was just doing something to mend the situation. Even if the hole was broken, he still made a hole. In fact, when the stock exchange was established, Ziming knew that the Nanjing stock market had risen to a peak, and further down unless the state issued any particularly big policies, or some huge good news such as investment in Nanjing. Otherwise, there will be a bear market that is possible at any time, and the short selling of Jiang Chunhua and those coastal entrepreneurs before has even started this bear market. The stock market is still in a rising stage. It is because Lin Muqing brought in an investment of 100 million yuan from Hong Kong City. However, this is only a shot of blood for the Nanjing stock market. It is a temporary illusion of excitement. After Jin, that kind of weakness will come even more violently. This is the situation in the Nanjing stock market. Anyone who has a certain understanding of the stock market can see it. Anyone who has the ability to participate in the market will withdraw their capital one after another. Only ordinary stockholders can dream about the future bull market. This illusion was created by myself in order to avoid turbulence, and I had to find a way to solve it. Otherwise, when the stock market really collapsed, these retail investors would be really unlucky. This is what I did now, but Lao Yang praised the sky without thinking about it, and also risked the greatness of the world. This really made Ziming a little bit dumbfounded. It's okay. Some things have to be done by someone, so this task is left to Comrade Lao Yang. Ziming encouraged Lao Yang. Although he blushed because of Lao Yang's encouragement, he could only accept. You can't tell the truth, right? It would be too sad for many words to be correct, and with Lao Yang's current state, I am afraid he might not believe it even if he said it. Maybe he would praise it more. So in the current situation, I still accept it silently. A little better. On the other side of Lao Yang, he nodded and assured Ziming, and then immediately got up and left. Looking at the back of Lao Yang leaving, Liu Han asked, Councillor Zhu, do you think this Lao Yang can really do a good job? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. If it were when the stock exchange had just been established, I would definitely believe that he could do a good job, but now. Ziming shook his head and sighed at the end. There are too many people who want to make money and want to speculate. Even if they have entered a bear market now, There will still be many people who are desperately trying to buy the bottom and jump in, let alone the situation is still very good. We can only save a few. If it's a few, the others will leave it to their fate. Ziming said. Luo Han had nothing to say. He also knew that Ziming was right. Ziming clapped his hands and said, "Okay, Mr. Luo, we have a clear conscience now. There are always people who have to pay for their greed and ignorance. Yes, let alone the pain of failure. Our investors will always be the flowers in the greenhouse. They are too fragile, and this will not be a good result." After saying that, Ziming stood up and said, "Okay, Mr. Luo, since the matter is it has already been arranged, and Hong Kong City can start to divest capital. Now, Advisor Zhu, will it be too early?" Luo Han asked, with some worries in his words. Ziming shook his head and said, "We are now racing against time. We can't determine what time the fast forward and fast exit on the BNI side is. We can only try to advance our time as much as possible." Loan was persuaded Ziming but patted his shoulder to comfort him, said, "Rest assured, you have to have confidence in coastal entrepreneurs. They are after all a carefully chosen then set Xia well." Section Chapter 250 Simple and Easy Process and Results. System U King, you can start withdrawing funds from the Nanjian stock market. On the premise of ensuring that the stock market will not collapse immediately, you can withdraw as quickly as possible. Ziming sent away Lao Yang, and did not shy away from calling Lin Muqing in front of Luo Han. Ziming was not afraid to let others know about his relationship with Lin Muqing, especially after Lin Muqing and Su Han had troubles. "It is too disrespectful for her to think that I have to hide my relationship with her again, and the more I hide some relationships, the more suspicion they will be. But it will be much better to admit it openly." This is what Ziming is doing now, and Luo Han is not a fool over there. Seeing Ziming doing this, he originally planned to leave and sat back in his position to act as this witness. Lin Muqing was a little surprised to hear Ziming say this. "Ziming, are you sure about the arrangements? Because the current Nanjian stock market is far more fragile than expected, and it is also a difficult task for ordinary stockholders. After all, the domestic situation, unlike the Hong Kong City, the stock exchange is the front of the government. In case the stock market falls, it will be difficult for stockholders to deal with anything. Just make trouble. There is no way. After all, the stock market should fall. It is going to fall. No stock market will only rise and not fall. Nanjiang's stock market will always go through this step," Ziming said, "and now I think it's the best time. Just when everyone has experienced a sudden crash. There are some psychological endurance of the test, and those people in Bnhai are ready to come in to take over, and can minimize the loss of ordinary investors." Ziming said here after a pause and said, "If you still have to rely on the stock market, it's a speculative thing here, or for some other reason, it's fine to just put the blame on me when something really happens. I'm going to go abroad anyway, so I don't care." Lin Muqing was silent when Ziming said this. Then he said, "Ziming, I think you should go abroad as soon as possible. You are a dragon and a phoenix among the people, and you are destined to soar above the 9 heavens. But now the domestic reforms are still being explored. There are really too many restrictions, which are not suitable for you." Development of, "Are you going abroad?" I went to North Russia. Then I was going to take a finance class to study in the US, but I still had to wait for the affairs of Nanjian to be dealt with, Ziming said. Lin Muqing said, "If you have anything to do with me, Ziming, you can come to me. No matter what, I will always stand by your side and support you." Sister Muqing, thank you, Ziming said. Ziming's gratitude is from the sincerity, because Lin Muqing's words made Ziming feel very warm, and Ziming really didn't expect that he would let Lin Muqing support herself so deeply. If these words on her phone call today, the port city is open. It is estimated that the men in the port city are going crazy. Their goddess is so devoted to herself, and she still doesn't give up even knowing that she has Su Han by her side. But after Lin Muqing listened to Ziming's gratitude, she just chuckled and didn't say much. Ziming said a few words with Lin Muqing and then hung up the phone. Ziming exhaled heavily. He stood up and walked to the windowsill. Below this office was the trading floor of the stock exchange. Ziming stood by the windowsill, and everything in the trading hall below was unobstructed. Luo Han saw Ziming walking to the windowsill. He also stood up and followed to the side, watching the bustling scene of people coming and going in the trading floor. He couldn't help but ask, "Counselor Zhu, you said that Lao Yang is really serious. Can the task be completed?" I think the stock investors below seem to have confidence in the stock market. It is unlikely that they will give up because of Lao Yang's words. Compared to Luo Han, Ziming seems to have there is a lot of confidence. I think we still have to have a little confidence in Comrade Yang. How can I say that he is also our elected person, and hasn't he succeeded the last time? They all say that honest people suffer, but they often suffer from honesty. People, there are miraculous effects. In fact, Ziming's idea is that success is not important. As he said, any stock market must experience a bear market and a bull market. It is impossible that there will be only a bull market without a bear market. If every time there is a bear market, we are worried about the sentiment of the investors and rescue the market. In the long run, the sentiments of the investors will become more and more fragile, and the stock market will become more and more abnormal. The final result will only bring down the country and bring the development of the stock market into a dead end. So Ziming would rather teach all stockholders a lesson now to let them understand that the stock market will also lose money. Of course, Ziming can only think about this idea in his heart. After all, we are a people's government, and we can't learn from those decadent capitalist systems. At the same time, Lao Yang had already arrived in the trading floor. He walked out of the stairs and saw the vast number of people in the hall. He suddenly felt a bit of guilty conscience subconsciously, no matter how he was praised by everyone after the last incident. But after all, he is just an ordinary honest person, and now let him convince so many people, he still doesn't know what to do. But Lao Yang was still distressed here, but someone in the trading floor over there had noticed Lao Yang who came out. So someone immediately came over to say hello. "Hey, Lao Yang, you came out. What kind of stock exchange leader is looking for you? Is there any gossip for you? Don't hide your secrets. You can share it with me secretly. I promise not to tell others. I will invite you to dinner." This sudden question shocked Lao Yang. He shook his head and replied, "In fact, there is nothing wrong. It's just that Consultant Zhu came here and talked to me about something." It's okay for Lao Yang not to speak, but Lao Yang's opening immediately made these people more vigorous, and they said in surprise, "Counselor Zhu, is it an Anjian development consultant Ziming? Even he is here. There must be a major incident in an Anjian stock market. You must have gotten some news. Lao Yang, tell us." "We are all in a hurry. We promise that it will not be spread." "Lao Yang, you are the weather vane of all our investors, and a star in the stock exchange. We all believe in you." In the face of this wave of questions, Lao Yang replied in a daze. "In fact, it's not a big deal. It's just Consultant Zhu who told me that the Nanjian stock market will probably fall into a sustained recession for a period of time." Lao Yang's words were like rocks thrown into the water. Suddenly in the crowd there was an uproar. "What? Lao Yang, you said that advisors came to you and told you about this. Was it the judgment that advisors said to you personally, or was it something that the stock exchange staff told you, or that Vice President Luo Han told you?" Everyone asked Lao Yang every word. "I saw advisors in the upper office. It was advisors who told me personally that our Nanjian stock market will fall into recession in the future, and all stocks will show a downward trend," Lao Yang said firmly. After getting the affirmative answer from Lao Yang, these people were immediately excited. "Oh my God, is the stock market in Nanjian going down soon? I have long felt that the stock market is not right now, and the current situation of the relationship is about to collapse. I have to hurry up and throw away my stocks and get my money back, so that I don't get all the money in it." These people exclaimed like this while flocking to the stock exchange counter, hurriedly going to get rid of all his stocks. The actions of these people will undoubtedly make others feel puzzled, but when they heard the news brought by Lao Yang, they were all shocked. The entire trading floor was suddenly boiling, and other people were just like the robots that received the order. They all ran to the counter one by one, squeezing forward with their teeth and claws, trying to sell their own stocks. Faced with this situation, old Yang, who was the instigator, was stunned. He did not expect this situation at all. Lao Yang came down with Ziming's task, but Lao Yang knew that he was stupid and might not be able to complete this task. If he couldn't complete it, wouldn't he be very sorry to trust his consultant Zhu? I have been worrying about myself, but how could it become like this? At this time, Lao Yang suddenly heard someone shout, "Look, the stock market is up. We are making money again." This voice reached everyone's ears, making everyone subconsciously look up. Even Lao Yang also looked up. Looking at the big screen, it turned out to be red. Could it be that the stocks are constantly rising? Is Lao Yang's false news? This was everyone's first reaction at the time, and even old Yang felt a little in his heart. He was very worried that the atmosphere just now would fade away. But Lao Yang's worries were unnecessary, because everyone just looked up and immediately continued to crowd at the counter to sell stocks. This result was something that Lao Yang did not expect. He originally thought that the rise in stocks at this time would shake everyone's confidence in their news, but he didn't expect that everyone would choose to believe in themselves and continue to sell stocks. It can be said that Lao Yang was a little inexplicable from the beginning. He just said what Ziming taught him, and everyone was convinced. What the hell is this? But Lao Yang didn't know. In fact, what really convinced everyone was not only his words, but also him and his reaction just now. First of all, he came in distracted. Everyone greeted him, and he subconsciously perfunctory, which made people feel curiosity. Then, after all kinds of questions, Lao Yang had to tell the gossip that Ziming had itself told him. This in itself is easy to get everyone's trust, because everyone would think that this was asked by everyone themselves, and it was not spread by Lao Yang. It is for this reason that everyone will sell stocks non-stop, because everyone believes in Lao Yang's news in their hearts, and the stock market is indeed unstable during this period, and some people have lost money in the previous stock market corrections. There was a lot of noise, and even if they saw that the stock market was still going up later, they wouldn't dare to gamble on their luck anymore. Lao Yang looked at the crowded and noisy scene in the lobby. He looked back at the office upstairs and said in his heart, "Advisor Zhu is indeed Advisor Zhu. This is all because you have planted the seeds of trust in everyone's hearts. So now my task is so easy. I'm afraid you have expected it a long time ago. You are indeed the patron saint of our Nanjian stock market.